Oh, man.
Dude, I did a bunch of push-ups yesterday. I'm sore. It's been years since that happened.
You did push-ups or you got sore?
I got sore. I got sore from
I
doing.
haven't been
It's just because
sore in
I didn't
years.
move. I
Oh, yeah.
didn't move for like 6 days. I was just like,
Right.
don't move.
Right. You're like, don't turn head. Will cause pain now.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. Oh man.
Just use eyes. Just use eyes. Your whole shit set up with mirrors. Uh,
Before before you guys were in here, I came in here and nobody was talking, so I went over to the asylum and I was talking to Frick. I can't remember his name. He's from Finland though, or he claims to be from Finland. And I was like, yeah, dude, I really don't believe that Finland is a real place.
mhm.
I think you're just like in some nature preserve peninsula with a bunch of signs that say you're in Finland, but really you're in like Japanese whaling waters. It's a scam. You got a kick out of that.
He's from Finland.
I can't remember his. Hold on. Mailman.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I've had a couple. I've talked. Oh, okay. It's the same guy. I probably talked to him too then. But I think he use a different. Oh wait, no, maybe is there another Finnish guy?
Dude, I don't know if they just. Here's the thing, though. I literally never heard of or met a Finnish person until I started thinking that Finland wasn't real. So they kind of just started popping up as soon as I started calling bullshit. So I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah, there's a large contingent of Finnish J Trig trolls out there.
Dude, they're fucking definitely. There's like I don't know, and then like for a long
Dogs
time I was
Finland.
making.
Yeah, we'll get him. We'll get him.
We'll definitely dox Finland.
Is that how you Finnish accent? I don't even know. I don't even know what the Finnish accent. I know it sounds weird, and I'm like, what are you talking in? That's how it. That's how I get it.
The way to let's see. I learned a little bit of Finnish earlier today.
Or maybe it was a drunk Finnish guy, and it's like maybe impossible to understand. But yeah, that was maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
It's a very different language. Supposedly, it is connected to Hungarian, and
Well,
and they are both very different from the rest of Europe.
Suomea ei ole olemassa. That's how you say Finland doesn't exist in Finnish. In case you guys are wondering.
You're finished. You're not finished yet.
you never even started, man.
Oh, bro, Finland never even started. That's why they speak Finnish. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck?
Yo, meme it up. Spread the truth.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if I really want to pick a fight with Japan.
Hmm.
Like, I have a lot of respect for Japanese people. I saw The Last Samurai. I know what Tom Cruise did to them, so we've got it coming. We've got it coming, dude.
He was the best Japanese. All right. These Japaneses, man. But
Dude. Not only was Tom. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Now I'm making it up. No, he plays an American Western.
No, I know.
Western culture. Yeah. Take your shoes off from my house.
Many times. I have it on DVD. Okay.
Oh,
but I'm always making the joke that not only was he a better Japanese than the Japanese in that movie, he was also a better Native American than the Native Americans in that movie, and a better American than all the Americans. He was just the best.
Oh, boys, what about 47 Ronin with Mr. Keanu Reeves?
That movie sucked. I'm sorry.
Come on. Really?
The story of the 47 Ronin is super badass. I'm not even sure if Keanu Reeves passes my Asian taste tester, but
oh, come on. He's got it.
Dude.
At least he has.
I mean, does he? He's a Hawaiian. I don't know.
Big eyes.
I'm sorry, not Tom Cruise. Keanu Reeves is just a weirdo to me. I know too much about his personal life from working in Hollywood to like lose myself in the characters that he plays. Like no matter whether he's playing John Wick or Neo from the Matrix, whatever, he is still that very fucking weird dude from Hollywood
Ted,
to me.
Ted from Bill and Ted's.
When I
That's okay.
see him, when I see him in Ted from Bill and Ted's, I think that young man is about to get raped. Excuse my language.
It's funny because I actually take Keanu Reeves. I'd take Keanu Reeves over Tom Cruise in my in acting, movies,
Yeah,
etc.
but Tom Cruise comes off as a complete psycho in real life, and I feel like Keanu Reeves kind of portrays himself as like I'm just a normal guy when I'm not in front of the camera, and it's like, no, you're not, dude. You're weird.
Bro.
Like, I'm not. You guys know about Tom or fucking Keanu Reeves and how weird that dude is?
Don't spoil my illusions.
All right, I
See,
won't.
that's the thing. He's the one dude that I actually think is like somewhat okay. Like you talk about what's happening with Ice Cube being interviewed with Tucker Carlson and the whole mainstream media narrative. That's where I look to guys like Keanu Reeves, and I'm like, you didn't fucking sell out like these other motherfuckers, like these other guys did. That's my thought, anyways.
Okay, well, consider maybe that Ice Cube and Tucker Carlson are like just controlled opposition, basically.
Hey, partners.
Consider that Keanu Reeves, who played John Wick, right, who's gone through extensive like firearms training, and like he has to have come into contact with firearms training experts who know the value of firearms, and he's never been an advocate for the Second Amendment, not once. Like there are some things about his life that are very incongruent. In the same way that you have these left wing politicians saying that we shouldn't have guns and we need to have all these strict gun laws, but then they go around and have fucking armored guards, right? They say that a wall at the southern border is racist, but then they go and they live in their mansions behind their walls, right? I see the same hypocrisies in all of these Hollywood characters. There's really only one Hollywood person that I could think of who, how do I put it? He's probably not completely crazy, and that's who's the guy that fled to Canada? He was in the bowling movie. Fuck, what's his name?
Bowling movie? What?
He was in the bowling movie with Woody Harrelson, and
Bill Murray?
isn't he like? No, what's his name? It's not
Randy
Bill Murray
Newman?
in that movie.
No, it's not Randy Newman. It's Dennis Quaid. No, Randy
Quaid. Dennis Quaid.
I'm like Randy Newman?
Quaid.
No.
Yeah, Randy Quaid.
Yes.
Randy Quaid got fucking dude. He was trying to say some stuff, and they ran his ass out of Hollywood. Have you heard him talk about how they're trying to kill him and shit?
Yeah, he has a Family Guy episode dedicated to his crazy.
Well, he's not crazy.
Well, it's not crazy, but it was crazy. It's a crazy thing to hear, you know.
It is a crazy thing to hear, you know. But once you start, I mean, I remember when I first heard it, and I was like, "This dude's crazy," and then I kind of learned a little bit more about the industry and was like, "Oh shit, this industry's crazy."
I mean, yeah, at some point it does become about like it's important for you to make the money because somebody else is managing your wealth, and then therefore, but you think that that's your money, but it's kind of like on loan, sort of something like that. It's how you turn a human into a stock. No, I'm just joking. I don't know.
Livestock.
Or it is. Maybe I'm right. I don't know, but I think that era of entertainment. Moving on. No, it's not. It's not. People, like all these portfolios, you know, like somebody manages them. And they make their money off that. Like anybody that's like in entertainment that's just making too much money. It's like somebody else has got to, help them by making money off their money. 'Cause you can't act and be a financial expert, you know. Just.
I think you can. I could do it.
Okay.
I know I could do it. Literally, dude, I would have millions of dollars and I will have spent like $40 a month. I'm not going to pay.
You
Dude,
gotta
if
go
you're
with-
super rich, you don't pay for shit anyways. I've seen it, dude. Motherfuckers get comped. I got to stop cursing so much. This is terrible. Back to the life.
I think I like
Get the
Tom Cruise
sunrise.
more because he's closer to my height. I think Keanu Reeves is like a little too tall. It's kind of unapproachable.
Dude,
You know what I mean?
dude. Tom
I'm like,
Cruise is not.
Tom Cruise has to wear lifts. Like he's a human being. You know what I mean? Like he's not all powerful. Keanu Reeves doesn't have to act. Gets great roles. Gets paid like out the ass, and then or in the ass, and then it's like, whew. And he's tall too. I can't handle it.
Dude, being tall is super overrated. All my super tall friends, there's only one of them that has kept their posture. Like those
Oh.
dudes got to work. Their backs get all jacked up, especially in today's day and age, where like most jobs have you sitting behind a desk. Like, I don't know, posture for me. I don't care how beautiful a woman is. If she has bad posture, instantly you lose like 3 points on a out of 10 scale. That's just
Jade
my
Hunchback.
opinion. I can't, dude. Notre Dame, no thanks.
Which look like insert hot actress. I'm trying
Shout
not to
out
make
to
a
being
dated
tall
reference.
and working out, keeping your ass in shape. I'm just finishing
Yeah.
up in the gym, being 6'2" myself. Ha
Oh shit! You could almost play in the
What's up,
NBA.
homie? Nah, my wheelchair won't let me in the NBA. It's a tripping hazard.
Okay.
My
Are you in a
posture
wheelchair?
is, yeah, dude. I have multiple
You're-
sclerosis, degenerative disc disease, and all kinds of
Oh,
shit in my
shit.
back.
Oh, I didn't know
Fusing
that,
and
man.
shit. Well, it's
Wow.
not it. I mean, it's not. I don't ever look for the. I hate the victim mentality, so I'm never going to look for that stuff from the guys that I chat with every day, because it's really we're here for the conversation, not the people, the cases, right? But yeah, it is important to maintain your structural integrity so that you can carry through this race of life, even if you are in a fucking wheelchair, dude.
Yeah, word up.
yeah, for sure.
Grind that bitch.
Are you stoked about exoskeleton technology?
I don't know if it works. It'd be cool. I would love to have something around my lower thoracic to help with the fusing in my lower back. But I mean, it is what it is, dude.
Well, I'm not in a
I'm
wheelchair,
not a
and I'm
fan.
stoked about
What
it.
what I will say, I'm just about to get into the elevator, so I may be bad on reception. But what I will say is, I'm not a fan of surgery and being cut open. That's for sure. Fuck that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about transhumanism. I'm talking about just like augmentation, not non-invasive augmentation, something like a suit that you get in. Because I want one. I've wanted a Gundam since I was like 8 years old. That's been my dream. The
Mhm.
closest I've ever gotten to is driving an excavator, like tearing down a house with this fucking massive excavator. It was so cool. But yeah,
Yeah, that's dope. Yeah. Mobile battle suit excavator.
hell yeah, dude. Well, dude, just an excavator with 2 arms would be super tight.
Yeah, it would be.
I don't know why they haven't done that.
Invented.
I imagine like the weight would be super gnarly. You'd have to have something with a crazy base, just because if you're pulling at stuff at the earth or at objects in front of you with 2 arms, that's a little crazy. I feel like it'd be a little more dangerous.
Yeah, they got some type of I don't know, it's just like load bearing stuff that it's not like an exosuit exactly, but it just works on like hydraulics and not like yeah. it doesn't have like it's not like active. It's just kind of like I don't know what I'm saying. It doesn't you don't have to power it and it doesn't have a computer. So it's just some balancing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I just see like the robots that Boston Dynamics is coming out with. Even building like a 40-foot one of those and piloting that would be so cool. Oh my gosh. They have
Robots
to
are
have made
killers,
that.
huh? Whew, was it the Titan? Is it called Titan? I forget.
I don't know.
The one that they have like helping a guy on the construction site and like throws a bag of tools up and then
I
just
haven't
can do
seen that one.
somersaults and stuff. Oh yeah, they have like ninja robots now.
Yeah, I've seen some of the flip tricks, but I do feel like
Because it's like in the engineering of it, they can't actually make them work correctly. So they just have to make them work incorrectly and then understand where they're going to fail and then adapt them for that. So like they have to basically teach them how to fall correctly and then catch themselves. That's like how that's their approach to making the robots robot. I thought it was interesting.
no, it is very interesting. I've seen the AI models on how they like teach them how to like fall and walk and crawl and run and whatnot. It's very interesting. It looks like a zombie, honestly, at first.
Yeah. That early Pet Man thing is definitely scary to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see robots sometime.
Oh, we're already seeing them, dude. I drive down the streets of downtown LA and I see the homeless people like kicking over the security robots and like flipping the delivery robots. It's pretty funny. And I think it's a very poetic to see robots on the streets being attacked by the lowest rung of society, homeless. There's just something, I don't know. It's very surreal.
We almost need like robots to help the homeless population in LA. That's
Oh
like
man.
I have there's just nowhere else in the country I've seen such a thing like that. Not that I've been everywhere, right? But I've never seen shit like what goes on in Cali or
That's
the
what we need.
disregard.
That's what we need. Robots that go around and hand out water and food and
Yeah, let me pick this lady up off the street because she's just passed out on face down on the concrete with one leg. You know what I mean? And I'm like, what is going on in this place? This is scary. Yeah, it's like it needs so much goodwill to actually help all this stuff. It's like we're just better off making robots do this
Dude,
stuff.
I was
Yeah,
in the
Gio's right.
triage room at the
Yep.
ER the other day, and like this homeless lady just like bursts into the hospital and comes into the triage room, which is a pretty small room with just me and a nurse, and she was geeking out, dude. It was crazy. It, the homeless situation is a situation. Sorry, I know it's a very anticlimactic story, but yeah.
Good. Yeah, man. Good point. That was a pointless story. That was anticlimactic. Ah, good morning. Mas café, por favor.
the fact that they're really not accomplishing much of anything when it comes to going to space, what they claim to be space. Well, they should just put that on hold for a while and get everyone, fed and give everyone a home and food on Earth. Like I'm saying, like if we were like setting up, houses on Mars, it's like, all right, well then, okay, then you could argue that that's important because it's, Mars is another planet or whatever to be on. If all of that were even real, the fact is not real is even more problematic. But I'm just saying, even if it was real, we should it would make a lot of more sense just to pause all space travel for a while, a month, let's say, and put all that money towards actually helping people on Earth, and then get back to doing nothing, which is pretty much what they're doing in space, anyways.
I agree. Are you good, dude? Are you still sick? I hear some spitting noises.
Yeah, I'm good.
for sure. Want to make sure you didn't get shedded on.
I still have a little lingering cough, kind of a little tickling cough. Yeah. So it's not too bad though.
All right. Make sure you drink lots of fluids. I'm feeling much better. I am over the hill of pain.
Nice. The pain is subsiding.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Are you
I'm
comfortable?
not. I'm getting. I got comfortably numb for the last 3 nights, but I don't need to take painkillers during the day anymore.
I was going to just quickly say, when I went to America, McDonald's, for example, would be offering free drinks to anybody with a cup. So all the homeless people would go get a cup out the bin and then just reuse it. So they never went thirsty. They used to go into Starbucks and get washed for the day and come out with a towel, toothbrush, and a wash bag. You know, maybe for them, life being homeless ain't that bad. I don't know. It's probably a lot less stressful and a lot cheaper overall than trying to strive to, you know, exist.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess some people do it okay, man. I've seen homeless dudes just like living on Venice Beach, like just get out of a tent in a 3-piece suit and then go to work, and then presumably, and then I've talked to people that like a girl and some people just stole her glasses and she couldn't see anymore. And I'm like, why are people gonna steal your glasses? What is that about? Maybe somebody stole their glasses. I don't know.
We have our priorities all out of place. Everything's backwards. Like, for example, like, okay, the space thing, like I said, well, how about stop making Ferraris for a while? Just put the Ferraris on hold and let's put all that money towards helping homeless people. I think we're good on the Ferraris. I think there's more important things. Well, I guess you could say, who am I to say that we shouldn't have Ferraris or something? But it just seems like as a human race, our priorities are all mixed up.
Like, I think it was just super quick, like the like the automation and stuff with trucking and stuff, and they were like, oh, well, that's going to take all these truckers off the road. Not only that, but all the motels and stuff that they stay at, they'll go out of business too, because not all this thing, making them useful. So the idea was like they were going to try to convert these to like homeless shelters and things like that. I mean, that would be the move, you know, because you need so much housing, but then a lot of these people don't know how to live anymore, or they're, you know, I think life on the street, you need some rehab or something. Oh, from that kind of thing. It just takes so much goodwill. That's really what I think is in deficit, especially in California. Like, you know, it's like it's almost like in a way that the evilness of Cali. Well, not that it's evil itself, but I mean, I don't think so. But it's like it drives everybody else to like keep. It's like cracking the whip on other people's backs. You know what I mean? Be like, I don't want to end up like that. You know, or like, you know, I don't even want to take public transportation. I'll buy a car because I don't want to be on a train with homeless crazy people. You know.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
definitely a part of the psyop. Definitely a part of the psyop. And like, Gio, as far as like being like, who am I to, you know, propose some alternative way of dealing with this? It's like, I think everybody has every single right to suggest something different, especially when the people who are growing up majorly are suggesting we like eat bugs and live in a pod and own nothing.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, maybe somebody would say this a Ferrari is, you know, important or whatever to them, but that's why I was just sort of playing my own devil's advocate or whatever to flip it. But the thing is like, I think you're right what you were saying. I think it's like there's a part of I use the word conspiracy to have a homeless population, you know, within all these major cities, to kind of build that mentality to make other people afraid to not end up in that situation, which obviously, you know, there are actually some homeless people that actually say they're happy being homeless because they're kind of free and not attached to anything. But it seems like most are, you know, not in a very pleasant scenario. And
Yeah, I watched a fair amount of like these interviews. This one guy, I forget, I don't know the name of the channel, but maybe you've seen it too. But it's just like he goes around and interviews homeless people, and I think he asked them like, what are your hopes, or like there's stuff like that, or what do you want to do? And they don't even know. They just draw a blank. They don't even know how to have hopes anymore. It's weird. You see that, and it's like, oh shit, that is nasty. That's like the worst atrophy that one could have, is that it's atrophy of the spirit. No, but I think it does happen, and it's tough to rehab that, you know. But it can happen
yeah,
for
no,
sure.
there's definitely a lot of support that's needed. More than folks would need more than just a home, perhaps. Yeah, like a lot of support and nutrition and healing and on multiple levels. But it just seems like the powers that be, as it were, almost want to like purposefully have a homeless population to kind of scare everyone else into, you know, following the kind of foundational axioms of this current system in terms of paying your taxes and doing the doing the grind.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of the atrophy of the spirit isn't just a homeless person thing, right? I mean, we have that with lots of people. They grow up and they have all these dreams to do all these things, and then they just get ground down by the system and taxes, and you got to get a job and all this stuff, and then lots of people give up on their dreams because of the kind of the collective financial oppression that we all face. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah, kinda, I think
they're like dream snatchers, snatching away our dreams, making
Yeah,
us.
man. I know it sounds funny, but yeah, I agree. It's literally the case.
why don't you take these crazy drugs? They'll make your shit die, and you know what I mean. You get addicted to it, then you'll really be in it. Oh yeah, that's kind of what happens to a lot of people. You know, that's the hope. It's just somebody's like, "Hey, man, you want to smoke these drugs that'll fuck you up real bad, and you won't be able to stop taking them." Oh, but that's
Well, that's another part. Yeah, they're shipping drugs into these cities as well. That's another crazy component of it. They bring in these drugs to destroy these communities. It's pretty dark. And then that plays into a lot of different factors.
yeah. I mean, it's possible that the homeless people would actually be able to help themselves, but I think the fact that yeah, a lot of people just they're on the Breaking Bad drugs or whatever. This is not helpful. You know, the morality is totally kind of like, I think it's a terrible thing. And so therefore I think that these if there were to be communities of homeless, which there are some like that actually will like propagate, you know what I mean, which somebody like takes the role of like a community leader, and they sort of have like a homeless tribe and they do their thing, like that can work, I mean, to a point. But when, yeah, if you start to involve the drugs, just destabilize the whole thing. If they would destabilize anything. Yeah, but it's like it's so I think it's just foreign too, like because it's like the concrete jungle is like this wasteland, you know, to someone that doesn't have like a home or food, or you know, that kind of thing. If these people are out in a rural area just like doing their own thing, they'd be much better off. And uh, there's no program to like, maybe there are programs, but it's not like something that's effective. If they wanted to do something effective, they could do it. Um, I'm sure people would. There would be people that prefer not to, and they would just like want to take their, to have their freedom and do what they want to do too. So it's not like you can make everybody do it, but I don't know. It just takes so many people to actually give a shit that it's like everybody, like it takes probably 5 people to give a shit about one person to bring them back up. So that's where this equation gets a little wonky.
Some people don't want to accept the help of other people, though, and that's when it gets difficult. Because if someone's kind of stubborn in their delusions, and that's what's kind of keeping them homeless or just in a bad place, then it doesn't matter how many people try and help them. Like, they can't be helped. So there is that issue as well with some people.
I would say that when cash becomes close to obsolete, the homeless people's money won't really count for much. Therefore, I think we're going to see a change in the dynamics of society.
Are you saying the homeless people need to go and get Bitcoin wallets?
No, but if you think about the freedom of cash from, in the UK itself, there's so much cash movements, Chinese takeaways, nail salons, so many things. But as soon as we start to push everyone into a digital format, the homeless people will be standing there with credit card readers and an app on their phone. I don't think they're going to be so flash, like you're on the dual carriageway and then you stop at some traffic lights and there's some people there coming around with a cup trying to get coins off you. People haven't got coins anymore. So I don't think those homeless people are going to have the spending money that they've had, and it's going to get worse. So therefore, the desperation is going to get worse. Would crime rate go up? Because they need, you know what I mean? Obviously, their form of currency will be digital in the future. So we're going to have a different type of homelessness in a way.
Like I was in the diamond.
I think.
Yep.
Sorry. No, you first.
Oh, yeah, I was in the diamond district somewhere in LA, and it's like you have to walk over people to get to the diamond stores because they're just like asleep on the ground. But then this girl is like, she's got like a silver she's like silver all around her mouth. I don't even know what this is at the time. I was like, is that some crazy makeup? And that's probably huffing spray paint out of a bag. And she follows me for like 2 blocks, and I'm like, what is this silver face person following me for? And then I threw my cigarette down. It's an American Spirit. It lasted a while. And that's what she was waiting for me to throw my cigarette butt out so that she could smoke it. And I'm like, this is a cool place. Not. Yeah. Yeah.
I drove from San Francisco down to LA, and I seen a lot of the stuff there. I think socially, parts of America have just accepted, that's just how it looks. You go to Santa Monica, you see all these things, but it's accepted. Like in UK, it's not in your face. Maybe the proportions are the same, but in the UK, it's just not socially as accepted as America has sort of done it. Personally, I saw what you saw. I think you do see these things a little bit in up. I don't know. You do see these things, but I guess it's just more in your face. But I was just going to say, sort of UK to the English fella. I think there what's his name? The UK. There's been so much sort of development into the housing, constructions and stuff like that for people that just are on the benefit system that don't work. have been evicted, emergency housing. There's so much more of that now than there ever was before. And if we are paying through that support through our wages to the people that don't work, then naturally your inflation is going to go up because we have to pay for their deficit. So as the unemployment rate goes up, then the inflation goes up as well. And as inflation goes up, then obviously a homeless person has to acquire more.
Did he cut out, or is it just me?
Yeah, he cut out.
With Gio on the whole thing, like with the Ferraris, you know, and the luxury of having a Ferrari is nice and everything like that, and the achievement of having a Ferrari is nice and everything like that. But if half of these guys are buying this exorbitant toys and shit, like to basically signal to other people that they're fucking awesome, that they should go, like, I don't know, find somebody and help them out, you know, just make sure that like, because it takes that, it really does take that kind of like initiative from people to actually like make a change, actually.
I mean, the only way you get wealthy is helping people, really, or inheriting it.
Well, Elijah, I was talking about this the other day. There's kind of two types of wealthy people, right? So there's the first type, which is what you said. You have to provide value, and then people pay you based on the value you've provided, either as a service or a good. And then you get the parasitic wealth of government and banks, right? So, and what's interesting about the parasitic wealth of banks is that they'll also be parasites to the other wealthy people who have generated their money by providing value. So it's a bit of an interesting one.
Yeah, well, in the what they capitalize off of is the poverty mindset. Like it's you don't stay impoverished if you don't have an impoverished mindset, because really all money is a reflection of your state of mental health. Words are spiritual, intentions are spiritual. Therefore, what you do when you're making money spiritually comes first. Before you think of what you do, I mean, before you do what you do, you think of what you do. And if you are just trading what you can physically do for money, that's not much. I mean, you can work to the bone, but if all you're doing is being the sole person to work for the money that you have, it's not going to be much. And what they want you to do is spend all of your time doing that. On the flip side to that, because I mean, you could just, work a job and that be fine if you knew what to do with your money when you got it. But the bank, you could go into a bank a million times and they won't tell you the importance of an interest rate. They'll just give you something less than 1%. Now, the disrespectful part is banking with them for the majority of your life. Oh, I love my bank. I've been with my bank for 30 years, 40 years. What's really happened is they've robbed you and your family of millions of dollars. And that's where the real disrespect and the real rub comes in.
Yeah, I agree. Because let's just say that you've got, like, say, $10,000 in your bank account or whatever. That, I don't know what the leverage ratio is in the US, but in the UK I think it's 10 to 1. So if I've got $10,000 in my bank account, Forget just them printing money and central banks for the moment, because that's another issue. But if I've got
Yeah.
£10,000 in my bank account, and they're paying me 1% on that, 1% a year. They're paying me £100 a year to basically facilitate their ability to lend £100,000 to 10 times what I have,
Right.
at 4, 5, 6% interest. So £100,000, £100,000, I say 6% interest, is £6,000 a year. So they're paying me £100, and they've generated £6,000.
Yep.
So you can see how this is like, bro. You should be giving me like at least a third of that. You know,
Exactly. That's where the real robbery comes in. But if you don't know this, which most people don't, that's really where the issue comes in. Because I mean, on your credit cards, ooh, you're paying a whopping interest rate. When it comes to your mortgage loan, ooh, you're paying that back with a whopping interest rate. But when it comes to your money, it's like, ooh, it's cute to have a savings. It's like it's damn near like a piggy bank. It's just put it in there, you take it out. And, ooh, I gave you 1% at least. Let's say it was 1%. Well, inflation, if inflation is at 3%,
yeah,
then I
2%.
mean that 1% got ate up. So it's like, fam, it breaks my heart. What's truly going on. And like, it's not like movies are trying to help. Movies are basically informing people to do exactly what they're doing. Like, think about all the gangster movies that you've seen. What happens? People die, they have a funeral. Oh, now, or the dad dies, and all of a sudden the people lose the house. Like, everything goes under. Then you're in some desperate situation. There aren't that many movies that somebody dies and then it's like, oh shit, we just inherited $1 million, because there was, like, some life insurance in place, like a necessity. Like, I mean. And then when you speak about it, people think, oh my God, here goes this guy talking about life insurance. You have no problem paying car insurance, though. You have no problem having health insurance, though. But you're going to have a problem when you have to do a GoFundMe because nobody knows who's going to come up with the money to put you in the dirt. It makes no sense. Hollywood doesn't help. School system doesn't help. In fact, there's a lot of companies that I don't know what they do, how they influence people to just, have false information online that deters people from actually learning the truth and how to get out of this poverty mindset. They deter people from opening businesses. They deter people from, I mean, it's the wickedest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like such abundance is actually possible, and yet the only thing that seems to result out of all this great society we built is scarcity and fear and shit, And the only security isn't like the shit that's not really secure, or things that make you feel secure, but that are just like placeholders. Uh, it's a problem. But at least we got the politicians like trying to sort it out. So they're doing the best they can to make money from lobbyists who are pushing the opposite agenda. Cha-ching! It's awesome.
Yeah, I've
Yeah, like
realized that they're all just entertainment, just like movies. They're politicians are like real world entertainment. It just distracts you from truly knowing anything. Like it did it didn't help my life at all. Paying attention to politics, running around screaming, "Yo, look at what they're doing this, they're doing that." It didn't help me not one iota to be informed about what they were doing.
Who has access to the Earth drop calculator? Who can put in 205 miles quick?
I
So
get it's right. It's hold on, I'll do it. 200 miles.
205 miles.
Is there like a elevation?
Well, no, this is supposed to be 205 miles of dead straight and dead level railway.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
That's impossible.
That's
Yeah, that's
that.
impossible.
What?
That's impossible because the TV told me it was a globe.
Yeah.
So that's 28,000. Let me see. Am I tripping? Yeah, 28,000 feet of drop.
How much?
28,000 feet of drop.
20,000 feet of drop.
28.
28. Holy cow. So we have a railway that's dead flat. I mean, dead straight, dead level. And it's 28,000 foot drop. Holy cow. Yeah. This is the fantasy where they live in. It's amazing. So one guy, I asked him what's going on here, and he tells me, can we level an arc? That's the answer to the question. Can we level an arc?
I mean, Matthew just said yesterday that flat was curved.
Have you heard that? Let's bring that up. Yeah, because Larry called him out. And he said, "Well, if that's the case, then you think you live on a flat Earth regardless, right?" Flat can't be curved, man. Come on, like level you can just about get away with if no one else is looking, but flat cannot be curved.
He's like, yo, he's literally the opposite. Like, of it. Come on, I'm like,
Yeah, if you
I
guys
don't
want to
know.
see the article, 33 past the hour. What a death nail for them. One of many.
Well, you know what? There's also look up the largest conveyor belt because it's actually 97 kilometers if I'm remembering correctly,
Where, bro?
which is prob oh no, well, you said 205 miles. That's much worse.
Yeah,
So
but
never
a
mind.
conveyor belt. That's interesting. Where's that at?
It actually crosses like hold on real quick. Um NASA.gov will tell you 261 miles on the western edge of the Sahara Desert. Let's see. What is it called? What? All right. Fuck NASA.gov.
I did hear right. You said conveyor belt, right? Something moving?
Yes. Balkra, Morocco.
Okay.
Yeah, see, just to confirm on that last number you gave, you said 28,000 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct, bro.
That's over 5 miles when you convert that, FYI.
I know, bro. And that's a train. That's a train now. Like, it's insanity, bro. Insanity. Like, there's no way a train could convert. It can go. Like, it has to be level. I don't even know what the maximum incline is. Like a couple of degrees or something. There's no way a train. Like, that's an impossibility right there. 5 mile slope. Just think about that, man. That's the highest mountain. The highest mountain is what, 33,000 feet? So they're telling us a train traverses the height of a mountain? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, their excuse is because level is curved. So
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but they can't get away with it here because if that's the case on this train, you're gonna have to show some pretty fancy earthworks for this to work, right?
Yeah, why
If you
would
got
they
a
ever
curve,
describe it as straight? You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, but check it out. If they have a 205-mile railway and there's a drop of 5 miles, well, they have to do earthworks, right, to level that land. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Just uh, uh, imagine a bridge 5 miles high or something. It's insane.
Just to confirm, oh, not confirm, but to go on that, the highest bridge in the world is reported as the Duge Bridge, Duge Bridge, and that is 1,854 feet in the air.
You see, they can get away with this nonsense with LIGO, right? And we had laughs with Blue, shout out Rakia, where they say, yeah, they would fill in the ground to make it level, right? But imagine here now, you got to fill in 5 miles from point A. If you start off your train track, you put in your first spike, you have your starting point, level, horizontal, boom. You start your first spike here. When you're heading that way, you got to be filling land underneath. And at one point, you got to have Mount Everest height of fill under your freaking rail tracks so they can be dead straight and dead level. Are you ballers starting to see the problem here now?
Either that or you have to excavate, dig, right? You either fill it in or you dig down so you don't have to deal with the curve.
Or you dig
straight
through,
through.
yeah, that's right.
well,
Yep.
Well, we're witnessing it happen in Saudi Arabia right now with the construction of the line, which is 110 kilometers of two skyscrapers that are the equivalent of like the Empire State Building, and going from the coast of Saudi Arabia inland.
Yeah, just imagine the construction worker gets the cube.
What? Sorry.
Chưa là mayonnaise.
You're hot micing, bro. So I can see the earthworks manager now. Say what? You want us to put 5 miles on earth to level this train track out? Are you crazy, sir? That'll make the pyramid look like a hill, like an anthill. Think about it. It's only 300 feet tall. Imagine even that, making a train, like leveling the ground for 300 feet. Never mind 5 miles. Imagine what it would take to do that. Just the height of the pyramids. Yeah. No rebuttal, ballers? What's going on?
Well, they're just gonna say level is curved, so there's no problem.
But
But
there is.
I don't understand how you practically like you. I don't know, man.
Bro, even if they say level is curve, right? Their train can't function on a curve. Trains cannot work on curves.
Well, um what grade is too steep for a train to like, totally.
I forget the grade what it was. It's a few percentage of grade. It's not much.
So it has to, for the most part, stay as level as possible. Because I know when the in the tunnels when the trains are like kind of going down a little, like it's you got to go extremely slow, and it's like the bumpiest ride in the world. Like it has to be level for the most part.
Yeah, bro. Think of those freight trains that are like a mile long and have like hundreds and hundreds of tons of coal and stuff on them.
That's
Mm,
that's what I
yeah,
was about to say. I
yeah.
see those freighters roll by me all the damn time, right in front of my apartment building. These things are like 100 cars in length, and some of them are round, carrying mediums. Some of them are actually carrying like the containers from 18-wheelers off the road. Like they'll just pick them off the train and drop them onto the trucks to drive them off. But what's crazy is like you think about the weight of one of those things going downhill. Bro, that's a lot of stress on the lead car. I don't know how that works.
No chance, bro. There's no chance. I mean, try to think of it if you've ever seen a train going uphill and what was the maximum grade you ever saw. Think of any train you ever saw. Was it on a grade? The
Yeah, no.
train you're talking about by your house, is there a slope there?
No, no, no. Oh, it's dead straight flat.
Yeah, man. Think about it. Every
Well,
freaking train track you saw was probably dead level, dead
well, that's the
straight.
thing. And what's crazy is like when I cross those tracks, let's say I'm in a car or whatever, and I look down those tracks, they give me perspective. They disappear into a point, i.e., they rise up to my eye level and they disappear to a point. I don't see them dropping over a curve over in the distance. Right? Everything tunnels just like a hallway in an apartment building, everything tunnels toward one point.
Yeah, why do they dig? Why do they dig tunnels through mountains for trains? Why don't they make them go around like they do with cars? Right? You ever seen that? Never. You're never gonna see that. Why? Because a train can't travel a high slope. That's why.
You're right. Like they do this. Yes. Like when you're about to. Yes, you're right. I never even thought of that. Like, you want a train to go through here? You best dig this hole.
Yeah, think of your route, bro. When you say you take the train, right, from your house to your work, next time you're on the freaking train, like think about it. Look at the biggest steep and the biggest decline or incline that you take.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a pretty big one. Like from Marcy Williamsburg area into the city. But again, when the train is descending, uh, between the Williamsburg Bridge, I mean, you have to go really fucking slow.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's a small little section, right, with a small train.
Small section, yep.
Oh, you think like a hundred a 100-car train full with stuff could
Nah,
maybe, I don't know, but
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know. Because I don't know. I like. mm,
So something to think about, right? Imagine this train is going downhill. There's 100 cars to it, and every link between those cars is, I don't know what they're called, but that actual connection point where all the cars connect. Can you imagine the stress on each of those connection points if that thing was in fact facing downhill? Like, that's the definition of a jackknife, right? Everything crinkles up into like an accordion because those stress points will fail 100% under load.
Dang, what's Matthew's name in here? Oh, there it
Matthew
is.
Lillard.
For some reason, it wasn't coming up because I have to. Essie, were you weren't here yesterday when I forced everybody to watch the the Bolivian salt flats video?
No, I missed that.
Oh, yo. Well, first of all, I'm gonna send you this video because it's like so amazing. So first of all, they like in the video they constantly talk about how flat this salt flat is. The guy literally says, he asked the woman, he says, "How far do you think away that island? How far away do you think that island is?" And she says, "I don't know, maybe 6 hour walk." He's like, "It's 55 kilometers, so it'd be 11 hours." He's like, "The dangerous thing about, these flats is the depth, damn, the depth perception." And so they were literally looking at, there was no, I mean, they were standing on like a small hill, and they're looking 55 kilometers to this um to this island, and you can see the specular reflection of the entire thing.
Yeah, bro, that place is amazing, bro. I use that a lot. They race rocket cars there. I mean, that's all you got to say, man. Freaking rocket cars. You know, the thing is flat. End of story.
Which is interesting because if you know anything about rocket cars, one of the biggest things they fight is uplift on the front end. Like if that front end starts to lift, that car is done. Which is interesting because again, going over a curve.
Yeah, like the boats that freaking sail off into the air there. Yeah. Once the front lifts, man, you're sailing away.
Look what Matthew sent. That when we were talking about specular reflection, he decided to post this as opposed to the perfectly symmetrical. I know I screenshotted it here somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Wow, why didn't I? Mm, yeah, I didn't. But I'm gonna post the video in a second. Watch later. Here we go. As opposed to this, it's like it's like I don't know how to feel about these guys.
But there's no way around this. If you don't see this, it's a simple thing. It's called model affliction.
What's crazy is if you were standing, like if we had an airplane as an example, and you were to be standing on top of that structure that Elijah just posted, and you were starting to gain altitude above that, That is what the horizon should start to do as you start to gain altitude. It should start to bow in front of you. But that's not what we see. We continually see the horizon remaining flat. You can just see further.
Yo, like, look at this right here. Like, I mean, Jesus, how flat this is right here. Look at how far away, like, the clouds are damn near. First of all, there has to be a calculation for how far the clouds are due to how close they look on the horizon, right? There has to be some sort of
That's another dead giveaway. Do you ever see curved clouds? Anybody ever see curved clouds in their lifetime?
Well,
that is a dead giveaway if you ask me. I thought of that a lot.
Yep.
actually, I was just looking at that same thing, thinking about Elijah's what he just posted in the video. Kara and what is it? Kara and Nate, world's biggest mirror. If you look at the guy standing to the left, and you align his real head with his reflected head below, they're literally right above and below each other, like a perfect relationship. If in fact the earth was in fact curved, there would be some distortion. That shadow line should start to arc in ever so slightly.
Why did my phone freeze like this? What in the hell?
So if this dogmatic globe of theirs is true, and this train track does exist, which we know it does, we would have to go there and we would have to see earthworks under this track of miles of earthworks underneath the track. That's what we would have to see. I mean, this is like a death nail. Just this one little thing that I found is a death nail for their dogmatic globe. Yep, good find there, Linda. Yep, look at that. That's imagine a thing like that now 5 miles to straighten out their bull. Yeah, good freaking luck.
So just to get it straight, they're gonna have to say level conforms to the curve of the Earth, and we can have a straight line that's level conforming to the curve of the Earth. That's crazy. Straight
That is
curve.
precisely, yeah. That's right, Gio. Whee!
That's because straight is level, is flat, is curved. Obviously.
Obviously.
Am I right?
Like I've even heard them tell me that the line of the equator is straight, right? Like how is it? How do you have any line on a surface of a globe straight?
Oh, yeah, we were having that combo yesterday. Yeah, it's incredible how they can think that.
Much geodesic.
You know, that don't start with the geodesic, with the waves and curves, and oh my God, man. You'd think it would be a quick search, right? What's the max angle that a freight train could climb? But no.
I figured out on your 205 with the 5. I think that's like a 2% grade, right?
Yeah, trains don't go much over 2%. Rivers aren't much over 1% for rapids.
Yeah, that's what I thought. 2%, right? Yeah. Imagine, we're literally talking Mount Everest here. Mount Everest is what, 30,000 feet? 33? Elijah said it's 28,000 feet when he checked. So we're talking about almost Mount Everest of a freaking climb. That's insanity. How are you going to patch the ground underneath that? And I bet you if you go there, you ain't going to see it's. I bet you if you go there, the track's laying on the ground. Imagine you go there and you see 205 miles of track on the ground. No, like Linda showed there, like where they rise it or something. Nothing, just on the ground, 205 miles. Holy crap. I mean, not that you need extra, like the Salt Flats kills it, but the Salt Flats is what, 50 miles? 55 miles? What is it? This is 205 miles of dead straight, dead level. It's like, I wonder when they're going to start waking up and like saying, have an Arsenio moment, Things that make you go,
How funny too! If you stood at the end of that track, they would claim that you should be able to see the light from the front of the train at the beginning of the track, 205 miles away.
Of course, yeah. Like I'm the last guy to say the Earth is flat, right? But in this particular freaking section, the Earth is freaking flat. Dead. Dead straight, dead level. And one of the definitions of dead level is flat. They must hate it when we do research, huh? They must really hate it. Damn it, SC found another nail. Damn it, not again. I don't know why I like this so much. I must be a sadist. So since the ballers won't make any excuses, what excuses can we find for this? Is there any?
Sorry, what do you got to see?
We got a train track, Jeremy, 205 miles long, dead straight and dead level. So I
How do you
asked,
know
how
it's
much
dead
drop
straight?
is there in 205 miles? And Elijah checked it out. It's 28,000 feet of drop for a train.
It does not sound right.
No kidding. Yeah. And we
I'm
deduced the
saying I
train
don't.
has what, 2-degree maximum grade, something like that.
Which
So yeah.
Elijah checked it for you?
Oh, suck a
What-
dick, Jeremy. What you mean it doesn't sound right? Just because my name is
Man,
Elijah? What's wrong with you?
there's two Elijahs. I wanted to make sure.
It's me.
At 2
There's
degrees,
28,000 feet of drop.
Yeah,
yeah,
what sounded
Yeah,
wrong about it?
I don't
at
know.
2 degrees,
Maybe
how
I thought
long
he
does
said.
the track have to
Did you
go?
do the math that quickly in your head? I don't know as opposed to what? How about you tell us real fast? Go.
I thought he said. I thought he said miles or something. They
5 miles.
said 28,000 miles or some shit. Yeah,
He clearly said feet.
I
Everybody
know.
heard
I
feet.
misheard him, bro. It's all good. Why you all fight? You're all fired up today. You good, bro?
Cause it's like you nah, don't act
I
like
just woke up,
don't
man.
don't
Like
act like
3 seconds.
don't act like that did just
My
happen.
my head's still on the pillow, bro.
Nah. Who
It
told you
is.
that? Elijah? That doesn't sound right. Nah, get out of here, bro. Everybody heard what you just did.
My head's
You
still on the
literally
pillow,
sounded
bro.
like he
Come on.
just opened his eyes.
Yeah.
It does, but he was cognizant enough to be like, Elijah told you that? Doesn't sound right. Like,
No. There's two Elijahs. I thought he said miles, bro. It's all good. Look, let's not start the day off like this. Let's have a good day.
28,000 feet.
But how do we know it's straight, though?
What do you mean?
The train track. How do we know it's dead straight for that
I
long?
posted a thing on it. Scroll up. Go to 33 past the hour. And I posted the terminologies of dead straight and dead level.
Hold on, wait a minute. That's a real dirty. That's a dirty definition. Hold on, let me give you a better one here. Um, here's one. How about this?
Yeah, the proper one. Yeah.
Because the one you posted, Honest Earther, is contradictory to itself.
That's not
Having
me
no
that
part
posted it.
higher than another, and then conforming to the curvature of that would pretty much contradict the having no part higher than another.
Of course, that's the baller skewed definition.
Bro, where'd you get that definition from? That shit's dope. That definition destroys the globe. Just that one.
Yeah, bro, it's game over, man. This is simple stuff. This is
No,
advanced simplicity.
that definition is every definition other than the one singular definition that they find of level in the Webster dictionary. That's the only one that'll contradict itself. No other dictionary does.
Yep, there's no way around this. There's no way you cannot have a geometric argument. There's no way. There's no argument. You will lose every time.
I like how flag got underlined us.
Yeah. Blood red.
Bro, I don't see this train. 33 past what hour, bro?
Bro, this hour. I'll repost it again.
We're only at 27. We're only at 27 past the hour or something.
Bro, I know you just woke up. Hold on.
I can't even see the phone right now, for real, I know.
There you go. So imagine now a train, Jeremy, a mile long, filled with hundreds and hundreds of tons of freaking coal. Yeah. Going down or up Mount Everest.
Yeah, but
It's
are
freaking
they
sheer
using
insanity.
the these people are probably Globers right here, like they're just like dead straight to them means you're not turning left or right. That's all.
Oh no, you didn't read the depth. Hold on, let me post the definition.
It was dead straight mean.
We'll see in a second.
I feel like the Globers are gonna be like, yeah, that means it's curving around the globe. Of course they meant it's curving around the globe.
Let them try. Have a read.
Alright. Dead straight. Those are some good synonyms.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's obviously the first thing you would think. Yeah, straight as an arrow, very straight. Arrows. Are you sure you got? Did they start using curving arrows?
Now read dead level.
What you guys been doing your homework last night?
This is old, bro. I had it like months ago. I found it because we were talking about level. I go, let me bring this out today because everyone seems to be confused. I've had this for months. I've brought this out before.
Yeah, I see. I went to I don't know if you have like a B&Q, but it's like a hardware store in the UK. I went to B&Q yesterday and I bought a level that curves at 8 inches per mile squared. That's you debunked, I'm afraid.
Must have set you back a pretty penny. I hear those are expensive.
Yeah. I mean, my savings are all gone, but at least I got it. You know?
Yeah, this level perpendicular straight business, like, I mean, it kills them. I mean, yeah. And this is by their own admission now. They got to train 205 miles dead straight. That is impossible on the dogmatic globe
Actually,
without having fancy earthworks underneath. Yeah.
that reminds me of one of the dumbest things I've ever heard a Glober claim, actually. So, or a Glober say, not claim actually, because it's actually true, but it's still dumb. So I asked the Glober one day to show me curved water, obviously, right? And you know the level, the bubble in the level.
Yeah, they told me that too. Yeah.
Yeah. This is like because there's a little air bubble. There's
Yeah.
curved water. Yeah.
And talk about Desperado, huh?
Hold on, what'd they say?
Tell
So
them.
Jeremy, you know when you buy a level and you've got like liquid, whatever the liquid is, and then a little bubble in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, underneath that bubble is curving water.
The bubble in the glass. The glass is curved, right? It's made that way. So they say, look, it's curved there. It's not level. Yeah.
They say that the glass is curving.
No, bro, the water. If you look at a spirit level, look at the water in the bubble.
Oh, hold on. You think I'm done, guys? Check this out. Look what I just posted. Tell me if you see drop of water in there.
Good one. Well, if you put Niagara Falls there, yeah. Everybody knows what Niagara Falls is, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Rivers got dropped. You gotta
Yeah,
take
but
the river out.
these are bodies of water, right? So it's like I'm just like, because they'll show you like a water droplet when we say that bodies of water don't curve.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. I know. To show you a raindrop or a wave or some surface tension or my meniscus on a thing, you know.
And then look what I look. Ooh, look at this right here. I'm not done with level either. Check this out. Does level mean horizontal? Level is what you call a perfectly horizontal line. Horizontal means side to side. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. Level is also the name of the tool you use to determine whether something is horizontally straight.
You hear that, ballers? You mean a drop of water like this? They'd show you and tell you? It's unbelievable, man. This is WS, one of their top ballers, but he disappeared. He's gone.
He was in
He told me
Brandon's.
that a canal drops on one side. Perfectly calm canal. The water drops on one side.
Did he leave or is he still over in Brandon's, bro? I think we left him over there.
Yeah, I think we retired him. Yeah. He used to
No,
fucking
for real.
text me every second. Yeah.
I don't think anyone told him we moved. I don't know.
Read that, Jeremy.
He said some nutcase shit. I know.
So I asked him, so you said before that a canal with locks at both ends, the water will drop to one side. Is that due to Earth curve? And he answers, of course it is. We already know the Earth is spherical. That's been confirmed via measurements in many ways.
That's what I'm talking about, Linda. That's some nice curving water right there. That's another one I like to show. I like that one. Look at it.
It's what they show when you ask for curve, bro. Also known as water tension.
I had a whole Chinese food meal in my sleep last night.
Sounds like you
Shit
didn't
was dope.
digest it yet.
Nah, shit was dope, bro. I've been waking up and eating whole meals and shit, like fuck a snack.
Yeah, it's getting tough to be a baller these days.
It's just crazy.
And then all they got is coming in here trying to be our friends and shit.
They don't really, not a lot of them come through anymore. Dude, it's been so peaceful here. But we're gonna get some scented candles
Syndicate.
and shit yeah.
Get a big tree, put it in the middle, We can hug it and shit.
Nah, for real, man. It feels like I've been on vacation, honestly, modding the server. I only had to say something like a few times all week. That was nice. And still had mad action, dude. We had mad people.
And great
We usually,
convo, bro. Great
yeah,
convo.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good talks, man. Good talks.
Meaningful conversation where people learn shit.
Oh, yeah. Bad people learned about the Schehalian experiment yesterday.
Oh, that's a doozy. Like, imagine convincing you that if you hang a plumb bob and it's high enough, one end will be different than the other. Like the tip and the top.
Jeremy, did you know that gas attracts gas? I'll take that as the
Yeah, I heard that. Gas attracts that. I know. I know.
Well, it would have to. How could their first star form? Their mythical fantasy first star. How could it form?
Bro, literally does the opposite of that. It bounces. The gas molecules will bounce off each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's the opposite. I know, it's crazy when people say that. The gas attracts gas. Not in their gas model. Definitely not how it works.
You see Dr. Becky's latest video? She tries to explain the the doubling of the universe. It's fucking sheer
Oh, that's a
comedy, man.
fucking doozy. That's a doozy right there. How the hell? Dude, there's no way they could pull this one off.
I was waiting for shit like that, but I never thought it would be like that bad.
Just double it.
Just double
Smack
it,
it
man.
up. Yeah, just smack it up, flip it, rub it down. I don't know.
Put some olive oil on it, put some flour, slap it around, roll it, bang, you're gone, you're good.
Dude, it's just a mathematical model, and whatever you need to do to change it to make it work, you can just do it. That's what happens when you're not dealing with reality.
But for real, man, I was asking yesterday, do you guys think that the hardened ones, the hardened ballers that have been here for years, like take Extremesis, he's here. Do you think they actually believe this stuff?
Yeah.
I think they
I,
do.
I really hope not, because otherwise I don't know how they function on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, like it's very perplexing to me. I can understand if you're here, you're trying to win an argument, fine. But if you actually believe this stuff, man, like the speed, for example, you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour. Like people actually believe this, or they just, I don't know, they just put it on the side, they ECV it or something. I don't know.
They're flat earthers that can't come to terms with it, dude. So they have to make fun of us for being flat earthers. I'm telling you, it's called flat earth bashing.
Yeah, yeah. Because I can't see a mind, an intellectual mind, thinking that level is curved. No matter who tells you that, right? You go to Home Depot, you buy a level. How could somebody tell you that that is curving, and have you believe that? Like to me, that's unacceptable, man. But that's just me.
Imagine if you looked into flat earth, right? And you didn't, you know how you had to get over that? Like, man, I can't believe, like, I can't just look away from this. This is obviously, there's tons of good points. But imagine being so ego driven to the point that you're like, no, even though there's tons of good points, we need to stick with what we already know, and then we'll just try and make this all disappear.
Yeah, that's basically what they do. Yeah, they block that part, I guess. I don't know. Look, I can understand the lawyer. You're arguing for your case. You know it's not true. You know your client is bullshitting. You know he did the theft, right? But you're arguing for him. I could get that part. But the lawyer doesn't believe the client, right? He's arguing, but he doesn't believe. Now this is like you're believing. I mean, I don't know. I can't see it. I can't see an intelligent person actually believing this. Like yesterday, we're talking with Matthew Learns, right? Now he's an educated person, right? Now the stuff that he says, it's like he believes it. I've asked him, and he says, "Yeah, I believe this stuff." I just can't. I can't wrap my brain around it. How an educated person can believe that?
Well, there's two types of education. You gotta remember that, SE, right? You got your book smart and your street smart.
Yeah. why can't you use both, for crying out loud?
Because one is deliberately undermining the other.
I'd say that's literally what Flat Earth is using both, right?
Literally, yeah.
To a baller, horizontally straight means curve.
Yep. We've taken their horizon away from them. They're horizontal. It's gone. But yet, when they look out in the horizon, what do you guys see? You see curve? Like everything, man, is backwards. Everything.
Here's one I was thinking about. All right, they say that the compass pulls to both the north and south pole, right? Because when it lines up with the north, it's also aligned with the south. I have a feeling that it only pulls to the north, but that's just me. But I was wondering if you didn't put, like, you know how you could do the needle floating on a piece of paper in water or whatever, and then kind of make your own compass. Have you guys ever heard of that?
Yeah, bro, you haven't heard me talk about this compass thing in the north?
Well, yeah, my question is if it wasn't a needle and just like, you know, a staple or something, would it pull towards the north side of that glass? Or would it just stay in the middle pointing in both directions?
Well,
Like
that's
if
a
you
good
don't
question, because the compass, one side is magnetized, right? You know that.
Yes, exactly. So if we don't fix it in the middle, would that needle want to float towards the north, essentially?
Good question. I know one thing, though. Compasses always point north, no matter where you are on the plane, right? You can be on one side or the other. You can be closer to one pole, which they say is there, but the magnet doesn't flip. The compass, I mean, does not flip. In other words, if you take the compass pointing north and you cross the equator, right, that half of the magnet, and you go on the other half closer to the other pole, the compass always points north. That's an anomaly. That cannot happen with a dipole magnet. Try it. Try it as many times as you want. The compass will always flip. I don't know if you know what I'm saying.
Are you
If you
talking
have a
about a
compass,
compass or a magnet? Just so I'm understanding this correctly.
if you have a compass and a magnet, right? Bring the north side, bring the south side of your magnet to the compass. You're going to see the north's going to point to it. Now switch the magnet or turn the compass around. You're going to see it's going to flip.
Okay.
In other words, whatever pole.
Does that matter where you are on Earth, or does that happen everywhere?
Well, that's just it. No matter where you are on Earth, the compass always points north. Even if you're
Okay.
closer to the South Pole, it still points north.
Yeah. Why would it point south?
Why would it point south? The magnet should flip.
Why
Do
should it
you
flip?
have a compass?
Why should it flip south?
Do you have a compass?
Why would it flip south? To answer the
Do
question.
you have a compass?
We're not going anywhere until you answer the question.
Dude, all you gotta do is say no, and then I'll tell you, well, if you had a compass.
Well, tell me
took a
why a
magnet-
compass would go south. Tell me why now. Why would it point south when the moment you cross the equator?
First of all, you don't make demands here. I don't know who you are. I never spoke to you before. You don't make demands here.
Well, I'm asking you a question. You say it's going to point south the moment you cross the equator, correct?
I didn't say that.
So then what are you saying?
Also, doesn't a compass have two opposite pointing Like, doesn't it point in opposite directions on the same thing? So it's effectively pointing north and south at the same time. I don't understand what the.
I think he's referring to the end that points north at all the times. I think that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, but if one end's pointing north at all times, the other end is pointing south at all times.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
but
then I don't know what the contention is.
Yeah, I'm just confused because he originally said that like the north always like when you cross the South Pole, it's gonna not the South Pole, the southern part of the equator, it's gonna flip, which I don't know what he means by flip, and he doesn't want to answer that.
That's why I tried to ask you if you own a compass, because if you did, I would tell you get a magnet and you'll see for yourself right away.
I understand that, but like that the magnet's gonna point, the compass is gonna point towards the magnet. But my point is, why would it matter where you are on the Earth? It was because the compass is gonna do that regardless of where you are.
No, it doesn't. A compass doesn't behave like that. If you go closer to one pole or the other, the compass flips.
What do you mean by flip?
Yeah. You don't understand because you've never seen it.
You're not elaborating yourself.
The needle of the compass switches. The north switches to the south.
Okay.
Like you can't understand
why would
that.
It do that?
You can't understand how north
now
and
why
south
would it do
attack
that?
each other. Why are you interrupting me?
Because I'm trying to figure out what your logic behind this. Because I've seen compasses do this before I own one, and it's never done what you're claiming to ever done before ever.
And if I post you a video showing you that, what are you going to say?
I mean, I would love to. Well, I would show you. I would then replicate the same thing that you did to see if the same thing would happen. That's what I would do.
What do you think would happen?
What do you think? What would happen? Elaborate.
If you have a magnet and you have it next to a compass and you have one pole, the north, pointing, and then you flip the magnet right next to the compass, what do you think would happen to the compass? It would point. Nothing would happen to it. It would stay aligned the same way.
It would obviously point towards the magnet. No, I'm not denying that. My only point is that you're saying that it's going to change its direction simply based on the southern or northern hemisphere. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. If you're on a surface, if you have a magnet and one pole is closer to that side, it's going to align with that one. Once you go to the other side, it changes. Do you not understand that?
But on all of human history, it's never been recorded to do that ever. So why would it just start doing it now?
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. How can a magnet on a two-pole planet, we'll give you that, how can it always point to one direction if you're closer to the other pole?
Because it's the type of magnetic pole that's coming from the northern hemisphere that dictates it. That's why.
So we have a monopole. We only have a one-pole magnet on Earth.
So you are aware with magnets that there's a positive and a negative pole with it, correct? We're disregarding compasses, right?
Sorry?
So magnets have a positive and then they have a negative pole.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So the compass is always pointing towards the northern one because the northern magnetic field is the correct one to where the compass would point towards. Hence why it always faces away from the southern pole.
And what would happen if you go near the southern pole with the compass?
Directly with the compass, it would face away from it.
Yeah, but it doesn't do that, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But it does.
It always points north.
I agree with you. It always points north. It points away from the southern pole.
My God, man, you just don't get it.
Can you? Okay, what is your imagination like? Can you picture images when you hear words?
Who is that referring?
This is a real question, seeing as that there's apparently some people online that can't. It's a legitimate question, seeing as that some people apparently can't.
Who is the question referring to, Elijah?
You.
Yeah, I can picture images in my head perfectly fine.
Okay, so imagine a globe.
Okay.
Okay, imagine taking a compass at the top of the globe
Okay. What do you mean by top? North or south?
God.
I'm just
North,
just so
north,
I don't want to get
north,
confused with you. Okay, that's all.
north.
Okay.
Move the compass along the globe. Eventually, you're gonna hit the equator,
Okay.
and then eventually, you're gonna start going beyond the equator towards the bottom side of the ball. What is the compass doing?
Always pointing north.
You realize that the compass is now upside down, right?
Oh yes.
So you can't see how that's a problem.
How would it be a problem?
Well, if you could imagine exactly what I told you to imagine, you would have seen it in your mind what the problem was.
Well, what's the problem? Tell me, so we're all on the same page.
Well, I mean, the image in my mind is probably the same image in everyone else's mind. When you take the compass is pointing towards the north.
Okay.
Compass is pointing towards the north. And then when you flip the compass upside down, when you're beyond the equator, the compass would be pointing in the same direction, which would be opposite of the direction of the north. So it would have to flip.
Wait, you're saying the compass itself is upside down?
How the fuck else would you be able to drag the compass from the top to the bottom of the ball without it being upside down by the time it got to the bottom of the ball?
Well, why would you switch the direction of the compass to begin with?
What do you mean switch the direction of the compass?
Well, you're
I'm
saying
just
the compass is
following.
upside down, right?
I asked you to imagine following the surface of the earth or the
I am,
globe.
but why are we flipping the compass upside down halfway through?
So we're just going to leave the compass upright. Then it's going to be upside down by the time it gets to the bottom of the ball.
Yeah, like why would you flip it upside down? Because you have to be able to read the compass, right?
Because we're upside down when we're on the
Wait.
underside of the ball. That's why.
Well, on the underside of the ball, you're not upside down because down is
No,
just pointing
you
towards
are
Earth.
upside down. You're antipode to the north.
Yeah, and when you're at the north, they're upside down to you. Like it's all relative.
That's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point SE is trying to make. If you keep the compass right side up, then relative to the ball, it's gonna be it's gonna be pointing up towards the north, but it'll be upside down when you get to the south.
Why would it be upside down when you get to the south?
Well, it won't if you don't flip it.
Yeah, but why would we flip it? Because
The sky is in a
upside.
because the sky is in a different direction on the other side of the ball.
It's not in a different direction though, because
No, I mean
upside
if
down
I'm
is
pointing
relative
up,
to the people.
I'm pointing up and someone in Australia is pointing up, that's obviously in two different directions.
Correct.
Exactly.
So what are you saying?
You get it, but you don't get it. So I don't get it.
You're saying that the compass magically comes upside down the moment it reaches the south pole, right?
The person holding the compass in the south.
Okay. And it's
Okay.
pointing north.
The compass face is towards the sky, which is in the opposite direction than the face of the compass of someone holding it in the north.
Yeah. What's the issue?
That's well, I mean, if you would have imagined flipping it, remember you said, why would you flip it? But now you're saying, what's the issue? You don't see how you're
Yeah.
contradicting yourself?
Well, you don't. I don't think you understand that the difference
No,
between
you
being
don't hear how
upside
you
down.
contradicted yourself?
There is no contradiction.
Well, the contradiction is you saying, why would you flip it? And then when I'm saying, well, the sky is in two different directions, you're like, yeah, what's the problem? There's the contradiction.
Where is the contradiction? Tell me exactly where.
I just told you.
What do
Just
you
now
mean?
with words.
Yeah, but you're just saying things. You're not actually proving anything.
Yeah, I am, because I said when you're going from the north to the south, you would have to flip the compass. And you're saying,
yeah, but
well,
why
I
would you
just
flip the
explained
compass?
it because the sky is in a different direction.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're flipping the compass. Why would you flip
Well,
it?
it's flipping because you're keeping it curve level with the surface of the earth. So it has to flip because it's on the other side of the ball. If you keep it upright, regardless of the curve of the earth, then it's going to be upside down.
Well, it's not upside down in perspective to you.
Oh my God. He's retarded, guys. I don't know. I tried.
Well, you seem to be thinking that like, oh, the moment we reach the southern
I'm not
hemisphere, we
thinking
need to flip it.
anything.
We need to
What
flip
you're
the
not
compass to a
doing
point.
is thinking about what I'm saying.
Why? You think that the compass has to be flipped back to the
I
correct
don't
way it
think
was, like a
anything. It
coin?
was a thought experiment where obviously if you take a globe and you move the compass and you continuously curve it with the curve of the globe, then it's going to be facing a different direction relative to the globe. Then you said, what's the problem? And I'm like,
Well,
yeah,
it doesn't do that. It
exactly.
always points north.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, whatever.
Okay, let's see
You
if
have
I
a
can help you out, buddy. I just posted a video of a compass and a magnet. It's very short. Have a look at it to see what I'm talking about. Maybe that'll help you out.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Do you understand what I mean by flipping now?
Yeah, I understand what you mean by flipping. I understand what you mean, but I'm trying to figure out why would it flip based on the southern and northern hemispheres and the equator. Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why would it do that?
That's like saying, why is water wet? You've seen how magnets work, right? That's how they work. One side attracts the other side. Opposites attract. When you're on the opposite side, the opposite will happen. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, everybody knows how magnets when we were kids, right?
Yeah, we understand that. Okay, but my
Okay,
point
so
is
why
that
don't you
why?
understand?
Because in the northern hemisphere, it always points north. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so are you implying that the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere have the same magnetic field?
No, I'm not implying that. I asked the
Okay.
question, why, when you go south, why does it still point north? Is the question I ask you.
Because it's still going towards the northern charge. That's why.
Yeah, but you clearly see in my demonstration that that does not happen.
What do you mean in your demonstration?
You clearly understand north-south attraction, right? Opposite attraction. You clearly understand that?
You understand that the northern and southern poles aren't changing magnetic fields all the time, correct?
They're changing?
Well, I'm asking you, you are aware that they're not changing, right?
Yes, that's my whole point, yeah.
So why on earth would they flip and rotate?
You're not understanding it again, man. It's not the poles that are going to flip. It's the compass.
Yeah,
I
the
showed you a
compass.
clear... Bro,
The
if you
compass
keep
is not
interrupting
changing
me,
at all.
if you keep interrupting me, I'm going to disengage with you. When I speak, don't talk. When you speak, I won't talk. How's that? Yeah, good stuff. So, I showed you a demonstration how a magnet works with a compass. Now you're telling me here on Earth, it will not work like that for some reason.
No, you're misconstruing what I'm saying. So,
okay, straighten me out.
So you know in the video that you had the black section of the magnet, correct, pointing towards the compass, and the northern part went to it.
Mm-hmm.
The northern part of the hemisphere is the northern pole is the black part of the compass. So every single time you look at the compass, it is always facing towards that direction because it's attracted towards the black part. That does not matter where you are in the southern hemisphere as well, because it doesn't. In fact, it would actually enforce it to point away from it, the southern pole.
What? You're going to change how magnetism works, you think? You think this is what you're going to do?
You are aware that the northern and southern poles have different charges, correct? So just like in the magnet you showed. One is a positive, one's a negative, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can both agree that the northern is the black and the southern is the red in the example that you gave, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that in mind, that means that the northern part of the compass, the little red dot that you showed in your diagram, that means that it's always going to be pointing towards the black part.
Okay, can you show me a demonstration? Get a magnet, get a compass, and show me what you mean. I showed you what I mean. Now you show me what you mean, please. Can you do that?
Not at this exact moment because I don't have.
You're
camera
never going to
permission
be
at
able
this
to do it,
moment.
bro. Ever.
Well, I
You're
don't. Well, I would.
ever
Well, if
going to be able to do what you said. I challenge you. I'll
I'm
even
willing.
bet you.
I'm willing to, but I don't have camera permissions.
No, first of all, do the demonstration, and then you can send it to me, and we'll work something out. Don't worry.
I'm willing to do it right now, but I need camera permissions.
I thought you didn't have a compass.
I said I do have one. I'm just saying I don't have the ability to do it right now because I don't have camera or slideshow permissions.
Okay, so this is what you do: get your compass, get your magnet. Because I don't know who you are. I mean, we don't know who you are, and I don't know if I can ask the guys to give you permission because we had a lot of shoddy things. But
yeah, I understand why.
Yeah. So look, get something together, make a little short video like I did, and send it to me, and I'll play it for sure. That you'll probably get a Nobel Prize if you do that.
I mean,
because
I'm sure I would get a Nobel Prize for taking a magnet and pointing it towards a compass and reaffirming what you already posted because it proves what I just said.
No, you're gonna have to show a monopole magnet, which doesn't exist.
Well, it's not monopole. It's just that the north has the negative charge and the south has the positive charge, and it just so happens that the compass points towards the negative charge all the time. Like in your demonstration that you just showed, it goes towards the negative charge in the magnet.
What do you mean
Sure,
negative?
I want you to flip a magnet and not have the compass flip. I want to see that, bro. If you can do that, like I say, there's no Nobel Prize in that for you.
Well, you're not understanding that the negative charge is what the compass is pointing towards, correct? In your magnet video?
You're not understanding. Don't tell me what I'm not understanding. I'm the one explaining it to you.
Well, you're doing a horrible job at it, and you don't seem to understand how magnets and compasses work.
I did a perfect job. Not only did I explain
No, you don't.
it meticulously,
Then what's the problem?
Not only did I explain it meticulously, I showed a video showing exactly what I mean. Now it's your turn to show your thing of what you mean.
I'm explaining to you why it doesn't happen that way, and you don't understand it because you, for whatever reason, like you just don't want to connect the two dots together. That this part of the compass points towards this section and points away from this section. That means that the northern hemisphere points towards the negative section.
Sure, you show us. You show us how that works.
It does all the time. I just have to take a compass and have it work without any magnets at all, and it points towards that direction.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about having it not point in that direction.
But it does all the time.
It always points north, my friend. Always.
It does. I agree. Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah, and I told you if that's how it works, then it can't be, because if you have a two-pole magnet, which every single magnet on Earth is, once you go closer to the other pole, the compass will flip, as I demonstrated. Whatever you say or do or interrupt me through the most crucial point, you will not change that.
It does not flip though on the compass though.
Dude, I don't care what you say. I've showed you the demonstration. Now go to work.
Yeah, but you're not understanding. Yeah, but you're not understanding.
And don't interrupt me again. You're interrupting me. That's like the
because you're not understanding what is happening because you don't understand how magnets work.
You get triggered because you know what I'm gonna say and you just can't handle it.
Guys, let's go one at a time.
Able to understand.
I know it gets intense, but one at a time, please.
Well, he's the one that's interrupting, SE.
Every time I speak.
I know. Alex, come on.
Well, he's saying incorrect information, Jeremy, and I don't know why we're not calling this out on it.
Well, you can address it after. Somebody says something incorrect, you can address it when you're done. Everyone's gonna get their chance to talk.
Yeah, but we already established that this information is incorrect, and we're calling him out on it. And I'm
What
doing
he
so
showed
and
you with
explaining
the
it.
magnet is incorrect? Like what he
No,
demonstrated was incorrect?
no, he did
So
not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that what he's saying, that the magnet will flip based on where you are in the northern and southern hemisphere, is incorrect. Because it always
ba-
points north regardless of where you are. And due to his demonstration, which he showed, that means that the northern hemisphere always points north because of the negative charge.
He just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. What I
There's no
showed
charge in a magnetic
completely.
field by itself. You can't, yeah, you can't have charge in just the magnetic field by itself. Now, if you want to talk about rotational magnetic fields, then we can get into stuff like that. But hello?
Yeah, all he has to do is make a video and show what he's talking about. I mean, like I said, he'll make history. Monopole magnets have been people have been trying to find them, make them, and it's impossible. Everybody knows you cut a magnet in half, you still got two poles. You cut that in half, still got two poles. You can cut it down to the microscopic level. Guess what? You're still gonna have north and south.
Yeah, you can never separate the north from the south. You can cut it into a trillion times, and you're just gonna have a trillion magnets. Like you can go all the way down to the atom. You're not gonna separate the magnetic field like that. It just doesn't work that way.
Yep.
Question, Montreal. Do you think that the Earth is just one gigantic, like one charged magnet? Like it's just giving out the same exact like side like you did in your presentation? It's just
I don't know, bro. It's anomalous. I've never seen any other instance where there's like one pointing direction of magnetism. I've never seen it. It doesn't exist. But it seems that the compass does that.
The Earth's magnetic field comes directly through solar induction.
Well, that's another issue, how it happens, right? Yeah, we can get into that.
Yeah, that's like a different subject entirely, but
you have to admit the anomaly, man. Like magnets have two poles, and it seems we're on something that has a monopole. Now, I heard one explanation that how this could be possible, right? But that's really far fetched. Like it is a two pole magnet, but the north side of it is like way down. You know, I heard that explanation, but still, man, that's like far fetched.
So here would be a better experiment with it, okay? Instead of taking the compass and having the magnet right there, you should take the compass, lift it up, and hover over it, the magnet, and see which one it favors more.
Try it. See what you get.
I mean, I already know what's going to happen. It's going to go towards the black side.
It's going to flip. You know it's going to flip, bro. You know it. Everybody knows it. We've played with magnets as kids, bro. This is a familiar topic for everybody.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know what's going to happen. It's going to favor the one side of the magnet compared to the other.
Exactly.
Well, the whole north and south pole in a magnet's actually a misnomer. It's just kind of a crude way to explain it, but in all actuality, there is no north and south pole in a magnet, and you cannot separate the two. But the fields are pressure forced together in the respective locations, and there's no like Cartesian value of polarity in a magnet. There's no location, no midpoint. There's no so-called block wall. It's just not there. This is all due to the incommensurability, which is essentially this holographic paradigm, being that point source field emission, also called spatial coherency, is what we call polarity, which is nothing more complex than to say nature's force vector expression of magnetism. Just wanted to throw that out there. Hopefully it helps you.
Oh, good stuff, bro. Like, but yeah, the nature of magnetism. Yeah, but this is like, yeah, this is like on a different kind of a topic. But yeah, that's another topic: virtual photons and all that crap. Yeah.
Yeah, don't throw that out there. Just throw that out. Like that entire spiel, don't put that out there. Just put it in the garbage.
Oh man,
Well,
I thought you were
that's
banned. You
that's
just made
smart.
it. You just made it back in here, and you're already working your way out, huh?
Why? Because I'm questioning somebody who talks bullshit? Is that what
Is
gets
that
people
question?
banned?
Is that questioning, or is that just talking bullshit yourself?
Well, if I was
Let's
like,
break
hey, what up, what up? If I said the orange of the apple tree manifests a magical force that pressurizes the air around us, which creates an impervious magnetic field, which creates counter space to push certain objects into various vectors. You can just say words, right? Like I can say a lot of words. That doesn't mean that the words, when said, make sense. Okay. So what I'm saying is you said a lot of words, but at the end of that sentence, I have no better understanding of how magnetism works. And I'm actually left with more questions than I had before. Before you started speaking, I had one question. How does magnetism work? After you started speaking, I had 15 questions about counter space, pressure, blah, 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 blah. So you
I never
actually
said
you made
counter
everything
space
more
once.
confusing.
Never said counter space once. All you're doing is throwing a bunch of nonsense out there and trying to tarnish what I said. So if you're going to be antagonistic, maybe you should go over to Gem Panda server and play that game. We don't do that here, though. So this is your one warning. If you've got questions, I'm happy to answer your questions. But if you're just going to start making stuff up and try to say everything I say is bullshit, I'll mute your ass, I'll put you on a timeout, and you can go think about what you did. Okay? Here's your last warning, kid.
Okay, so let's go word by word on what you say so that I can get a very clear understanding of
You've already ruined that dynamic, bud. I'm not interacting with you. You've already thrown everything I said in the toilet. You're not being honest and genuine. You're being antagonistic. I don't play with kids like that. Okay? So you can interact with someone else, and that's not going to stop me from talking.
Okay, well then, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Like I have no. Yeah, okay, that's all right. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine about compression of whatever the thing it is. But the point of discussion is to bring forth an idea, and if that idea is better than another idea, then people will adopt the new idea. Now, if you don't want to put your idea out there, that's fine. I am fully aware of most people don't want to do that, because once you start comparing your idea to others, you notice a lot of the times that your idea is not as complete or as polished as it was when you were the only one looking at it.
Yeah, I've been saying my ideas in here for many years. And yeah, there's some confusion that comes with it, but I also take the time to try to sort that out and make sense of what I'm saying. But I'm definitely not going to play the game with someone who's going to be antagonistic. I've already dealt with you in the past, didn't have good outcomes, probably not going to have a good outcome this time. So I'll fall back. You guys want to have your conversation about magnetism because you got it figured out, or you got your one question? Go right ahead, man.
Well, yeah. Well, see, this is, I guess, the basis premise of everything. It's like, oh, I have this idea of how the world works. Oh, okay. Well, how is that? Well, you wouldn't understand it. Well, then it's really not an idea, right? It's kind of like you're in some whatever. Hey, it's whatever. I'll talk about magnetism, and I don't need to talk about a person to talk about magnetism, right? So, like the idea that my first issue with magnetism, right, would be the magnetic field everyone is claiming. How does it exist simultaneously where the air exists? We have never experienced two objects or two things in the same space simultaneously. And that is actually one of the most ridiculous things about the ballers thing, is when they say quantum superpositioning. Oh yeah, it's two different things in the same spot. Right? But that's what you're saying a magnetic field is. We have the air, which is occupying space, but then we have the magnetic field, which is also occupying the same space simultaneously as the air. And that makes no sense to me. if I was to use my brain to look at it, I would say whatever is already in between the magnet and the metal is what is being used to create the effect. Why manifest some third thing to create the effect when we have two things already?
So, can you define a field?
No, does the field exist simultaneously where the air exists? Are they occupying the same space simultaneously? That was the question. Not, I never even said
in order
fields
for something
exist.
to
So
occupy
I feel like
space, it has to take physical presence. So, what's the physical makeup of a field? Precisely a magnetic field. Thank you.
Yeah, I just said the physical. You manifested an immaterial idea to explain physicality. Do you understand that you did that?
No, I didn't. I don't claim that the magnetic field is physical in the sense that it has some sort of a particle associated with it.
That's not what I said. I said the air is physical. We know air is physical. We know a magnet is physical. Okay. So now when we know a magnet's physical, we know air is physical, and we know a metal is physical. Okay. So now when a magnet has air in between it and a metal, it moves the metal. Now what you're doing is adding a fourth thing. You're manifesting an idea, this magnetic field, which is not the magnet, which is not the air, which is not the metal. You've manifested a fourth thing that we do not sense and use that non-material mental manifestation to explain the physical processes that was happening. So you're trying to explain a physical process, the magnet moving. That is physical. And you're trying to explain that with the immaterial. And to me, that is just religion.
Okay, so can you define a magnetic field?
No, you manifested the word magnetic field. So you need to demonstrate this non-material, non-physical concept that you just manifested from your brain. So if you were going to say demonstrate a magnetic field, you can't just show a magnet working. That would be like a baller saying he demonstrates space-time bending by dropping a rock. The effect cannot be the cause.
Do you deny the existence of a magnetic field?
Again, you're just saying it. It's like a baller going, you deny the existence of gravity. He's never proved gravity. All he has is the rock falling, and gravity is his immaterial, non-physical reason for why the rock falls. Now we go to magnetism. You're doing the exact same thing. We have the magnet moving the metal, and you're manifesting gravity. You're just calling it a magnetic field and saying that is why it moves. And then you go, do you deny the magnetic field / gravity, which I just invented? Yes, I do.
So you deny that a magnetic field exists. Got it. I think you're probably like the first person in history to ever do that. So congratulations.
Okay, so great. Now let's just wrap this up. And if you can demonstrate a magnetic field in the same capacity that a baller can demonstrate space-time, then I'll jump on board. But if you can only show me the magnet moving in the same capacity that the baller can only show me the rock falling, you're not actually showing me what you're telling me exists, gravity or the manifestation of this magnetic field. What you're actually showing me is a rock falling and a piece of metal moving. And what you're telling me is that these things happen because of this non-physical imaginary idea that you just told me. And then you said, well, you don't believe in it. You're the first one. Okay, so what? So the first person that denied gravity gets dismissed because he was the first one to bring it up? That doesn't make any sense to me, but
I don't think anybody denies that when you drop something, it falls. I mean, I think if you're gonna go that route as well, then I don't know, man. I'd be interested to hear.
I didn't say.
Let me try this, guys. Let me ask you both a question.
Hold on. Let me just correct. I never said people deny things fall. That's the thing we don't deny. What we start denying is when somebody goes, that rock fell because, right? When somebody says the rock fell because, that's when I start denying, because they don't know why the rock fell. So I will deny the because, I don't deny the rock falls. Same with the magnet. I don't deny the magnet moves. I deny when you say it moves because.
Okay, let me try this. Maybe we can advance here. If we take a magnet, right? This is for both of you guys. If we take a magnet, put a piece of paper on top of it, and throw some metal filings on it, we could all agree that it makes a shape, right? A certain shape. What would you guys call that? What is that?
What was your question again? If you take a magnet and what?
We take a magnet, we put a paper, and we throw some metal filings on it. We know that it makes a shape. Some call it a field, whatever. What do you guys think it is? The question is for both of you.
Well, Faraday would call that lines of force.
How
That's
about you,
actually
right
a
ahead?
That's actually a misnomer. Yeah, go ahead, Rich.
Well, I'm going to work with what I got. I know that air exists, right? And if there's air in between the magnet and the metal or the shavings, I'm going to say that whatever moved the shavings has to be the air, because the air was the only thing in physical contact with the shavings. So if you, again, what you're going to do is manifest what is akin to God, an invisible, intangible reason, a magnetic field, invisible, intangible, and it's the reason why I see what happens. That's no different than seeing a child be born and saying, oh, well, the parents didn't birth that child. It was because God.
No, but something has to be making those metals make that shape all times, right? And it only happens with this particular certain metal. If we do it on other metals, on wood, we don't see this. So it's got to be something, right?
Let me ask this. Right the hand. Are you saying that we can't have a magnetic field in a vacuum? Like if we removed all the air, do we still have magnetic effects?
But you don't remove the air in a vacuum. That's, again, just ball. That's a baller paradigm. Ballers believe air is bouncing atoms. I believe when you pull a vacuum, you don't pull the air out. You simply restructure it. So once you picture if you have water and it's very hot. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm almost there. So if you had water, water is like air. If the water is very choppy and you drop a rock, it's not going to fall as fast because the waves and the current, and it's going to kind of like when you drop a feather. But if you can calm that air down, right, and you get it to where there's no motion of the air and it's just sitting still, yeah, things are just going to not be affected by the falling, and they're going to, quote, fall faster. It's not that they're falling through nothing. That's just so ridiculous, the idea of nothing existing. And this is where you now get into counter space, and you need all these different words, dark matter, to describe the fact that there's, quote, no physical matter inside the vacuum, but things are still happening, right? Why get rid of the physical matter? Just restructure it.
So do magnets work in a vacuum?
Why? Yeah, because a vacuum is not nothing. So if magnets need a restructuring of air to work, the air is already in the vacuum. Why would a magnet not be able to restructure what's already there?
So when we put a negative pressure in a vacuum, are we removing any of the air? Not all of it, but I mean, are we removing some of it? And if we're removing some of it, do we see the magnetic effect decrease due to that lack of original medium that we were insinuating these effects upon?
Again, you're lost in the baller idea of a vacuum and the bouncing balls and how you can remove matter from an area. You can't remove matter from an area. There's no method that humans know that can make an area devoid of matter, right? That is the entire antithesis of existence. The idea of existence is that matter takes up every particular little area. And if there was some area of nothing, it would almost break the idea of reality. So this is what
is
you're
it consistent of? Like what particles associated with air when the air you speak of?
It's a fluid. There's no singular particle. Again, that's your baller programming that air is bouncing particles.
So it's a
I don't
fluid.
subscribe to that.
It's a fluid. Okay. Well, when you say fluid, what's this medium? Can you explain that?
Explain air?
Yeah, explain air.
What do you mean explain air? It's air. What do you want me to
explain air?
explain?
You have some unique idea as to what air is or is not, which is
That is
doesn't
air.
go with the normal explanation. So what's your explanation, being that you have a different idea?
I just explained it. They explain air as bouncing balls. I explain it as a fluid like water. So what part of that is not
So
comprehended?
can we have more or less water?
No, that's that's a ridiculous thing to say. Hey, I have a cup. Hold on. Don't laugh. Don't interrupt with laughing. That's stupid. To say I have a cup of water, right, which is a certain amount of volume, and then you take that exact same volume of water down to the bottom of the ocean, and now you have a cup with water in it. You have the same volume and you're going, oh no, there's more water in this one. There's more water in this same volume than the other volume. How would you quantify that?
I don't know, man. This is your thought process. I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from. That's all.
Well, this is the baller idea, right? Or not the baller idea, but if you subscribe to the world as particles, right? Then water is just particles, little bouncing balls, and there will be more bouncing balls at the bottom than at the top, which just doesn't make sense to me. That I can't, I just don't get it. That just makes no sense. So I don't subscribe to that. So when you go, is there more water at the top of the pool than at the bottom? I go, no, it's the same amount of water. Why would there be more water at the bottom than at the top when it's all water?
What's the difference between air and water in your mind?
It's physical structure, clearly. What else could it be? It's IQ. The only thing that separates a rock from the only way we can tell objects from each other is by their physical nature. So if there's a difference between two objects, clearly what's different is their physical structure, their physical nature.
What do you mean by the physical structure? Like, what's the difference between their physical structures?
You can see for yourself. Look at how much how water is, quote, like liquid, and air is more vaporous, you would say, right? But then you have a rock.
Called it a fluid. I thought they're both fluids, so that's why I'm trying
Yeah,
to
well,
distinctly decipher if they're both fluids, then and they're seemingly different from my perspective. Then how are you seeing it? That's what I'm trying to get the distinction without a difference.
Do you see oil and water as both fluids? So oil is a fluid and water is a fluid. Do you agree?
You said oil and water are fluids, and if I agree, yeah, I agree. They're fluids.
Okay, but they're different, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. See how oil sits on top of water, but it's still a fluid? Well, look at how air sits on top of water, yet it's still a fluid. And you can take air and mix it up into water. The oil do the same thing. It becomes little tiny balls, and then eventually the bubbles, they reach the top and they re-separate. So to think that air is these, again, it all comes from Niels Bohr seeing pollen in milk. Pollen in milk is the basis of the bouncing ball ideology of this entire thing. And then they just make everything bouncing balls. Rocks are balls, water is balls, air is balls, it's all balls.
Yeah, I understand that, and I don't completely agree with that either. Does oil evaporate?
Maybe at a particular heat and pressure, it might. I don't know.
So you're thinking that somehow magnets manipulate the air? Do I understand you correctly? Somehow the metal in the magnet manipulates the air?
Yeah, it would just be like how you can take a fan and manipulate the air and move a sailboat, right? Like the method of manipulation would be different, and therefore the effect would be different. Just like you can do crazy stuff with air in a vacuum, right? You can boil water with air in a vacuum. Like that's something you can do. Like try and explain.
We have motion. We have heat here. Here we don't have any motion. We have a static metal, a static thing that seems to produce motion. Not seems, it attracts it, but like there's something there. You look at the thing I posted in the water. It's clearly a static object is clearly producing motion and other things.
Well, yeah, but you have to understand that, like I said, the fan is only a certain structuring of the air. Okay, now a vacuum is a completely different structuring of the air, and you get completely different effects. So if you then go to a magnet who could possibly, again, in my worldview, who can structure the air in a different way, right? So once that air is structured in a different way, then now it's affecting metals and not
Yeah, but
anything else. Yeah,
but
that makes sense.
granted, I'll give you that, the fan and the vacuum. We have a mechanism there, right? Which we can describe in the fan and in the vacuum, pressure and air, right? But what mechanism isn't a static thing? What I mean, you see what I'm saying? How can you,
Well,
what mechanism does that? What mechanism affects and manipulates the air?
the magnet. So like if you take a like if you just took an ore or just like a something wide like a fan again and you spin it, you'll feel the air change. Now if you put a different point, like a very tiny point on that, maybe it's like an O shaped or a G shaped or whatever, and you practice with these and you start doing, you'll get different effects. And I think a magnet is just nothing more than something that manipulates the air in a way that we can't see it because we can't see air, right? So you can't see what the fan does to the air to make it blow the. You can in your head you'd be like, oh, it's moving the air, right? But again, that's just what you feel. You can't see the physical down thing that's happening. So with the magnet, just because you can't feel that air being moved doesn't mean there's not some physical process going on, right? That's
Oh, we know it's moving it somehow. But my point is, it's stationary. It's not moving. The magnet ain't moving, right? We know the fan is moving. We know vacuum. You're producing high low, which will cause movement. But in this instant, we have a stationary object, and it's causing
yeah.
movement.
Well, have you ever grabbed a live wire?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Does the live wire look stationary? Like, does a live wire look exactly the same as a non-live wire?
Yeah, but we can explain what's going on there.
But I know, but I'm trying to make a point. You're saying we have motion, but when you look at the live wire, you don't see any motion. It's not until you touch it that you're like, holy fucking shit, that thing feels like it's moving like crazy. So it's the same thing with the but you can touch that live wire with a piece of wood and you
No,
won't
there's
feel any.
movement in the
Hold
live
on,
wire.
Yeah, but
let me
hold
finish.
on.
It's a good thought. It's a good thought. Let me finish it. So you can touch that live wire with a piece of wood or rubber. You feel no motion, right? And you're like, oh, it's not moving. Grab it with your hand. Holy cow, it's moving. Same thing with the magnet. You put your hand in between it. You don't feel any motion. You put the metal in there. Wham! It slams. To me, that's the exact same thing.
Good point, but no, you're off a bit, and I'll tell you why. It's almost there. Now, if we trace that live wire, right, it has no movement, right? But if we trace back to the source, we're going to see movement. We're going to see a magnet and brass turning. You understand? You can trace that back to movement, but you can't trace that back to the magnet. See what I'm saying?
But well, the only difference is you can't see the source of the magnet, right? So you can take
That's
the
my
wires
point.
and so now we have this source that we don't know, right? We don't know what the magnet is doing. Just like if a toddler touched the wires, it would have no idea that there was this station at the other end. So you have to work at it from what we have. And what we have is, we have the metal. We don't know if we can't prove there's non-air there to move the metal. So for me, I know air is there, so I'm not going to manifest something I can't prove exists and then say that's what moves the metal. I'm just going to work with what I got. And if you go, oh, it's stupid to try and make air move the metal or to try and think of a reason to make air move the metal. I bet, okay, well, but that's what I'm going to do. If you want to imagine a magnetic field and then say that moves the metal, I would ask you how it's doing it. You probably wouldn't be able to explain how a magnetic field moves the metal, but we can get into that.
Yeah,
So
well,
is
look.
So
is
you're
there
just going
anywhere
to
there
ad
air?
hoc.
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Sorry, I just heard an ad hoc explanation because he's just saying, I'm just going to say it's air then and be confident in it.
Well, that's why I was going to ask him. Is there anywhere there isn't air? Like if we had a solid object or
Yeah,
a
yeah,
physical
solid
object?
object. They displace the air. The objects. That's the fundamental part of motion. I've always said displacement. You never move one thing. You always move two things. You always move the object, and it displaces the medium it's in. That is just the
So,
fundamental rule of motion.
so if we took magnetic putty and we took a solid neodymium magnet and we set them next to each other, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't care to speculate on what happens. What I do is I look at what happens and then I confirm that it happens.
All
So
right. Well, I'll tell you since you don't know. Basically, what's going to happen is that magnetic putty is going to completely engulf that solid state magnet. Now, how is that happening when the air's been displaced by this solid object, i.e., this magnetic putty? Meaning we've got a displacement of air almost completely, yet we still have these effects ever so present taking place. This motion, if you will, where there's no air.
So when you have the putty hit the side of the magnet, and where the putty and the magnet meet, yeah, there's no air, but there's still air all around it, completing like a hand around the putty, just grabbing it and pushing it over and wrapping it around. That's pretty easy to me.
Okay, so we put these two objects, the solid magnet and the magnetic putty, in a confined space, right? And we displace the rest of that volume with something else, maybe non-magnetic putty. That way we've got no air. It's all been displaced with solid objects. We're still going to have this effect take place where that magnetic putty is going to completely immerse itself around that solid state magnet. How is that happening when there's no air, thus no magnetic field from your perspective?
If you filled up a container so that there's no air, then there's no empty space, then there's nowhere for anything to move. It will be like it would be like putting a cinder block in a box. There's nowhere for anything to move. So how is any motion going to happen?
The magnetic putty is malleable, right? And the other third part that we use to completely displace the air being something else that's got some viscosity to it. So it's not completely solid, although I guess we could still call it a solid object, just like the putty being malleable. And we still have the effect. Although we've displaced all the air in this container, we still have some motion that could happen, being that, you know, this putty's obviously malleable and it can be manipulated, where that solid magnet's a solid magnet. It's not, there's no, you know, manipulation to be had there. But there's no air. That's the whole point. I'm eliminating the air as a variable from this experiment, but yet the effects are ever so present. Like, how is that possible when you're analogizing air as being the effect of the magnetic field itself when we have no air to be had in this experiment?
Run the experiment, show us a box full of there's no ability for air to exist. The only thing in there is the your putty. You know, because that's good to get a box without using a quote vacuum completely full. That's, you know, good luck with that. But yeah, hey, if you do that experiment and then we see it, we'll go from there. But you're just working on a hypothetical right now, so.
Well, I mean, I've seen it done, not necessarily in the context that I outlined it in. So yeah, it is purely hypothetical at this point.
Okay, so we'll cross that.
Well, yeah. So, but just for shits and giggles, right? We're going to speculate still. And
okay,
assume,
I'll speculate then. It won't work.
Okay,
that's my speculation. So it won't work, and then now go do the experiment and then prove me wrong. So this is why speculation is useless.
So let's say it does work. Well, what would be the answer to that then?
Let's say it doesn't work. What would be your answer?
Well, then I would say, fine, man. Maybe you got me. Maybe I need to step back and think about this a little further. But assuming it does work,
and think about it further. Yeah, well, it didn't work yet. You don't have it working yet. You don't have it working yet, right?
That's nice.
Okay, so we have it not working because you haven't done it. right? You haven't done it, which means it doesn't work. So we have me going, yeah, it's not going to work. And then you going, yeah, but maybe what if? Yeah, maybe what if you'll have it? And maybe if what if you'll have it, then maybe I might say, yeah, you got something. But until then, you got nothing. And I'm okay with that.
Well, that was a great conversation.
Well, what if you put a magnet and you surrounded it, with some solid shit, right? You encased it in wood or something, and then we see if the magnet goes through the wood, the magnetic field or whatever, the power of the magnet goes through the field, and that would be.
I mean, I was only entertaining this stuff just because he's obviously being very pushy with his worldviews on this topic. So I was just trying to entertain it a bit, but obviously we exceeded the life expectancy of what he had to offer, and he's just gonna say, "Oh, yep, it's not gonna work." No further speculation required.
But it's weird how all of your speculation favors you, right? Like you have this invisible.
You're breaking up, man. Robot.
Can I use the same speculation you'd use to prove my points?
I'm not basing my assertions off speculation. All this stuff that I have to provide has been well proven and well studied and well shown. Like even mainstream science agrees with like 90% of what I have to say pertaining to magnets and magnetic fields. You're the only one that I've ever heard deny what 99% of the populace is pretty well acknowledging of.
Okay, so your argument is the same people that told us we live on a spinning ball told us this is how magnets work. Everybody believes that's how magnets work. You're the first one to say, hey, this kind of sounds ridiculous, so you're most likely wrong. Are you really using that everybody in the world who believes the earth is a spinning ball agrees with you as like a flex that you're talking about the truth? Like that's really okay, man.
It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. We're talking about magnets.
Well, you're talking about consensus. You're not talking about magnets. You're talking about consensus, right?
I'm talking about demonstrable, empirical, well-proven things that you seemingly deny because you have some unknown knowledge that no one else has.
When was the magnetic field empirically proven? And doesn't empirical mean like a tangible thing you can physically touch? Right, you're trying to hold on. You're trying to empirically prove the soul, which cannot happen. You'll only have anecdotal evidence of the soul, just like you'll only ever have anecdotal evidence of your intangible, invisible magnetic field.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Just saying it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, we can quantify the magnetic field. We can measure it, all that. We can pinpoint it. There's a lot we can do. It doesn't have to be physical in order for it to exist in the sense of the physical that you're trying to portray.
Okay, but we know air exists. So why are you going to manifest something that is invisible and intangible? Like, explain to me in words that I can understand, how does something with no physical structure influence something with a physical structure? Where is the connection? How do they touch? How do they move? How does that happen?
Can you be a little more specific?
Absolutely. So I have a rock and I have a hammer. I can take the hammer until it makes contact with the rock and keep pushing, right? Do you understand how I move the rock with the hammer?
Yeah.
Okay. Do that for magnetism with me so that I can understand how your magnetic field, whatever that is, how it moves the metal. Is it touching it physically like I did with the hammer? Is it using telekinesis? How is it doing this?
It's setting up a field disturbance around the object, i.e. the magnet. And we're going to take another magnet and we're either going to make them come together or repel without physically touching.
Okay, so what's the mechanism, right? Okay, back to the hammer and the rock. The hammer moves in my hand, touches the rock moves. What's the mechanism? You just said field disturbance. What do you mean? So like waves in water?
No, I'm talking about essentially this geomagnetic precession, which is the double vortex formation.
What double vortex?
Yeah,
It's like a whirlpool. You mean like two whirlpools?
Yeah, two whirlpools together create a toroidal force vector.
Okay, so hold on. So whirlpool. So okay, I'm picturing this in my head. I have water. There's two whirlpools of water. Now I remove the water. Okay, I remove the water, but now hold on. I've removed the water. I also remove the whirlpools. So how do you? A whirlpool is a spinning of an object, right? Like when you spin an object, you get a whirlpool. Now you're trying to say that you can spin a non-object and get the same effect as spinning a liquid. That sounds ridiculous to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it just has to do with magnetic polarity, which creates this vortex phenomena. No water.
No, the phenomena is created by the moving of the physical object, right? Like that whirlpool is the physical object moving. And now you're trying to do that without the physical object and just going, yeah, see, just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, okay, that makes no sense. That's like, hey, picture we're playing baseball, right? But we don't have the bat, we don't have the field, we don't have the players, we don't have the bases, we don't have any of that. Can you picture how we're playing? We have the ball. We have none of that.
I'm not sure if it's me or you, but somebody's roboting. Did anyone else hear him come through?
It ain't you. You're all good.
Okay.
You're a robot right there. Let's just all take it easy though, please. Like I don't know. Everyone relax. Do an edible maybe. I don't know. Whatever you gotta do.
Yeah, dude. There's so much stress for a Saturday. It's
let's
tune it down a little
listen
bit.
to this.
Tune it down.
So you have a baseball game, right? We have the umpire, we have the home plate, we have a bat, we have the gloves, we have the balls. Everybody's playing baseball. That's magnetism in my head. Now you're telling me remove all of the players, the gloves, remove everything. That's magnetism to you. They're still playing baseball. There's just nothing there to play baseball with. And it's exactly the same as if I had all of the players. To me, that sounds ridiculous. Does it sound ridiculous to you?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Can I just interject and just say that compasses do exist? Compasses are a thing. Okay, thanks.
I never said a compass doesn't exist.
Hold on a second. Hold on. He asked the question, so let me ask him this: what principle does a compass work on?
Hold on. You're skating the point.
No.
Let me finish. No. Okay, I'll here. My idea of how a compass works is there's a baseball team, right? You have the team, the base. You have the physical things working for the compass. Now you're saying, take away the baseball team. That's how the compass works. And I'm going, well, how would the compass works if there's nothing there? And you're going, yeah, exactly. Just like it does.
A baseball team is not an analogous to how a compass works. A compass is employed strictly on a principle of, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire and ask you, what is the principle that a compass works on? Please.
We're talking about the principle of reality works on physicality. That's what I'm going to. So now what you're going to hold on. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
You're
Don't
one
interrupt.
of those, dude.
Oh, because what you're doing is you believe the magnetic field exists, right? So now you're working from everything you say is from the magnetic field already existing. That's why you're asking me how these things are happening. We're not discussing the why, because you already have your why, the magnetic field, right? Which is what you're trying to prove. But then you use the how to prove the why. And I'm saying I have what we both see too. Okay, I can see the magnet move the metal.
Hold on. A jackrabbit and jumping to the conclusion, you could choose to be intellectually honest within the confines of the conversation and just honestly answer the question, which was my original question. What is the principle? What principle does a compass work on? But you are not being intellectually honest. So I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Okay, good, great. So the idea of it would be like me saying, what principle does life operate on? And I believe in God, right? And now any answer that isn't God, I'm going to say, no, that's not how it works. And you're going to do the same thing for a compass. You have this idea of a magnetic field, and you're going to go, how does the compass work? And if anybody says anything that isn't a magnetic field, you're going to say, no, you're wrong. So it's like arguing with a religious person.
I mean, obviously they work off magnetism, right? Can we
Well,
at
what's
least
magnetism?
say that?
What is that's like saying a rock falls because of gravity, and then I go, well, what is gravity? If a metal moves towards metal because of magnetism, what is magnetism?
I don't know, but that's obviously we know what a magnet is. Okay, we know what a magnet is.
Okay, so then if you don't know what magnetism is, then why say that word? Because the word, when you think about it, the word magnetism is just a word for metal going towards metal, right? Particular
not true.
metals. Just like, well, just like gravity is not gravity. It's just a word people say to describe things falling, right?
But can we agree magnets are a real thing and they do something? They have this
Yeah,
attractive
absolutely.
repelling force. Okay.
Yeah.
And
No, well,
then if we get a
no,
compass,
hold on. I don't believe
well,
in forces, right? So now you manifested an invisible, anytime an invisible, intangible concept gets manifested into reality, I have a problem with that.
have you ever had two magnets and sometimes you try to push them together and you can't, and other times they fly right together with vigor, with a lot of force.
Yeah, I remember pushing magnets together. Doesn't it feel like there's air in between them? It's like it
Why don't you
rolls.
tell us exactly what that is in between the two? You're saying it's
It's
air as an
air.
ad hoc
It is air.
explanation.
It is.
It's not. It's not air, dude.
Oh, so there's not air. So when I'm standing outside and I have two magnets in my hand and I try and push them together, you're saying there's not air in between them?
Is that what's repelling the two? The air? Really? That's what
I'm
you think is repelling the two magnets is air? Come on, dude.
I'm asking you what's between them.
Dude, nobody knows the answer to that question, bro.
Oh, it's air. The answer's air.
No, it's not, dude. That's
Oh, so it's
weird
okay.
ad
Okay,
hoc
so
explanation that you're giving. That's not why the magnets are repelling, dude. I don't know what you think.
You didn't ask why the magnets are repelling. Be very conscious of the words you said.
You can
hold
feel
on,
it.
let me finish. You asked what is between the magnets. There is a big difference between asking how do the magnets work and what is between the magnets. Now, we live in reality. Do you agree that there is air between those magnets when I'm outside trying to push them together?
Of course, there's air, but you can feel something like jello in between them when you're trying to push them together that they don't want to go together. So, what is that like? That feeling?
Let me chime in. Let me chime in real quick. Right the hand. Do you think that there's different strengths of magnets? Like we can have like a strong magnet and a weak magnet, like a
I would say the area of effect will be bigger.
Okay. Well, did you know that that's actually not the case? That's actually it's kind of counterintuitive, but the stronger the magnet, the smaller the spatial footprint, if you will, of that field. Did you know that?
But you're using strength as all you're doing is describing what's happening. Okay, so if you have a quote a small physical magnet that moves metal towards it very quickly, but not at a long distance. Okay, great. That's that particular magnet, right? And then if you have a big magnet that you can move and it gets things from very far away, but slowly. Okay, good. You haven't proven anything more than what we just saw.
Talking about the size of the magnet. You can have two of the same size magnets, and one of them can be stronger than the other. Like, to be specific, we've got an N30 Gauss neodymium magnet that's 2 inches by 2 inches, square cube. Then we've got another 2 inch by 2 inch square cube neodymium magnet. That's an N50 Gauss neodymium magnet. So they've got two different strengths to them. Both of them are the same size. What's the difference?
The magnet.
You're breaking up. Robot.
The difference would be the two planets.
You're roboting, buddy.
I mean, bro, if you don't think there's a force with these magnets, I mean, you can get magnets so strong it'll crush your finger. It'll break a bone.
Actually, take your finger
You
off.
can
How
air
about
so
that?
strong it'll-
You're
you can
roboting,
cut a
dude.
finger off with air.
Right, your robot and all.
Yeah, you gotta fix your connection or something, dude. My whole point is if we've got these two magnets, same size, different strengths, what's the difference? And the difference is that the stronger magnet, the N50 Gauss, will have a much smaller field, a much smaller spatial influence, if you will, than the N30 Gauss, which is completely counterintuitive. But there's actually a reason behind that. I'm just trying to see if he can explain with his understanding of magnetism and air being what's driving this magnetic force, if you will, why it is that a stronger magnet has a much smaller spatial footprint than a weaker magnet.
I mean, I'm not sure the air has much
Better?
at all to do with it. Like,
Oh,
we
it
can hear
does.
you now. Go ahead.
Okay, well, again, the reason I say the air is because we know air exists. So if you're gonna, it would be like somebody drowned in a pool, and you'd be like, "Well, what killed them?" I'd be like, "It was the water." And then people are going, "No, I think it was magnetism." I'd be like, "They were submerged." In
You're roboting again.
I'm processing this.
Yeah, you're roboting again, and I don't think that's analogous to what we're trying to get to here. That's not really helping.
I find this pretty stupid. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, this is pretty remedial, dude. That, like, I asked
We
him,
can move on.
he's saying that air is the mechanism of the magnetic field. I'm asking him to explain a magnetic field, and he says it's just the air. So then I put a magnet in a vacuum, and we created a negative pressure, thus limiting the amount of air. He's saying no, the air's still there. It's not a material thing, it's a fluid thing, and we just changed the structure of it. But yet the magnetic effects didn't change. So if we change the amount of air in the medium that the magnet's residing in, we should see an effect, an increase or a decrease of those effects. But it's still the same.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it makes no.
That's because you didn't change the amount of air.
But we did. We can put a pressure
well,
gauge. We can put a pressure gauge on that, and we can see that we did change the amount.
Again, a pressure gauge does not measure the amount of bouncing balls hitting the sensor. That's your idea. So
It
when
doesn't
you
have to be bouncing.
hold on, let me. I was still talking. So when you have this idea of the mechanics of air, okay, and when you're working in this mechanical idea of air as bouncing balls, and then you say, "Oh yeah, we put a hose and we start sucking the balls out," like if you use a vacuum on a McDonald's ball pit, and then eventually, when all the balls are gone, you're just left with a completely you're working on. That's why when I try and explain how there's still stuff in the vacuum that can affect metal, you're going, "But we pulled all the McDonald's ball pit balls out."
No one said anything
Okay.
about balls. You don't have to
Well,
believe that.
let me give a different analogy here. We got a balloon, right? And we're blowing air into this balloon, and we can see that the cubic metric volume increases as we blow more air into the balloon. Are you saying that we're not blowing more air into the balloon? We're just changing the structure of the air, thus increasing the
What up,
cubic metric volume of
bitches?
that balloon?
Someone had me show up to school.
You don't increase the amount of air in a given volume. You don't increase the amount of air in a given volume because the balloon is expanding. The vacuum chamber does not decrease or increase in size like the balloon does, making your analogy completely useless.
Dude, you're
So
so
explain to me.
desperate to be a contrarian, bro.
Why are you talking about me? Just talk about the topic. Don't talk about me, please.
Hey, buddy, I think you accidentally interrupted me. So you're in such a state of despair to try to be a contrarian to what everyone says that you always skip the actual point that they say, right? He did not say that it was the same because the vacuum chamber expands also, nor was that the actual point of the argument. It was the point that more air is in the balloon, that's why it expands. And since the vacuum chamber doesn't expand, the pressure builds up because the volume remains the same. We have sensors that measure the amount of pressure, which is a force exerted on the walls of the container. You don't have to believe in gas balls to know and prove that. The fact you're denying that proves that you're just a contrarian.
So if it's not a ball bouncing against
Robot. Robot.
It's
You gotta
crazy
fix
how
your
he just
connection,
got
bro.
dunked on to the point where even the universe shut him up. Amazingly.
You're roboting right, Dan. And yeah, we can still believe in air and don't have to believe in the ball bouncing thingy. Yeah, bro, I don't even believe in it. We're not materialists, bro. So I don't know why you keep trying to throw that onto us, dude, as if like we subscribe to materialism.
He's a materialist, though, ironically.
Yeah, but everything is material, right? So
No,
you're
it's
using
not, bro.
everything that exists
No,
to
it's
prove
not.
that.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
You're interrupting.
Well,
Okay, but let me get it out. Let me get it out.
Sorry.
So everything we interact with is physical. Some stuff we might not see, like we don't see air, but it's still physical, right? So now what you're doing is everything has a physical process, right? Air moves a sailboat, water moves whatever, but then you have things that are not as obvious. And just because it's not obvious, the physical nature, that's when you then invent a non-physical idea, but you've never proven it.
What do you mean by physical? Can you define that word?
Unique
I don't know if
matter.
you're talking.
How many different words do you want? A material a material object.
Okay, so my Bluetooth cut out. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so
It must be the universe.
physical. No, it's not the universe. So physical is material, right? Tangible, interactable material, right? That's what you're saying?
Is that not what it is? Do we not agree on that?
But you could have just said yes. I don't know if you know how questions work or not, but
So
hold on.
Let me ask you this.
Wait a minute. RTH, this is the guy from the YouTube comments yesterday, isn't it?
It's the contrarian Nathan Thompson. So yes, that's what he said. Dysa, go ahead.
So is light physical, right, the hand?
Yeah, is light vision or
right? You're
what is light? When you
Hey, bro, you need to fix your connection, bro. You're significantly annoying if you're roboting.
What's light?
I'll try to take it easy, guys, and we can
He's asking you. No, he's not asking you. He's not asking you to ask him what light is. You said everything's material. He's asking you, is light material? Then, since you said everything is.
So,
but you would have to manifest. Okay, that would be like saying God is physical, but I don't have to show you God to know that he's physical. You're just inventing things and saying they exist.
You're denying light.
I can show you light. Is light?
What is light?
That's what I'm asking you.
Yo, dude.
I'm asking. You're the one that's bro. Okay. How about here? I can see my dog. Is the ability for me to see? Is that what? Why are you laughing? I'm asking a question. I'll start over because you interrupt. So I have vision.
You're a robot.
It's seeing my dog.
Right, you're a robot, bro. Your mic's up. Your internet.
All right.
Yo, maybe we should have kept him banned because even his internet doesn't like him.
This is crazy, bro. Like, I don't even know.
Listen, we're not locked into this.
Dude, this is what I'm saying. Don't fall for his tricks of where, because what he's doing is he just wants to see if he can ask you what is whatever you say, and then just drag you down that. You have to understand what you're dealing with. Just be like, no. You're making the claim that light doesn't exist implicitly. So can you please expound on how it is that light doesn't exist? Don't fall for the trap of where he just wants to ask you all these questions of what is. Well, then what does that mean? Well, can you prove that? Well, what is God? it'll never end if you don't like realize what you're dealing with.
I mean, we're also
So
not
is
locked
light
into this
vision?
because
Jeremy, you're
It was a
interrupting, bro.
trial, right? Yeah.
so
Is
right the hand.
vision light?
Right the hand. Let's not ask a question with a question or answer a question with a question. I asked you a specific thing because you made a specific claim in stating that everything's physical. I asked you what physical was. You said it's materially existent. I want to know what the material existence of light is.
There's no such thing as light. It's just vision.
Oh boy.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
So what's so
That's why I'm
funny is I
asking you:
can go
is
close my
vision
eyes. I
color?
can go close my eyes and I can lay down and have an X-ray. Right? I can close my eyes and I can turn on a laser and cut through metal. So now you're gonna
Okay,
say light is material. Wait. You're very predictable. Okay. So now that I've brought up the laser cutting through the metal, very quickly you're gonna go from it's just your vision to it is material, right?
No, a laser is not light. A laser is a laser.
A laser is not light.
Okay, does laser when you flip your light switch, quote unquote, your light switch, do lasers come out of it?
It's a different frequency.
Yeah, we're not talking
It's
about
different. It's different.
incoherent light. We're talking about
Oh, well,
coherent versus incoherent.
So far, all you have is a laser. So before you start manifesting this light, you have the laser, and I have vision. Is the laser connected to vision?
No, I can close my eyes and cut through the metal, buddy.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so a laser has no connection to my vision. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Is a
No, you can
sink
turn a
faucet the
laser
same as
on. Hold on. All right, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Yeah, you interrupted Snacks, bro. Go ahead, Snacks. Go Snacks.
No, it just is a kitchen faucet the same as a pressure washer? There's two different types of water. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, but it's all the same water, right? But hold on, before you laugh, when you take water out of the hose, is the exact same water that comes out of a pressure washer. So your analogy is not the same because because a laser is not the same as whatever you're saying coherent light is, right? They look completely different. They're not the same.
We don't plug them
You're
both
actually
into
incorrect.
electric
So there are things that exist that
almost there. Almost.
You're breaking up, you clown.
You're roboting, bro. Right, you're breaking up. Let's all relax, please, guys.
Dude, you just cut out and then you just want to like scream your robot voice through everyone as if they're interrupting you. No, your mic sucks, dude. Your connection sucks. There's a light that you can have that is basically incoherent, like when you turn your light on, and you can actually turn a dial, and what it does is changes the coherency of the light, and it becomes a laser, and you can literally make it more and more concentrated to the point that it cuts through metal. So yes, it's provably the same thing.
Now, you never take a light bulb and focus it into a laser beam.
Oh, you want to bet money?
Well, let's get back to the point at hand here. What's the material makeup of light? I don't want you to skip past this, being that you stated a positive claim in the sense that everything is physically existent, i.e., material. So, what is the material makeup of light? Right, the hand, please go ahead.
When you say light, do you mean a laser?
Either one. Go ahead.
Okay, so a laser would be made up of the air.
So, a laser is air.
Have you ever looked at a laser and see all the little particles?
Yeah, I've seen particles around the parabola of a laser beam. Sure.
Like in the laser beam, the only reason you see laser is
Right, you're robot. All right, bro. Maybe we can just postpone this until you get to like a better
Yeah,
spot.
we got the conclusion. Magnetism is air, light is air, everything is air. All right.
Yeah.
All forces are actually just air.
Well, I asked them.
Air is
I
all
asked
we
them what
have.
air was. I asked them what the difference between air was and between that and water. He said air is fluid and water is, what did he say again? Liquid or something? I don't know, bro.
They're both fluids, like oil on
Both
water.
fluids. So what's the difference between air and water again? I forgot what you said.
Same difference between oil and water, physical structure.
So it's okay. So we got fluidity and we've got structure differences.
Yeah, just like you have a rock and styrofoam are different structurally, but they're both, quote, solids.
So what do you mean by structure? Like, how do we have structure without material?
The only way to have structure is with material.
And what is material if it's not particles?
A brick.
And what is a brick
A
comprised
brick isn't bricks. It's a brick. It's
Okay.
rock.
So right. And what is that? What makes up that rock or that brick? Like, what is the base assertion of its composition?
A rock. Like, you can't get anything lower than gold. Gold is not anything other than gold.
Right. And what makes up gold?
Gold. That's why it's gold. If something else made
And
up
what is
gold,
it?
it wouldn't be gold. Hold on. If something else didn't make up gold, it wouldn't be gold. It would be that something else that made it up.
Can you explain gold, or are you just going to say gold? Can you explain that?
Gold is gold. How much deeper are you going to go than what the object is?
Well, I mean, last I was aware that you can't use the name of what's in question of definement to define it. Like, that's not a definement, right? Like, you're just saying gold is gold. I'm asking you what gold is, and your only answer is gold is gold. Like, that's not
Well,
sufficient, bud.
What else would gold be? Would it be iron?
I'm asking you what the composition is, and the only thing I'm getting is the thing in question. It's not sufficient.
You're asking me what gold is, and when I tell you what it is, you want me to say it's also in it?
Right, you're roboting again, bro. Let's postpone this until you get to like a better maybe location or something with some good Wi-Fi. I don't know, you're roboting. I am.
All right, yeah,
I am
maybe
glad you're.
at night it's usually better.
Go ahead. Try it again.
No, I'll just leave on this. Like, gold is gold. To say that gold is also something else, then it's not gold anymore. It would be two things.
Okay, so what's structure? Because I could ask you what the difference between water and gold is, and you'd say it's structure. So what do you mean by structure when you say structure? What are you actually saying?
Like how you would build a ranch house versus a two-story. They would be physically different.
And how? Like, what's the difference between the structure of gold versus the structure of water?
The physical material that makes up the house.
Which is?
One is gold, one is water.
So we're not going to get anywhere here with you.
That's as far as reality will give us.
Ironically,
Okay.
I live in a raised ranch. 2 stories.
That's not a ranch, Jeremy.
Right, it's a raised ranch. I know. Listen, I'm glad you're back.
One story.
So we started
I'm
off
glad
the
you're back.
conversation with everything I have to say can just go right in the trash. And I'm trying to understand you and where you're coming from so I can better assert myself. And I feel like I've fallen short in understanding you. I don't know if that's my responsibility or yours, but we've kind of hit a block wall here, or should I say a structure.
Well, because you just keep asserting that gold has to be more than gold, and I just can't. So now this is where the fork in the road would be. You believe that everything is more than it is, and I only accept everything for what it is.
Well, I'm actually going the opposite direction. Instead of implying it's more than it is, I'm trying to find out what less of it is. Right? Like
wouldn't the least common denominator be the object? There has to be a least common denominator, and it can't be this everything is the same. It would be everything is different. That at the bottom level, the most base level, you have gold. Gold is different than silver. Silver is different than tin. You can't go deeper to where they're all the same. That doesn't.
Well, I think
then
you
things
can.
aren't different.
I think you can. I would assert that all material at its base elementary core is comprised of hydrogen. Like, every single element on that periodic table is a harmonic condensate of hydrogen. Like, you can never separate hydrogen and have an element.
Yeah, well, that would be an assertion that you would somehow have to demonstrate. I can demonstrate water is water and a rock being a rock. I doubt you can demonstrate them both being hydrogen.
I'm not saying that they're both hydrogen. I'm saying they're both harmonic condensance of hydrogen. So hydrogen is the denominator between the both, is what I'm alluding.
So they're both made of hydrogen.
As its base composition, sure.
Okay, so I can make a house, 2 houses, both out of bricks, and one would be a wood house and one would be a brick house. That's your argument.
Not quite.
Yeah, it is. It's getting 2 different materials from one base material. That's your argument.
I mean, I feel enlightened since you got back. I feel enlightened. Gold is gold. Laser, light is air, and magnetism is air.
No, I never said light is air, right? And light is, because when you see, vision is not light. This is what ballers do. Ballers love to put everything under one umbrella. Mass. Now they say mass and they can talk about everything, right? Just like when they say energy, they can talk about anything. When you use these words, you don't need to be specific, right? And ballers only believe people are upside down underneath them because they're not specific. They don't say people are upside down underneath them. Of course, they say in the reference frame, right? They use more words. This is the problem. We're not making the world more than what it is. This is how you get to religion, when a rock becomes God as well.
My bad. I thought you said light was air earlier. What is light then? You think in your
There's no light.
imagination?
There's no light. It's just you see because the object is there, because it has color, it has physical nature. There's no photon bouncing around or whatever.
You're robot a little still. What happens when we're in a room and I can see you, and then it's totally pitch black in the room? I got all the walls painted Fanta black, and then I shut the lights off, and I can't see you anymore.
Because you can't see me because I am now the color black, and I blend into the room where everything else is black.
Yo, why do I get?
But I could see you before I shut the light off, though. Like I could see you, then I shut the light off.
You can see the
and now I
colors.
can't see you.
No, you turned the color off and everything became black, and now you just couldn't differentiate the different objects because they were all the same color, black.
So light is color?
Is it not?
I thought everything was material, though, right? The hand. Are we going to take that back? Is that what are you walking that back?
No. When does the material nature change in a room?
Everybody's black, dude. I get it.
Dude, this is. Let's be real, bro. This is dumb.
We can switch this up anytime you want. We're not like.
Okay, but hold on, Jeremy. Jeremy, let me ask you this, Jeremy. Do you not flip
but
color?
we can switch it up. That's what Jeremy was saying. What do you think about that, Jeremy? Do you think we can switch it up? That'd be cool.
Yeah, dude, I get sunburn from color. No. I'm constantly getting red sunburn.
When you flip the switch in your room, does it go from color to black?
Actually, that's a really good point that Tora for y'all just made up. Sunburn. How do you deal with sunburn? Being that light, is or sunburn's the byproduct of light interacting with your skin. Like, if light's not material, then how did your skin get sunburned?
Do you want to give a shot at what you think I would say caused the sunburn, or do you want me to just?
No, bro. Yeah, I would say vision.
Okay, it's the friction of the it's the friction of the air against your skin.
Okay, awesome. Let's move on.
Okay.
What do you think it is? What do you think caused the sunburn?
Dude, can you get a sunburn in the winter time?
A certain frequency of light, the phenomena we don't deny. So we can move on.
So a wave of a photon wave particle is what causes sunburn?
No one said anything to do with the photon.
So what is light then, if not the photon?
Well, you can't handle that.
Oh, I can't handle it. Oh, it's the me.
You
I'm the
literally
problem.
can't handle it. You deny its existence. Why would I get into the complexity and profundity of what light is when you deny it exists? Because you're a contrarian on Discord.
Yeah, why put your idea up to scrutiny of somebody that scrutinizes? I'm sure it would stand up. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
You're almost done. Period, dude.
Are you gonna mute me with it again?
Are you gonna mute people who? Let's not interrupt my rights here because this is good practice.
Would somebody mute him?
Not interrupting.
Good practice for what, Jeremy? Playing tag with traffic?
For not interrupting people. This is
Just notice which person got emotional first. The one who couldn't defend what he believes. I'll leave on that.
Bro, you came in here.
Your whole personality is emotion, bro.
Yeah, like as soon as I came in here, I was like just chilling, and this dude just yelling like always. It's just annoying.
You are like
Well,
the epitome of a
let's move on.
cortisol expression.
he's gone. He took
Let's
off,
move
dude.
on.
But for somebody to say everything I have to say is trash, bro, and should go directly into the trash, dude, is like, and then give answers like gold is gold and everything's
That was
material.
a
Like,
bad.
Everything is air.
Well, he
That was a
doesn't
bad
even.
intro. We came in hot. He came in kind of hot.
Oh, as if that's
well,
what he doesn't normally do or something.
right. That's the whole point.
This is his first day back.
Dude, his default vocal inflection is like anger and emotion. It's like every time, bro. It's really easy to be him, bro, because it's like just ask questions like, well, what is that? Well, what is that made up of? But what does that really mean? Well, then what is that though? But okay, but is that in the is that in the air? But what is that?
Jeremy, that was a heck of a way to wake up this morning, I gotta say.
I don't need coffee anymore.
No shit.
Decap right the hand.
Well, that was cool.
Change his name to right the fuck out of here. Jesus.
I thought left lane was gonna come in and they were gonna do a big debate, you know, the right versus left. Come on.
I'd be out of here, bro.
Fucking hell.
Imagine it.
Woo. Yo, he wanted me to take the bait on the what is light question. I'm like, hell nah, bro. No.
You had the perfect answer.
Bro,
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle it, bro.
I knew when I took a run down the block with my shirt off, I get more sunburn because I'm moving quicker through this air. I knew it. See people sitting on their lawns, not even getting sunburned because they ain't moving and shit. It's crazy.
Magnetism's air, light is air, but neither one of those exists. Bro, I don't know. I jumped in when he was saying magnetism doesn't exist, and I'm like, wait a minute, bro. How long have you guys been doing that? How long have you guys been doing that before I jumped in with the magnetism talk?
I would say a good fucking 20 minutes, bro. We were on magnetism for like a good solid 20 minutes, and he's just like, fuck, it's air. It's just air.
Yeah, bro. He was saying it's just the magnet. I'm like, bro, this has got to be the easiest thing to rebut ever, right? Like, it's not just the magnet, though. It literally has interaction outside the magnet.
Well, I removed air from the equation, and all he had to say was, well, then do it. And when you show me it works, then we'll talk. And I'm like, well, let's just speculate on it since you've got all these, crazy ideas. And dude, he wouldn't even want to go there, dude. Once I removed air from the equation, he shut down, dude, completely.
He would have just said you didn't remove air, right? Like, I know him pretty well. Like, I know his tactic pretty well. Put yourself in the mindset of you're not actually trying to obtain any substance or truth. You're just trying to be a contrarian Nathan Thompson. And if you think like that, you know what he's going to say. You can't bring up the vacuum. He's just going to say the vacuum still has air. I mean, it's like a gross mixture of FED and contrarianism. So, like, the question would be, okay, so if there's the magnet and then it interacts outside of the magnet, right? So if it's just air and then magnetism is actually just the magnet, okay, what is going through the air? What is it doing to the air that makes it become a magnetic field or what we call a magnetic field? So you couldn't answer that question.
No. No, I walked him into a trap too with the stronger magnet versus the weaker magnet. He was all flipped up on that one.
Yeah, we're denying magnetic fields now. I mean, my God. He's a flat earther?
I guess. He kept calling me a baller, so I'm assuming.
See, that's a bad look, bro. That is a bad look.
It's the QE fucking Nathan Jokley, type fucking character, dude.
Listen, while I got you guys here, I was thinking about the inverse square law of light and the implications on it. Now, in their model of how light works, right? You guys are going to like this because this involves the pebble, throwing the pebble at the pond. In their model of how light works, there's photons coming at you, and there's nothing stopping the photons. So I'm wondering why in their model the intensity decreases with distance when there's nothing stopping the photons that are hitting you. When if you throw the pebble in the pond thing, that makes sense why it would decrease, because you throw the pebble in, there's a big wave, and then by the time it gets to the shore, there's a little wave. It's decreased.
Yeah, they say the magnetic field, photons, both travel to the outer extremities of the expanse of space, to infinity and beyond, unless something's there to stop it. So
That's called the Buzz Lightyear fallacy.
But yeah, they literally openly admit this. Like I've had several, like Gongle. I don't know if you guys remember him. I consider him like a top Glober because he is pretty smart as far as their model goes. And yeah, he openly admitted to me the magnetic field will travel on all the way to the furthest reaches of the universe. And then I asked him, well, isn't the universe expanding? Yes, it's expanding. Okay, well, does it travel into that expanse? Yes, it travels into the expanse. It's like, wow, holy fuck.
You know, the funniest part is like, right? The hand's not completely wrong when he's saying that like magnetism and light are the same thing.
Well, I mean, he's only saying that because everything is the same thing to him.
No, I know he's saying it's air, which is retarded, but I'm just saying like it is kind of ironic because they are the same thing. They're different modalities of the same thing.
Right, exactly. They're only different by expression.
Like, dude, imagine it was such a setup for me to be like, oh yeah, it's an ether perturbation due to the excitation of the background medium. Yeah, right, dude. I'm taking that bait. He's talking about how I was so scared to answer. All right, bro, you're right.
I talked very briefly, dude, on magnetism when I got in here with my Ken Wheeler spiel, and dude, he just fucking lost his shit. He brought up a bunch of words that I didn't even invoke today, like counter space and all this stuff. He's just going off, dude. So yeah, if you would have got too complex with him, dude, he would have just fucking lost his shit.
Oh yeah, he would have just said I was making up words, trying to sound smart or whatever. Like I don't know. But I mean, light is a very fascinating conversation, but it requires good faith, dude. You know?
Yeah, I mean, such as everything, but yeah.
Yeah, but certainly like a conversation like that, like it's such an abstract, like profound idea, you know? Like what light is pretty mind blowing. And we're just trying to scratch the surface to understand it and put it together. So if there's no good faith, if someone just wants to be like, you don't know exactly what it is, like that's not going to help us at all when it comes to light.
Oh yeah, I remember when I fucking first opened up about light and matter being, one and the same, and the Globers were just like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, all matter is made up of light." And they did not like hearing that. And then once I showed them that university lab study and shit where E equals MC squared is essentially reversible, they were just they had nothing left to say because there was no disproving that. Did they concede to it? A few of them did, but most of them just remained quiet. But yeah, that's a hard one to digest, right?
That matter's condensed light?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, yeah, until you realize like everything is just vibration. Like
Well,
there is no such thing as rest.
But that's what I'm saying. Like everybody, like coming from the conventional understanding of what academia has provided is like totally confounded upon that idea. They're just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's just very obvious that everything's vibration, though. I mean, yeah, you got to kind of put your head in the sand to not know that.
Yeah, but what is vibration? It's just frequency.
Is that what's happening with sonoluminescence? It's like a vibrational thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everything is. Like literally everything is. Like, say you sit, like let's take RTH's brick, and we set the brick on the ground, and it looks like, oh, that brick is at rest. It's not moving. That brick is vibrating all the way down to the smallest thing that makes it up.
Yep. You call it spherical frequency, vibration, but yeah, the second you have a pure inertial state, it merely ceases to exist.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be in this material world. What's so funny, dude, is like that spherical frequency is what they call stuff like atoms, right?
Correct.
Like it's, yeah, and it's really like it's effectively like a double torus. It's like a little mini Earth, bro. Because like we live on the inertial plane, in my opinion, we live on the inertial plane. Through a double torus, effectively. So like, yeah, like it's just the small and the big. It's like everything is fractal.
Yep. I mean, that's kind of what starts getting into that holographic paradigm is the fact that, when the parts mirror the image of the whole, that's when you start getting into this holographic nature of reality. And that's when it gets like, holy shit.
Yeah, and then they try to explain the holographic principle. It's called the holographic principle, derived from relativistic and quantum mechanical principles, but obviously that's retarded. But like the holographic principle, like in principle, is actually probably very relevant to what we perceive as reality.
It's so crazy.
They're trying to use this now to talk about aliens. We could talk about that. Like they're talking about how there are aliens in Congress, right? Like they're in court a couple days ago. There are 3 people claiming that they've seen UFOs, and one of them claiming that they know biologics.
Well, they were military fighter jet pilots, right? Is that the hearing you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, well, one of them is actually the head of the UAP investigation department inside the Pentagon. And he says that they've discovered biologics in these crafts, and specifically non-human biologics. But anyway, he brings up so the one guy's like, from my understanding, the closest that an alien could be is billions of light years. Are we supposed to believe that aliens could come from billions of light years away and then just crash on the Earth, not be able to prevent crashing on the Earth? And he's like, he ends up saying that there's the theories about basically holographic projection, like a holographic principle, where you could effectively drop down an unlimited distance instantly, so they could come from those light years away and pop up on the Earth. Like, I think it's really crazy. It's 2023, and the government basically came out and said aliens are real. Everyone's like, yeah, all right, cool, man. Show me the pictures or shut up. Like, no one cares at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's so fucking desensitized at this point. It's just like, I don't know, man. Nothing's really standing out anymore.
Like if I had told you 5 years ago, dude, in 2023, the government's gonna come out, they're gonna have a hearing with government employees about how aliens are real, you'd be like, what? That's retarded.
Yeah, but don't they do this every like 10 years or something? They just come out.
But not really. Like, I agree with you with it. I would be like, what? But if you told me that in 10 years they were going to have a government fucking meeting and say that aliens are real and nobody was going to care, that would trip me out. I would be like, no way. People would, but it's going to be on the news, and you're like, yeah, it's going to be on the news. And like, it's an official government thing, and
Well,
nobody's going to care.
the funniest part about it all is that the globe model has to have aliens for their whole shit to like actually hold any scrutiny. Like aliens are for globers, bro. Straight up.
Not only that, they're also for atheists.
Right. Right. Well, same
Because you
thing,
can,
right? It's all one and the same. Like you can't. They're all connected, bro. If you're
yeah,
a
but they're certainly
glober,
they're a glober spiritualist, right? Like they're a global
no,
creationist.
no.
Yeah,
Well, no, because if you ask them, do they hold to their beliefs verbatim? No, it's all subjective, purely subjective in how they perceive it. And that's not being a fucking, a spiritualist if it's all based on your own subjective interpretations.
what?
You know what I mean?
We're kind of limited to interpretation to some extent regarding the conversation of creationism. But like, for example, my dad believes in the globe because he refuses to actually like research it. But he doesn't believe in like the Big Bang. He's like never believed in the Big Bang or anything like that. He believes in the Bible. I get it. It's hilarious and ironic, but
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Bible, has plenty of scripture to support the flat Earth narrative.
I know. As I'm saying, I get that it's hilarious and ironic, but he's still a creationist, bro. Like, if you put a gun up to my dad's head, and I mean literally, like he was in the military, and you told him to disavow God exists, he would let you shoot him.
Well, yeah, but my point is like people can say it on the whim, but when you walk them through the line of reasoning and logic, it all falls short, dude. So, like, if you were to actually walk him through the line of questioning, right, for him to fucking make all these assertions, you would quickly see where he fell short, and he would have to concede to one or the other. Either he's going to remain willingly ignorant, or he's going to fucking hear the logic and the truth behind what's being said and address the facts, face first and fucking change his perspective. So, like, that's the whole point I'm trying to make is that, he might think one thing and just say it off the cuff, but in all reality, it doesn't hold any weight.
I don't think you'd do a lot for the relationship. Do you still talk to your dad, Austin?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if he hasn't watched his streams and he's not that interested in any of that, then that speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, he falls into the category of being willingly ignorant to it. So basically, he's making claims that he believes X, but he's not able to support that or back it up in any way. It's just something to be said.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a second.
We have a lot of ballers that do the same thing. I mean, Matthew Learns is one of them. That just go with this whole. It's weird. It's like if you just Google biblical cosmology, it comes right up. So I don't understand the confusion here.
Yeah, he's a weird one, Matthew. Last night. I mean, he's so weird because I just want to point. I kind of want to. I don't want to argue with anybody. Is the truth of it, but I want to sort of point out to the audience exactly what he's doing and exactly, the counter arguments, if you will. And yeah, it's weird when you get into that place where he's like, "Oh yeah, it's just a belief." Okay, it's just a belief then. As long as the audience knows that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's a personal belief, right? It's not even like any class of belief. Like he's making up his own belief based on his comfort zone of acceptance of truth. And that's where you start getting into, you're either going to fall into this category or that category, being willful ignorance or being an outright coward. And when the facts present themselves and you weigh in on it and it doesn't add up to what you originally anticipated it to, and you're still sticking with your original thoughts, that's being a coward. And that's like, it says directly in the Bible that a coward is literally worse than a murderer in the eyes of God.
Yeah,
that says a lot.
It's kind of interesting because it's like it's literally toying with, not toying, that's probably the wrong way to put it, but it's like messing with someone's sanity, quite literally. In the case of Austin's dad, you could that's why you don't want to even go there. And these thoughts, this ideology or whatever, and doesn't mean him, just anyone. They sort of can calcify and they make it part of who they think they are, sort of thing. And then it's a tricky business to try and. That's an old saying. Where is it? Can't teach an old dog new tricks. It's very true.
I believe in the Bible, just not what the Bible says, just what I think it says. Even though when I hear it saying something completely different to what I'm thinking it says, I still want to go with what I think it says. Like, can you be like, that's the epitome, dude, of fucking ignorance, dude.
Yeah, and especially with Matthew, because he knows the calculations. I mean, he made a statement yesterday about the distance of the sun, and as we know, there's so many issues with that. Yeah, this is what I said to him. I don't even know where to start with the statement that he made. It was all presupposition, and it's all calculations on assumption, and so it's difficult to know where to even start. Where I don't know, but I'd like to say I just like to point it out to the audience rather than it just being a pissing contest. I don't want to become Nathan Oakley on his ass. Just start shouting at him. I've done that before. It's just pointless. And I mean, look at Nathan, for instance. Bloody hell. I mean, he literally, when in his words, in the arena, he's like an insane person. There's no other way to put it. There's no fucking conversation. There's no conversing. There's no back and forth.
He isn't. So like my dad and Michael or Matthew Learns are completely different, dude. My dad would never be able to sit in here and hear all the information.
Yeah.
Like he's just too real for that. So like what my dad has done is just ignore it.
Yeah. This is what I said to I think I took memes. I remember meme on 24/7 or something like that. That's talking about normies sort of thing. And I don't really like that term, and I was just like, yeah, I don't think they've even considered it. Most of these questions, they've never even thought about it.
It's more of a humble position to at least ignore it rather than hearing it and still ignoring it. So like, you got to give him some credit for that. At least he's not a coward. You know what I mean? Like, thank God.
Well, I mean, yeah. Other than like being scared to truly look at it, right? But yeah, like my dad would not sit in this room, hear all the information, and then come back. Of course, my dad would never be on Discord. He's just super busy, but with his job. But like, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Is that being busy or is that
it's cowardice to
procrastinating?
not like he's never even watched my debates. So it's like
is it being busy?
He knows I'm smart. Go ahead.
Like I get what you're saying. Like yeah, because I got the same issues with a lot of people and shit, right? Like they entangle themselves within their daily routine, whether it be work or whatnot, just the monotonous routine of life, but they're always too busy, right? Like it's more of a procrastination than anything. Like,
okay,
we're
there's
here
no
for a
doubt
reason.
that he could research it. I'm not saying that he's too busy to research Flat Earth. I'm just saying it's not my dad's style to be on Discord. Like he would just never do that. Like he plays a lot of sports when he's not working. But what I'm saying is it is cowardly in the sense that he knows that I'm smart. Right? So he also knows he's tried a few times to like make a joke here and there about Flat Earth, and then he gets dunked on like casually. And so he knows, right? So like I think both my mom and dad in the back of their mind are kind of scared to go really hear a debate I'm in or something because they know they can't unsee it. So it is cowardly in that sense, but
Well, I try to have these conversations with my dad, and to be honest, dude, unfortunately, I don't feel like I've got enough of a solid foundation on Flat Earth to answer a lot of the the questions that he had. Like he was asking me about northern versus southern star rotation stuff, and I don't know, dude. I don't feel like I got a good enough grasp on how to answer that.
Oh, that one's actually pretty easy though.
Well, I tried to use perspective, but it didn't work out.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it doesn't matter if someone like thinks it's true or not. It's just provable that would happen. So,
what's the answer?
When you look a different way, then the rotation will look it's going the other way. And as to the convergence, it's just like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. If you're looking over a vast distance and it's to the limit of how far you can see, what happens is the stuff in the distance starts to converge to a point, just like we see on the horizon. Just like we see with crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. You know, the sun's setting in the west, we see crepuscular rays in the east converging to a point, but there is no light source or point there. It's the same thing with the stars. It looks like they're converging into a point.
Hey, which is that?
The southern rotation.
Is that evidence of like, are we saying that the light from the sun is parallel rays and that effect is just caused by our perspective, or no?
No, like they don't even have to be completely parallel to see that effect. Even according to the globe model, they're not completely parallel.
Yeah,
so you can see divergence appear to be more divergent, and actually it goes the opposite way when you look the opposite way.
Okay, cool. Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah.
They're doing the observation of the sky, making a spherical mathematical equation with the observation of the luminaries, creating a mathematical construct, and then adding that to the ground below your feet. And saying, look, the math that we did of the sky, therefore the ground is a sphere based on these numbers that we made.
Yeah, but I think we can all be honest and admit that doesn't really satisfy the average person. That it's like not wanting to look into it. For whatever reason, that's a huge hiccup for them. And I can understand it. Like the globe model explains the southern stars pretty well. I mean, the fact that we can see them below and above the equator doesn't really work, but they just say refraction, and 99% of people don't know you can. So, like, if you think about it from their perspective, I can kind of understand where they're like, oh, well, that's convenient for you. You just want to ignore the observations that don't work for flat Earth, right? Like, that's how they see it.
But the observation, they add in that when you're looking, let's say, 90 degrees to the North Star, let's say the North Star is above you 90 degrees, and then you walk or travel towards the bottom of the sphere, then you're going to be able to see the South Star. You are at the bottom of the sphere or at the top of the sphere. I mean, it's just fantasy.
I'm saying you can understand from their perspective, where if they're like, okay, well, the stars go the opposite way below the equator, and they look like they move around the points. So how do you explain that on a flat Earth? And then the flat earther says, I don't look to the sky to answer the questions about the ground. They're like, oh, that's just a fancy way of you saying you don't have an answer and that you're scared to acknowledge it. You're just going to ignore it. So then that confirms their bias that flat Earth exists because people just ignore the evidence and misinterpret the rest. Right. So that's it.
Isn't that a fallacy? That's a fallacy. That's because you're trying to, because we all do the observation. We all looking up the sky, but some people have conclusion about those observations. Some people say, look, mathematical equation of the luminaries, celestial sphere. Therefore, the ground is a sphere as well. I mean, there's missing some steps and some logic to come to that conclusion that the thing under your feet is the sphere in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first question my dad asked was, well, then how would you explain the moon? Then what's the moon? I'm like, what? What's the moon is your response to the fact that we see hundreds of miles, but like, and
My
that would
dad
probably
said the same shit, bro.
Yeah, because the moon is
He's all,
very,
why is it
like
when
my
you
dad
look
has a
at the
telescope.
moon, it looks like it's round? And I'm like, okay. I'm like, so the moon's round, so we're round? And he's like, well, it seems like everything we look at's round, like out there. I'm like, so I use the pool ball and table analogy, and
Yeah, the best way I've
it's
found
like
to break that. Sorry.
real quick. The thing is like you said, Witsit, people have to understand fallacies before even getting into like deciphering. Like otherwise, you're just gonna like commit all sorts of fucking, fallacies, yeah, and just never come to an honest conclusion. Go ahead.
Yeah, the best way I've found to like break that down to people is not just like, yeah, you have the pool ball, pool table, the light on your ceiling thing, but it's like, okay, you need to understand what flat Earth is. Okay, it's that the Earth is geocentric, or more so the universe is. The Earth being Earth centered is goofy, but so it's geocentric, right? That means that the Earth is in the center of the entire universe. That's the flat Earth position. So if the Earth is in the center of the universe, that means everything else is moving around it. Everything in the sky moves around the Earth. The Earth is the center of all the movement and rotation. The Earth is the most important, significant portion. Everything's moving around it, like paying homage to the Earth. Like the Earth is the center of attention. It is the special, unique thing that's in the middle of everything. It's distinctly different from everything in the sky because everything in the sky moves around it. Why would one logically think it must be the same thing as the stuff in the sky? It's literally different because everything in the sky moves around it. Like most people don't put that together at all. Like it makes no logical sense to think that the stuff in the sky should be what the Earth is if the Earth is in the center and everything in the sky moves around it. They're distinctly different.
Will that be the correct term to use with it? The luminaries revolve around the Earth because the luminaries look heaven centric to me. I mean, they're revolving around a certain point in the sky, and they're above the Earth. Above the ground is below your feet, and the sky is above your head. Those are two different places.
Yeah, but everything in the sky does. When we look at it, everything moves around like the central position, and the Earth is in the central position.
But it's in a below position, right?
Sure.
Below the luminaries.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's kind of interesting, James. I've never actually thought of it like that, and I've always just thought of it as like an Earth system. I like the Earth realm, just that sort of full stop. And
think about a construct. A construct might have multiple areas to the construct. But yes, I would say yes. The luminaries revolve in reference to the ground that we're standing. It's like, for me, it's designed to work the way it works, right? But it doesn't. I wouldn't say that the luminaries are at the same level as the Earth, right? They're two different places, two different things, and we don't even know what the luminaries are completely. But they do revolve in reference to the ground in a sense, but they also have their own reference of the sky.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is almost no flat earther makes the point that I make. Every single time someone says, well, why does everything else in the sky look round then? It is a good response to be like, that's ridiculous. That's like saying, look at the light bulb, the ground must be a light bulb. But flat earthers never point out the Earth is in a special and unique position. It's in the center. Like it's in the center. So like if everything else is moving, but the Earth is in the center not moving, it's incredibly illogical to think that the Earth would be the same as the stuff in the sky. It's specifically not the same. It's unique. That's what that means.
But the Glovers are doing the opposite of that. The Glovers are referencing everything of the sky to the ground, and I hope flat earthers are not doing the same thing, right? I mean, there's differences between those things. And the Glovers are saying, look at the sky, therefore the ground. And you got to point it out. What you're saying is important because the ground is like you're saying, is in a special position because in their idea, the ground is just a random spot that is just spinning and going through space, right? It's a random, it's in a different position every second, right? You're saying, no, it's in a special position. It's designed to be that way. And yeah, it's in a center position.
Right.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like like they think it makes sense to be like, okay, the Earth would be the same as everything in the sky because look how big the sky is, and we're just out in that sky with everything else, so we're just like everything else. But they don't actually, when they ask that question, well, then why does everything else look like a sphere? They're not even fundamentally understanding the flat Earth position, which is that the Earth is in the center and is distinctly different from everything else. Nothing else is like it. That's the whole point of geocentric. Nothing else is like it. So why would you think everything else is like it? So it's like that point never gets made. Like typically speaking, that point's never made. It's always the pool ball, the pool table, the light. But if someone can, and I'm sure there's a better way to say it than I'm saying it that's real concise or whatever, but I've said it in like 5 different ways.
Yeah.
If you can really get the person to understand that, they're going to immediately understand that their idea that it should be the same as the stuff in the sky is retarded.
Yeah. As
Right?
soon as you say the Earth is geocentric, you take away the terminology of planet from the Earth. You can't consider the Earth a planet anymore, right?
Yeah, the Earth can't be anything that we see in the sky because it's distinctly different from everything in the sky. That's what geocentrism is.
So
yeah, the Earth is under your feet and the sky is above your head. It's not the same thing. That's my point.
Yeah. I want to know, does Robertson Genis think Earth is a planet then?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's where he has this major gap in his logic, where he seems to just think that it makes sense that the Earth is geocentric, but it is just a planet. It's like a huge concession to this heliocentric bullshit.
That's
Is
my
it
whole
one of the
point, though, dude.
definitions of a planet that it goes around the sun?
Not necessarily.
That's my
Yeah,
whole
it goes
point,
around a
though.
star.
Like, in order to come logic, like you have to understand when you're committing a fallacy. Like, there's a lot of things that you have to be able to, already have in mind to be able to like make heads or tails of what's logically concise and what isn't. And like you have to use that, you have to hold that to scrutiny, like upon what's being said. And a lot of people don't do that. Like they just stick with their beliefs. Like that's the whole point.
Yeah. I agree that like the first step to looking into the Earth is familiarizing yourself with logic. 100%, because it is impossible. I've been asking the ballers for months and months and months now. Like, can any baller provide? And just ask them this question, dude. Can any baller provide empirical evidence that the globe model is true, void of logically fallacious reasoning? They literally cannot do it.
That's a good question, actually.
No, they can't do it, dude. They literally can't do it.
Yep. You have to have
I think
belief,
you gotta ask that question more often. That's a good one.
They got 1,000 views.
I think I've had
likes and two comments.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I think Jesse,
You're like a little YouTuber, dude.
Jesse tried to answer that question.
Why don't you watch some videos on how to set up a YouTube channel and all that stuff so you can get
Hold on,
better?
dice slow.
So one day when you get older. Oh, my bad. My bad, bro.
I think Jesse tried to answer that question, and he brought up like his measurements to the horizon. And I'm like, wait. Let's get into this. And obviously, I just showed that he was affirming the consequent, begging the question, and reifying the model over and over, right? Because then he's like, I'm like, wait, so it doesn't match the globe model's prediction? This is your evidence for it, void of logically fallacious reasoning? And then he's like, oh, well, you have to apply refraction. I'm like, oh, where'd you get the rate of refraction? You had to beg the question of the RVL. You had to beg the question of the physicality of the horizon and stuff like that. So there's literally nothing, bro. There's nothing. I can't even think of something that they could say in response to that. That's how I'm pretty confident that they cannot, because I've asked many times. So basically, you just have to have familiarity with the fallacies, understand them well enough to spot them out, especially with people that are kind of smooth but trying to weasel their way out of it, and then ask that question. Sometimes they'll pretend they have an answer and immediately just show where the fallacies are. That right there is the best way to go about the debate, Because you could do that for 5 hours, you know? Be like, okay, well, what you got next? We proved that that's fallacious. What do you got next? And just show that every single thing they can come up with is a fallacy.
Oh yeah, all the weight change with latitude and the Foucault pendulum and Cavendish. It's all fallacious at its heart. They got firm and consequent. You know, they get this effect, and they never get a cause for it. They never get causes for the effects, and it's fallacious.
Exactly. Yeah, they just always beg the question. Almost everything to do with the globe begs the question.
What would you say was it to Mercury transiting the sun? I was looking it up a little bit last night, only a little bit. And,
I mean, yeah, there are many possible explanations. I mean, one of them is the neo-Tychonic system, where the wandering stars move around the sun as the sun moves around the Earth. So you would see the wandering stars, the planets. You would see them move in between you and the sun.
They also move. They move in reference to the sun and the moon. They're like always in some type of transit between the sun and the moon, depending on their positions. So there's always that transition from the sun and the moon, from the planets.
Yeah, I mean, I'd invested a lot of time into it. There's not a celestial observation that can be made that in any way falsifies the Earth in the center and stationary. Like, there's nothing, literally nothing. So the transit. So they'll try to say like the transit of Mars or of Mercury. They'll try to say that the phases of the interior planet. Right, same answer for that. They'll try to say retrograde. That's just ridiculous, right? You can literally show that if those wandering stars are moving around the sun, you get the exact same effect of retrograde, exactly the same. Parallax. Well, oh no, well the Earth is just stationary and the stars are moving. You think that parallax? Not even getting into like how sus those claimed measurements are. Just grant it to them for intents and purposes. It's like they say parallax proves that the Earth is moving through space around the sun, right? But like in reality, if they're claiming that the stars are changing position, and that proves that the stars actually are not changing position. That's their actual claim. Their claim is, we know the Earth is moving around the sun because the stars appear to change position, which proves that the stars actually are not changing position. It's just an illusion, and we are moving through space, making it look like they changed position. So the rebuttal is so obvious, right? It's like, oh, well, what if I just hold the position that the Earth's not moving and the stars change position because the stars change position? To claim it's exclusive to us moving is retarded. So then they don't have parallax. So I'm talking about the transit, the phases of the interior, quote unquote, planets, retrograde, parallax, aberration, stellar aberration. It's perfectly explained with the geocentric position. It's a kinematic equivalent. They have nothing, bro. And like, oh, redshift debunks the Big Bang cosmology and the heliocentric model. Because we have an uneven distribution of redshift. We have like Andromeda galaxy blue shifting. We have quasars that are closer than distant galaxies that are more redshift than the thing that's further away. We have stars that are closer than distant galaxies that are more redshift than the things that are further away. So all that debunks their claim of redshift interpretation, right? So like, I tried to find something. There's literally nothing. There's not even a claim that would actually be exclusive.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that GIF that Shane St. Pierre's got with where it lines up all the stars with the monuments, you know, the ancient megaliths and all that. I wish I'd have saved that. I should have saved it. That's such a good one. But yeah, it makes me think that's why they need them at these great distances, isn't it? And these vast distances. And I don't know. It makes me think of that other thing that AI talked about on 24/7 about that German guy. What's his name? Orbler's. Is it Orbler or something? Orbler's paradox or something like that. I'll have to find that. something about why wouldn't it be nighttime? Why wouldn't it perpetual daytime? Something like that. This is why they need light to travel at these vast distances.
Yeah, on a separate note, real quick, I just wanted to say I think one of the biggest solids we can do for the future of humanity is to put out something for kids on, you know, what fallacies are, something easy enough for like children to digest.
Well, that's one of the best
Like,
things about flat Earth, right there, isn't it? You start to learn about fallacious reasoning.
right,
That's one of the
right,
best
but
things.
I'm just saying, like, if we can implement that like at a young age, to where like kids going through this whole indoctrination system can decipher and make heads or tails of like what's accurate and concise and what isn't, like then from there they can begin to like determine what they're going to choose and hold on to and, you know, push out as far as the input of information they're accepting, you know what I'm saying, to like come up with their own worldview rather than the narrative being pushed onto them. Like, super important to have that, right? Otherwise you're just going to fall subjected to the indoctrination.
Yeah, it just made me think of that other. I was just thinking of that other bloody meme with what's his name, Morpheus, where it's like from the Matrix, and it's like something about your brain. Oh, you haven't used it yet.
I don't
What's
remember
truth
that
to
part.
that? Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I have a question.
So let's see.
I have a question about star trails. Why on a flat Earth couldn't there be more than one rotation of the stars in the sky? What am I missing? Why do we have to have only one rotation on a flat Earth?
Mm.
The sky's
Well,
rotating, not the flat Earth.
you're going to have the problem of where they meet in the middle, where the two rotations meet in the middle.
Why is that a problem? I mean, I know that, you know, they pretty much are revolving around the North Star in the northern hemisphere. And spot they call, you know, Sigma Octantis, a star that you can't see in the south. Why can't there be those two spots on a flat Earth?
Where would the
is there some
middle of the rotations be?
right where where Sigma Octantis is supposed to be, and right where the North Star is?
No. I mean, look, dude. If say you have a bucket of water and you start moving your left index finger in the water, and you start moving your right index in the finger, now you have two rotations. In between those, they're gonna meet somewhere, right? Because they're gonna be different rotations, which means they're gonna meet somewhere.
Why is there a problem with that? Okay, they meet somewhere.
Where's that
They meet
at?
somewhere, don't they? At the equator?
But that wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth, really, right? Because it's a circle. It's a circle. So but you would have a straight line where they meet on the flat Earth with two rotations. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's trickier. You're gonna have to move land masses around a little bit, and I know there's someone who has tried to explain this, but it's certainly not as simple as just it works perfectly fine. It doesn't, because it wouldn't line up right on the equator. You know, like I agree that like if you look at the equator, it does almost look like that, right? It looks like there's two types of rotation meeting in the middle, but it's like that would be a circle. But if you put that over top of a plane, it would basically be a straight line right over the top of that plane. Does that make sense?
Why can't there be circles of stars rotating above a flat Earth? I mean,
No,
you've got
are you not?
If you look, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but I mean, if you look out into space, so-called space, and you see galaxies, they're spinning. Some of them are spinning one direction, some are spinning in the other directions. I mean, just because maybe these stars are closer, or the rotation is seen as being closer. I mean, why do you have to say that there has to be two? I mean, it has to be a globe to have two rotations in the sky. Why can't a flat Earth have two rotations? I mean,
What?
yes,
No,
I'm just
the
missing it.
flat Earth can have two rotations. Just like the globe says that it's based on perspective of where you are on a globe. Okay, it's not two physical different rotations. The Earth's only spinning one way. On a flat Earth, the sky can only be spinning one way, and it's due to perspective. You're suggesting that there's two physical different rotations. I just dropped a picture in the chat of what you're saying. Basically, this is I have entertained this because this is Charles Produce Steinmetz. This is how electric field work. You have the dielectric and the magnetic. This is a real thing. It's a very real replicated thing. So that's what you're talking about, right? Like that picture. Say that the right's the north and the left's the south.
Okay.
Okay. The problem would be you see the line in the middle. You see that line straight, right? Like say you draw a circle for the flat Earth underneath it. How would that line go along the equator? It would just go straight. So say the North Pole is on the right. Now we're going to start moving south. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Now if you invoke like a quadrupole, there's a few things that you can try to do. I don't dispute it's possible, but just doesn't, to me, it's not as viable.
Okay. Yeah, I can see what you're saying about that straight line in the middle.
Because they have to meet, right? They have to meet because they're going different ways. So at some point they have to meet because, right, it can't just extend all the way across. Like, to me, it makes way more sense that, like, as you get, there's a huge, first, the Earth is incredibly big. The sky is incredibly big. We're a little tiny speck on this huge plane sky that's parallel to it, seemingly. And as you look out south, you can only see so far. And as you reach your limit of perspective in relation to that huge sky, it starts to converge to a point. It just starts to converge to a point, just like railroad tracks, just like everything does. It converges to a point, and since the sky is spinning one way, as you look the opposite direction, it looks like it's spinning the other way, and around that convergence point. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I just don't, like you were saying, quadrupoles or anything like that. I mean, seems like over a flat surface, you could have almost anything you wanted up in the sky. I mean, we don't even know what all the stuff is up there. And to say that, on a flat Earth, you couldn't have two rotations. It's almost like, show me the rule, show me the physical rule. I mean, you're saying it's that line. You're saying that you can't have it because that line would be straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
The equator would
I'll
be
have
a
to take
circle.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There is a guy, I forgot his name, someone in here may know, but New Perspective always brings him up, that he thinks this is what's happening, and he's gone through a lot of it, and he thinks that something to do with, like, he has tried to explain the celestial equator with this type of explanation. It's very interesting because it's a real physical phenomenon with, like, magnetism or electricity and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's perfectly explained with perspective. It's what we would expect to see. If the Earth is flat and the sky is moving over top of it one way, it's impossible that we wouldn't see what we see based on perspective, because we know that if we're looking one way, if you're looking at a car on a street and then you walk across the street and turn around and look the other way, it looks like the car's going the other direction. So, like, when you turn around, it's going to look like it's moving the other way, right? But that doesn't explain, because all the stars move the same way, right? East to west. But they look like they're going clockwise and counterclockwise. They look like they're going counterclockwise and north, clockwise and south. So perspective explains that. But just saying that it looks like it's going the opposite way doesn't explain why it looks like it's going around a singular point in the south. You don't need sigma on Cantus, right? Good.
Yeah.
The best way
almost
I've
seems
thought
like-
of it, sorry, just real fast. The best way I've thought to explain it is, say you've got a clock, right? And it's a clock tower, but everything is see-through, transparent, except for the clock hands. So when you're north of it and you're looking south at the tower, you can still tell what time it is, even though the clock is facing the other way, but it's going to look like it's going counterclockwise. But when you're on the south looking north, it looks like it's going clockwise. The clock is still moving in the same direction. It just appears to be moving in the opposite direction when you're on the other side of it.
Yeah, exactly. So that isn't the full explanation, though. Like, that's like QE's been screaming that for like 7 years or whatever, right? It is definitely part of it. It isn't the complete explanation, though, because what the ballers are actually asking is, why does it look like the stars are moving around a singular point. Like, why are they rotating around a point? They're not just asking about the direction they look like they're moving. They're asking about why they look like they're moving around a point in the south, right? And just saying that, like, based on which way you look at it, it'll go the opposite way doesn't answer that question. But it's very easy to answer that question, though, because that's how perspective works. As you reach your limit of perspective, it looks like things converge into a point. So now you have that converging to a point. Now start spinning it, then look the other way. It looks like it's spinning the other way.
I agree.
There's another question that I feel should be asked, but I don't never hear it asked. If we have this uniform, almost perfect circular motion, aren't all these stars moving in different vectors? How can we have perfect circular motion of stars that are supposedly moving in different vectors at different speeds?
Well, why would you not? In order to maintain the circles, it would have to go faster the further you go because it's traveling further.
Uh-huh.
What
But
reference frame are you
if it
referring
did
to,
that,
ST?
then you would still have circles.
No, how? No. You have in their cosmology, all those stars are moving in different vectors, the ones that you see out there, the further ones. So it's impossible. It's impossible for stars to be moving in different vectors, different areas, different circles, and all have the same uniform motion. How is that possible?
Their model doesn't claim that we see the circles because the stars are moving at all. It's just because the Earth is moving and it makes the stars look like they're moving.
Yeah, but that still doesn't work. Have one motion moving, right? Like their mythical globe, right? And have the stars moving in different vectors and show them moving uniformly. You think you can do that?
No, they're saying that you can't see that the stars moving at all because they're so far away.
Right, nonsense. But they're still moving in different locations. There's closer ones, there are farther ones. They have a time frame. They have their billions of years. So this galaxy's here, moving at this speed, at this vector, and that one's there, right? But when they map all this, when they film all this, it's one uniform motion. Just it being far away can't explain that because they have different distances. They're not all the same.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. It does explain it because if they're so far away that they effectively look like they're not moving, they look like they're not moving from the Earth's perspective because they're so far away. So the only reason that they look like they're moving is because the Earth is moving, according to them. Yeah, obviously, I don't believe it, but I mean that, you know. And then they claim the reason that you see parallax is because some of them are closer. So you do see
Exactly.
them.
It's a contradiction.
No, because they claim that the reason that the parallax happens is not even because the stars are moving; it's because we're moving around the sun, and that only the stars that are closer change because we're moving around the sun, because that's just a little solar system, right? And then you get way outside of that, you're still so far away that you can't see even in relation to the solar system.
That's a pretty shoddy explanation.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that is their explanation. I mean,
I had another question about the star rotations. We've got the north, you've got Polaris supposedly above the North Star, and all the compasses point in that direction. And then have another rotation in the south, but that isn't antipodal to the North Star or where the North Pole would be. It's way off. It's not anywhere near the south. You know what I mean? Like the compass, the south side of the compass doesn't point to that spot that Cygni Octantis
You're saying
is supposed to be.
it's not perpendicular, is what you're saying? It's kind of adjacent?
Yeah, it's not antipodal. You know what I mean? It seems like on a globe, if the North Star was somehow significant with magnetism and all that, that Sigma Arctanus or the place that the stars would be rotating around in the south would be exactly antipodal to the ones in the north, and they're not. It's like way off whack. Why is it whacked out and over to the side, or you know what I mean? It seems like on a globe they would be antipodal to one another. Be like there's perfect symmetry, but there's not. Octanus is way off from south, whereas the North Star is right in the north. A stupid question, but I just don't understand that.
I'm with you, Barrel Rider. I don't think they're antipodal either.
Yeah, and this parallax thing, right? Think about it. If the stars are so far away that they appear to be uniform, we can't tell the difference, then how can we measure parallax?
It's because the Earth is supposedly moving. Like, they don't claim that the parallax is because the stars are moving. They claim it's because the Earth is moving around the sun.
Does that help them in any way?
I mean, it could, in theory, happen.
I don't know, bro. You sure about that?
Yeah, like the principle in and of itself does make sense. Like, say you have a huge sky of stars, and they're super far away, so we can't see. They look like they're stationary because they're so far away. But then we're spinning, so it makes the whole sky look like it's spinning, and we're supposedly spinning around the sun. So the stars that are closer to you, you'll see them slightly change because we're moving around the sun. Now, the funny part is that the parallax actually doesn't match that. Like, based on the vector, based on the magnitude and direction of the supposed like orbit of the Earth, the parallax actually doesn't match that. Sometimes they like go the wrong way, or they change too much, or whatever. Even if you just grant them their alleged parallax measurements.
Yeah, so you're making my point for me in a way.
Yeah, that's not. But it's not that the explanation, in theory, wouldn't work. It would. You would see maybe the stars move because we're moving around the sun, but what they claim to measure actually doesn't match that assumed orbit.
Well, I've had a
But
discussion.
they claim. Go ahead. Just one more thing. They claim that with their parallax, right? Like, if you take a picture of that star, boom, and then you take it 6 months from there, they claim that the star moved, not that you moved. Like, you did move, of course, in their fantasy, right? But it's not because you moved, it's because the star moved after 6 months. You understand? So in a way, they are saying that the star moved.
The star optically moves because every 6 months you're on the other side of the orbit.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I could just get in real fast. So I had an argument with one guy named T, something T, green tea or whatever. And he was saying that, evidence of the globe is that there's stellar parallax. And I was like, you mean the constellations change? And he was like, no, I'm talking about the other kind of parallax. So I looked it up, and on NASA's website, it says there's no other assumption other than that the Earth moves around the sun, and then it starts talking about stellar parallax. So when I showed them that, obviously they said that I don't understand what assumption means.
Are you talking about Daily T?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh God, Daily T. Yeah, he's old school, dude. I seen him pop in here, but he never really talks in here from what I saw. At least he just refuses to talk to me. Yeah, I know that guy from Pseudoverse Science, like back in the day.
Yeah, same. He was the guy that would always make the category error. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
He created like a basic AP physics test that he was like trying to get the flat earthers and the ballers to take to show like how we just don't have a basic understanding of physics. And I caught him red-handed fucking giving the answers to the test out to like select Globers. Because a lot of the questions were malformed or the answer was incorrect, even though he considered it to be correct. But, looking further into it, the answer was actually correct. So it was like, there was like all these little signals and red flags, and he got caught doing that and ended up leaving the server after that.
Yeah, he did some weird shit with me too. Like one day I was driving my car and I was talking about something, and he starts asking me like this mathematical question. He wanted me to solve it. And because I couldn't solve it going down the road, right? I probably couldn't solve it while I was standing still either, but not the point. Therefore, I didn't have any business talking about physics because I wasn't fluent in math. Now, we all know math is a language that I'm not fluent in. So if I was talking about mathematical things and making mathematical claims, I could understand that. So I asked him, how many credits do you get for math in physics class? And of course, he didn't answer that. And I didn't know what a category error was at the time, but I kind of knew what it was. I just didn't know to call it a category error. But yeah, that was his
Yeah.
tactic against me.
I had another experience with him where I was talking about the Crookes radiometer and how it works, which is like contrary to like what he was explaining. And I set up a simple test for like less than $150 that he could basically buy these materials and set it up and see that he was wrong. And he said that he bought all the stuff, and then the next day he was supposed to come in with his results. And coincidentally, he said that he broke the Crookes radiometer accidentally because he set it on the ground behind his bedroom door. And when he opened his bedroom door, it fell over and broke. And then he was going to send it back and get a new one. Lo and behold, he never came up with his conclusion on it, which just goes to show his dishonesty. So yeah, I don't even really care to interact with that guy.
Well, I mean, how do I not understand what assumption means? Am I so stupid, so mentally retarded, and yes, that's a word from the 90s, I still use it, that I am so mentally slow that I'm not capable of reading a dictionary and comprehending what the word assumption means? That's his argument. I mean, maybe it's true. Maybe I don't comprehend what assumption means. But I'm pretty sure that other people in the room could, right? I mean, by law of averages, there's one flat earther smart enough in the room to understand what assumption means, right?
Belief.
So I guess then it would have to be, well, the law of averages is true, and there was a flat earther who knew what the word mean, but he just didn't have the integrity to tell me that I was wrong about assumption means that it's assumed, meaning that there's no evidence to back it up. It's just given.
I.e., belief. Yep.
See, they got us all bent up out of shape with their model. They got us imagining these vast distances where shapes of stars will behave differently. They got us all model afflicted, right? So you got to believe that you got all kinds of different vectors of star formations traveling at tremendous different speeds, but you got to believe, well, they're so far away that they all look like they're making perfect circles. This is what they have us believe. Not me. I don't believe it for a second, but yeah, that's the model. It's like a sleight of hand, you know? This can't happen. You know it can't happen, but it's so far away that, yeah, physics will change at distance. No, sorry. No. I say no. Unless somebody can demonstrate it. Get some lights, make them spin in different directions, and then put a camera on them and have them make perfect circles. You can use any platform you want, any combination. Try to do it. I challenge anybody.
Don't you also have to spin the camera too?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's right. You can spin whatever you want. Yeah.
Doesn't this show like there's no fixed points in space or whatever in their model? There's no fixed points anywhere.
Of course, that's the whole thing.
So
There's
how do you
no.
drop a plumb bob?
Yeah. Yeah, it's ludicrous, bro. In order for you to believe this, like I don't know, yeah, you have to not believe in physics.
Well, I mean, they believe that water can flow uphill because of gravity.
Yeah, yeah. Shout out Zanuck.
You know, I on you know how you can change your name on different servers. I changed my name to Hank Water Flows Uphill.
Yeah, yeah. And they'll
Because I
say
couldn't
it with a
believe they were
straight
saying
face.
it.
Sorry, go on, Hank. Yeah, that's the Zanuck fantasy. Water flows uphill. And he even told me the river, the St. Lawrence River. Funny, I just happened to be like a half an hour drive from there, give or take.
Isn't
I
that
asked him,
too?
well, where's that spot?
Isn't that crazy too? That it just happens to be next to the area that has some of the craziest tides in the world.
Uh-huh. Bay of Fundy, largest tides in the world. That's a
Did you
bit
say
further
Bay of
away, but
Fundy?
yeah. I think, isn't it the Bay of? No, I could have that mistaken, but it's
What's it
around
called?
this
No, it's
area.
Skunk. Is it Skunk Bay?
Nah, I don't want to. Like right now, I can't remember the names. For some reason, that name is in my head.
Yeah, but if it's Bay of Fundy, that's hilarious, bro. But that's where
Yeah.
the water flow, where the fundies are.
They have Fundy muted.
Yeah. I'll try to get the actual place. I'll try to get the actual, but it's here in Canada, in the East Coast.
Yeah, I remember that conversation so clearly because I was like, and it just so happens to be where we have some of the most extreme tides, and now you're claiming this river flows uphill and it has nothing to do with those extreme tides.
Yeah, that's the St. Lawrence River, by the way. Yeah, that flows
Well,
right by Montreal. Yep.
if you wanted like an example of confirmation bias,
Are you guys talking about the uphill flowing rivers? That's some good shit.
Zanuck, yeah.
We got the negative earthquake thing too later. We got to go over.
I mean, have you
Negative
guys seen any of
earthquake?
those you guys seen any of those locations where it's things seem to like roll uphill?
Yep. You
Yeah,
can
that's
have like
We'll go
3D
and
print.
measure them. Yeah.
I've seen an actual town or thing built like that. I forgot where it was. I saw it on TikTok. But yeah, you can put something on your table that looks like that, or I mean, I think they designed this whole town to be like that for some weird reason. Like
yeah.
everything's at funny angles.
They have
Does
places that
anyone?
you put your car in neutral and it rolls back up the hill, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. What's going on with that?
It's the geoid.
it's an optical illusion. It's not really going uphill. It's just the way that
No,
the.
it is. It is.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's going uphill, dude. Like it's not like a perceivable optical effect. It's literally a slanted hill, right? Not a apparent hill, but an actual hill, and the car's going up the hill.
These are the special places, they're anomalies that the atmosphere isn't attached to the Earth. So what you're actually experiencing is the Earth spinning underneath your car.
That hill is part of a bigger hill that is going downwards instead of up. It's a
I'd
hill
like
on
to
a
see
hill.
a. Yeah, I'd like to see a water. Hold on, real quick. I'd like to see a water level. I'd like to see a water level next to this supposed uphill car thing because I don't.
All right,
I don't know
let
if
me
I'm
let me see if I
buying
can
it.
get a video. Hold on, let me see if I can get a video.
Like if that shit
I'm
gets
with
higher than
Jimsy.
the water.
Sorry, brother. I'm with Jimsy. I
Go
think
ahead.
the hills have lies.
Yeah, what I find really interesting
Yeah.
is how, like when you drink alcohol, that is capable of revealing the spin of the Earth. So, like, you don't feel the spin until you've had like a bottle of tequila.
Oh yeah, that's the anti-Coriolis liquid.
Like seriously, there's no way I would believe this unless I actually saw some water, so you can compare it to is the car actually raising in elevation.
Coriolis spirits, crypto.
What if you buy Coriolis insurance? Does that cancel it out?
As flat earthers, that's the kind of stuff we need to be doing. We need to be selling Coriolis insurance for sure.
Why do that when you could be a lunar real estate liaison?
Actually, a really good idea is you know how all of these banks are still lending out billions on beachfront properties. You could actually do some global warming insurance to go with those beachfront properties that millionaires are still buying as if there was no global warming.
Oh yeah, Miami would be all over that, right?
Well, Mariago, let's go there where they believe in global warming the most. Obama has a place there, and I'm sure he'll buy some global warming insurance because he thinks that that's the biggest threat in America.
Well, I reckon Mauritians might be quite interested in investing in that as well. Or is it Mauritius that's like a foot above sea level?
In their own paradigm, wasn't everything like ice at one time? So it had to get warmer for like it not to be ice.
That's those damn cavemen with their caveman fires.
All these cow farts, man.
Now we know how exceedingly wealthy the cows are on tundra. Just an abundance of cow farts over the frozen tundra.
All right, I got the video, Jeremy, with the level, the bubble level. I'm gonna share my screen, dude. It's called Gravity Hill. I think it's in like Pennsylvania or some shit. You there? All right, whatever. I'm sharing my screen, dude. Watch it if you. Yep, there you go, bro. He used the full level, dude, and it was definitely a hill.
I think Emperor
Just look it
Feinstein
up
was there
yourself.
using the force.
Yeah, just look up Gravity Hill. I think there's a few of them in the U.S. and probably around the world, but yeah.
So you actually think that there's a place on Earth that has an upward elevation, and cars could roll up that place?
I mean, they just showed it.
And what do you think is the cause of that?
I wouldn't say it's gravity. I can certainly tell you that. I would say it's pertaining to magnetism, some kind of a magnetic anomaly going on there.
Yeah, magnetic field anomaly. I thought that's even what their explanation is for it.
Yeah, that's what they explain.
Where's the
it to be,
video
yeah.
for that? Where can I take a look? Because I've seen heard this before, but I haven't seen any modern videos about it.
Yeah, just type in Gravity Hill, and
Oh, okay.
there's like hundreds, if not thousands, of videos on it. You got to be careful which one you watch because you might get some skewed results and different opinions. But yeah, just take a look around, dude. Like the one I just showed, the guy used the bubble level in from the base of the hill to the top throughout it to show that it was consistently at an angle, not level, indicating that it actually is a hill, not an optical illusion. And yeah, the car rolled up that hill in neutral.
Yeah, that's like a Personally, I would have to be there, place the bubble in with my own hands to believe it, because that's like a thing defying physics as we know it. Would you agree?
Right. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. It defines, defies conventional physics as we know it, but without like at least having a logical, concise answer to support it. But which science doesn't, because they don't understand magnetism currently. But if you just type in like local gravity hill, like you might find something around you. So it's not like just specific to one location. But so there's locations around the world. So
Noah, what is magnetism? Did I get your name right? Did I get it wrong? What is magnetism, dude?
Are you talking to Dicelo, the guy that was just speaking?
Yeah, Dicelo. Sorry.
yeah, I got one near my house actually. So maybe I'll drive out there today with my level and
The first
do
one I
my
found,
video.
it looks like an uphill going downhill. I thought about it. I posted it. They got Gravity Hill. This one is in Pennsylvania, and I can see the hill coming from far away, and then that hill attached to it. But it's like a hill that is going downhill. It looks uphill. That's my opinion on this one.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I mean,
being there will
maybe
be the best thing. Being there will be the best.
yeah. Well, like again, like finding a video that actually where, like Jeremy said, they take a bubble level and place it on the ground, throughout the test location to showcase, what's actually taking place there. Not, optically, but in all actuality, would be probably the best way to showcase that. But yeah, supposedly I got one by my house, so maybe I'll drive out there today and check it out.
Sorry, I got your name wrong, bro. I don't ever look at the screen. And I'm terrible with names, so double whammy.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. What name did you call me though?
I think he said Noah.
Yeah, I called you Noah.
Which is super funny because y'all don't sound anything alike.
Yeah, the part of my brain that holds the names, it's retarded.
Man,
I feel like there's a leftist somewhere going, you keep using that word. I don't think you understand what it means. Why do they use the Inigo Montoya fallacy? That word doesn't mean what you think it means.
Well, let's just hypothetically assume there is a location, right, where this does happen. What do you think about that, SC?
Oh, I'd want to go and check it out. It would have to be like that.
Right.
That's a phenomenon. That's like a wow thing.
Right. But let's just say, for shits and giggles, that it's there, and it actually happens.
Well, then you'd have to figure out the mechanism. You said magnetism, right? That would be one thing. Yeah. I mean, it's easy. I'm sure it's easy to go and figure this out, right?
I seen one time that they did it with an aluminum Coke can, and it rolled up the hill. So I wondered on that with the magnetism.
So you mean aluminium?
Aluminium. Sorry, Curtis.
Here comes
Aluminium.
the
With the butt of my car in the garage.
I'm all right with garage.
You tried with a plastic. You tried with a wooden thing, right? Oh, I can already hear the magnet boys. Everything is electromagnetic. So we got
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. All those things have properties of electromagnetism.
I beat them to it. So what now?
Well, I mean, that's just my answer, right? Like, but what would be your answer? That's like what I was trying to get at. Like, we already know what I'm gonna say.
My jaw would be on the floor. Would be my answer. I claim bull. I claim it's not possible. If it was, my jaw would be on the ground, and I would have to re-examine reality. That's my answer.
I'll answer like a true flat earther. Have you tested this on a solar eclipse?
Things do not roll uphill. That's a fact.
Well, let's just
Now, if
say
we find a place
your
where
jaw's on the
things roll
floor, dude.
uphill, like, poof, yeah.
Yeah, let's just assume that it is real and your jaw's on the floor. Like, how are we going to come up with a way to explain this if it's not magnetism?
Well, if his jaw is on the floor, if you're gonna keep it real, he will have to stand up and then figure it out.
I have to readjust my jaw.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get it off the floor before you can do any of this. But I saw a hill on a hill, so that's an important variable.
Yeah, but that
You see the huge
doesn't even matter.
hill coming from down the sea level, that area, right? And then there is another hill next to it. Just because it looks like one hill is higher than the other one or more inclined than the other one, doesn't mean that it's completely going upwards. It's just at a different angle from the other hill.
I mean, if you've
One's more
ever been
steep.
off-roading, that's irrelevant. Like if you're going down the Grand Canyon, right? And halfway down, a portion of the trail actually goes back uphill. Are you assuming that you should just be still going downhill? Like, I
No,
mean,
no.
that makes no sense.
It looks like it's going. It looks like it's going up in when you're looking at the other hill that is going down. That's why it looks like it's going up.
Yeah, an
Or just
optical effect rather than a physical thing is what you're implying.
on these examples that I found.
Right. So let me just post the video that I shared so that you can maybe watch it on your own time. But it's literally like you can fast forward it. It's only a 3-minute video, so you can fast forward it to the last 2 minutes. Unless you want me to show it again, it's real brief.
Dyslow, DM it to
Where
me.
he pulls
Is
out
it with
the
the
levels.
bubble level? I heard you talking, but I couldn't answer. Is it with the bubble level?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Will you DM it to me, please?
It's with the bubble level, dude. I'm gonna DM it to you. I'm gonna post it in main chat, and then I'm also gonna screen share real quick. Okay. Give me a second. I'm posting it in main chat right now. Live stream text 1. Copy, paste, post.
I just got to
Okay.
jump in the shower real quick, but I am going to look at it right when I get out because that's.
Hey,
No, you're
stop with
good.
the excuses.
I'm sending it to you right now, Jeremy.
He's
Because
running.
if there's a bubble level, it doesn't matter what it looks like. Like that's irrelevant. It's what the bubble level's doing.
All right, so I'm sharing my screen, dude.
Like the hill on a hill thing wouldn't matter with the bubble if you have a bubble.
Yeah, but this is a different hill, I guess, because I found this one. He found a different one, I think. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. I'm gonna fast forward to it. I got to get through this ad real quick. 5 seconds.
Or you don't have the premium YouTube, you peasant.
Nah, bro. I like to give
I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead.
these guys their credit, bro. All right. So here. So it's going uphill. He's gonna pull out the bubble level next.
There we go. I like that spirit level. That's a nice long spirit level. All right. No, we want to see what the level says. So to the left side of the screen is the incline.
Is that Washington State or Washington D.C.?
Washington State.
Damn, that's
I don't
far.
know about that, bro. We'd have to check that. He'd put the spirit level in just that one little spot, and just from looking at the road, it looked like the road itself went up and down. I mean, is that the spot he was in? I'll have to watch the whole thing. I'll watch the whole thing.
Like I said, dude, you might be surprised, dude. Just type in Gravity Hill on like your Google Maps. You might have something locally around you. Like my wife just told me, I got one fucking less than 20 minutes away from my house. So I'm planning on going out there today, bringing my bubble level and checking it out, dude. And mind you, the body of my truck is aluminum.
How long is your bubble level? You should have one in the car and check the road. You should do it. You should have it both.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll bring both.
Yeah, keep one in the car. Keep one in the car so we can see. You know, have it be like parallel with the road.
What?
And then we can see that in the car, and then check the road itself. That's neat. You said it's 20 miles from you?
Nah, like 20 minutes away. Yeah, it's not very far.
You need to drive your lazy ass out to the gold mine. Is what you need to do.
Yeah, I want to do that, but fuck, it's like pointless unless I'm gonna, be ready to drop down fucking 700 feet into the fucking shaft. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, before you go there, make sure you go to the tire guy. Make sure your tires are all well balanced and all the same amount of pressure in the tires. Everything good, okay? Make sure it's 100%.
You also need a tune-up and
oil change. Yeah, if you don't get an oil change, just don't count.
Yeah, don't forget to bring a sweater.
We need a full tank of gas.
If you don't have a new scent air freshener pine tree in your car, don't count.
Next thing you know,
don't forget to change your blinker fluid, by the way. That's really important.
Next thing you know, right, the hand's gonna be in here telling me it was the air pushing me.
For sure. They have one. I just looked up. You were right, Daiso. You just type that into friggin' Google Maps or whatever. It's 104 miles away from me. I'll go there one day.
We need two spirit levels. If anyone goes, you gotta have 2 spirit levels. One in the car, parallel with the road.
Well,
and another one to check the road.
Yeah, let's do it with cylindrical objects, not just your car.
Dallas David said it's the water gas.
Yo, shout out to Dallas Dave, dude. There's fucking clones out here.
Jeremy, I've got a question for you.
What up, Crypto?
Is Right the Hand just the New York version of Flat Earth Data?
Somebody was saying he was a mix of like Nate Thompson and FED. Yeah.
He sounds a bit Jewish, but I think he's not Jewish. Maybe just.
I mean, he just takes an opposing stance to everything.
I said the same shit, bro. You sound him and fucking Nate, bro. They sound like 2 Jews and a pop.
I don't know about the magnetism being air thing. That was, or the field. I don't know. That was weird to whatever happened earlier.
Maybe he's not Jewish. He's just Italian.
Hey! Watch that, buddy.
Yeah, we try not to say the I word here, okay? Please don't say that word.
They.
No, I meant Italians. That's not a nice thing to say about anybody. You should never, even if you were one, I wouldn't say it.
I can hear the orange in your voice.
Oy vey, the goyim know it's not a ball.
Oi! Shut it down!
Shut it down.
No, I grew up in an Orthodox Jewish neighborhood. So they'd like come up to me on a Saturday. They'd be like, "Oh, can you please come inside and turn off my stove? I can't turn it off right. I can't touch electricity because it's part of my religion." I'd be like, "Yeah, no problem."
You should have asked him for a shekel and see if he still wanted to do it.
Oh, they always give me like fruit. It was really weird. They always had like a bowl of fruit that they'd give me, and I'm like, I never ate it. I always thought that like something bad would happen to me. Maybe they put like the secret, like the curse of the Jew. I don't know.
I hear a lot of British accents in here, man. I'm just wondering, like, what's up with that Balfour Declaration? Like, why'd you guys give Israel recognition to be their own separate state?
Oy vey.
We didn't want to be anti-Semitic or whatever.
No, it's money. Lots of money.
Yeah. There was money changed hands, and politicians were as easy to buy back then as they are now. You know.
Speaking of this stuff, you guys reminded me yesterday. I saw this thing. Holy cow, man! The word Yahweh. Do you know how far that word goes back? Yahweh.
Is that what Mother Mary called Jesus from her mouth?
No, Yahweh just means what does it mean? The always existent, always will exist, and exist, and it's like the ever existent thing or whatever.
Yeah.
A little self-important to me. I don't know, guys.
I don't know. I'm gonna go with whatever Mary said, bro. So however it came out of her mouth is like the way I would probably choose to identify Christ.
Let's see if I can find the thing. You guys got to watch this, man. It's like mind blowing.
So it means I am that I am, I think.
Yeah, something like that. But it traces back. Like there's so much stuff attached to it. Like it's completely mind blowing. Like, yeah.
I am that I am, and that's all
Judah,
I am.
Israel.
It sounds like Popeye. Popeye and Yahweh. I am that I am. That's all I am.
Well, it goes to the thing that the creator's name could not be mentioned. So instead of like that's where like they say God comes from type of thing, and like instead of saying the name of the creator was somehow prohibited. So that's part of the explanation of Yahweh. Yeah.
All these people in history would hear people say that name and then do crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's the story. Yeah.
The word means like the self-existent one, right? Because everything else pertains on existing on something, right? Like you exist because you eat water and drink water and eat food and shit. Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh means like ever present and self-existent, meaning like that it's sustained, like it's the thing that's there without anything else, basically. And the reason they took it out was there was a basically this Iron Age empire when everyone else was in the Bronze Age called the Assyrian Empire that went around and conquered everyone, and they conquered Israel, and they didn't allow the Israelites to say the name of their god because obviously if I conquered you, I wouldn't let you have your religion if I was like way more powerful.
Yeah, but like even the texts that are used, it has it in there like 6,000 times, and modern translations took it up. What's super fascinating is like if you look at Egypt, the pharaoh had like his top guy that was his historian, right? So each pharaoh would like pick a guy, and then they'd have a group of people underneath them. Anyway, there's like this top historian underneath the pharaoh that like records all events, and if you were to record something incorrectly, you were killed. So it was like a very serious job. Anyway, one of these guys for the pharaoh, he writes that these Hebrew people, they would say this word, and it's like Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, I think Yahuwah, but and that magical things would happen, that they were able to cast spells and do magic because of this word. And he starts to go into detail about like making all these frogs come and doing all this crazy stuff. Pretty interesting. So like that guy obviously doesn't believe in the Bible or anything like that, but he writes historically under threat of death that the Hebrew people knew this magical word that they would all say, and they were able to like perform magic. That's pretty crazy.
Abracadabra.
It's the sound of a big inhale and exhale is really the pronunciation.
Yeah, I posted the video for you guys. Actually, I was thinking of you guys and the conversations we've had in here. Well, while I was watching this, it's freaking fascinating. Yeah, I recommend it to anybody.
Yahweh, I
What?
think, is a deceptive. It's a deceptive name. Like Yahweh goes back to Jupiter and has ties to Babylon and further back. Yeah, it literally means like mischievous. But I will say that anyone that says Anunnaki is immediately discredited in my eyes. Like, yeah, like I think that that's what they're building us up for right now by coming out with the government coming out and talking about non-human biologics discovered in UFO or UAP
What's it?
crashes, and yeah,
What do you mean by discredited when they say Anunnaki, though? Because I would take it that the Anunnaki are the fallen angels.
yeah, they are. But I'm saying like but where does the word Anunnaki come from? It comes from Zachariah Hitchens,
Right, but
whatever.
it's an actual word, right? In that Mesopotamian whatever, it means like people from the sky or whatever. Which I understand.
Yo,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
it does come
My
from
bad.
that. It does come from that Freemason Zachariah Sitchin the liar, but um, I mean, I think the Mesopotamians did record the incursions.
Yeah, I don't dispute that it happened. I'm saying like I don't trust anyone that pushes the Anunnaki narrative. It's a lie, like the way that they
Yeah,
spin it. Jeremy, go.
the first thing I thought of was aliens and that Zachariah Sitchin guy when you said that. I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean that, like, my opinion, speculation, but like they're gonna do this for many months, right? They're gonna normalize this disclosure of not only UAPs, but and they're saying that they're cubes inside of transparent spheres, and that they can that they've been spotted just sitting there levitating in category 4 hurricane winds, and that they go incredibly fast and they do all this crazy stuff. And then they're going to say, well, they've actually crashed. We've discovered biologics within it. And they're going to start pushing this alien narrative. And that's and everyone's going to get used to it. No one even flinched. The government just came out and basically said aliens are real, and no one even cared. So they're going to eventually, in my opinion, tie it to this Anunnaki idea. And they're going to say that they came here long ago and that they seeded mankind, that they made us. Right? So the Anunnaki thing is something that, yeah, I strongly push back against, because it's very obvious that they have conditioned the minds of people to accept this narrative that the Anunnaki came down and created us. Right? And if they ever start to push towards the idea of like, oh, they now want to communicate with us and tell us what really happened. You know, if people have really drank the Kool-Aid with the Anunnaki interpretation, then they may get got.
Was it Inky and Inu or something like that, or what are the names?
Yeah, it's Inky and something. I don't remember.
Enki is the storm god, I think. And then I think Enlil is the sea god. And I think Anu is like the sky god or something like that. But they basically exactly kind of parallel the Greek. What is it? Zeus, uh, Poseidon, and Hades or whatever.
A lot of it is parallel from there. It's uncanny, bro.
Well, it makes you think that
Regardless
something
of
really
how you
happened, don't
think,
you ever?
it's uncanny that the stories, there's a lot of stories that are in the Bible that are in the Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. I call them Sumerians, right?
Well, yeah, they're
Like the Anunnaki is
archetypical stories.
the Anunnaki are the fabled beings that came from the stars, right? I like to talk
Yeah.
about the Sumerians, the actual people that were there.
Yeah, but they're distinct. The people wrote about supposedly who came down. I mean,
That's
the
crazy.
parallel seems to kind of add validity to the fact that something happened.
Yes.
Basically, every single civilization makes what we consider to be an insane claim that sentient entities, came down from the sky and taught man secrets. Like every civilization.
Yeah, but this is
So
more. This is more than just that, Witsit. This is beings coming down here and genetically modifying beings that they found here. This is a whole
Yeah.
different thing. Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Well,
That's
it's
this
always based
modern.
on gold. It's always based on gold, and even in the Christian Judaic understanding, gold is like really prevalent in the sense that it was the one thing that manifested God here terrestrially with the tabernacle. So like gold's like this huge thing, like you know, across the parallel with these archetypical stories.
Yeah, but seemingly a certain version of gold, though, that could be made into a cone and consumed.
What do you call it
What
again? I forget. Like gold.
monatomic.
Yeah, monatomic gold.
Yeah, and that's where you get like, well, what mana or mana in the scriptures is means like what is it? And
Well, I asked this question the other day about that. Like, what was this this mana? Like there was this seeming device, this mana machine, if you will, that sustained this. Was it the Israelites or whoever for like 40 years in the desert when they separated? Like, what was that? Nobody
yeah,
had
so
an
it came
answer.
from the
Like,
sky, and the name literally means what is it? Like modern Christianity will tell you that it's bread, but no,
right.
because you can go look at Egypt, and Egypt also has a word to describe the food of the gods, and
But
they call it
yeah,
what and is it?
they did say that it came from the sky, but that was only on a few occasions. Like this specific one where they went into the desert. Like I don't think it depicted manna falling from the sky rather than
That is when it
them.
fell from the sky. That's when it fell from the sky. Is when they had no food and they were in the desert, and in the quail landed at the same time in the same location every day, which they've discovered that quail actually do still land there, like in a cycle, and then that the bread, what they call bread, came from the sky. That's how they were able to eat. And then the story goes, of course, that the Creator said, "Do not save this food. You need to have faith that every day that the Creator is going to provide food for you." And then, of course, they didn't listen, and they tried to keep it and stock up on it, and it would have worms, and it would go bad like the next day every time. So I don't know. It's all very weird parallels, but like the idea that they genetically this is what's so crazy. The idea that they genetically modified organisms here to effectively make man is a modern deception. But the genetic manipulation is an ancient idea. It's as if, so the deception is very subtle because the best deceptions have truth. So all the ancient stories say that there was already man here because a creator made it. And then these entities came from the sky and they actually took man and even animals, and they would like mess with their genetics and change. The modern version is that there were no humans and that the Anunnaki actually made humans from apes by genetically modifying them, and that they're effectively our creators. These are
Well,
obviously very different things.
even in the Bible, the seed of man was corrupted, and that's why God created, you know, the flood to essentially fucking cleanse the corruption within the genetics, in my opinion.
Well, that's right.
Well,
Then you
Think about it.
except Noah was saved because he was perfect in his generations. So yeah, I guess the flesh on the earth was corrupted, but then all the corrupt flesh supposedly was destroyed, right? And then the guy who was perfect in his generations, Noah, got into the ark. So all of us descendants of him would not be manipulated.
Well, can you guys entertain this idea that there was an original creation, right? By the creator, whatever you want to think of it. And then you guys believe in the fallen angels and that stuff, right? Well, let's take it as another being, another type of God came here and remanipulated us, because it would explain like just one creature having the ability that we have and every other creature doesn't, right? The apes, the monkeys, even the ones that closely resemble us. Can you entertain that idea?
Well, it seems like the creator made man, and
Right?
then
We could all agree on that.
Then some entity started messing with all the genetics of man and animal.
Well, that's how we get the fallen angels, right? the angel's intervention within mankind, i.e., the corruption of the genetics.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Enoch even says this. Enoch. So what's interesting is Enoch with the Watchers, and I was talking to Lion and them about this the other day. It says that they taught man that the cutting of roots, but in like all the scriptures, the roots refer to genealogy.
About the Greek god, the god that gave man fire and you know, blacksmithing and that. Yeah.
SE, what was your question before this question? What was it before?
My question was if you guys could entertain like the original creator, which we all think, whether biblical or not, right? Can you entertain an original?
SE, you said something about looking alike or something.
Looking alike? Did I say that?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Well, he said
Someone
that we're
looks like-
different. He said we're different than even the things that kind of look like us.
Oh yeah, like the apes, right? If you look at a gorilla, we have eyes, nose, hand, right? The only thing that separates us is the hair and the features, right? But we all have the same organs. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Well, it's on the chromosome level.
That real quick. Yeah, it would make sense that there are certain animals that we look like, right? Because certain things, like everything in nature, carries properties of other things. Like things share properties, right? Like my hand I can have white hair, and also can a cat have white hair, right? So it makes sense that things have similar features. And then when you look at how this whole taxonomy was like developed by like the British and Spanish empires, they literally sailed around the world and collected all the creatures and then organized them based on, does this one look like that one? And then they said, yes, this does look like that one. Put them in the same family. So
Yeah,
the whole way real quick, I'm almost done. The whole way we describe and organize the creatures and animals and like categorize and organize them is all based on what they look like. So it would make sense that they were like categorized together, right? Like if
we don't have all. Oh god, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we don't have all the same organs as gorillas, and as far as the hair goes, like we actually have the same amount of follicles. So,
what organs are we missing?
There's an organ specific to metabolizing vitamin C that we have, and they don't. I don't remember what specific one it was, but something along those lines.
Yeah, because they have hair. Isn't that our skin that does that?
No, not vitamin D. Vitamin C is in cat.
Oh, vitamin C. Oh, my bad. Yeah, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can we? I mean, to me, it's very crazy. Like to me, it's kind of obvious what's going to happen. Like there were entities that actually came down here. They tried to tell us they were stupid, making up stories, but no, they didn't even know each other. They all said the same thing. These entities came and taught us all kinds of secrets. The secrets weren't necessarily bad, right? They just taught us in a bad way to deceive us. They were worshipped as gods. There was a giant flood. Everything seemed to have kind of changed. And they're welcoming their return. And they've created a new narrative that removes the creator and says that they're our creators. And they're just waiting for them to return. And then they're going to call them Anunnaki.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I would use that angle for sure.
Anunnaki is a pretty good description, though, right? Like things that came down from the sky, like
that's good. Yeah,
that's what they are, right? So, like, I mean, I don't
well,
know.
even religion, bro.
Seen something come out of the water, and I called it like the aqua come out of her. Like it would make sense, right? That I would just describe it as what it is.
I don't have beef with the word. I have beef with the story attached to the word in modern times. Right?
Yeah.
That's my beef.
Either way, I mean, I don't agree with that story at all, but either way, so something created them.
Yeah, of course, you would think so. You would think everyone would understand that. But they won't, though. And that's why I think that this whole space thing is actually beneficial to their ability to deceive us with that. I don't know if they can get rid of it. Some suggest they may.
Also, important thing to note about the flood is it says everything on the land was taken out. All the
But
flesh.
look, guys, even in the official story, right? There's God created, and then the devil came and messed up, right? So there you go. It's like the same thing. It's like
Well,
there's a
like I was gonna
creator,
say,
and
like I
there's a
was gonna say
lower
originally,
being.
you're
Yeah,
describing the demiurge, is what you're
bro.
describing.
No, I'm describing the creator, right? And then the devil, a lesser being that came here and messed with us.
It's
Yeah, the stories are the same. The stories are the same, but the difference is the modern version is actually painting them in a light of benevolence. Okay, so the scriptures and all the scriptures say that these were actually rebellious entities that came down. They had a leader. They came down. They made a pact. They swore a pact in the metaphysical realm, and they came down. Okay, then they tricked man because they wanted to be worshipped as gods. They were worshipped as gods. They took women. They made giants. Their giants were their offspring that were giants were worshipped as gods. And then they divided the earth up and reigned over it. They're like, this is your kingdom. This is your kingdom. You're the god of this kingdom. Blah blah blah. And they told people, look, there's a pantheon of gods. Worship us. We run everything. Then their offspring started fighting with each other. Okay, but now, and even back then, people were deceived by these people, and they were like being told stories like, look, actually, there is a God, right? But here's his name. And we came down to help you because we felt like you weren't being told everything. So then they were like, thank you guys so much for coming and helping us. You know, like they're like, yeah, we were left in the dark. Thank you guys for helping us tell us the secrets. You guys are so awesome that you risked your own well-being to come help us and tell us the secret. And now the story is they didn't even rebel to come down. They just came down because they're the ones that came from somewhere else and decided to make us. So
I
it's
think
like
SE,
crazy.
I think SE, you're more of a Gnostic than you realize, and you need to look into the demiurge because that's pretty much what you're describing. Like I've heard you a few times now, like talking about your idea of the creator, and that's kind of just what's the bells that are ringing in my head. I could be wrong, but that's just I think you should look into that.
Demiurge is
Yeah,
literally the
sure. What? I don't really like to label myself in any certain way, right? Like I believe in a creator, but simply because of not because of a philosophical or spiritual need. I believe in a creator because it's more like I see the mechanisms, the mechanical way, the biological mechanical systems, and the fact that a system has to have the whole everything in order for it to work. So I think of a creator not in a spiritual, philosophical, manner, but a mechanical one, if you may. I know it's weird to wrap your brain around, but I'm thinking purely logical, not spiritual or philosophical in any shape, way, or form.
It's difficult to try and put logic on such a thing. I honestly think that we've come up with these labels for everything, and I don't think it always seems to fall short. Don't you think? That's the way I see it.
Absolutely, Andy. I couldn't have said it better. We always fall short, always.
But
when
it's
discussing this.
and I love language. That's the thing. I love language, so it's kind of not easy for me to just throw it under the bus. But at the same time, we can sort of use it to point in its general direction. But that's about the best we can do, and we've done quite a good job of that.
Here's the thing, right? If there's a situation where rebellious entities came down from the celestial realm and they're going to come back, we have like a very real physical situation on our hands that we need to figure out. So like our disagreement as to names and interpretations, that's one thing. We're now looking in the face of like potential real physical intervention that our ancestors warned us about. They told us about it. And so that's pretty heavy. That's like, philosophy, this and that. Now we're talking about like real life physical deception. I gotta go.
Well, you're attributing to that, right? I see it like this. I see the way we're talking about it now. These conversations were had in the past, and these ideas are just simply ideas. All this Anunnaki stuff, all that, the Bible, that's all stories written by man. In reality, we have nothing to go on this. Absolutely nothing but stories. Think about it. What solid thing do we have of this?
Yeah, I agree. I was like, I remember my old girlfriend. She said to me like, because I would email a certain story like Zen stories and stuff like that. She's like, "Why are you obsessed with all these old stories?" And I'm like, "Because that's all there is."
Exactly, smart girl.
That's, you know what I mean. I'd be like, "Look, this story, like the hero's journey or something like that. That's all there is. These. I think back to these like Shakespeare or the Bible, and yeah, they sort of all just copies of the one story. You sort of see that after a while. You're like, oh shit, it's just the same story over and over again.
Yeah,
That would make
the
that would
story, the song
make
remains the same.
that
It's
would make
just
sense if everyone was united under a world religion, world government, and world system before, and world language, and then they were dispersed out from that point. It would make sense that they would all have the same stories.
Yeah, yeah. It does seem, you dig into history, and it does seem like, I think one historian commented that the differences between the religious ideas, or the religions, if you will, were so they were so similar. The differences weren't worth talking about. They weren't worth, they were so similar.
yeah. Well,
That's kind of, and well, that's much later.
Yeah, but nothing could be further from the truth. The religions are not similar at all.
No, not now, not now. See, I'm talking about like the ancient druids and stuff like that.
Oh, maybe so. I don't know about that. But the fact of the matter is, if there's only one creator, if there's only one God, I mean, this is indisputable. You can't deny this, right? There would only be one religion. Just the fact that there's like 1,000 religions just goes to show you that really this is all man-made stuff.
Yeah, I
In
quite
my
liked
opinion.
I like Gio's little analogy with the octopus thing. Like, I don't know if you remember that, but I kind of think of it like that, but like with a tree, right? If you think of a tree that's coming out of the ground and then branching off and branching off, I kind of think of it like that. It's got further and further away from the trunk, if you will. Yeah, I don't know.
Right. There's no explaining it, right? If you were God, like I say this all the time, you want to spread your message, you can beam, like you can use like Wi-Fi, right? You can beam your message to everybody. It just doesn't make sense. Why would you choose a certain people to beam your message to one person? Why would you do that? It just the whole idea just doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. Why would you send yourself to get murdered? I mean, think about it. Think of the story. Like, does any part of it make sense? Would you, if you were the creator, would you make such a thing? Would you make yourself come alive and then crucify or kill yourself? I mean, and then cry to yourself? And it's nonsense, bro. It's a child. It's like worse than a fairy tale. Like, I'm
Well, I
sorry, I don't
mean,
want to insult anybody, but come on, man.
well, there's all sorts of options, though, isn't there? I mean, maybe Jesus is the sort of archetype, of a human, if you will, of the suffering that one must endure, or something like that. That stuff like that. That's the way I sort of think of it, anyway. But there's all kind. I don't know. It's weird though. I was talking about this righteous force, and he's like, "Oh, so you're the arbiter of truth, then, eh?" Not the book. You're the arbiter of truth, and I felt like saying, "Yeah, bloody am." Have I not got the divine spark within me? I mean, but I think we get a bit confused because of thinking. I think thinking is part of the issue. I don't know. That's what seems to me anyway. It's easy to confuse and delude ourselves.
Well, it's always the thought, feeling, and belief is what's going to lead you astray, man. You got to have the facts, logic, and wisdom.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We've just already covered the fact, the logic, and this creator. This is just another idea. It's a little bit like when people talk about a higher self and watching the thoughts. And I started this in like 2010 with Eckhart Tolle, and I love that with The Power of Now, because he sort of, in that very German way, sort of showed that all the religions are all sort of saying the same thing in a roundabout sort of way. And that's The Power of Now. I still recommend. I'm sure I'd go back and I'd find all kinds of things I wouldn't agree with now, because that's how it works, isn't it? You go on your little journey, and there's something else interesting about that. I know he's took acid, and I'm sure the first part of that book, his little awakening moment, is him taking acid, because there's a moment where he's like describing light, and he's going, I knew there was so much more to light than and I thought, yeah, this is just describing acid basically. Well, that's neither here nor there. The point is that religion and spirituality, when you go back and you have a look, it's all about one-upmanship on yourself. It's a very odd thing. And to say, like, it's like this diminishment of ego, if you will. But then the ego plays this little game where it automatically identifies with the higher self. And so it's just another game, but it's a higher game, if you will. Right? I chuckled at that with Alan Watts, because he was talking about how he got divorced from his wife, and because she always played games, and he was like, I don't like all these games. And then he realized later, oh, he was just playing another game, but his game was called My Game's Better Than Your Game.
Speaking of games, I think the creator is like a bit of like a prankster in a way. Like he gave us magnetism, right? He gave us pi, right? Like it's like he's almost playing with us. Here you go, you mere mortals. Here, I'll give you a thing that attracts something, and you can't go figure it out. Tell me,
Yeah, but the creator also gave you the tools to figure it out.
And how have we done so far with magnetism?
I mean, alternating, AC motors are pretty tight.
No, we can use it. We can, put, turn it around some brass or copper and make electricity, right? But what is magnetism? We were talking about that before, right? Does anybody know?
Magnetism is essentially
goes back to that old. The magnetism goes back to that old understanding of the lodestone. You have to start from the basis of all knowledge, right? So if we're gonna talk about magnetism, the basis of magnetism was fuckers in Greece or Egypt or whatever playing with lodestones, right? That's the first, and there the knowledge would develop more and more so, but that would be the basis of the knowledge of magnetism.
Well, that was just the discovery of it for mankind. But to get into an explanation, it didn't come about until actually recently, in my opinion, from Ken Wheeler, who said magnetism is energy is manifest. Just to put it in the most simplex explaining.
Wait, Daiso, I wanted to ask you. You said something the other day when we were talking, and I completely forgot. But I think it was there was like essentially 4 aspects or 4 forces that were actually 2 forces, and those 2 forces were actually 1 force or something like that. And I completely forgot.
It's essentially you've got 2 conjugate fields working in unison, creating this perpetual motion, which is these 2 conjugate geometry expressions of energy as manifest, being the dielectric field and the magnetic field. So the magnetic
magnetic field are.
The loss, yeah. So
I was gonna say they're
essentially the
essentially
same thing, yeah.
two sides of the same coin. Then
Right. So the loss of the dielectric field is what breeds the magnitude of the magnetic field. Yeah, but they're expressions of the same thing, just in two different dimensions. One being dimensional, and the other being non-dimensional. So
which
that's
one
why
is non-dimensional?
the dielectric field, the magnetic field, is dimensionality and expression itself of energy.
Did you break up the magnetic field into two aspects and the dielectric field into two aspects, or am I misremembering?
No, I broke up the ether into a few different aspects. You got the dielectric, the magnetic, and the electric, and those are all different modalities of one and the same thing, that being the ether itself. So essentially, there's only one field, the ether field, but we ideate it as being different due to its attributional expressions, analogous to ice, water, and steam, all three being the same, one and the same thing, only different based on its attributional expression due to temperature and pressure mediations alone.
Different modalities, basically.
Yeah, right.
The three different modalities of aether is the dielectric, the electric, and the magnetic.
Correct.
Essentially.
Right.
You see what I mean with God playing with our heads? Now, no disrespect to dice law, right? Or the virtual particle boys, right? But was that satisfactory to you? Was that a satisfactory explanation to what magnetism is?
Well, it's ever so present, SE, when you look at magnetism itself, right? And
Yeah,
how
but
do we
no,
view
like I said, no
magnetism?
disrespect to you. I was just wondering if he
No
found
disrespect
out.
taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, no disrespect taken. I mean, it could sound like word salad until I can actually, give you a
But
visual
it doesn't sound like
extrapolation
word
of.
salad to me. I understand,
Well,
when you say modality and counter space and all that. I understand what you mean by it.
no, yeah, I'm not trying to belittle you.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying that it can be represented and showcased like through Ferrell cell. Like if you look at the Ferrell cell, you're going to see these things taking place. You're going to see
Yeah, the
light
spot in the
and
middle is
darkness.
counter space. Yeah, I get all that, bro.
Light and
I
darkness,
was
yeah,
wondering
interlacing.
wondering if our buddy that asked the question, if that was a satisfactory explanation to him. That's what I'm curious.
Sorry.
And without disrespect to you, right? You're giving your best explanation possible, right? And no disrespect at all.
Right. Well, it's the one that I assert myself on. This is what I have ascribed to. You know, yeah, it sounds the most logical to me, and practical, and replicatable, and empirical.
Who was it? Was it Snacks? No, it wasn't Snacks that asked the question, right? Who was it?
No.
Yeah, I was
No.
slow because he said something. He said that to me the other day, but I fucking forgot what he said to me. So I just wanted him to repeat it so I could remember.
Okay, I'm asking you: was that a satisfactory explanation to what magnetism to you? Is that like, do you say, "Oh yeah, that's it, bro"?
That wasn't my question though.
That was my question though to you.
Well, you could ask Dysel that question then, and then he could try to explain it. But my question wasn't what magnetism was. I was just asking about those different modalities or whatever. But
I mean, so basically within that, you've got force and motion, inertia, acceleration, charge and discharge, and all of those interactivities follow the right hand rule. So I don't know if maybe it was that part that you were referring to.
I just said the right hand rule, but I don't know if you wanted to explain Essie's question, right? Like what Like if you had to make a definition, like a paragraph long definition that to a little kid, 5-year-old kid, right? Let's imagine there's a 7-year-old little dude right here, and he's like, "Yo, Dyslow, what's magnetism?" And you have like a paragraph response. How would you explain it to him?
A paragraph response. Not a simple version, but something simplex enough within a long enough explanation that drives it home. Is that kind of like what you're getting at?
Yeah, like, how would you explain it to a 7-year-old? Like, imagine I was sat here with a 7-year-old, and he pulled up to us, and you and me were talking, and then he fucking asked us, "What's magnetism to you, Dyslow?" How would you explain it to a 7-year-old, right?
Right. So in explaining that to the 7-year-old, I would first have to explain some other things so that he can understand what I'm saying, such as energy, right? And what energy is and what it isn't. And in doing that, I would simply tell him that energy is at a state of rest where you can't see it, measure it. It's simply not there as in there. And as that energy potential loses or discharges is where you get magnetism. That magnetism comes in. It's that loss of this energy. That's this background state that everything resides in. And I would have to explain to him, how that works first off, and then get into magnetism from there. And in doing that, then yeah, I would have to start off with explaining these two fundamental geometries, which are one and the same geometries, only different due to their expressions being that toroidal and hyperboloid geometry. How one's centrifugally divergent and one's centripetally convergent, and how they're unified. That's essentially the yin and yang of the entire universe. And then from there, I could start to show this dielectric field, which is energy at this rest state, where that resides in conjunction with this loss of energy being this magnetic field state and this magnetic geometry. And the ferrocell, I think, is probably one of the best ways to showcase all of that. And then from there, you can start to show him how, everything in the universe is magnetoreactive.
Okay, now I'm going to mess with you. So simple, right, Noah? The 7-year-old got it all, right? One paragraph.
I was gonna ask like a follow-up question to kind of simplify it, honestly. So, real quick, Dyslow. That was not very simple, but I guess it was a good explanation. It was a good explanation.
No, you don't say.
Yeah, so I could take an hourglass and a donut.
Let me ask you a simpler question, right? Because we're talking about magnetism, right? So the very simple question is, what if a 7-year-old came up to us and he had a magnet in his hand, a bar magnet, right? With a north side and a south side. The little fucking things you play with. Maybe he has two, and he asks you, "What is this? And what is it doing?" How would you explain that?
Oh, I would say that it's setting up this field around itself, and I would get into explaining what that field is, how that field works, and the shape of that field. So, yeah, maybe it was hard for the 7-year-old to digest what a hyperboloid and a toroid was. So I would break it down to like the donut shape and the hourglass shape, and show how these expressions of geometries influence the world around them and make up the world around them.
All right, Essie, it's your time.
Actually, you should.
No, I don't want to mess with
ask,
Dyslow. I wanted to prove a point, right? There is no explanation for magnetism, right? There is, like what you just heard, but yeah, I mean, I could ask him a million questions. We've done this before. Where does the hyperboloid come from? What is counter space? And we can go on, right? The same thing I can do with the virtual photon boys, right? Like, you do understand that there's like no definitive explanation for what magnetism is. Not for me anyway. Not satisfactory for me.
I spoke too late. He literally just left.
Who left?
Who left?
That dude. I was gonna say you should ask that dude the blind spot. He was actually tasked by QE and Oakley to take like a couple weeks, hear the explanations, and come back and see what he thinks. But he just left like when I was about to say it.
What was the result of that, or did he ever get to it?
I haven't heard his response yet. I don't know if he's still on task or what.
Oh,
I was going to ask him just now.
What's your opinion on QE, SE?
My opinion on QE.
Yeah, like as a contributor to Flat Earth, what do you like? What's the summary? The quick pros and cons.
Well, I don't know. I know what everybody else thinks of QE. Personally, I never had any beef with him, so I really don't want to start one right now. Like, for no reason whatsoever, you know.
all right. Let's shut down the live stream.
Like the way I was with, like, I'll give you a thing with Nathan, right? I had the same attitude with Nathan, right? I'll say this, and then I went on his show and he treated me like a little bitch. So now I'll feel free to talk about Nathan, you know, and his bullshit and his mute button. But I really don't like to start like these childish things, you know. Let's put it that way. I never had a beef with him, so I don't want to start one now. How's that?
Yeah, I think he. I was discussing this with someone the other day, and obviously, yeah, he is a jackass. But like, come on, dude. Like, there's jackasses in real life, dude. There's all kinds of jackasses when I go to work. Like, it's just a fucking personality type. But I think he kind of fucking like scarred the Globers in a sense, like branded them almost. Because I will never ever, after QE made his show, like that whole like Globe Terminator show or whatever, I've never heard a Glober ever say Geometric Horizon after that. Like they've been scarred. Like every time they said Geometric Horizon, he essentially walked in the room with like a hot ironing brand and like branded them. And essentially they can't, like, they're scarred. They have like PTSD. They're never getting back the Geometric Horizon. And I honestly, I would say, even though QE is obviously not the discoverer of that one, he's kind of the one that reinforced and like kind of shoved it into their mind. And they can never kind of come back from that, in a sense, you know. They can never make that claim again. So even though he's a jackass, I think he's made that one contribution, but that one contribution kind of is like almost like one of the fundamental stepping stones, right? There's no Geometric Horizon. That's not a thing.
I mean, no, and now they claim two. Now they claim two horizons. So,
look, I'll say this: that I don't like the infighting. No, I'd rather not see infighting. That's my take on that.
They'll never come up to us and say there's a Geometric Horizon ever again. And honestly, I would say because we fucking would destroy them on that one point so often that it was just they became a laughing stock, and they had to like switch up. They have to, bro. I'm telling you, try to have a debate with a Glober. None of them will ever claim Geometric Horizon ever again because
They will from a certain altitude.
yeah, they will claim a geometric horizon and an optical horizon. They claim the two. So
They pretty much say there's an optical at I think like was it to like 100 feet or so, and then go up higher, and then there you just the geometric.
Who claims that?
I don't have the right numbers, but yeah, at a certain altitude, they'll say, yeah, that's the geometric horizon at that point.
Wait, but who claims that? That's the most ridiculous thing ever. Like it's getting ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Zanuck,
Actually, what they say is
at
over
some
like
point,
300
will.
feet. After like 300
Yeah.
feet, that it's not going to be more than 7/6 R. They say it's pretty guaranteed to just be standard at that point.
300 feet, yeah.
But still, it's 7/6 R. They still claim that the horizon is not the actual position. But
Right,
then they
but
show you a picture of the horizon and acts like it's the curve of the Earth.
but what's it? Couldn't they have done that with any number? Couldn't like okay? Imagine I have my predicted value of where the horizon is.
No
It could
tanks
be
or hot mic.
my predicted R value. What's it? Could be 10 million miles, or let's just what is it? 33969 or let's say mine is 7,000 miles is my R value, right? So I have a different predicted angle, or different predicted angle to the horizon based off of that. I could just come up with any fraction in front of any R number and then just say like, look, it matches what's observed, therefore my R is right. But it's like, dude, you just put a fucking like it's not the same number if you multiply it by a different number. Like, where did this 7/6 come from? That's just completely arbitrary. 7/6? Like what? Oh, am I testing air that there's 7 air molecules on this side and 6 on the other? Like
It just came from like that's the average of where it is. Like on average, if you go out and you throw away a lot of the observations, the average is 7/6. It's on average 15% too far.
Right, exactly. So they literally just took the observation and then multiplied it by a constant to match it to their observation so that they could still ad hoc retain the R value.
Yeah. Yeah, it's retarded. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they did. Like, that's not even like it is in question. Maybe if there's like a retard liar in here, but like that's not even that's actually what they did. Like, they had their R value, they went and measured the horizon, found out the horizon wasn't where they fucking thought it would be. Then they took the difference between the two, turned that into a constant, and then just started multiplying the constant by the R and saying, "Yeah, it's still the R value. We're still up on this globe." Like that's just ad hoc fallacy right there.
Yeah, it's even worse too because like they go out, they see it's not where it's supposed to be ever, and on average, it's 15% further than it's supposed to be. And the way they get that average is by ignoring a good percentage of the observations that are way off. They just ignore those, so it's pretty funny.
Wait, so this 7/6 R average is not even it's not including all the data. They're essentially
It's not an actual average. It's a weighted mean.
So they're taking out like they'll say like, oh, that's an outlier, and they'll just take it out of the data basically.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, bro. That's a death blow, bro. The black swan is a death blow. Like they'll never return from that. I'm sorry. Like it's like when you're in a fight and you hit the guy and he already has one swollen eye. It's like he already has one black eye all swollen. Like it's like the fight will continue on, but like you've been fucking struck and there's like it's a clean blow. Like you've just been blown out of the water. No more geometric horizon for you. It's gone.
Yeah, the irony is that like in the black swan analogy, where it comes from is the black swan is very, very rare. And in this situation, it's like it happens every time.
Yeah, that's what I was discussing the other day, is that like it's absurd because if it was directly analogous, we'd go out to the pond and it would be one white swan and there'd be like 50 black swans like flying around and shit. That someone literally said to me in another VC the other day when we were discussing this exact thing, that it would just be all black swans. And that's the funniest part, is that's how detached from reality they are. Is that the majority of cases they think is like some magical event that actually never happens. That's like saying the sun never comes up in the morning. Like, yeah, bro, the sun never comes up in the morning. What are you talking about?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's called black swan just because you only have to find one to disprove the claim that they're all white. So it does work in that sense, but it's just funny because, like, dude, I mean, when I go out and look at the over water, the horizon's never where the globe predicts it is.
Well,
never.
Dude, they've been on the run now. Like they're actually scared now. Like they're scared of us. Their job isn't even to debate us anymore. Their job is to run away from us and try to convince other people that and discredit us and poison the water before they get to us.
Yeah, it's like a competing business, down the street from one place, having their employees stand outside the restaurant while other people are going down to the competition, being like, no, there's cockroaches in the food. No, come eat here. Don't eat down there. There's cockroaches in the food down there. Eat here.
Literally, like they could debate us, but now they've become actually like afraid. They're actually scared. They've actually just been getting exposed. That they've realized every time they debate us, it's actually worse for them because they just take continual L's.
Yep.
And so the onlookers are like, oh my god, like these guys are just taking continual L's. Like, so basically, they've essentially said, since it's bad for us to debate, we're gonna go hide and not debate it.
Yeah. Well, what else would they do? What else would anybody do? Is if you're getting destroyed, you gotta retreat and regroup and think about it again.
Well, what you would do is you would, in my opinion, like what they should do is they should then ask the competition, well, what's your evidence of flat Earth, and how can I use it practically to better my life? So when that customer comes looking for which one to purchase, it doesn't really matter which one is true, but which one is going to make their life better. That's what they sell them.
Yeah, there's a good point there. People are looking for convenience of information. Yeah.
And that's what they got.
Dude, they're terrified. They're fucking terrified, dude. They're in hiding. Like, they're like how criminals are terrified of the government when you're in hiding and like there's choppers and like fucking SWAT crews and shit.
Dude,
they're like a fucking
they're all in the
fucking
same trap house trying not to get busted.
dude. They're literally like those Liam Neeson movies where like the guys bust into the house and they're stealing everyone, and then you have to go hide in the closet. Like, that's what they are. They're like in a closet or under the bed, like shaking.
Yeah, they hate Witsit. I mean, they don't hate him for the wrong. They hate him because, listen, I kind of feel them, right? Like they want to explore the possibilities and try to get to an answer that fits their way of thinking. But Witsit has a response, like a cohesive response to every globe assertion, and it just shuts it down so quick. They're like, I don't want to even talk to them anymore. They want to venture into new ideas and make their own. I think what said a while ago, like, stop letting them make a new globe model, and it's true. They keep making a new model, like to debate and looking for a win that way. And they might win that point, but that's not the actual model. You got at some time you got to realize, shit, wait, they're not even talking about the actual model right now.
They're just cowering and shaking. Like, they're literally like in the, what is that called? Like the fetal position, like sucking their thumbs.
Stop it.
They're probably like holding onto their blankie and like crying for their mommy as well.
I think all this stuff is happening. I think there's a bunch of dudes who would rather have that be the reality. Therefore, they're going to argue that that's the reality, and they know it. Most of them know it. Like I've asked quite a few Globers, like, what is it that, or like, swayed you, right? Like, what's swaying you this way versus that way? And I don't know if it's unanimous, but most of the time, it's that they don't feel like the flat Earth side has like moral support and people you can go to for guidance, and it's just not like a sturdy foundation to stand on. Things could change. You don't know, so therefore it's not safe. Like, that's kind of the feedback I get. It's like the unknown. So.
Well, one of their tool is ridicule. They use that. They used to use, but we took that away from them. ridicule, yeah, to make you feel like somehow stupid for straying against the thought of the group, type deal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to tie the conversations together, that I haven't heard QE's like full on like just calm rebuttal to or explanation and proof of atoms, etc. More just making fun of it and saying everybody should feel stupid for not understanding it. These things aren't like even the globe model, flat Earth model, atom. These aren't things that are just like, all right, give me like an hour, I'll learn it. Shouldn't feel stupid for not knowing all these things.
That's the problem with grouping people together.
Okay. I was gonna say there was. You can go ahead, Essie, if you say something.
No, go on, bro.
Oh, I was just gonna say there's a lot of strange occurrences when it comes to the atomic model and the periodic table, and a lot of strange stuff going on there. You should look. You should look into it. There's some. Let's just say there's some coincidences. That's how I'll put it.
I don't know his it's hard to ask because he'll get real defensive and it'll just be like a fight, right? So I just have to like listen. But why should I be looking at another man anyway, right? I have to find my own reasons. But it's just that for somebody who's I guess picked apart another model by examining the cause and effect relationship of different materials according to the medium within that they reside within, right? He's awfully standoffish and about this, analyzing the atom in the same way, and instead granting the atom its medium lift, pretty much, right? But everything else, he's debunked with a medium. I guess he's debunked, whatever, argued a change in the medium. But for the atom, I don't see him applying that same thinking.
The thing here is to talk about the argument, not the person. So, talking about the argument, light, right? Light cannot be what they say it is. There's no such thing in the universe that has duality. You're either one thing or you're another thing. So just the fact that they tell you light is a particle and a wave, for me, and I'm speaking strictly for myself, I call bull on that. It's impossible. You can't be both.
So I am a human, and I'm also a piece of shit. So.
Hello, everyone. Thimore here. Montreal, I liked your point with the magnet earlier, and how we don't know what or how. We can just describe what we see. I had a question about it though, and to sort of go back to the duality, the idea of the field. Do you think the field is already there, or do you think the magnet is producing the field?
First of all, I don't know what a field is, but if I think you're referring to that shape that the magnet makes when we put the shavings on it, if that's what you're referring to, that's absolutely caused by whatever the magnet is. That's simple, right? Because you don't see that in any other type of material. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, and also I'm not trying to pick on QE or like argue QE. It's just I'm just trying to point out the the cause and effect relationship, right? And as well as the medium, right? Like those are things that are prominent in his other arguments. Is there a reason that I'm not seeing why those aren't prominent components on somebody's outlook on atoms?
But you seem to be fixated on QE here. Maybe you should go talk with him, bro. Ask him. Like, how could you ask us what QE is thinking in his brain? I mean, I wish he was here. I'd like to talk to him. But, I mean, why do you keep bringing up QE?
Well, it's like I'm just saying his name and then trying to ask you the same thing.
Does QE have access to this server? We should invite him over here. I haven't talked to that guy for like years. But I would like to talk to that guy. He's a fucking classic character.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to almost like you would just say, well, Einstein said this, or right, like so. But the point isn't really QE. The point is, I mean, I think that you might be in that same boat, right, where you saw the cause and effect relationship. I think a lot of people here saw the cause and effect relationship between whatever, right, the effects the medium had on within with those objects, right, changing the medium would have had. Do you apply that to your thinking with atoms at all, or are they independent? They're medium dependent, independent.
Well, I'm not even sure if an atom exists, so you're throwing a lot of stuff out there. The way they describe an atom is it's indefensible, whatever that is. First, they have an atomic orbital model. Then they change it to a probability cloud theory. Next thing you know, they're telling us that neutrons and protons don't have 3 quarks anymore. They have 5. I mean, 2 quarks, sorry. They have 5 now. One is called a charmed, and it has greater mass than the neutron itself. I mean, I can go on, bro. It's a whole pile of bull. And I can go into detail. I'm not just saying nah. The whole quantum thing makes absolutely no sense in reality. To me, that's just me. Do you think a particle could go through one slit, split itself in half, and interfere with itself? You think that's possible?
I just don't think. I can't imagine anything that works independent. That's all. Like everything is a pair. Like so, I'm trying to think of something that could possibly work independent, and I just can't think of anything. Like something that could,
I think people are free to think whatever they want, and don't get triggered if people question your ideas. That's what I think.
So this is interesting with the magnet Montreal. I'm so
Is it a
curious.
particle wave?
Sorry about that. So we're saying that the rock is producing energy or field.
Well, that's just it. We don't know what it is, what it's producing. We don't know how it's doing it. We don't know why it's doing it. We don't know what the mechanism is. We just don't know. That's why I said before, this is God playing with our heads.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to explore that aspect, right? We can't even for sure say the correlation between the field or the energy and the rock, which one exists, right? Like, is the rock producing this energy and field, or is the field and energy already there and the rock is interfering with it? There's no way to determine what a magnet is, right?
So
That's a damn good point. I never thought of that. Yeah, he's right. He's right.
We know what it does, we just don't know what it is, essentially. But that could be said for everything that a human that could be said for all human knowledge, dude. It's all just practical. We know what it does, not what it actually is, like in nature. We're not God. Like we didn't fucking. How can we know the ultimate nature of something? We can only know it through its uses and its effects on our lives. We can't know the things that it does. We're not looking. It's like
in order to know anything, you have to be able to differentiate between principle versus attribute. What something is versus what something does, and then have a logical, rational way to explain those two things. And that's where science falls short currently. So if you're gonna, try to go at it by that standpoint, then you're always going to fall short in ever getting to a logical, concise, rational explanation. I don't know if you guys heard any of that.
I agree with you. I think everybody falls short, though. Everybody that is alive up until now, that is.
Well, that's because they don't really talk about that much in the education system. Principle versus attribute and things like this, like a Socratic method of retroductive analysis upon a said phenomena or subject matter. It's a lost art. It's been lost since the 1600s. No tanks, you're hot micing, bro. What's up with you?
All right.
So is the
I got
load
my Apple AirPod in if I fix some shit.
Daiso, is the lodestone affecting the field or is it producing the field?
I would say it's affecting the field.
What's the lodestone's effect on what field?
It's the wake front of the field. Essentially, it's creating a disturbance within that already existent field. No different than light or electricity.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. How do we determine that? What did we do? How do we manipulate the magnet? Or whatever?
I think those are all separate questions.
Well, I'm trying to get at what you just said, and we're saying that it's interfering rather than producing. What did we do to determine that?
The field's ever so present. The field's always there. The ether field, that is. It's only science, right, that likes to subdivide all these fields against natural order and say that, oh, there's magnetism over here, electricity's over there, light's over here. They fail to realize that they're all one and the same thing, only separated through their attributional expressions.
Daiso, what's your thoughts, or Ken Wheeler's thoughts, or whatever, on the Casimir effect?
That's the CMB, dude. That's the background energetic state that everything resides in.
No doubt.
Smaller the space, the higher the capacitance. When you reduce something down so small, you're increasing its potential capacitance level. That's why the stronger the field, the smaller the space. That's why, like, the gamma radiation doesn't really seem to have like much of a wave phenomena to it. That's because it's more of a transverse rather than a longitudinal propagation.
Yeah, real quick. I think Witsit said when you increase the space, you actually increase the thing, and I would tend to agree with him, because look at when you go up off of Earth, you got that potential for voltage or whatever. The electric potential goes up the higher you get.
Well, you're talking about a lineal perspective rather than a metric volume. But at some point that all goes away, because outer space, like I said the other day when you brought that up, is not a terminal of discharge. Like space just being volume from me to you, sure, the rate increases, based on the altitude or elevation, but there's a line where all that separates. And
the Kármán line.
I mean, I guess it could be that. I don't know, but if space is not a terminal of discharge, then that would have to be true. Space itself, right? The lack of an atmos.
So there are a few demonstrations with light. We got the double slit and the delayed choice quantum eraser. And Montreal was saying earlier, wave, photon, whatever. What do you guys think is like the most elaborate demonstration besides observation of a magnet? Like, what's a demonstration that gets the heart?
Real quick, can you turn your mic up a little bit? We could barely hear you.
Oh yeah, no problem. Sorry about that.
You're super low for me. Say your question again. Do what?
Yeah, I was saying that with light, we have the delayed choice quantum eraser, and we have the double slit experiment, or demonstrations I like to call them. I don't really call them experiments. You're not manipulating things. what would you guys say is the predominant demonstration for a magnet and the mysteries behind it, besides just observation with the ferrocell?
So the ferrocell is the same thing that you see in that double slit experiment. It's just the constructive and destructive phase interference between the magnetic and the dielectric, permeability and permittivity. It's the intersections, and which sets off that display that you're seeing with the separation of light and dark. For example, in the double slit experiment, that diffracted wave pattern, analogous to the ferrocell having a separation of light and dark. It's just the interplay between those two field dynamics, which could easily be replicated with a simple laser beam and pinhead across a blackboard of a classroom. You could easily replicate that diffracted wave pattern.
Hey, did you guys hear my theory that I just came up with, the rogue wave of light theory?
Well, real quick, Larry, I'm just wondering if that is satisfactory for Timor.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that that's what I was asking for. I get we have descriptors of these things, right? We can not really answer the question when it comes to the double slit experiment, or we can answer the question when it comes to the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. But is there an experiment with magnets that get to the nature of a magnet, the mysteries of a magnet, right?
Wait, the double.
I'm sorry, man.
Wait, the double slit experiment doesn't explain a mystery. It presents a mystery.
Well, it tries to answer the question, is light a wave or a particle, right? Like, what is light? That's what it's trying to answer. And it's demonstrating that it presents more questions than answers, right?
I'd be more concerned after the double slit on what the hell is it doing. Forget what it is. You don't even know what it's doing.
Exactly. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain a mystery. It presents a mystery.
Doesn't the double slit experiment prove that the particles change when you observe them, as opposed to not observe them?
Yeah.
Well, that's
I've used it as
It's-
evidence for we're in a simulation, like reality's not being rendered unless we observe it. Like, you go into a video game and shit's there, but it's just not being rendered on your screen because you're not looking at it.
Would you guys mind if I went over that theory? It's like less than a minute.
What's there, man?
The rogue wave theory.
Yeah, the rogue wave of
By
light.
Larry. Let's do it.
All right, real quick. So a rogue wave is like when two waves combine when they converge at a single point. And normally a wave hits a ship all day long. Nobody cares about those waves. They're not really even detectable. But when there's a rogue wave, it causes damage. There's capsizing, tsunamis, all kinds of weird stuff happens when these two waves converge. So my theory is that light is a wave. And when there's an interference pattern, it causes these rogue waves of light, and this is what we're perceiving to be photons. So the photoelectric effect is these rogue waves that are hitting, and just like it leaves a mark on the paper, when you get sunburn, it's because all these rogue waves are causing cell damage. That's just my little theory of what a photon is. Thanks.
So the photon is an effect, not an actual thing in and of itself.
Correct.
Yeah, somebody said that the other day. It's just an effect. I think it was Witsit.
It's almost like it's actually like an event.
Oh, that's what it was.
Right.
It was an event. That's
So-
what it was. Yeah.
So lights aren't photons. So what is light?
Well, it's a perturbation of the ether, the background. So it's being perturbed, just like
just like Noah asked, does a magnet affect the field, or does the field affect the magnet? It's one and the same thing. Like, the field's already there. When you create a disturbance in that field, This is where you get magnetism, light, and electricity.
You know where I think right the hand might have been going earlier with that whole magnetism? I was thinking about this earlier. You know how like when you have sound, like when we talk, nothing's actually traveling, it's just a disturbance in the air. Like maybe he was thinking about it like that. Remember that before?
Yeah, but the problem is he's coming from a materialistic perception of reality while simultaneously denying it. And this is why I was asking him to define physicality or physical, and he alluded to material. And then when I asked him what material makeup is it, like at its rudimentary component, he just repeated the same thing, you know, gold is gold, air is air, like nothing further. It's only the structure that changes, not the and it's not, and he says it's not actually particle interaction rather than fluidity of the object or the medium. So I mean, he kind of fell short on a lot of the things. Like there was no logic to support a lot of the stuff he was implying.
He did. He came in a little
That's kind of
hot
why
on
it's
you.
hard to accept anything.
He came in a little hot on you this morning, but it didn't come.
Right. So and then that's where I held him to, you know, if everything is physical and physical is material, then is light material, and he just kind of like, you know, got triggered real quick.
So Larry, my bad, I didn't want to derail this. Larry, you're saying the waves are always happening. There's waves constantly all around us everywhere, and then we turn the light on, it sparks a wave, and now those waves start crashing into each other, causing the rogue wave.
Yeah, so we're always being inundated with light everywhere we go. I mean, they even say that neutrinos are happening in pitch dark underground, right? So it's not until the light becomes like visible that we can see it, but you can still be harmed with invisible light. So it's my contention that we're being inundated with waves all the time. It's only harmful when these waves are like converging and getting enough, like, it's not kinetic energy. I don't know what, you know, electromagnetic energy, I guess. That the
You can do it with
electromagnetic
kinetic energy.
energies combine.
Well, it's potential versus kinetic.
My bad. Hold on. Finish it up, Larry. But I want to go next, please.
Yeah, it's when these waves combine, kind of like we see the interference pattern, that creates the event that we call a photon. Thanks.
You can go next, I saw. Thanks.
Well,
hold on, real quick. Doesn't the pistol shrimp do it with kinetic energy?
What did you say? A Tesla strip?
Sonoluminescence? Pistol shrimp.
What? Say it again.
It's sonoluminescence.
It's called the mantis shrimp, to be exact, Jeremy.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I guess that is kinetic energy, but I was talking about traditional light, I guess.
Well, that's, you know, we always get stumbled up on this. Like, are we talking about light in its full spectrum, i.e., you know, visible versus non-visible light? Like, which light are we talking about here?
Well, I guess all light.
Okay, right. That's what I thought you were talking about. That's why when Jeremy was bringing up the mantis or pistol shrimp, you know, it's you're talking about visible light, Jeremy.
Yeah, another thing on the light thing. I'm just saying it can happen with kinetic energy too. Another thing about with the whole neutrinos thing is that, I mean, you're saying like light is inside a rock. The neutrinos are inside rocks right now. So,
well, the neutrino thing was a hypothesis that was supposedly proven in the depths of some cave out in, was it like Denver, Colorado, or some shit? So, has anybody been there to, like, you know, put that to the test? Because a lot of people can say a lot of stuff, you know, when the room's closed off to scrutiny.
I agree. I don't know that that's the case, but from what I understand is we're always inundated by light. There's never a point in our life where there's no light because your heart is emitting electromagnetic radiation, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question, dude? My head was somewhere.
You're never not being inundated with light, even in pitch darkness. You're being inundated by light, even if it's the light from your own heart.
Right, like everything is light. At least as far as electromagnetic radiation and material.
So it's not
or
that
what
the
we call light.
photon. It's not that the photon is traveling through the air. The waves are perturbing the medium, and as the waves converge, those events that we call photons, they're not massless particles, but they're rogue waves of light. That's what I think.
It's just a rebound in its coaxial geometry off the magnetic and dielectric intersections, dude. It's really all it is, bro. That dielectric field is all around us. And as that interacts with the magnetic field is where you get those cross sections and what they call a photon. It's just an intersection of these two field dynamics at play. It's not an actual physical particle.
Hey, that sounds even better than the way I said it. I like it. Thanks for entertaining my theory, and anybody who's against it, please, show me where I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, I really liked your explanation that you gave a couple months ago on that whole Kashmir effect when we were getting into it with Jace, man. I thought it was pretty sound. And I could tell you spent some time on that topic. And I was really intrigued to listen to everything you had to say. And yeah, whenever you want to go through that again, man, I think you should do like a demonstration or something on that topic. I think you got it down.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The Casimir effect is really fascinating because it's been done like hundreds of times, like 100 different ways. There's so many different variations of this experiment or demonstration, whatever you want to call it. And it's always showing the same thing, right? It's, the vacuum energy. And anyone who says there is no ether, fine. What is this X that is 0.x energy? What is that? What is the energy in a vacuum? I don't care what you call it. What is it? Like, don't tell me what you call it. Don't say quantum foam. Don't say 0 point energy. Like, what is it actually, right? And I think that if you think about it clearly, it doesn't matter what side of the ether you're on. Whatever X is, it's everywhere, like a background medium.
Well, this
And I
is
don't think anybody could deny that.
This is why I say, like, we have to be beholden to principle versus attribute, because there's not one thing in the universe that exists in actuality or conceptually that you cannot attribute a single attribute to. I challenge any of you to come up with something that doesn't have an attribute, because by biological definition, it has to. And oftentimes we attribute attributes for what something is rather than what it's doing. And this is where we start fucking up as flat earthers or truthers by taking the bait and allowing that spell to bind you. You have to understand.
Does a shadow have an attribute?
A shadow, it has an attribute. It's cold when you stand in a shadow, or cooler, should I say, than the surrounding ambient temperatures around you or direct sunlight, the lack of direct sunlight upon you.
Well, not always. I could probably make it hotter in a shadow.
Oh, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, moonshine.
Moonshine, you said?
I can put I could just bring like forced. We could just bring like forced hot air into the shadow, and it would be hotter, right?
No, to be fair though, that's a different thing with a different attribute. You're just combining two.
Right. You just added a whole nother variable.
I'm saying I could make it hotter in a shadow. It doesn't. I don't think that has to be the case with a shadow.
Well, it would still be an attribute, regardless, Jeremy. it would still be an attribute. There's a quality to be said about it, right? Otherwise, like, how would we even conceive of its existence to be able to contrive that it's there to begin with? So, yeah, like,
We could probably
there's not
make
a
it the
single
same temperature. We could probably make the shadow the same temperature as outside, as everywhere
before
else.
we get lost in the weeds, bro. My point was is there's not a single thing that doesn't have an attribute, whether it exists or not. And so, with that being said, if everything's got a fucking attribute, then we damn sure should be able to differentiate principle versus attribute. And if you can't do that, then you're always going to be mistaken. Go for it, man.
You have a different attribute for shadow. I don't like that one.
Okay. There's no light in a shadow. Visible light, should I say? Sorry, more specific. A shadow is a privation of illumination. There's an attribute.
A privation of illumination.
Right, meaning you don't have illumination in a shadow.
Nice, like dropping bars.
It's the absence of light. By definition. So the absence of light
being with its
therefore has
next
an
one.
attribute.
Yeah, but the absence of something. I'm not crazy about that one either. It's better than the first one, but I'm not crazy about the second one he gave either.
So, my whole point driving it home is that, like, space has attributes, but it has no principles or properties because it's not a thing, just the absence of a thing. So if it's not a thing, then it can't be held within the first principles, all right? But it attributionally exists, and that we can describe it, right, using volume or.
Well, Dysel, I want to consider that like an attribute of something being something that it doesn't have. Like, you can't say a shadow is an attribute of a shadow is the absence of light.
And it cannot be manipulated, and it cannot act upon what is actual.
I mean, would you not say, Jeremy, that an attribute of, say, a pig is that it doesn't have wings?
That's what I mean, Crypto. Yeah.
Why is that wrong?
Well, I mean, I could. Oh, yeah. I don't, because then you could just sit there and list, like, it has to be something it has. Like, I would say an attribute of a pig is,
a pig has wheels.
Yeah, so
a pig has wheels.
A pig has pink
If not,
skin.
tell that to my Harley.
I mean, a pig has pink skin, it's got a snout, it's got a curly little tail, and it doesn't have wings. Isn't that all fair?
No, I consider a tribute like something that it has, like something that it. I mean, I could pull a definition of a tribute up real quick, but I would consider that like something it actually has.
Isn't that what science says? They say cold is absence of heat. NASA says that space vacuum is the absence of heat and pressure.
Yeah, like I said, it has attributes, but it doesn't have any principles or properties. And for something to be a thing, it has to have principles and properties. And space, by definition, is not a thing. It's the absence of a thing. Therefore, it cannot act upon material, and material cannot act upon it, i.e. no bending and warping of space and time. You're welcome.
Here, real quick. I looked up the definition of a tribute. The first one didn't make sense. Regard something as being caused by someone or something. But the next one is a quality or feature regarded as a characteristic or inherent part of something. Like, that's what I think of when I think of a tribute. Basically, that one.
Attribute.
Exactly.
Attribute is like giving gold to Xerxes so he doesn't sack your town.
I'm putting the wrong emphasis in the wrong syllables.
It's all right.
So so that's what I think of when I think of a tribute.
Attribute. Jeez, I can't even.
I don't care. Everyone knows what I mean.
No, I don't. A tribute is like a tribute band, like you're singing a song in gratitude of another band or something.
Dysel, do you have a third one? Or shadow?
A third what? Oh, a third attribute for a shadow.
I don't appreciate you guys attributing this malice towards Jeremy.
So is Winston in here? Did you hear my rogue wave of light theory?
Yeah, sort of. I can't really talk right now. Literally, Jeremy was just had me going crazy with a tribute.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead, continue.
I did kind of hear it sounds cool, but I can't really talk.
Hey, isn't that a Tenacious D song? This is just a tribute.
Hold on, don't save Dice Low. We need a third one for Shadow, bro. The first two are weak sauce.
Jeremy, what's something that looks like you and follows you everywhere you go, but can't hear, see, or smell or talk to you?
Bro, I'm not playing Lord of the Rings riddles, bro. What's Schmeagle? We need a third one for Shadow, Schmeagle.
It's your
called you in the
reflection.
shadow.
It's your reflection.
Oh, it was a shadow.
A shadow has a boundary.
Dice Slow, I thought that was another Kosher's mom joke.
That's actually the best one I've heard, the boundary one.
I was gonna drop the Kosho's mom when you guys were talking about pig, dude, but I referred it to Harley instead. But I think you guys missed.
I was thinking sheriff.
All right, so you want to ask?
Dice Low, did you hear it? He said boundary. He found a. That's pretty good. That was better than your two.
Hey, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. But
I
how do
mean,
we differentiate?
I don't know though. Boundary, like I don't know. It's kind of
differentiate a shadow from darkness, if that's how we're going to identify a
vague.
shadow, or is it the same thing? But anyways,
What
the whole
doesn't
point
have a
is,
boundary? Go ahead, Dice.
well, that's why I said darkness. Like what's the difference between darkness and a shadow? If a shadow has a boundary.
Hello, Shadow, my old friend.
How far does darkness stretch, Jeremy?
So here's a question about going back to the magnet thing. We can make different strengths of magnets. I guess is quantifying it. It's a strength or its capability, its potential energy, whatever. But we also know that like temperature affects this, right? You guys have seen those super cooled magnets that they actually like levitate over the zoom over
Quantum
around the
locking.
table. There you go, quantum locking. Okay. Well, it's just another idea as far as what is a magnet, what is it doing, and how do we charge magnets? Like how do we put?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is a magnet isn't charged. To say that a magnet's more charged up to make a stronger magnet, right, is antithetical to the logic at hand, being that, you know, if you were going to imply that, then that stronger magnet would have to have a bigger spatial footprint, and it doesn't. It's the opposite of that. The larger the strength of the magnet, the smaller the spatial footprint, i.e., the field becomes reduced. And that's because, like I said, the smaller the space, or the smaller the spatial footprint, the higher the capacitance, meaning the higher the energy. That's why gamma radiation has a way smaller footprint than infrared per se. Like smaller, or the closer to the red end of spectrum of light, the energy kind of falls off versus going further towards the blue end of spectrum of light, which was discovered in the photoelectric effect described by Hertz versus Einstein, and also proven with the Crookes radiometer, where if you shine like a quasi-luminiferous light source, i.e. an LED, at the paddles of that Crookes radiometer, it'll start to spin up S. Whereas if you shined a red light at it, it's not going to do anything. And that's because it with that coaxial geometry and the conjugate geometry of the ether. So let's see if I could pull up this explanation here. Okay. So all right. So basically, yeah, Hertz discovered the photoelectric effect. The red and blue end spectrum of light is different within its volume. The blue end spectrum has a higher capacitance. Einstein was the fourth person to talk about it, but wrong in his explanation. The real answer is the atomic capacitance is created when threshold frequency light is used to create a charge disparity between the electrode and the inner atomic magneto-dielectric permeability, which is breached. So, yeah. Hopefully that helps.
So how would you describe what's happening when we super freeze or super cool these pucks? What's happened? Why is the temperature important? What has changed?
Well, all phenomena, right, is perceivable phenomena is a result of temperature and pressure mediation alone. So when you understand that, the inverse of that would be like the Curie point, right, where like you increase the temperature and the magnetic field kind of seemingly falls off. I don't have like a very in-depth explanation behind that whole temperature relationship with magnetism quite yet, but it is very alluring and interesting. And yeah, I wish I had more to say on it.
So back to the Casimir effect. Like, there's a lot of people who are really like emotional about that word. And I told Elijah that it packs so much emotion. It's almost like the N word, right? There's so much emotion packed behind that word ether for some people, right? And it's really interesting. Like, why is it an emotional thing, right? Especially for flat earthers, because we know what ether does to the globe in the Michelson Morley demonstration. So I find it really odd. It's almost like there are some people like gatekeeping this thing. And if you think about the word quantum eraser, those words, like it's almost like you're trying to erase the quantum. And what is the quantum? Well, I mean, the word, just means like.
That's a great question.
It just means like, yeah, what is the quantum?
What's the etymology behind it?
Right. It just means like, counting numbers.
Quanta.
The amount. Yeah. Yeah. So
I mean, that
if
would
you're
be the
trying to
Greek
erase,
translation.
right. If you're trying to erase the quantum, in my opinion, then you're like gatekeeping the ether. And that's probably a strong opinion to have. And God knows that I'm probably not as smart as some people and I don't have it all figured out. But I kind of feel like there's gatekeeping going on within our community because we should be able to
that was what brought me here, Larry. Like I would have never found Discord and found you guys had it not been for Quantum Eraser and Nathan depicting light as this material photonic existence of particle interaction. Like that's the whole thing that drove me here to refute it, and I haven't left since.
Well, I'm glad you're here, brother. You're definitely an asset. Every time you start talking about it, I'm in awe with your knowledge on the subject. But yeah, I think the quantum foam, as they call it, or what I'm calling 0.x, whatever it is, like there seems to be like a vitriol against it, right? And I get it if it was an honest concession, like what is ether? Like I don't know, and really I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what ether is, but there's something there with the Casimir effect. Like they even noticed it with ships. If they put two vessels so close to each other, they start getting closer and closer and collide. Like side by side ships in a perfectly still ocean, Like the ships will like collide. They'll start attracting each other. And I guess some people in here might say, see, mass attracts mass. But how do we know that what's going on with the balls in a shed, the Cavendish experiment, so called? What if it isn't a variation of the 0 point energy or a variation of the Casimir effect?
That's exactly what it is. 0 point energy. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's implosive rather than like explosive energy. Something that science is yet to breach the understanding upon, which is why the guy I ascribe to makes the prediction that the next major invention will come forward from 0 point technology, i.e., something like a laser or a magnet, being both energy devices. And this is where we get into signal versus noise ratio. And he says everything in the universe is always signal versus noise ratio, meaning that is what is not potential is not actual. Analogous to like if you had a host rock, right, having gold within its matrix, and you were to say, well, there's X amount of gold here, valuing $200-300. Yet when you put that host rock on the market for sale, you're never going to get $200-300 for it, even though there's $200-300 worth of gold within it, because it's surrounded. It has to be extracted, from that host rock in order to be actualized. And it's no different than like a signal going into your short handwave radio, where you hear the voice coming out, but there's no location within that hand radio that you can localize or pinpoint that signal to be contained within. But we know the signal's there, just like we know the air's there, but we can't necessarily see it, but we can interact with it or understand that it exists. So it's all it all comes back to this underlying energetic state being this one field that everything resides within. And depending on how that field is expressed or disturbed or modulated is going to determine, how it attributes itself into reality.
Shit, Dice Law, how the hell we know you're real, partner? What?
I go back to the quantum eraser thing. I didn't really understand what that meant either until I got into the delayed choice quantum eraser thing, demonstration experiment, whatever you want to call it. And then you recognize, well, this quantum stuff is being erased by the experiment, right? Because you have instantaneous action at a distance occurring. How is this possible? How is instantaneous action it literally erases the numbers, right? So you used to be able to count between the distance of 2 points. This is the quantum. It is allowing you to decipher between here and there. And now you can't. You don't know how everything is happening everywhere at the same time, kind of thing. The demonstrations literally get into the dismissal of numbering things, like instantaneous action at a distance.
It's not measured in cycles per minute rather than in voltage per second. And there's no wave phenomena involved in a scalar wave phenomena, i.e. Instantaneous action at a distance. Like I said, it's the difference between longitudinal versus transverse propagation. And that's why I kind of compare it to like a coaxial circuit, like where, that signal traveling down that said pathway kind of rebounds upon that line, if you will, that lineal propagation. It's like rebounding on itself. I don't know.
As far as we can tell, with instantaneous action at a distance, there's no propagation. It happens instantaneously.
Yeah, I understand that, but it gets into. That's why I said there's no wave phenomena to be had. Like light or sound, as I've already said, doesn't travel. Like inferring from A to B, it's a disturbance in that field. Where instantaneous is there's no lag or loss of energy. It would be like analogous to dropping a car out of the sky, where there's no expenditure of energy to hit the ground versus that car traveling from A to B down a horizontal pathway where you're going to have, you got wear and resistance from the tires and the air, and then you've got, the exhausting of energy to make it travel. So that's the difference.
So you guys heard of superpositioning?
Yeah.
So do
Yeah,
you think
it
that's real?
sounds
Is that
ridiculous. No, I think it's far fetched, bro. That gets into string theory and all sorts of weird shit, bro.
yeah?
Yeah, there's nothing that can simultaneously be two places at once. That's just ludicrous, bro.
But a field would appear to be two places at once. Like if the electron is not a particle, like the atomists say, right? Like the solar system diagram that I made when I was young. It didn't matter if I said, hey, this is a made up solar system, or I said this is like a random atom. Like I could label it both and they look identical, right? They're atomists. So if the electron is a field, it would appear to be two places at once and moving and stationary at once.
And there's no such thing as an electron.
Right.
No.
I don't think there is either.
No. It's a logical farce. And Tesla batted that down long ago and disproved it.
That'll explain teleportation and bilocation.
Well, you think they got teleportation? You think that they made that subatomic particle teleportation device that they claimed, what was it, like 20 years ago?
Where, leftists were like running defense for like Islam because
Someone's
Someone's
talking
hot mic.
very, very low.
I think that's I am. No, it's this person. Okay, hot mic room.
Sounds like maybe they're watching a video.
What about quantum entanglement?
Whoa, no hot mic room?
Yeah, I asked Indio about the delayed choice quantum eraser, and he said coupling. I was like, okay, coupling. What is this entanglement or coupling? Where does it, how far does it stretch? What does it include?
It's just a fancy way to say things bleep into and out of existence without actually saying it.
Well, I think it's describing a relationship with instantaneous action at a distance, right? What we're being demonstrated in the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, and I guess they use it with radio waves too. These transmitters, like your cell phone, is an instantaneous device, and to an extent, right? Like, how is the signal bouncing that far, that fast? We know we're not like shooting it. We don't have these, beam weapons that can go that fast, at the speed of light or whatever, right?
Whenever you say like speed of light, like, I'm thinking like the movie Speed, like how fast the bus is going. But like I lost my dogmatic approach when it comes to light a long time ago. And, since we're talking about it, there are some people that will just tell you like straight out, like I am dogmatic about it. It's like, cool. Like that's great, man. I'm glad that you got it all figured out. But I don't think we got it figured out. Like I mostly just like to ask questions because I'm trying to figure shit out. When people start making like definitive statements like it's settled science, I'm dogmatic, I don't know. I think that's kind of weird.
Well, I love empirical stuff. I like being able to prove something. That's always cool. No doubt about it. But when you get into these demonstrations of reality of nature, it's like, oh shit, they're presenting more questions than answers, and the questions become more valuable than the answers. So yeah, being humbled by not having all the answers.
What are the questions that you're talking about that arise from something like the delayed choice quantum eraser or the double slit? Like what questions do you think arise from that? Do you follow along the lines of it's a question of whether light is a wave or a particle, or what questions are you asking?
Who's that directed to?
The gentleman.
Yeah, I
The
think he's
other.
asking me. Well, I don't know how familiar you are with the demonstration, but basically it's showing
Yeah, I'm
you
familiar.
the information is being known prior to the recording of it, right? Or its path has already been
Are you talking
recorded
about a prediction?
before it's been taken, right? So it has a measuring device that is knowing what
Prediction?
the coupled photon is doing before it does it. So this presents a question: how are these things coupled, right? How do they share a knowledge base, and what is the path in which this information is laid? Where is it?
It's not a knowledge base. If you think of it this way, right? If there is a impulse within a specific path, that impulse is known throughout that whole entire path instantaneously
Yeah,
within
well,
that
if you have
scenario, right?
knowledge,
So it's
where
not like there's some sort of knowledge prior to, it's knowledge instantly, right? So there is no there is no delay in the knowing, meaning that it was known prior to it arriving wherever. It was already there to begin with, right? And what is taking place, the disturbance, is already known instantaneously once it happens.
if you have all this knowledge, it has to be somewhere. It just can't exist without a location.
What do you mean it has to be somewhere? So within the delayed choice quantum eraser, right? Are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with the setup, the apparatus,
Yeah,
and what takes place?
absolutely.
Okay. So what do you think is known prior to initiating the pulse?
Nothing can be known.
Exactly. Nothing is known. Everything is known instantaneously, which gives the illusion of prior knowledge. Because we think that light travels at a specified speed, which doesn't actually take place. There is no rate of travel. If you and I are holding a sheet and I say, how fast does it take the sheet to travel from one end to the other when I wave my hands up and down? That's a stupid question because the sheet was already in your hands.
Okay, so the question that's being presented is or what is the knower? They remove the observer from the double slit experiment for the delayed choice. That was the premise, right? And with that premise, we've now removed the knower. So are you saying
No,
that
you
the light
haven't.
itself knows?
You haven't removed the knower. If there is a device that can record what you think is taking place, that device is not a sentient knower that has some sort of knowledge or understanding. It's only taking a recording.
That device is the observer.
The device that is utilized to take the recording, there's just so much going on within that experiment that
That's kind of what I told you earlier, that like what is potential is not actual. It's no different than like information not being information until it's decoded. Like everything requires a premise or a ledger. Like even within your, quantum choice delayed experiment here, like I don't know if that's coming through, but it's all signal to noise ratio, concentration versus dilution. It's no more complicated than that, man.
A
So
device that records it is technically the observer, but it's not actually observed until someone looks at it.
the first sensor or observer.
that's where they fool you, Godric, is thinking you have to. Of course, you have to have some. If a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a noise kind of scenario that they're foisting upon you, right?
No, it
It's like,
doesn't,
of
bro,
course,
because there's no
nobody knows
observer.
what takes place until you actually go into the device and check to see what took place. No shit. Like, what is the epiphany that people are
Look,
having when it's
I'm
like,
saying you can't put a
before we
camera
open the
there and
box,
say there's no
don't know what's
observer.
in the box.
I'm saying you can't put a camera there and say there's no observer. Once you record it, that's observing it.
Okay, so the first sensor that's recording is the control sensor. A photon always goes to it. It records its information. If you want to say it is the knower, fine. It knows before the coupled or entangled or other photon goes where it's going to go. How did it know before?
Can you give me an explanation as to what you mean by it knows where it's going before it gets there?
Okay. The light is split into two particles, photons, whatever you want to call them, right? By a prism.
Do you know how that's done?
The first
Yeah,
prism
a BBO
is
crystal.
really the first prism
Yep.
is the closest to the firing device, right?
But this is part of the problem. Hold on 1 second, Theomore. This is part of the problem is that you guys assert that light on its most rudimentary level, right? Its base unit of information is one photon.
All right,
and
fine.
can't
Wait.
be subdivided any further. But then you go and contradict yourself with saying that you can actually split it into two, a half of a photon. Is that what you're telling me?
Whatever you want to call it, the light is split.
Come on, dude.
Well, this
Does prism split the light?
Yeah, but you're already contradicting.
The prism
It's
doesn't
not a
split the
contradiction. We're
light.
trying to figure out what light is. You want to call it whatever you want. That's fine. I'm.
It's
Cool
not
with
my
changing
choice to call it a
names as we go.
photon.
I'm trying to use
I don't call it a
descriptors that people are
photon.
familiar with. What do you want to call it when you you use light?
You're saying that light at its smallest level is a photon, which can't be subdivided, while simultaneously telling me that you've subdivided it. So there's a contradiction within your supposed experiment to begin with.
Yeah, it's a demonstration, but okay, you can do the demonstration. It's just a pulse, right? It's the quickest we can execute a wavelength, like a flashlight, turning it off and on and off. What do you want to call that when you turn a flashlight on and off? What am I doing?
I mean, you can call that a pulse, but that's not the issue. The issue is that
Let's
you're
call
calling
it a
it.
pulse. We're sending
You're
the
calling
pulse
it a
one way,
particle.
and we're directing the pulse to another direction. It's the same principle. We can change the terminology. That's not a problem.
It's like having a married bachelor, dude. You know, or being half pregnant. It's like it's a walking contradiction.
You can't be a married bachelor?
If God's all powerful, would he be able to create contradiction? I'm sorry. Just joking. Sorry, moving on. Back to the light. What is the light?
Well, at its
Andrew.
base level, they call it a photon. It's really a virtual particle in quantum, but I guess just for layman's terms, they call it a photon.
Just want to say you can be a married bachelor. Andrew Tate explains it best.
That's not haram. But yeah, back to the light.
All right, so you split the photon. Half the particle goes one way, half the other goes opposite or adjacent. Now, the other particle knows what the other particle is doing. Go ahead, Theomore. Or no, maybe I got it wrong. The other particle doesn't know what the other particle is doing until there's an observer. Is that it? And then there's a wave collapse function from the sister particle. Did I get it right, Theomore? Can you guys hear me? Do I need to drop out? What's going on here?
I can hear you fine.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I was just wondering what his actual question was, like the questions that arise when these things take place.
Well, like all of his questions so far have been like so twisted and malformed to where it's like really hard to get to what he's actually asking. Like I've been struggling with that myself.
Right. It just reminds me of like watching What the Bleep Do We Know and then thinking that there's some sort of sentience within weird shit that doesn't have the sentience that we're just, you know what I'm saying?
Give him a break because I think he's trying to defend the scientific narrative, which sometimes becomes hard.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the more older I get, the more I'm like George Carlin. I'm in the corner with doubt. Like, I'm doubting a lot of things that I think I've had figured out. And I think that's what it means to be childlike. You know? To question things. I don't know. Question authority. Right? I mean, even though
Oh
I
yeah,
get some people.
comes back to
I don't know.
humbling yourself, right?
Yeah, I really
Being
think so. Because
kind of being like subordinate to a degree, you know,
to the truth.
to the truth, the wisdom that that resides within whatever, you know, expression that's manifesting, you know, be it somebody verbally expressing their opinions or thoughts and it coinciding with reality in a logical path. And yeah, I mean, that's why I get back to principles versus attributes and stuff of this nature. Without that, like it's so easy to fall into the trap, dude, of everything is just particles bumping around.
So yesterday I asked a question, you know, with the help of my friend, my lady friend, I can't remember her name. Who is the author of your worldview? Like, is it NASA? Is it Einstein? And I think a better question is, what is the author of your worldview? And, you know, this is a wannabe statement, right? Obviously, I don't have all the truth because it's impossible, but it's not because I don't want it. So the truth should be the author of your worldview.
Right. And then
And
we
how
got
can
to
you
get
find?
into ultimate truth
Sorry.
versus subjective truth. And that's where we cut the line, right?
And how could the truth be the author of your worldview if your cup is full? You can't learn anything. You're no different than a man with an IQ of 73 who has an empty cup. If your cup is so full that you can't take any new knowledge because you got everything figured out. So that's the two kinds of stupid. You know, people talk about the Dunning-Kruger effect. Like, I think you could be so dumb that you can't learn anything new because you're stupid.
Well, it's
And I
all
think you
because
can be.
we're taught from a young age on what to think, not how to think. Like everything in school is based on remembrance versus synthesizing. And you know, when your whole paradigm is based on that, like what foundation do you have other than just a postulate that's valuable?
So, Larry, let me counter with the question to you being whose truth? What determines truth? What arbiter do you appeal to determine your truth? Or are you ultimately the stakeholder of your truth? And it's like, what that I can counter again that with how did you get there? What process did you put in place to vet this truth that you're standing upon?
Yeah, basically what you just asked is, what is truth, sir? Right?
Yep.
Maybe don't hurt
Yeah. So the epistemology of truth, right? Like, how do you know what you know, right? And I think that there's this meme that was passed around 24/7 back in the day. And it was, truth is that which is verifiable. Truth is that which is falsifiable. So, like, if I were to claim this carpenter, like 2,000 years ago, rose from the dead, like, I can't say that that's objectively true, right? It's a belief that I have.
You realize
right?
he wasn't a carpenter, right, Larry?
Yeah, he was a contractor.
No, he was a stone worker, like a mason or something. I think that's what it translated to, actually. Not a woodworker, but a
Who was?
stone worker.
Who was?
The Messiah. But that's
Really?
kind of off topic. He was a contractor. Okay, so
Yeah,
back to my point.
I'm willing to just say that he was a blue collar guy. Like he knew what level was, which I think is the coolest thing to say.
He knew what level was. Of course, you have to be a twisted up demonic retard to not know what level is.
Are you saying
I took it
Jesus
off.
knew level? Are you saying Jesus knew
Yes.
level was serving?
Nah,
How else
bro.
did they hang him on the cross if it wasn't level? Come on.
Hey,
Anyway, let's get back to
yeah,
the
go,
point of
Larry.
truth.
Sorry,
Just
dude.
I didn't mean to take it off.
Go.
So truth is that which is verifiably true, right? Like if I claim that I'm 6'3", and you got 3 rulers, 3 measuring tapes, and all 3 times I'm 6'3", then it's verifiable. It's true, right? Because I can demonstrate it. So that's the difference between applied science, like chemistry, chemical A plus chemical B plus chemical C, every fucking time, no matter what, 7 days a week.
Well, Charlie
Right?
would tell you
But,
that's actually wrong. You actually shrink and grow throughout the day.
well, I guess it would be the average then, right? And
Yeah,
maybe I am at the end of the day, 6'2.8" or something.
yeah, there'll be a range, right? So you won't be like 5'6" at one point and then 6'6" at another point.
Well, that would be on Jupiter, right?
Your
That's
tallest,
what,
your tallest early morning.
right, but truth is verifiable. Truth is that which is objectively verifiable. Like I used to say back in the day, that I could demonstrate I have 10 toes, right? Use 2 or more senses, right? This is what we call empirical, right? You can validate it with your senses, 2 or more senses. You can grab my toes and feel the warmth of the blood, the tendons, the bones, and you can verify that it's not prosthetic, right?
Right.
And that's the big
So,
thing. It's like objectifiable, or what is it? Your object-based truth. I'm basing it on this object, literally, versus subject. What are you appealing to in order to determine what this thing is? Like, if you want to go subjective, I don't want to go there. Go ahead, Larry. Sorry, dude.
Well, it was me actually. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Like I think that was a good analogy, like with your leg, because it goes back to like people identifying with their persona non grata, that the heap of mass they see in the reflection upon the mirror as being themselves, but that's actually not you. That's the problem. That's the little self in lowercase
agreed.
versus the bigger self in the corporeal sense of little s, being the signal being received through the modulated through the receiver, and the manifestation of that, and this is where we get into like metaphysical versus physical being one and the same thing, only 2 sides of the same coin, which is why a lot of people want to say that the whole spiritual is nonsense, but what they're really referring to is the metaphysical, and which is actual, and logically so, not necessarily quantitatively, being that it can't be measured or perceived, but this is where we get into qualitatively versus quantitatively. And
I agree with you, bro. But I was saying, like, I possess my body, and my body has 10 toes. So, like, I
Yeah,
wrote
but
my name
you are
wrong.
not you are not your body, though, right?
Of course, yeah, I'm the emergent entity. I understand that.
Right.
But I should have wrote my name lowercase I, because symbolically that's a man with a head, right? But instead I did the uppercase I, which is a decapitated man, right? So I put my name down wrong, or what I'm calling myself. But yeah, like the truth is that which is verifiable.
or logically necessitatively.
That's only a
Right,
physical
like,
truth.
well, like you can't be a married bachelor, so Yeah.
Well, and this is where we get into the metaphysics versus the physics, and that's why I say like they're both sound and unified. Just because it can't be materially actualized or quantified doesn't refute its existence, and we need to remember that. Not everything is perceivable, but still existent, analogous to the signal or the field or the
Yeah, you're
spirit or
absolutely
the
right.
soul.
Outside of our senses, we also have logic, right? So the mind can verify things, right? So if I tell you that politicians never lie, it's going to take you 0.3 seconds to come to a decision that that's an incorrect statement, right?
Right. Yep.
Form versus function, perhaps.
Sure. Yeah. Principle versus attribute.
And that's when I started to a few days ago rationalize qualitative versus quantitative. Like when people make a list of their let's say their dream job, and it has all of these qualities, but then it becomes a list, and then you start to ask yourself, is this a quantitative list? Serious quantity, like I've got 100 lights versus 10 hates, or is it qualitative where it's like these are actual qualities that I enjoy in a job? Please go ahead.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like taking a couple food coloring drops and putting it into a 5-gallon clear bucket where you can see it. You can clearly see the droplets going in, but shortly after it all dissolves and dilutes within the water, and the water is clear again and doesn't really seem like what you witnessed actually happened. But it's there. It's a qualitative. Don't take the analogy too far, but it's a qualitative expression rather than a quantitative one. And sure, you could maybe boil off the water and reduce it down to the separation of those two things. But yeah, this is where we get into signal versus noise ratio, concentration versus dilution, potential versus actual. This contrast between existing or manifesting and manifesting. It's this relationship between like 0 point energy and energy, implosive versus explosive.
You heard of
I really
Plato's
wish I
form?
could.
You ever
Sorry,
heard
go
of
ahead, bro.
Plato's forms before? Or the form of everything that exists, has existed, or will exist. All thoughts, objects, animals, plants, trees, everything. All the forms of those things already exist, but the forms don't become manifest until they do through substance or something, and then they're like the mystery of all mysteries is how these forms go from the like world of forms into the actual world of reality, I guess.
I really wish I could have heard Napalm and the other guy talk about the delayed twist quantum eraser.
I know. Fuck that up, I
Like
think.
I felt like that got cut short or something. I don't know what. I'm not saying you did it. I'm just saying like I really
feel like I
wanted to
did.
hear that out because my beef with the quantum eraser and the double slit is everybody talks about particle wave duality. That's the philosophical bullshit, right? But I think it's a much more interesting question. How does the light know that there's a knower? Like, why does it behave differently? How does it
Well,
know to behave?
it's no different. It's no different than saying water seeks level in the sense that water's sentient. It's a misnomer, dude. It's a it's a horrible explanation.
It's because of the observer. Observation is creation.
Yeah, but
Manifestation.
water doesn't not seek level when we observe it. Like it always does.
It might.
Quantum
Not observing
eraser.
it, when you're not
Quantum
observing
Eraser
it
will
there.
tell you that.
Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeremy. Real quick. Quantum Eraser will tell you, and he literally has said this before, that if there's an island that nobody's been to, it won't exist until somebody witnesses it. Like in actual reality, not in like, you know, the knowing that
Well, then,
obviously you discovered it, but
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you know that.
then
You
this
know the. You know
subscribes
the.
to the,
so that what that falls into is the Pac-Man world paradigm. Like you get that, right? Like
I feel
that's
like I
a
feel
form
like
of
that's
insanity.
analogous. Let me just say, I feel like oh shit, I lost my thought. Hold on. No, I lost it. I'll come back. Sorry, boys.
Well, the question would have to be in that case then: how does that piece of reality know to render to you in the first place if it doesn't have some sort of fundamental existence?
It could be your consciousness, but think of it like that.
No,
That's actually.
it can't be your consciousness because it's a collectively shared experience.
And let me just say that the whole idea of if a tree falls in the forest doesn't make a sound, right? Like if the island hasn't been found, does it exist? If the tree falls and it makes a sound, does sound exist? Right? If there's nothing there to perceive the sound,
Right.
filter
Well,
the sense.
it's no different. It's no different than saying what is a signal without modulation. Can you explain that?
Well, pull it back and let's look at it and say, is a sound being made, right, if it's not being received? Like, can sound be identified if it's not being received?
Well, again, it has to take an identifier, just like the signal has to take a receiver for it to be modulated. But that's not to say that the signal doesn't exist. We know the signal exists, but even with modulation and receiving, you still can't even localize the signal. And this is why it's a near perfect analogy.
Yeah, I've actually used this as evidence for we're in a simulation because it's not if a tree falls in a forest and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? Like there is no forest until somebody goes there. Like it exists.
That's insanity, bro.
It exists and trees are growing and shit. It's just not being rendered like a video game. Like everything in your video game's there. It's just not being rendered until you go over in that area and start.
And that's why I
observing it.
said this falls back into the Pac-Man paradigm. And what that logically implies is
what
that
Pac-Man?
the Pac-Man paradigm, meaning that once you cross over to the furthest point of the edge of the screen, you reappear on the other side. Right?
I don't
So
think
there's
this is a
no
working thing.
there's no edge. There's no edge to reality is what that implies. The edge is actualized as the receiver, the node is physically there to receive it, meaning that our reality, our plane, our flat earth, as this guy calls himself, doesn't actually have an edge until somebody's there to make the edge appear. That's insanity,
Bro, no one's
bro.
talking about Pac-Man maps. Bro, no one's talking about Pac-Man maps. I don't know where you got. There's no warping.
I think it's the simulation
thing that it's not being
Pac-Man's
rendered.
wrong.
But wait. Let me put this forward because I always go back to scripture and say in scripture they say the three witnesses. I think they've got the wind, the water, and the blood. Right. So if we look at that, the wind is actually a witness. Technically, anything that is observing the air pressure, 14.7 psi at sea level, would in fact be a witness. Therefore, it would exist.
I have another one. Well, what is the color? What is the color of something, but in a pitch dark room, where you can't perceive color?
That's why a black hole isn't black, and it's either a hole because it has no shape. Wrap your head around that.
I was just gonna cover with the hole.
There's no light. There's no color. So there you go.
Well, I've actually used that. I'm telling you for proof we're in a simulation. Like this shit's being rendered like a video game. Like it's not.
Jeremy, nobody's
there.
believing that, bro.
The forest is there. There's people that believe this. The forest is. That's what the double slit implies. That this is what's going on.
You got to be insane, bro, to accept that, though.
I'm with Jeremy, bro. There's no observer. There's no sound.
I'm not saying this is definitely how it is.
Boy, you guys are crazy, bro. So if I go drop a bomb in the middle of the fucking desert where nobody's there, right? and I pass over where I released that bomb from high altitude just as quick as I came, I leave. Nobody's there to witness it. You're saying that percussion, that sound wave, doesn't take place.
Nobody
I'm
ever
saying
goes
that
back.
explosion doesn't happen.
It all no, hold on. It all happens. Everything happens. It's just not being rendered because no one's there to see it happen. Like things are still happening. The forest with the forest thing, the trees are still growing and shit. But if nobody's there to observe it, it's just not rendered. Like if somebody was near when you drop the bomb, if somebody was there to observe the blast wave, then that part would be rendered.
Nah, bro, that's such an egotistical position to say that reality doesn't take place unless you're fucking there. I mean, that's just insanity.
Yeah, when I go to sleep, nothing happens, bro.
Come on. Hey, actually, you know what's
I don't
funny? When I was younger, I used to think when I turned off the TV that the whole programming stopped, and when I turned it back on, it would start up again. Right? But guys, we know, right, that the wind is witnessing the bomb happening because the wind is actually participating in the turbulence that's created and the explosive
I agree
matter.
with you, bro. Nah, I'm with you,
No,
bro.
the wind.
But try getting Jeremy on board.
Hold
Nah,
on.
Jeremy's
The
on
wind
board.
doesn't
He
witness
knows.
anything. That's why I said consciousness
That's
was the
awesome.
key to it.
Yeah, but Jeremy, what is consciousness, bro? Without a receiver, like without a manifester, can consciousness exist? This gets into a disembodied being, like what is a ghost? Like you're saying that life after death is impossible. Is that what you're implying, Jeremy? It's just lights out. That's it, huh? You gonna go hang out with Charlie now, or what, bro?
That was a low blow.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, bro.
We love Jeremy.
Jeremy, Charlie, you guys are great.
Cannot say the same thing about Charlie.
I think you guys are talking about the simulation theory, right?
Yeah, that's kind of that's what Jeremy's getting into.
Yeah, basically, right? Because if you think of simulation, it's not being rendered. Actually, that's a very well stated observation, Larry.
Well, Jeremy's
Right.
already said it. He's already said that's his position.
So I'm a master race gamer, and there are some video games that act like this, where they only render what's in front of the screen, because they're so graphically intense that most games wouldn't be ran if it was rendering everything behind you. So, like, this is like a simulation of a 3D video game. It's actually not a 3D video game, right? So I don't think that's what life is like. When he first said the wind is a witness, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? But then when he said it again the second time, that the wind would witness the concussion of the bomb, I was like, oh,
Well,
yeah.
what he meant was the air. I mean, I guess it's the same thing. It's just the dynamic.
Boys,
Dynamic air.
Yeah.
Larry's catching what I'm pitching. Dyslow's catching what I'm pitching. But yeah, guys, it's just a
Yeah,
different
remember we talked
point.
about this, bro. I said the water and the blood are the recorders of life, when we were getting into water memory and how profound water really is that science is yet to pick up on. Remember that conversation?
Like, one of the things that I want to throw forward, and I mean, I don't mind being a little personal on this, but I just got out of an Epsom salts bath, and my body, like, feeling depleted. I went in probably about 15 minutes or so, and came out and joined the chat. And I noticed as I was joining the chat that I actually felt a little more energized and a little bit more engaged. So there's a lot to be said for reconnecting with the thing that runs through everything. Because you think about water, it literally goes everywhere. You cannot experience that thing. There's nothing else that you can experience other than, I guess, the medium of air that has gone everywhere, that you can understand it, consume it. Go ahead, sir.
Going back to Larry on consciousness and water. Water is the receiver of consciousness. It's actually a dipole antenna. And you can't have consciousness without water. You can't show me one thing existing that doesn't have water in its composition. And then that's the animator of life and consciousness. It's what animates spirit and matter. It's just to put it in the simplest way I can.
Back to
So there's water. Go ahead.
Back to manifestation. They gave the teacher 2 classes of students. The first class, They told the teacher, this is a slow class. The second class, they told the teacher, this is an advanced class. Well, the classes were the same, exactly the same, and the teacher exactly the same. But the advanced class that was told that was the advanced class, which was not the advanced class, they scored higher. Observation is creation.
That's what I meant yesterday when I was talking to Matthew about being hypnotized on the power of suggestion. And having someone else's worldview, because I think these people don't have their own worldview.
Look, I'm not saying, hold on, back to the simulation thing real quick. I'm not saying you're definitely in a simulation or that's definitely proof that we're in a simulation. I'm just saying it could be evidence that we're in a simulation. There's also other evidences that we're in a simulation that aren't necessarily proof. As far as that advanced class thing you just said, Larry, that could be something with intent. You know,
Can I just say something about that, Jeremy?
go ahead.
If you're gonna ascribe to simulation theory, what is it a simulation of?
This world that we're in.
No, you're saying this world is a simulation, but a
Yeah.
simulation of what?
They're just saying it's a computer game. It's a computer. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not even saying it's a computer thing, and I don't know. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy. There's a delay. I didn't speak over you. My bad.
That's all good. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was running some loud equipment, so I couldn't really chime in. But yeah, that's kind of why I was trying to take that guy down a little bit of a path of trying to figure out what he was actually questioning. And I brought up, like, whatever, what the bleep do we know, right? Where people were really first kind of introduced, or at least the average person was introduced to the idea of quantum mechanics, all these ideas, right? And they were introduced to it in a movie that kind of leads you down some sort of philosophical path that you don't realize you're being led down. And that's why I really and I'm glad that you started talking about simulation theory, because I think that's where simulation theory was first seeded, or was starting to be seeded, was around the time in which they started speaking of quantum. Because then they can convince you that, there's some sort of sentience, there is some sort of conscious observer situation that allows for the rendering, and that this world doesn't render unless it is being seen, right? Which can lead you to believe that you're in a simulation in the way that a video game doesn't render until you're being there. And it's just kind of this whole idea or concept, very similar to the Ouroboros, where you're constantly being led down this trail of a snake eating its tail, because it becomes an infinite regression. But it's a philosophical belief that this place is an infinite regression. I think that's kind of what their worldview is, and to harness this for your own personal gain, because there is no point, because the thing continues over and over, time after time, in this complete repetition, and there is no actual point, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
About that
The term simulation itself. The term simulation itself denies reality, right? You're denying reality if you're saying it's a simulation, and you're denying your effect on that reality. So now you're just suffering from psychosis, right? So that term is obviously loaded. However, I agree. It comes from the double slit experiment and the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment. I think when we got cut off last time was basically in the terminology we used to describe what this demonstration is showing. What is this demonstration of the delayed choice quantum eraser, and what is this delayed double slit experiment or demonstration? What is it? What are we doing?
It's showing. I'll tell you what we're
It
doing.
is giving you a foundational basis for your philosophical belief, and that's pretty much it. But
so you don't think that we observe, or this?
You guys hear me?
This has been done. You don't think that?
Yeah, but Jeremy, we've been waiting for these two guys to go at it. So give them a chance.
All right. You want to do a one-on-one? Okay, go ahead.
I don't really have.
We could do a one-on-one.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
literally
carry on,
have to.
guys.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I have to start up loud equipment, so I can't really go down this path. I just wanted to chime in real quick. I'm just in between switching machines. So, but yeah, I think it's
Oh,
I think it's the foundational basis. It's a philosophical kind of in the way that there was a decision that was made back in the day to take this observational data and roll with the heliocentric model as opposed to a geocentric model. And the reason that that choice was made was basically on philosophical beliefs, right? And I think this delayed quantum quantum eraser delayed choice and the double slit is another way to lead people down a philosophical path that they think they're only being led down based on empirical science, but it's actually it's philosophy and theology kind of wrapped up in some sort of understanding that we know based on these observations. But I mean, you're first going to have to you're going to have to detail what light is first before you can jump to any conclusions as to the results of the observations. So,
well, I don't know about that either.
This started with you asking me what were my questions that came from the delayed choice quantum erasure, because I said it presents more questions than it does answers, right? So the idea of philosophy is basically questions, right? Questions that necessarily can't be answered. So yes, of course, this demonstration leads to philosophy without question. But what are those questions? What does this demonstration bring into question? And I think it's very clear because we can all do this demonstration, right?
Well, describing the experiment could also
You
be
want to have a
philosophy. No, Jeremy, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
so that was my question. What are the questions then, bud? You know, you're just throwing that back on me like, yeah, that's the thing. It is the questions. Yeah, what
Well,
questions
you're denying that
are
any
arising
questions
from
come
this?
out of it. What I think
I'm
that's clear.
asking, I led with asking you what those questions are. So how am I denying those questions?
Because I presented a few of those questions, and yet they're not holding any water for you, as if they're a philosophy rather than a reality. Those questions are reality. Like you can't deny
What
that
are
the paradigm
what are those
exists, right?
questions? What are those questions
Where is
that
the
arise
knowledge?
for you?
Where is the knowledge? Where's the knower? Where's the information? How are these separated pieces of information knowing what the other one is doing before and in the past? Like,
They don't.
how is that possible? Is this misleading? I don't know, but it seems as though when we have recording device closer, that recording device closer than the distance in which the information would have to be sent further, is recording the information prior, knowing what the other thing is going to do prior to it doing it. So how is that possible? Or is that whole paradigm right there, the demonstration itself, misleading? I'm questioning.
Yeah, it's misleading because that doesn't actually take place.
Okay, well that's fair, but how? How is it misleading? Because as far as we know, when we shoot light through a prism, the coupled light, the light that goes one way and the light that goes the other way, they know what each other are going to do before the other one does it. And how does it know? Where's that knowledge?
Light knows something?
Is it the observer? Is the light? The delayed choice removes the observer. Is now the sensor the knower? Sensors know things. I don't know.
Wait, I'm confused. Is this like the whole if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there, does it make a sound type of thing?
This is the double slit and giving the double slit a choice and removing the observer and just using sensors. So
And you're saying, I'm sorry, and what are you saying is happening when we do that?
well, I would suggest that you go look for it yourself what they do, but they split or they send the light in two different directions using a prism, right? The light that's recorded first displays either an interference or a clump pattern, right? The light that goes.
Are you just describing the the double slit experiment? Because I know what that is. I'm just asking what
Yeah.
your interpretation.
Well, it's
So what is your interpretation of the absence of the observer? Do you think it's collapsing the wave function, or what do you think is happening there?
Well, I'm saying that's presenting questions. I'm not concluding what is happening there. That's the idea. It's like, okay, what are we seeing here? What is it? What is it leading to? What are the questions? Can those questions lead to answers? I don't know.
Hey, real quick,
I don't know if
I
you
just
see
want
a-
I'm picking up.
what
I'm
information
picking that up.
Like,
Hey, real quick. Hey, what's up, Themor? Just to let everybody, I don't have any time to talk, but I was listening, and I just want to make sure. A lot of people aren't familiar with who Themor is. He's my bro. He's an old school flat earther, and I think a lot of people are assuming he's a glober, just because he's questioning what's going on with the double slit. So just make sure everybody knows. I don't know.
Yeah, he's totally
if
cool.
anyone's,
He's totally welcome.
Well, I mean,
just to make sure.
No, I've
yeah,
met
but I mean,
Themor
I
and
answered it a while
Themor and I have
ago.
met up in real life. I know Themor. What's up, dog?
So
I was just
double
trying to
slit.
understand.
Yeah.
Just trying to understand what we were talking about. That's all.
Yeah,
I just got in.
The double slit is square one, right? And then when they went further with the double slit and they presented a couple other experiments or demonstrations, and one is called the delayed choice. And I was trying to explain the delayed choice and what happens in that, but it doesn't take long to go look at it. It's better we're kind of talking as if we know about it.
Themor,
Yeah,
drop
what-
that link. Drop that link that you showed me that you think's like the best explanation of it, if you have it.
I think it's Inspired Philosophies link. It pops up as one of the first 5 on Google if you just
Okay.
type in delayed
Yeah.
choice quantum eraser.
There's a few other explanations for that. I think I might have shown you as well, or whatever, but it doesn't matter. I mean, there's like a quote unquote debunk to it, in that, it's not necessarily doing what's explained in that video. Could be even like the sympathetic vibratory frequency thing. It could be that there's a communication going on a level that isn't even about the path or the time and all that. But I know that doesn't really help much right now because I don't have the link for it.
Well, the main question in the double slit, right, was why is well, there was 2 questions after the double slit. Why is the light behaving different when we observe it, and is it the detector causing it to act differently, right?
Yeah, the only reason it's interesting is because there was a change, right? Like, wait. Isn't it supposed to do one thing and not change? Why is it changing? How is it changing? What happened here?
And then I thought the delayed choice, the quantum eraser delayed choice, was brought in to see if it was the detector or not.
Yeah, that's what the premise was. Like, okay, this is interesting. Well, let's figure out why. Why is it changing? What else can we do to figure out why it's changing?
Yeah, and they found it wasn't the detector.
I don't know if you can, what is a detector, right? Like, I mean,
the thing that's detecting where the light is, right?
Yeah. There are other sensors in the experiments that they do. There's only one way, you have to record the information somehow. So that's a detector.
Yeah, but then it wasn't the conclusion,
detector, right? Like, you're just moving the detector down the line. You're like, okay, this experiment we put the detector up front, and now we're moving it. We're putting it at the end.
It wasn't the conclusion of that, though, that it wasn't the detector.
Well, you have to have a detector in all these demonstrations. There has to be some way to record the results. So I wouldn't say that the word detect. How about a knower? Where's the knower? Who's the knower? Is the detector the knower? What is the knower? How about that?
Yeah, it's about if we read the information on what the sensor read on what. Okay, how do you think it's telling the future exactly? Maybe post the thing. What do you got, a video on this or?
No, yeah. I think you guys are misunderstanding the predicament. It's not that the future is being predicted. It's just that things happen when we're not looking. That's really what I think it boils down to. But that could be totally fucking missing the point. Like,
I thought it was just done to see if it was the detector. I didn't know there was like something else. This future gypsy palm reading thing going on. Not to downplay it, but I just thought it was funny.
My whole thing with they can claim to record whatever they want to record, right? But if you're not observing something and you're asking me a question about, like, if I leave the the fire on in my stove right now, and I leave the house and I come meet up with you, and you're like, "What color is the flame coming out of your stove?" I'm gonna say there is no flame. Like, if there's no human there to observe it, I mean, yes, there is a flame. There's the potential that the house could burn down, but if there's nobody physically right there to observe it, it kind of doesn't exist. Like, there's no human eye to perceive the color blue. So what is the flame? You know, what are things when there is no consciousness? You know, as far as I'm concerned, nothing, because things are defined through
Well,
consciousness.
the double slit experiment is the same exact thing that we see on the ferrocell, and it's the same misinterpretation made by Faraday when he talked about his lines of force, because nature doesn't have any lines. So essentially, it's just that, like I've already told you before, Theomore, it's the constructive and destructive phase interference due to the spatial variance or displacement, depending it, you know, whether it be light or the magneto dielectric interlacing, i.e., the ferrocell. There's these presumed lines of force are absent. In the absence of light, or the presumed magnetism is destructive, or rather loss and self-canceling in the dielectric, which terminates in a counter space, which is why there's that black portal at the center of that ferrocell. So that separation between light and dark that you see in that double slit experiment, right? Or that you see in the ferrocell, it's the same exact thing. It's these two fields interplaying. They're literally one and the same thing. They're only different due to their conjugate geometries of expression, being that toroid, in essence, the donut shape and the hourglass shape. They're both the same shape, right? They're just the antithesis of one another. They're the negative mirage image of each other. They're connected.
All right.
So as light travels down that pathway, it propagates following that expression of geometry, those flux lines that you see in the magnetic field. This is why you can take an overlay of the electromagnetic field and overlay that with the propagation of light and see that they're synonymous with one another, because they're all three one and the same thing, only different due to how they express themselves.
Okay, I'm kind of with that.
Yeah.
You know, recognizing that we have an effect that occurs in the delayed choice with the coupling, right? The idea that these, whether you send something one way or send something another way, it doesn't matter. They're still linked up, and you're saying that there's underlying fabric of reality that exists. So we're pointing towards an explanation of, okay, now that we've got these changes, where are these changes occurring? They're occurring within this idea of a field, right? These field interactions. So, you know, how can we see these fields? Magnetism displays a type of field, I guess you could say, right? But yeah, I could see that, you know, and I think that's why the experiment presents a lot of questions, right? Now you're leading down towards a philosophy, an idea that, you know, okay,
yeah,
the island isn't there unless you go there, or everything is connected, right? And how is this connection occurring? And yeah, I think it becomes a lot more questions, and why the simplest form of the demonstration is brilliant, right? Like the double slit. All of a sudden, we're talking about simulations, or you know, how reality works, rather than just dealing with one principle of reality.
Yeah, no, it's a great topic of discussion. I agree 100%. But we really have to be set ourselves confirmly on the fact that logic is, you know, has to be applicable. Like, we can't get off in a fairy tale land by assuming light's sentient, and, you know, the island doesn't exist unless somebody's there to witness it. Like, this is all crazy talk, dude. So,
Well, something different is happening, obviously, whether we know, you know, observe it or know the path or whatever. Something different happens if we do and don't, you know,
I mean, you could
observe it.
say
So
unicorns are real and leprechauns, right? And there's gold at the end of the rainbow if you can find the end of the rainbow, but nobody's found the end of the rainbow. I mean, come on, bro. Like, where do you draw the line?
I'm just saying this is like a real effect we see, right? Hold on, I'm not drawing any lines anywhere. Is this an effect we see or not?
Is
No one's
what? Can
talking
you
about
be?
unicorns, bro. We're talking about the effect of the double slit.
Collapsing of the wave function.
The wave pattern or the particle pattern. Like, that's a real thing, right?
No.
This is why all you guys should
We're
do
not
the
getting
rain.
different patterns. Hold on, Godric. We're not getting different patterns from the double slit. Because I thought that was
I
the
mean,
whole thing. We got different patterns.
What do you mean by different patterns? Are you talking about the particle hitting the sensor on different locations?
Talking about the particle pattern or the wave pattern that happens depending on whether we observe it or measure it or whatever. Do you know about the double slit experiment, Dyson?
Yeah. I just
So
went
that's
through
a
the
real
whole thing,
effect.
dude.
That's a real effect then, right? We're not talking about unicorns and rainbows. We're talking about something that really happens, right?
Yeah, I don't deny the experiment. I don't deny the observation. What I deny is the explanation behind it. Don't even
Yeah, no
deny the
doubt.
mathematics. I don't even think they're wrong about mathematics, but the problem is they're not providing an explanation, which is the epitome of science. They're only describing it and and giving a false explanation based on particle interactions, because ultimately that's all they are, is mathematicians seeking to quantize everything into discrete particle interactions. And fields are not particles, and particles are not fields.
All right. Well,
and waves are
despite
not a
all
fucking
that,
thing, dude. You can't. I mean, you're implying a wave is a thing, dude. A wave is not a thing.
never. No,
It's the action of
I'm
a
not
thing, dude.
implying that. I'm not implying that. I'm just talking about just the effect that we
Okay.
see. There's
So
two
there's a
different
wave
effects
particle.
that
What are you
happen.
saying, bro? What's the wave function? Explain that.
I'm just saying there's two different patterns that happen. Right? That's all. I'm just talking about the effect. I'm not making any claims as to what light is or what the cause of it is. I just the effect that happens, right? We don't dispute that there's two different patterns. Right?
What are these two patterns? It's just
Well, one they call a
bouncing
particle
between each other.
pattern. One looks like a particle pattern and that has a specific look to it. Another one has a wave pattern that has another specific look to it. I'm not saying light's a particle or a wave or any of that. I'm just saying just the effect. Just we get these two different things happening, right?
Light will behave differently
Well, but
depending if you observe it. Science doesn't have an explanation for that. And that's why it's a
Right,
paradox.
Dicelo? Dicelo, right?
What's that? Right to what?
This last thing I said.
Godric chimed in. That you got these two different patterns. You got where the particle hits and where the particle doesn't hit, implying that there's this other thing being this wave function.
Yeah, so we agree there's two. So we agree there's two different patterns.
Remember, you got two effects, right? And what did I tell you earlier today, dude? Principles versus attribute, right? And so where there isn't that that particle interaction, or that single signal hitting that pad, that detector, they're trying to imply is the other half of that it collapsed. And
I'm not worried about all that, about what they say is happening and shit. Forget all that, dude. Why is this impossible to get through, bro? Just we got two different fucking patterns. We agree. Okay, that took like 5 minutes to get through that. Now, what's causing these two different patterns to happen? What's happening differently when one happens versus the other one? That's what I'm most interested in.
I mean, that's what I was explaining. You're implying two different things, but it's just one and the same thing, dude.
What's one and the same thing?
The pattern.
No, they're two different patterns.
Well, that's why I asked you to explain what you mean by that, and you never did.
I thought we got past that. One pattern looks a certain way, and then there's a different pattern that is patterned a different way.
Yeah, but that's vague. That's vague. Like, are you talking about like X's versus O's? Like, what are we talking about here, bro? Be a little more specific when you're talking about this pattern change.
Are you not familiar with the patterns of the double slit experiment?
Nah, post it.
Two
Let's see
different
it.
patterns you get.
It's called a clump pattern and an interference pattern. Clump pattern?
There you go. There's the two names for them. There's the technical names for them.
Okay. And the interference is described as.
Don't worry about what they describe it as. We're just talking about these two patterns that happen. I thought we got past this already. Why is this so difficult?
All right.
Why are you
Go
being
ahead, man.
difficult?
I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to make sense of what you're really getting at.
We're just talking about the effect that happens with this, and then we can look at what are we doing different to get these two different effects. That's all.
What you're doing different is you're observing it. He's just trying to stump you, Jeremy. We know you don't know all about that shit. You don't have to. The basic premise is if light behaves differently, whether you observe it or not, period. Why that happens, science can't answer that at this point. Because it gets into metaphysics.
Yeah, not just why, but when and where and how. Like, it becomes a huge puzzle.
Well, at first, when they first did the double slit, they thought it was the sensors that was tripping it, making it be a different pattern. That's when they did the double delayed choice, the quantum eraser delayed choice thingy, and they found out that it's not the sensors making it be different.
I think part of the problem is that you guys are concluding that this thing's traveling down a straight path and like a straight line, if you will, and nothing in nature follows that path. That's like all man's interpretation. Everything in nature follows a helical curve. So if you understand that, and you understand that we have a magnetic field, and you're shooting this energy packet seemingly down this alleyway, if you will, but it's actually following a curved linear path, then depending on where it intersects with that magnetic field at that particular time across that sensor is going to determine where it's picked up at that particular location. And it's not always going to be the same, being that light has a coaxial geometry of its longitudinal propagation as we know it. So, i.e., all spectrum of light until you get to the far end, like many, many magnitudes above visible light, or, infinitesimally greater than that. But talking in terms of like gamma radiation, as I always say, that seems to travel straight, but even that follows that curved linear path. So if light's not propagating straight, then that would make sense why it's being picked up at different locations across that sensor, insinuating your pattern.
They varied the distance at which these sensors are, and the near sensors are reporting information about the far sensors prior to them getting there. So, instantaneous action at a distance, a lot of different phenomena that we can look into. But the delayed choice, a lot of freaking questions. Where's this information? How is it being? And I think it's a fair question about this rendering of information, because it's displaying that it's not rendering until you observe it.
Can you unpack or give us the details on when you say the sensors closer are knowing what the sensors further are going to do before they do it? What is actually taking place? I understand the experiment. I just want you to, for the edification of the room, go into explicit detail as to within the setup what's actually transpiring, what the sensors are comprised of, and how they're recording their data.
Okay, so somebody posted a video. It's like 10 minutes long. I think they do a great job articulating exactly what's happening in the experiment. You really don't need to hear it from me because I didn't make this demonstration, and I'm not making any claims about what were conclusions. What I'm trying to get at is the questions that it presents. So if you want to look at the experiment, they set up a bunch of different sensors. One path is shorter than the other paths. The other paths are further, longer distance. There seems to be a correlation between what the sensors record regarding the clump pattern and the interference pattern. Based on how the demonstration is set up and what can be known about the path of these different energy packets. So the one sensor is called the controlled sensor. It always receives one part. It's the shortest distance. The other sensors are set up and given choices in which path it will take.
If Napalm is satisfied, damn, I forgot what I was going to say.
So if the further sensors, the path cannot be known, the shorter sensor records that information that it is an unknown path prior to the other one receiving that information.
Do you have any like frequency filters in between any of that, or is there any change in what's happening down that pathway of propagation other than the sensor?
They call it a choice because they put what are called 50-50 mirrors, meaning the packet of energy has a 50% chance of reflecting off of it or passing through it. So that is the only other aspect besides.
And is there a pinhole aperture at which this light's passing through?
I believe that happens at the beginning of the when it fires, it goes through the prism. I think that happens at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. And you realize there's a difference between coherent light versus incoherent light?
Okay.
So are they setting up a situation, right, to kind of like perceive the outcome through the devices they're using?
Yeah, we have expected results, right? We would expect, based on how we set up the demonstration, what would happen. And it's how these expected results vary from actual results that present the questions.
Right, but if you're setting up the experiment in such a way to presume the outcome, like, are you really doing an experiment? Or are you just validating your hypothesis?
It's a demonstration. It's not an experiment. Absolutely not. They're not manipulating anything.
All right, I think somebody else had some questions. I don't want to tie up the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to butt in, but I just wanted to be next. So early on in the conversation, I was talking about quantum eraser and etymology and what it means. And I can't help but notice like the similarities between this demonstration and the Michelson-Morley demonstration. Could you elaborate a little more on this quantum eraser experiment, kind of negating the whole quantum foam, quantum theory? Yeah, could you go into that? Or do you have anything that you could elaborate on that? Because I heard you start to speak about it, and I'm kind of curious, like, this experiment, it seems to go against quantum mechanics, right?
The Michelson-Morley? I don't know what you're talking about as far as that. I didn't.
Okay. Remember early on in the conversation when I said the quantum eraser, if you think about what it means, it's like gatekeeping the quantum, right? Whatever that is. What I called X earlier, the 0.X energy. The 0 point energy. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, I think you were talking to Dyslow, not me, though. I think that question's direct.
No, you were there because you mentioned coupling, and we got into like quantum locking and coupling and all this like quantum talk that was like during that discussion.
Yeah. I'm just not sure the reference to Michelson Morley. I haven't got into that one much, so I'm not sure
Okay,
what you're
just
asking as far as that
just
question.
forget about that part then.
Yeah.
Like the quantum eraser experiment. Like, what does that mean? It's erasing the quantum. What's going on there?
Well, yeah, I think I described it earlier as, quantum as in counting, right? You would measure something, specifically like in this case, distance, right? Or instantaneous action at a distance now erases all those numbers, right? You no longer have a way to count or measure. Your measuring device is no longer useful. Like, okay, this is about something else, right? So you've erased the counting aspect, and now you're exploring phenomena that are outside your understanding of A plus B equals C, or 1 plus 1 equals 2, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, you have no explanation for this kind of thing. So you're no longer counting or measuring. You're philosophizing, you're questioning. You're like, okay, well, what do I do next to try to measure this? Because I can't measure it. As far as I know, this creates a paradigm. Things happening in the past that don't happen until they're recorded in the present. Okay, well, why am I counting then? I think that when you get into real science, you're questioning more than you're answering, right?
Fair enough. Please continue.
So the whole goal is to quantify.
Quantify the inquantifiable. Like, how do I quantify something that I can't quantify?
Right.
I end up describing it, right? And that gets back into your idea of, am I describing
Well, that's
what it is,
mathematics.
Or
Yeah.
Well, you know who does a good job of
description, science, explanation, philosophy, metaphysics. Like, they're all intertwined. But when you just leave off with mathematics, i.e. descriptions, then you're not never explaining anything. So, and that's where we're left off.
You know who does a good job of explaining the whole double slit delayed choice thing is QE. I mean, you can laugh, but he explains what happens. Just what's happening in the experiment pretty good.
Break it down.
I couldn't. I'd have to go watch the video again.
What part was good?
If you ask him, he won't do it. Go ahead.
Like, what was my favorite part?
Yeah, like what part, gave you the authority to make it, label it good? Like, what did he say? Like, that just tickled your fancy?
I mean, I just felt like he was describing what happens with the results and what's going on during it. I'd have to go rewatch it, though. I haven't seen it in years.
Yeah, the first time I seen John, he was on Planeta Veritas YouTube channel, and he was going over the double slit experiment with Robert Sano, and they were just going at it. Like, they couldn't come to terms. They couldn't agree on much, and it was really entertaining. Go ahead.
I mean, for this guy asking that where the information's at, information's supernatural. It's nowhere.
How is that possible?
You can't put it in a jar and paint it yellow or whatever the saying is.
I mean, the question has to be asked, though, right? If you're going to claim knowing and knowers everywhere, it's not there unless you know. And then what are you talking like? That, like you were saying, it becomes a supernatural reality. And I think that question, consciousness, right? We have the 100 monkey. This idea that it exists in reality, not as nowhere. It's here. The information is here, and we have access to it, and it's being shared. He talked about how water's an antenna. What's it receiving information from? If it's acting as an antenna, right? Where is this information, and how is it receiving it, and where is it storing it? We know we store information in our brains as humans. At least that's what's theorized. That's
It's
what the proof too.
it's the it's the dielectric field. It's that counter spatial realm of, like I said, there's only two dimensions in reality: dimensional and non-dimensional. It's why quantum mechanics says things bleep into and out of existence. It's that background medium that everything is premised from. It's the primary of the conjugate field of the ether.
I mean, we turn sand into memory these days, right? Like we store all our information on sand, silica. Hey, I got 256 gigabytes of memory, right? We know how to quantify memory and how to make it, quantifiable. But where all this information is, where it's being stored, I think that's an awesome question to explore because we have evidence through a lot of different demonstrations that it's there. And then the whole question is, well, if it's there and we can't see it, is it really there? Or it's not there until we're there, or the wind hears everything. I like that one. That was really well said. The wind is a witness. There you go.
Well, like I said, information is not information until it's decoded and received. Like you have to have a primer or a legend to decode any bit of information, whether it's a map or a binary system or digits or something. Like anything requires a form of a convention to decipher it. Language, you name it. Like it all requires a decoder.
Oh, you want to get into the occult now? All this coded stuff.
Well, you're talking. I mean, when you talk about information being there that's untappable, like what are you referring to specifically? Are you talking about this energy? Are you talking about what I mean, like, what's the boundaries of this information here?
What is the
Yeah, I think that's
information?
what we're exploring.
Right? If we want to talk about these experiments, right? What is the information? Right? The knowledge of the witch path, right? Is that's the whole shtick with the delayed choice quantum eraser. It's the knowledge of the which path that's going to take. Is that what you're talking about? So you're saying how does something know this? How is the knowledge? How is the information? Where's the information? How do we know it? Blah blah blah. That's why I said you really have to dig down into what's taking place within the experiment itself, right? To understand what you're dealing with. So you're dealing with frequency and vibration. And it's kind of like saying, how do we know that there's a radio signal before we tune into the station? Like, ooh, it's some mystery. If there's nobody to tune into the station, is there a radio signal? Is Rick Astley playing when we don't hear him? Right? And which station is he going to come on at? Well, it depends on which station he was broadcast towards. Right? So if you're talking about this, which path is the light going to take? How much quantity of light, if you want to call it that, right? What frequency and vibration of light gets sent to begin with when we're talking about such small portions?
Yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to ask him. Are you talking about visible light, or are you talking about, like, what spectrum of light are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's just little bleeps, right? It's little bleeps and blips. And when we're trying to figure out, oh, well, this sensor knew before that sensor. Well, how do you know that sensor knew before that sensor? Are you using a timing device to say that it's going to know which path it's going down? Well, how is it indicating which path it's going to be going down? What is your indicator? What's being displayed to you that leads you to believe that sensor knows which path it's going to be going down prior to it actually going down that path?
And then what's the one-way and two-way speed of light?
Right. So it's like, we know because the first sensor knows which path. Okay, well, if the near sensor knows which path it's going to ultimately go down before the light ultimately goes down there, how is it giving you a yes for path A and a no for path B, or a no for path A and a yes for path B? what is it doing?
Is that what the delayed choice? Hold on. Is that what the delayed choice is doing? It's telling us before before it happens which path it's going to go down.
No. Most detectors have a
What
timing
exactly is
device.
happening?
That's what I'm trying to get him to articulate, because when you fully articulate what's actually happening, I don't think there's, to me, I don't have the questions that these people have. So
Yeah, me neither. I've done the quantum eraser experiment a few times. It's not as mystical as some would make it out to be.
So what is light, Jace?
What is light?
Yeah. What is light?
There's many ways to describe it. You could say it's an electromagnetic wave. It's a particle with spin 1. It's a boson. It's a particle with baryon number 0. It's a particle with boson number 1 with lepton number 0. So many different ways to explain what light is.
Okay, so what you're saying that in the delayed choice thing wasn't that delayed choice the experiment they did for the double slit because they thought the double slit it was the sensors giving a different pattern, so they did this delayed choice thing to find out if it was the sensors.
I'm not sure. I think they just did it because they wanted to see, right, if one detection can affect the other depending on the timing.
I thought it was to see if it was the sensors from the double slit, but all right. That was the argument after the double slit, right? They were like, "No, it's the sensors that's giving it a different pattern." Because weren't they confused on why we got a different pattern with the double slit?
Well, right, I don't think they were confused. They just realized that, like, when you do the double slit without a detector at the slit, which often it's a polarizer, without that at the slit, you get a double slit diffraction pattern.
Oh,
But
you
if
mean
you
a filter, a
put a
frequency filter?
polarizer,
Oh,
if
just
you
like I
put
asked, bro.
if you put a polarizer at the slit, then you only get a single slit diffraction pattern.
And they wanted to see if this was the thing that was causing the different pattern, so they did the delayed choice one.
Not sure about that because it's quite obvious. I don't think they were confused about what was happening.
So there's no mysteries in the double slit. We know what's going on with it.
Well, isn't that interesting, dude? You can take a pinhole aperture and pass light through it, and then put up a frequency filter, i.e., your polarizer, and recreate coherent light, just like they did. Just like they did before, created holography before lasers existed, using a pseudo laser, i.e., Dennis Gabber with his mercury arc lamp.
There's still mysteries, Jeremy, right? The mystery is how single quanta can have these interference effects seemingly with themselves. That's the strange thing that's going on.
Well, yeah,
Well, maybe
that
it's
was going to
because
be.
what you call a single quanta isn't a single quanta.
I don't know if we heard
Have you
that,
ever
Larry.
done the experiment, Larry? You attenuate, right? If you're doing it with a laser, you attenuate the laser down to single quanta, single photons.
Bro.
Well, that's if you know what a photon is.
Yeah, and we do. That's why we have
Really?
devices. That's why we have devices that can attenuate lasers down to single quanta.
And that's why we can recreate your diffracted wave pattern with just a simple laser and a pinhead across a blackboard.
Yeah, no one's
Interesting.
saying you can't, but the strange thing is when you attenuate the laser down to just the single energy detections,
It's
you're
not. It's not
still getting,
insinuation.
you're
It's not
still,
insinuation.
you're
Hold on,
It's
still
let him
getting,
finish.
coherency.
Hold
you're
on, hold on.
still,
Go ahead, Jace.
okay, sorry. When you attend, right, you can do, I've done the single slit diffraction, just bouncing a laser pointer off like the side of an object and looking at what it looks like on the wall. But the strange thing that happens is when you attenuate that laser down to individual detections of energy on your detector, you are still getting an interference pattern, and you can have it as a double slit interference pattern or a single slit interference pattern depending on how you set up the slits.
All you're doing is changing the coherency, field strength, spatial variance of that light. So that light source. So it's no different than
Okay,
creating,
so
like I said, a pseudo laser using just the mercury arc lamp, a pinhole aperture, and a frequency filter.
when I go from a double slit to a
So
single slit, how much am I changing the coherency?
yeah, you're making it parallel versus spherical, and that spherical pattern is going to have that fracted wave pattern where the other is not. It's going to be a
What's the
single.
offset value, and why does it not matter what orientation along any of the axes that I orient the device? Why does that have no
Well,
effect? So what's the offset value?
it's relevant to the strength of the light source.
Okay, but I can change the strength of the light source and still get the same pattern, right? What's the offset value of the coherency that you're claiming that I'm changing?
I don't know, buddy. I can't tell you that. I don't have numbers in front of me, dude.
Okay, well then how come it doesn't matter if I orient it vertically or horizontally along the x-axis? Doesn't matter if I orient it vertically or horizontally along the y-axis or the z-axis. If I'm changing the coherency, why does the orientation not matter?
Probably because you didn't orientate it on the time axis.
Because I didn't orientate it on the time axis.
Jace, what's the
Because
mystery
like
of
It's a
the
joke.
double slit?
It's a joke,
It was a
Jace.
joke.
I'm just joking.
I know.
What's the big mystery after the double slits then?
I told you, it's that even when you attenuate the source down to single quanta, be it if you're using light, electrons, molecules, like people have done this with buckyballs, right? You still get a interference pattern as if the whatever source you're using is interfering with itself.
Yeah,
That's
because
the mystery.
it's because you're assuming that it's traveling straight instead of that curved linear path.
Even if it was curved, though, how would it interfere with itself?
Because as it propagates on that magnetic field, as that dielectric and magnetic field induce one another down that pathway, it's going to have either different locations depending on what you do.
But
Yeah,
if
but how
I
does it interfere?
if I change the location of the slits from being straight ahead 180 degrees ahead of the source, I no longer get interference pattern. It just hits the wall. So what do you mean it's taking a curved path? That's not what the experiment indicates.
Yeah, if it was taking a curved path, you'd always get the same pattern, right?
Yeah, but you would have to be
saying,
you'd have to be assuming that you're sending an individual particle down this pathway, and that's not taking place, dude.
No, if
yeah, but
I
they're
have a
doing the same thing
laser,
every time. Hold on, Jace. They're doing the same thing every time, though. Like nothing's changing, right?
yeah, and if I have a laser, right, and say I can make it bend arc and like it arcs left, right? I can then move the slits into the arc of the the laser and I should still get an interference pattern. But that's not what happens. There's no location you can put the slit in the experiment other than 180 degrees or directly in front of the source and actually get an interference pattern. Because anywhere else you put it, it'll just either it's not going to hit this where the divider where the slits are, or it's going to hit that divider and not go through the slits because it's not taking a curved path like you said.
This idea of the detector being a frequency filter was one of the first things they actually thought of. Okay, maybe this device itself was manipulating whatever's happening here. So they removed it and they said, all right, let's put the detector behind and just see what happens. And that same thing
It wasn't the detector. It's not the detector, yeah.
It was not it. Exactly. So that hand wave dismissal is fine for that particular experiment, but you go to the next phase, right? You think about it. Okay, they thought about it too, and as they progressed with what's happening here, why is it changing, they came up with more demonstrations to evaluate. So, you need to move past the double slit and get to the next aspects of what they're doing here.
Yeah, I just like to start at the ground level and work my way up, though.
Oh yeah, no,
Jeremy's still reading the notes on the bathroom stall.
I leave the graffiti up. If the graffiti's like "smile, you're beautiful," like I'll leave that. It says something crazy, then I get to goof off.
Shouldn't the question be the observation and non-observation part of this, whatever this is? Isn't that the crux of the matter?
Well, I think it's
yes.
Why are we having two different patterns? What is causing patterns to change?
Yeah, and if it's just the observation part, that's like woo-woo stuff. Like that's like, wow, what's going on here, right? How could something change by you just observing it?
But
it's us knowing.
That part is well understood. You have to have either a polarizer if you're using lasers, or you can use like an electron detector to interact with the beam, or you have to have some kind of device that's going to interact with and cause the laser to be a single slit pattern rather than a double. That's not
so you're saying it's the mechanism, it's the measuring device that's doing that?
Yes, if you put a polarizer at one of the slits, you're forcing the laser to only have a specific polarization of that laser go through that slit. Thus, you then know which photons have gone through the slit with the polarizer.
Yeah, but the claim is, regardless of how the setup is, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's the mere observation that changes the pattern. Correct or not correct?
No, if you can do the double slit with no polarizer detector.
Forget polarizers, man. I don't want to hear the word polarizer in your explanation.
You interrupted. I wasn't done. Right, you can do the double slit without the polarizer or any kind of detector at the slits, and you can watch the experiment with your eyeballs, and you'll still get the double slit diffraction pattern.
Montreal,
That's
he
not
doesn't
what
want
I
to
asked you, bro.
Just
give me a.
Science can't explain it, Montreal.
It's not.
It is. It's showing that it's not human observation, right? You can watch the experiment with your eyeballs, and that doesn't change the double versus single slit diffraction pattern.
So what they've been telling us now is all bull about the observation part and reporting part.
No.
Then why? How could it be both?
What do you mean? They say when you put a detection device, like a polarizer, at the slit, and sometimes they call that observing the experiment, right? Then you get a single slit diffraction pattern without any kind of device there to detect which slit the laser's going through. You get the double slit diffraction pattern.
So there's nothing
That's the
mysterious
observer.
about this. It's because you put a polarizer there that made the pattern change. Correct? That's what you're saying.
The mysterious part is not the double versus single slit diffraction pattern. The mysterious part is why, when you attenuate the source down to single energy detections, or single quanta as they're called, why you still get these double and single slit diffraction patterns, as if those single sources are interfering with themselves. That's the strange part.
Okay,
Yeah, but
so
under
the
what
problem
under what circumstances is the difference changing? You're saying when you put a filter there, correct? That is the only difference between the patterns. Yes or no, bro?
Yeah, you have to put some
Okay,
kind
so
of
it's the
measuring
freaking filter
device
that's
at the
doing it.
split.
So it's the filter that's doing it.
Yes, you get a double versus single slit diffraction pattern.
Okay, so there's no woo here.
So I told him, dude. I said you're using a frequency filter
I agree
and a
with
pinhole
you.
aperture, bro.
There isn't any woo, but the strange part is how single, in the case of a laser experiment, when you attenuate it down to single photons, how can they be interfering with themselves in these ways? That's the strange
Like I told you, Jace, you would have to accept that you are shooting a single photon. Okay, that's the part that you're not understanding. There's no such thing as a single photon. Never been the input or output of any experiment ever done.
The detector is detecting single
You're
energy
assuming.
inputs, single momenta inputs. It's having singular interactions with the detector. So
you're
all
telling us
the
that
experiment is showing that what you're saying isn't right.
You're presuming the nature of light.
The entire experiment is demonstrating that what you're saying is wrong.
You're
Let me get in here
presuming the
with my
nature
smoke
of
for a
light.
second, please,
All right,
man.
go ahead, Odysee.
You're telling us, this is what you're telling us now. You attenuated light to a single photon. One thing, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You want us to believe that you shot this one thing through a slit, through two slits. But there's two slits there. You shot this one thing. This one thing split in half and interfered with itself on the other side. This is what you're trying to make us believe is going on, correct?
Yeah, that's the strange part about it, right? It's not what I want you to believe. You can do the experiment. You can move the detector right after your attenuation
Listen.
filters and see that it's single quanta, single energy, or single momenta inputs being measured by the detector, right? And then
No,
you
but
can
you
see
have
what
to-
happens when you move the
You
detector.
have to set
When
that
you
up.
move the detector, when you move the detector back behind the slits, then you could still see that the single and double slit interference patterns are still happening. So everything about the experiment is showing that what you're trying to rebut it with is incorrect. Just
Here,
do
I'll
the
rebut it.
experiment yourself.
Yeah, I'll rebut it then, or it's a complete misunderstanding as to what the fundamental nature of light is, and your baseless assumption that you have the smallest quanta of what you think light is when you're
Not an
performing this
assumption.
experiment, right? No, just because that's all that you particularly can measure
It's a
is down to
detection.
that specified amount, right? So can you detect light less than the quanta in which you're shooting?
No, it comes in
Right.
minima
So
of Planck's
the
constant,
right. So this is the fundamental.
the theory predicts. Unfortunately for you,
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. But the problem is your assumption that that single quanta is the smallest interaction that is ever going to take place or that is taking place. To me, this experiment just shows us that that's not the case and that we have a complete misunderstanding as to what the nature of light actually is because it's not a single quanta, quote unquote, photon
type interaction at all whatsoever. And this perfectly displays that.
That's a large, that's a tall order that you're going to have to demonstrate there, because the experiment shows the exact opposite of that. And then there's other, right? We're not doing this in a vacuum. There's other
No, it doesn't.
experiments that
It
have
shows
been done
exactly
as
that.
well, like the photoelectric effect, where you're taking single photons and getting single electrons as a result. And those are directly measured as their work frequency relationship, right? So you have a tall order here, and you're going to have to support that.
I think Hertz
We have a
Hertz
tall order?
explained
Oh my
the
God.
photoelectric quite well, better than Einstein. In fact, he should have got the Nobel Prize award for that. But you
What
guys
does
just want
that
to walk
mean?
past all that.
What does
I
Hertz
said
explains it better mean?
it means that Hertz's understanding of the photoelectric effect was far more concise than Einstein's interpretation of it. And
Go ahead, tell us what is his understanding.
yeah, he basically said that threshold frequency is where electrostatic charge is generated and released, and it's all based on the smaller the volume, the higher the capacitance. So high energy discharge has a very small coaxial volume and frequency, and Hertz discovered that the red and blue spectrum of light is different within its volume, in that the blue end spectrum has a higher capacitance. And Einstein ambiguously, vaguely talked about it, but he was wrong in his explanation, in that Hertz said the atomic capacitance is created when threshold frequency light is used to create a charge disparity between the electrode and the interatomic magnetodielectric permeability, which is breached.
And what kind of charge disparity? What's the magnitude? What's the value?
Well, like I just told you, it's based on red and blue end spectrum of light being different, in its spatial footprint, and as well as its energy capacitance. And this is what explains the Crookes radiometer, and why that a Crookes radiometer will process with the blue end spectrum of light being I don't want to say emitted, induced upon the paddles, versus the red end spectrum of light doing nothing, like nothing happens. So this showcases exactly analogous to what Hertz in explaining the photoelectric effect.
But how so? You're saying that, but how
Because
does it, right?
because it's
Like
no
I can
it's no
have the
different.
same metal.
It's
I
no
can have the
different than a
same
magnet. Jace, if you'd allow me.
I have the same metal, just in a different ionization state, and red light can go from needing a quanta of blue light to a quanta of red light, and it's directly proportional to those energy quantas.
So
Why is that?
it's all proportional to the magnetic field, like I've originally said, and it's no different than why a stronger magnet has a much smaller spatial field versus a weaker magnet. It's counterintuitive, but it goes hand in hand with light and its frequency of spectrum. It's all dependent. It's all dependent upon its spatial field. It's all dependent upon its spatial field, which is going to give you higher or lower rates of capacitance.
But that's like so easy to show is not true, man. I can do the experiment and just a normal average background magnetic field, and then I can do it inside like an NMR where the magnetic field can be 8 Tesla, 12 Tesla, 15 Tesla, 18 Tesla, depending on if you have like a 400, a 600, 800, or 1000 megahertz spectrometer. And the values don't change. The magnetic field do not change the energy values required for the release of an electron.
I mean, you're assuming the electron to exist to begin with. Like that's the whole premise of your understanding is
deflection.
all. It's all ad hoc presumption, like just like
You're
you did with the nature of light.
You're deflecting. Why is
It's
it
not.
that changing the magnetic field doesn't change the results like you are saying it should? Why is that? Stop deflecting.
I mean, that's your assumption.
It's not
Where
an
can you
assumption.
source
get the
that?
same measurement outcome. You get the same measurement outcome whether you do it in a background magnetic field, just out in a regular lab setting, or if you do it inside something like an NMR spectrometer.
Yeah, I don't know that to be the case. I got to take your word for that. So if you want to cite your sources.
It's another tactic. Sure, I'll go look for a source at some point, but I'm taking a walk right
Wait a
now, so
minute,
I'm not
hold on.
doing it
It's not a
right
tactic
now.
to say. Hold on, sorry. Time
It
out.
is a tactic because
It's not.
undergraduate students do this and they have seen it for their own eyes. But you're demanding that I provide you a source right now because you know that I'm not going to do that. It's a waste of my time, and I'm on a walk right now. I'm on my cell phone, so I can't go get you a source at the moment, and that's why you're demanding it.
Do you walk with your hands or your feet?
With my feet, obviously.
So are your
Why are
hands
you
free?
walking your dog at the hottest part of the day, Jace? That's not fair to your animal.
I don't have my dog with me.
So then your hands are free.
You're
I don't understand. To me, like citing your source is something that they taught you in like middle school, right?
Yeah, but they also teach you that things that are just commonly understood and done in undergraduate labs don't need to be sourced, right? They're just understood by the people in the field. They've done those things. But like I said, later when I get back to my computer, I'll go get you a source. It's not a big deal. I'm sure you'll come up
Your,
with a new
your
excuse for
computer,
denying it.
your computer's in your hand. You probably have an octa-core processor, probably
No,
capable of all kinds of
unless
multitasking.
it's open source, I need to be able to log in through my university to get to the articles, which I don't do
Paywalls.
on
Oof.
my phone. I have to do that on my computer.
I don't think it's a tactic to like ask someone to cite your source. I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
It is
What's
when something is common knowledge in a field and you're demanding that somebody cites a source, right? That's ridiculous.
I mean, is it common knowledge or is it just consensual agreement?
Yes. The photoelectric effect in different situations was the second experiment I ever did in my chemistry degree in a lab.
Sure, so that should just be easy to cite. You don't need to go onto a university website in order to do it if it's such common knowledge, right? So you're saying this is common knowledge, but I need to go home to my computer, log in through my university to be able to access it, right? So if this is common knowledge, there shouldn't be any type of restriction to this knowledge. It should just be all over the place. You
It
unable to
is.
Google the information?
No, you want a source from a journal, right? That's going to be behind a paywall, most likely, because undergraduate labs are not published.
I'll settle for a
journals.
logical answer. I'll settle for a logical answer that doesn't have to require some sort of fantastical belief that you can have photons or electrons existent. Something that can never be substantiated.
What? Say that again.
Did my mic cut out?
No, just repeat it, man. Just repeat what you said.
I don't even remember what I said. Forget about it.
You're just in denial.
Well, it all comes down to the
the
basis, right?
existence of these things.
Yeah, the existence, quote unquote, existence of a photon and electron, right? That is kind of the basis of the whole entire conversation, really, to be honest.
It's not though, because it doesn't matter, right? The measurement outcome of what I was talking about doesn't change. It doesn't matter. You don't have to believe in electrons. As long as you believe that you're measuring something, right? The outcome doesn't change. The value does not change.
Well, it's not too woo-woo to understand that you can get a double slit pattern with something that isn't single. That's all I'm
But
saying.
we were talking about the photoelectric effect, man, not the double slit experiment.
Either way.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Jace, is like your entire belief system is premised off your understanding of light. And you guys were wrong from the very get, like asserting that light is a particle and or a wave or a particle wave duality. It seemingly appears, disappears, reappears. Like all of these illogical fallacies that you guys have asserted yourselves on to accept that there's some sort of a physical particle mechanism to ideate the existence of illumination versus light, in the sense that it can be reduced down to a singular thing existent upon nothing, rather than occupying space and time at a particular proximity in a said time. Like it's insanity, bro. Like there's nothing logically sound about your entire premise. So then to move forward from there and set up experiments based on this understanding and act as if you're conducting some sort of an experiment when you've already presumed the nature of light to begin with, just goes to show that you guys are trying to support your incredulity upon the matter.
I call it crazy Glober talk.
Well, one, you didn't really describe the understanding correct. You didn't describe the order in which it came. It wasn't an understanding first, and then they did experiments to support that. No, they did the experiments. Yang did his original double slit experiment back when they still thought light was just a photon, was just particles, like tennis balls, because of Newton. Right. And because of Yang's experiment, the results directed them to completely change their thoughts of what light is. That no, it's not just little mini tennis balls, because that's what the experiment has just shown to not be the case. So we need to change our understanding of what this stuff is. And then obviously time goes on.
That's what birth quantum.
Experiments. No, that's not birthed quantum. What birthed quantum was the single quanta double slit experiments.
Well, I'm just saying,
which
like the
weren't
whole
done until 1900s.
Yeah, you had to invoke some woo mystery belief system, i.e., quantum, to further explain what can't be explained logically. And
Nobody
this is where,
invoked anything. They
yeah,
did
that's the birthing of quantum. Was
they were
based on
doing
light.
experiments with black
It's
body
not an
objects.
experiment.
They were doing experiments with black body objects. They were doing photoelectric type experiments. All these things were unknown, why these effects were happening, why the ultraviolet was diverging in these black body experiments, and why we were getting these weird single slit and double slit interference patterns when we were attenuating sources doing these slit experiments. None of this was an understanding beforehand, and then they did the experiment to verify that understanding. They developed the understanding based off the experimental results.
If I may interrupt,
So is it fair
could
to
you
say
please
that if we
sorry, just a second. If I may interrupt, could I get you to go back to the part to where it was a Newtonian particle and you agree with Professor Shankar that this is the end of Newtonian mechanics?
Boy, yeah.
so is it fair to say that
It's definitely not tennis balls like Newton thought, for sure.
so it's both tennis balls and waves? This is what you're trying to tell us. You're trying to tell us one thing can be two things, and I'm calling you out on that. There is nothing. Of course, that is your theory. Whether you say it, let me finish, bro. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter. Quantum mechanics says that a photon is both a particle and a wave. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter, bro. Go on.
And the bloody blue blazes are you talking about?
Yeah, this is how you get your field wave disparity. I mean, come on, bro. It's in the name. Like,
Well,
it's no
Jace doesn't
different
agree
than
with that,
it's
though.
no
I'll give him
different
that.
than yeah,
I'll
it's
give
no
him
different than Faraday's
that's
misinterpretation upon the lines of force,
Jace.
being that
Jace
there's no
doesn't agree
lines
with
made.
that, though, right? Jace
yeah.
doesn't agree with that, so don't straw man him.
I use quantum mechanics all the time.
And that's why I just told you.
That.
That's why I just told you. This is what birth quantum being relevant in the discussion to patch your misinterpretation hole. To
No,
further
I
further
gave you a
complicate.
synopsis of how it was birthed. You're just asserting things that aren't what happened. And I use quantum mechanics all the time, and that's not what I believe. So sorry.
Can you tell me what you do believe? Because I find that quite fascinating if you don't believe in particle wave duality. What do you believe then?
What do you mean in regards to the double slit experiment?
QFT.
What is light? Is light a photon or a wave? I mean, a particle? Sorry, is light a particle or a wave?
This will be fun. It's a quantum object.
So
which
both.
is what quantum. There's
right?
nowhere in nature you can point at and show quantum. Quantum doesn't denote anything in nature. It's a convention. It's
give me a
based
second,
on counting.
Let him answer, bro. So what do you say to that, Jace? Are you saying it's both or neither? In this state of a quantum, is it both, neither? What is it?
Yeah, I would say neither. Right, it's its own thing. It's called quantum mechanics. It's a quantum object. It's not wave mechanics, and it's not particle mechanics. It's quantum mechanics. It's its own thing.
So exactly. So you're believing in a state of being that is neither or. Like it could be both. It could be neither or. That's
so
quite
not
amazing,
both.
bro. Think about it.
So not both, right? Because believing that it's neither doesn't mean that I believe that it's both. They're like opposites.
Yeah, but it could be either one, right? Name me something.
No, in the double slit. In the double slit, right? It's described by the Schrodinger wave function, right? And that is a function of probability, right? And then it can go, depending on how you set up the experiment, you can either result in a double slit diffraction pattern or a single slit diffraction pattern.
Yeah, but we're talking about now which one is it? I'm asking you because you said you don't believe in the duality and you're going back to duality now. So I'm asking you because you said you don't believe in particle wave duality, and I find that amazing because that is quantum physics. So now I'm asking you which one it is, and you said it's neither. It's in a state
What
where
in the bloody blue blazes are you talking about? That particle wave duality is quantum physics. It's not.
It's not. Particle wave duality is not quantum physics. Not.
Quantum physics is based off the hallmark Schrodinger equation of 1925. That's what it's based off of, not any kind of wave particle physics. It doesn't make any sense.
Look, call it whatever you want, okay? Call it plum pudding. Is light a particle or a wave? That is the question I put to you. You answered
it's neither. It's a quantum object.
So what kind of an answer is that?
That's the answer. It's its own type of thing. It's its own category. It's not a false dichotomy that you're making it out to be. It's its own category with its own type of physics to describe it that we call quantum mechanics.
Oh, that's ridiculous. The reason why they came up with quantum and the quanta is because they couldn't figure out how light glows with the what's that? I forget the ultraviolet catastrophe. Yeah, the ultraviolet catastrophe. Yeah, that's why they came up with the quanta. So the quanta is merely just an idea of the amount of energy of something. So
that's how they figured out that regular wave mechanics isn't sufficient to describe these objects.
That's when they figured out they screwed up on what they thought energy would do when they increased the heat of metal. They screwed up, and that's when they came up with the quanta. But that doesn't explain what light is, right? You can't just say quanta and get away with it. It's either a particle or a wave. Which one is it? You're
not
saying
a false
neither?
dichotomy. It's not a false dichotomy. They did the black body experiments, which showed them that it's not just wave mechanics that's happening. Then they did a double slit experiment to show them that it's not just particle mechanics that's happening, that they need to create, it's not a dichotomy. They need to create a new type of mechanics to describe these objects. And they called it quantum mechanics.
Exactly. They invented some shit up. Excuse my language. That's my whole point. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what all science is doing. You do experiments and you invent ways to describe those experiments, SE.
Yeah, but Jace, this is an affront to nature. Nature doesn't allow dualities. You can't be two things. You're either one thing or another thing. Yin and yang, right? There's no dualities in nature. And you're telling me this thing, this light, because you can't describe it, well, that's special. That's on its own. We called it a quanta. That's ridiculous, bro.
It's not on its own. There's an entire categories of objects that are quanta, that are described by quantum mechanics.
You said they invented something, a category on its own. Those were your words, sir.
Yeah, they discovered that they can't shove it in the wave box because the black body experiments are showing that it's not wave mechanics. Then the double slit experiment was showing that it's not particle mechanics. So they can't shove it in the particle mechanics box either. They need to create a new type of mechanics that they called quantum mechanics to describe this collection of objects. They are different than waves. They are different than particles. They are their own thing, and you're making a false dichotomy fallacy.
No, the fallacy is you can't have two things. You can't have one thing being two things. The fallacy is on your part. You're either a cat or a dog. You're not a cat or a dog until you decide if you're a cat or a dog. Nature doesn't work that way.
You're straw manning.
I'm sorry?
You're straw manning. It's not two things. Quantum mechanics describes one thing, quantum objects. They're not waves, they're not particles, because it's not a false dichotomy either. That's fallacious. They are their own type of thing.
What is light? Is it a particle or a wave?
So, SE, here's where you're being disingenuous, man, to be honest with you, because you're trying to say, are you a cat or a dog? And he's like, it's a chicken. But is it a cat or a dog? Jace is like, it's a fucking chicken, dude.
No, but you can't do that, dude.
You're proposing a false dichotomy to him.
No.
I'll give Jace this one. We agree on this, but...
Okay, maybe I used the wrong example, right? Can a rock be a turtle? No.
I blame global mentality.
Yeah, you guys are you're model afflicted, bro.
It's not a rock or a turtle, it's a cloud. Here's the thing, I completely disagree with Jace on a lot of things, but you are straw manning him, so I'm going to step in and be like, dude, you're straw manning him. Because that's what's taking place.
That's your opinion, bro. It's regardless what you say. You can't be both a particle and a wave. Now, whether you like it or not, that's just a fact. You're either a particle or you're a wave. Anything else, you're double speaking. You can't be a cloud, right?
You can't
be a cloud.
You can't. You literally just said you can't be just a particle or a wave. Then a sentence later, you said you have to be either a particle or a wave. You're double speaking like crazy, dude.
Both, man. You cannot be both a particle and a wave. There's nothing you or the other gentleman that just said right now that can do to change that. You cannot change physics. You're either a particle or you're a wave. If you say neither,
I don't agree with
why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Are you triggered? Are you nervous?
Sounds like
If you
are.
think that you're both a particle and a wave, or neither, you're in fantasy land.
It's just projection. But I've made
Tell
my
me, which
point
one are you,
clear.
bro?
I've told you like 4 times now. People don't want to hear me repeat it again. You can project all you want. It doesn't change the fact.
Jace,
We go off what the experiments tell us, right? My worldview is that I don't want to be deceived into believing anything that can't be shown to be true. So we go off what the experiments show, whereas you start with a desired conclusion and try to find evidence for that conclusion, which is completely backwards and
No,
not
you
what I
said
do. So don't
photons.
project that onto me.
Okay, my turn now. I asked you what is light, a particle or a wave? You said neither, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, what kind of an answer is that? Do you think
Same
you can
answer
go
I would give.
and
The
say
exact
neither?
same
Hold
answer I
on.
would give, Effie, because you're giving him a false dichotomy. You're saying,
Look,
what is
bro,
light,
he asked
particle, or
you.
wave? If
He
light
said
is not any of those things, right? Because a wave is not a thing in and of itself, right? A
it's a
particle
photon,
could
he
be
said, right?
described as something. Dude, if you don't,
What did he say it was? A packet of energy? What did he describe it as?
a discrete quanta of energy. Well, actually, I don't even think he used energy.
A discrete quanta. And you think by him saying it's a discrete quanta, you think I'm gonna let him get away with that? You think that means anything? Did you not hear the part where I explained to him how they got this quantum nonsense when they
Well,
were heating up
here's the thing.
metal and the light? Did you miss that part?
I don't
I missed
agree.
it.
I don't agree that it's a discrete quanta. I don't agree that that's what light is. But what I agree with is the fact that you are
Nor do I.
strawmanning him into a false dichotomy of is it a wave or a particle when it's neither. And I don't
No,
agree
you're
that
not
it's
getting it.
I don't.
His model.
You're not getting it, dude. Never mind.
No, bro, you're not getting it. His model says it's both a wave and a particle. He says that it's not. When I asked him what his theory is, what his thing is, maybe you missed this part. He said neither. Now, if that's satisfactory to you, bro, that's cool. To me, it's not satisfactory. I'm not straw manning. I'm telling it exactly how he said it. And when I pushed him, he said a quanta. Now, if that's
No, I didn't.
satisfactory to you of
Not
what
what I
light is,
said.
that's good on you, bro.
That's not what I said.
It's exactly what you said. You said neither. When I pushed you, you said it's a
No.
quanta. Yeah.
Well, that was
No,
where
I
I came in.
didn't.
That
That's
was where I
not
came in,
what I
Jace.
said.
Is there anywhere in the universe you can point to and say there's quantum or quanta or quantum?
Exactly. I remember him saying exactly that too. Yes.
Because it doesn't denote anything in nature. It's a convention by which we
What the hell are you
quantify.
talking about?
That's
There's
the
whole
etymology of quantum.
collectives of objects that are called quantum objects, dude.
You guys,
Jace, you
this is
have
a
to believe it.
big mental disconnect, guys. There's no point in continuing on.
Show me a natural.
They're
Show me a.
like making up these things that I've said and then trying to argue against them. Like I said that it's quanta. No, that's
Show
way
me.
too non-specific.
Show me.
Okay, try it again. What is light?
Show me
What
a
is light?
natural observation where quantum exists, Jace.
What do you mean show you a natural observation where quantum exists? Chemistry, the double slit experiment, the delayed choice, quantum eraser experiment, the photoelectric effect, all of these are experiments showing that showing the properties of these quantum objects.
That's a natural observation?
Absolutely.
They're not supernatural.
Again, you're setting up the
be
experiment
anything
in such a
else.
way. I'm asking you, something that's not man-made, a naturally occurring phenomena, we can point to quantum.
So a lot of these experiments, like the double slit with just regular lasers and stuff, and the black body experiments and the photoelectric effect were set up before the word quantum was even invented, before quantum mechanics was a thing, before it was even a thought. So trying to say that these experiments were set up to produce a desired result, when the results of those experiments showed exactly what the people who set them up showed, the exact opposite of what they were expecting. It's just
Materialism's been around
ridiculous
for
to me.
thousands of years, bro. I get it. I understand that. But I'm trying to ask you where quantum exists. Where is this quantum you speak of other than within your belief system? It doesn't denote anything. The etymology behind the word is simply quanta, which is an amount of something. So if all
No,
you're
it
doing is
denotes
counting
a
particles,
collection. It denotes a collection of objects, everything from subatomic particles to atomic particles to molecules and
yeah,
other
I get it.
chemical
I get it.
entities.
I get it. Population groups, I get it. You guys, you want to subdivide against natural order to create all these separate fields and pigeonhole reality and nature against natural order. It doesn't work that way, bud. You can't
What
separate
is
these things.
natural order? Chemists have been
Well,
observing the natural order that these molecules arrange themselves in discrete units for centuries.
you've got all of these fields that aren't unified while simultaneously saying you're seeking a grand unified theory, but actually doing quite the opposite by subdividing all these specific fields.
You don't even know what you're.
No, I know what I'm talking about. You got the magnetic
The
field, the electric
grand
field,
unified
the Higgs
theories
field.
are not about how fields are united.
Oh,
Like
oh,
what
really?
what
You
do you
can have a
mean?
grand unified theory with having no
Hang on,
mediator, if you
I
will.
may be. Hang on, because I may be wrong. When you're saying field, because I thought you were talking about like chemistry versus physics versus biology versus geology,
No,
field in that sense.
no,
But
not
are you
academic
talking about
fields.
quantum fields?
Yeah, I'm talking about the quantum field, the Higgs field, the electric field, the magnetic field. I mean, you guys got a fucking field for everything.
Okay, well, you're only partially correct, right? Because the grand unified theories are actually about symmetries, which the fields are resultant of. So I'll give you
Is a
partial
is
credit.
is a field an actual thing, Jace, or is it just a roadmap, if you will, a predictable proximity of which and where this particle might reside at a particular time and Cartesian location, or even the counter to that? What's a
I
field,
would
Jace?
say that they, we've had this conversation a million times, and I'd say the same thing that I always say, right? That the experiments seem to indicate that these fields are indeed real things, and they can have observable effects that can be predicted and determined before even observing them.
So what's the particle associated with this field, or is there different particles to make up different fields?
Yeah. Oh well, that's actually the thing of unification, right? At these different energy scales, these symmetries get broken, and that's how you get these discrete fields rather than just a single unified field. In each field, so the scale, the energy scale, and the temperature that our reality is at today, you have discrete fields with a particle representative for each of those fields.
Right. You
Sorry, what
broke
do you
up a
mean
little
when you
bit,
say
but
what do you mean when you say discrete field?
That you have separate fields. It's not just one field. You have an electron field, a photon field, a quark field, a lepton or a neutrino field, etc.
okay. So we got different fields, and we got different particles associated with these different fields.
Yes.
Now, what's the definition of a field?
Given this in many different ways a bunch of times, But for
because
most general
the problem
purposes,
is I
it's
always
the
hear a description or a roadmap. I don't hear anything in actuality rather than a convention to perceive this particle's existence at a certain place in time, while you're simultaneously saying the field's existent. However, there's different fields dependent on these different particles. So it makes no logical conciseness to the coherency of what you're implying here. It's hard to fathom.
that's not how I would describe it. It's perfectly logically consistent in the ways I would describe it. Right, you can usually a field is defined by its Lagrangian when you're doing actual science. But to keep it simple for regular people, it's the object in which these quantum objects interact through that preserves both locality and causality. And this object can take on tensor, scalar, vector, or spinor quantities.
So we've got different fields doing different things.
Yeah, so that definition fits all of the fields because they are the ways that the particles interact. They are the ways that locality and causality is preserved in those interactions, and they will indeed be either tensor, scalar, vector, or spinor quantity.
Perfect. So what particle do we associate with the magnetic field as the basis for its existence?
Magnetic field is not a quantum field.
Yeah, the electromagnetic effect is an effect of the electron, positron, and photon fields.
Your mic sounds bad, dude.
So the wind is blowing a little. The electromagnetic effect is the result of the photon, electron, and positron fields interacting.
Oh, so the magnetic field's not comprised of a single particle rather than all these other particles interacting.
Yeah, the magnetic field is a term for the classical theory. It's a classical field. But when you're talking about quantum field theory, that's not a classical theory, right? And electromagnetism, the entire effect, be it electricity, electrostatics, and magnetism, or the combined effect, are different manifestations of interactions between the photon, positron, and electron fields. You have different kinds of interactions resulting in those different kinds of observed effects. It's pretty neat. It's one theory that describes all that we see in reality. You should try looking into it.
What theory is this?
A measurable electric field emanating from a magnet.
Sorry, what theory is this that describes all of reality?
For
It's
these
called crazy global talk.
electromagnetic effects that me and Dysel are talking about, that would be quantum electrodynamics.
So how much voltage can we pick up from a magnet?
Great question.
I don't know. It depends on the strength of the magnet.
So we got an N55 Gauss neodymium magnet sitting there on the table. How much voltage am I going to measure?
I don't know off the top of my head.
But there's amount of an electricity. You're saying there's a measurable amount of electrification emitting from this magnet within this magnetic field.
What is electrification?
I don't know. You're the one who's imposing electrons, which is what you superimpose as. Yeah. I asked you what's the particle comprised of the magnetic field, and you went on a long tangent about protons, electrons.
He said the magnetic
neutrons.
field wasn't a quantum field. Is what he said. So the question is ridiculous. Is what he said. He didn't say those words, but he said it's not a quantum field. It's a manifestation of 3 different other fields, and how they interact with each other.
So, in order for there to be a particle associated with the field, it has to be a quantum field.
No, the magnetic field is a classical field that really pertains to large scale macroscopic effects that we observe. But within that, there's plenty that the classical magnetic field does not explain, effects that we can observe, like the G minus or the anomalous magnetic moment experiments, right? But quantum field theory, through the interactions of the electron, positron, and photon field, gives you the value for those magnetic, anomalous magnetic moments, or the G minus experiments, to like 12 decimal point precision, on top of other effects like the anomalous Zeeman effect, right? That the regular classical magnetic field theory does not give you the correct answer for. The quantum field theory does, to pretty astounding precision.
So, what's the particle again? I'm sorry, I must have missed that part.
There isn't a magnetic field in quantum field theory, thus there's no corresponding magnetic particle like you're trying to make it out to be.
Oh, so you don't account for magnetism in quantum mechanics? Is that what you're saying?
At some point, you have to realize someone's not listening to you.
Well,
I mean,
I mean that's
both of us,
you
both of
don't
us
see
can say
that,
the words as plainly as possible.
you don't see that as a problem though. I mean, we can't
He's going
separate.
further with it. It's funny.
Yeah, we can't separate the electromagnetic field from our existence yet. You're just gonna just throw that out and then come up with some other system.
I feel like you don't even have a good grasp of what you are even talking about, because you started with the magnetic field, right? And that's why I said in quantum field theory, there's no such thing as the magnetic field. Magnetism is an effect that is resultant from a specific type of interaction between the positron, electron, and photon quantum fields. But now you're talking about electromagnetism and that not being separated from us, whatever that means. Like you don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean, yeah, you've overcomplicated things so pervertedly to where it's like, how can anyone make sense of reality with that nonsense? And like, it's just there's nothing in the universe that's not magnetoreactive, other than your what you like to call neutrinos, which I beg, their existence being questionable. And so if everything's
None of that is
magnetoreactive other than
true,
your
though.
neutrinos,
But
yeah,
none
that's
of that
we've
is
had this
true, man.
conversation. How is that not true?
Nothing's overcomplicated. Reality has details, and the details matter. Plenty of people understand these details, and they use them. They're called chemists and physicists. They use them to develop the devices you're currently denying the fields with, right? And well, what was the last thing you're saying? That there's nothing that isn't magnetic or whatever, which is just a bunch of nonsense.
Magnetoreactive.
You gave one example, which is neutrinos. Another example is neutrons. You send neutrons through a magnetic field and they don't deflect because they're not magnetoreactive.
And I mean, the neutrons are questionable at best, being they decay into, back into their original state of a proton roughly after 17 minutes.
They're so
Thus,
questionable. Biologists use them to determine the structure of proteins and nucleic acids like DNA and RNA and carbohydrates like glucose and sucrose and galactose, etc. And lipids like the phospholipids that make up cell walls. They're so questionable that biologists use them to determine these things. It's funny that.
Oh, the same biologists that act as if all of those things naturally occurred at the right time and intervals in a non cryo homochromatic form to allow life to emerge. Those biologists.
Homochiral is the word you're looking for. Homochiral is the word you're looking for.
Whatever.
And the same biologists that don't accept your supernatural explanations because they don't make any sense. They don't explain anything. They're not useful for anything. Those biologists.
I think James Tor did an excellent job at
Why are we
showing the. Yeah, we are jumping topics, but
We're jumping
nonetheless,
around. It's like yeah. What the hell?
nonetheless, what's a virtual photon again? Isn't that the emission of a
And we come to the
from a magnet?
resistance. What is a virtual photon, a virtual particle? Oh my God, it's so
I mean,
mysterious.
isn't that the particle that you were trying to run away from? When I see what's the particle associated with the magnetic field, and you ran on this long tangent, trying to evade the fact that your belief system, sorry, your religion, calls it a virtual photon.
Does it though? Does it?
Yeah.
How sure are you on?
Virtual particles and virtual photons. That's your explanation behind light and magnetism.
You sure about that?
Maybe you don't want to stand on it, but the same field that you're touting does. So where do you draw the separation?
Who coined those terms?
The godfather of quantum.
And who would that be?
Michael
Well,
Corleone.
you've got two guys that like to use that terminology. You got Richard Feynman, and you've got Leonard Susskind.
Yeah, it was Feynman. And do you know why he coined those terms? Right? Do you know who he was coining them for? We've had
Probably.
this conversation. I don't know how you've forgotten, but really, you don't remember.
I mean, is there a specific individual, or is it a populist group?
No, he coined the terms to explain a concept to the general public, because in his actual work, right?
Yeah, because we're not smart enough.
In the work he did, there is no virtual photons or virtual particles or anything. There's effects that he, instead of explaining Lagrangians and Hamiltonians and spinor fields and renormalization, perturbations, and all of that, how you normalize and how you set the energy scales and do effective fields and all that stuff, he condensed it into what he called virtual particles, right? And they're just a teaching tool. They are not meant to be the accurate representation of how quantum field theory works, but they're a good place to start at.
Sure, if you say so.
Yeah, you should look up the papers that he won the Nobel Prize for. You should go read those and see what they actually say.
Remember when Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize for dropping bombs on Pakistanis?
That's a good
Obama
point.
won the Nobel Peace Prize before he had dropped any bombs. First of all, second of all, the Nobel Peace Prize is not anything near the Nobel Prize in Physics.
Do drone strikes count as dropping bombs? I don't know.
Sure.
How many people did he drone strike again?
When he got the Nobel Prize? I don't believe any.
In his lifetime period.
I don't know. How many people has he fucked? I don't think there's a lot of questions you can ask me.
I mean,
They're irrelevant. I don't know exactly. That's what I'm saying. What are we talking about?
I apologize. I changed the subject. Let's get back to it because I kind of wanted to go next.
You're good,
Well,
Larry.
I gotta
go for it, man.
So, Coach Show, it's all you, man.
Coach Show,
Okay,
Larry, dude.
Just before you go, you were talking about the QED, right? When you were talking about the quantum electrodynamics.
Yeah, Jason was.
QED is quantum electrodynamics.
Cool. Right, so I pulled up the Wikipedia here. I'm sure that this could be wrong, right? So in particle physics, QED is the relativistic quantum field theory of electrodynamics. In essence, it describes how light and matter interact. The first theory was the full agreement between quantum mechanics and special relativity. I'm sure you know what's coming next.
I don't
So
know. I think that
There's
you're
also versions that are in full agreement with general relativity nowadays.
right,
Sean
this is
Carroll
that.
has Sean Carroll has a good one.
I'd love to see it. So this is that Harvard link that I'm always posting about the vacuum catastrophe, an elementary exposition of the cosmological constant problem, where it says quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and the density should have large gravitational effects. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. So when you said like this theory works for everything, like I really don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because that is like the opinion of those guys. Not everyone is in agreement with that opinion in physics that quantum field theory should, the vacuum energy should describe gravitational things like that. Right? That's just what they think, and most people don't think that nowadays.
Did you get like a poll that you don't want to cite or something? Because I remember the last time we had this conversation, like I posted like 15 different sources that agreed with that, including NASA, and you posted 0 and told me to go read a book.
Well, you confirmed your bias while I listed off a whole bunch of sources, both books, right? I gave you the titles of books. I gave you the authors of those books. And then I also posted some links to articles where they're discussing that problem and why doing the calculations that way are not correct. We're doing the perturbative calculations like that for QCD and all that. And on top of like the assumption that they're even the same thing doesn't even make sense. There's nothing about nature that requires them to be the same thing. So, I mean, there's not much more I can do. You're free to believe that to keep your viewpoint, but you should realize that that's what you're doing.
Isn't that what you're doing?
What?
You're being subjectively biased as to what you're willing to take for information versus dismiss from the body of science, i.e., cherry picking.
Cherry picking what?
What you're willing to subscribe to. You've got conflicting arguments at some of the highest levels of science, and here you are like choosing sides with nothing substantial to to base your assertions on, rather
There's not conflicting arguments. So there's people who have the opinion that like the vacuum energy of quantum field theory should be the same thing as the cosmological constant in Einstein's equations. But there's nothing, they haven't provided any evidence that that's correct, that nature actually dictates that. It's just an assumption they're making, it's their opinion. And then they do calculations, right? They're trying to come up with the correct values for things to try to get an idea of which hypothesis is correct. But none of them have been shown to be correct yet. So they're just opinions that they have.
So it's their opinion that there's a crisis in cosmology, right?
Oh no, I posted the image. I'll post it again for you. The crisis in cosmology is something slightly different than that, right? That's the
So we're not talking
result
about
that the measurement of Hubble's constant by doing the cosmological distance scale versus using the CMB lambda CDM fitting are now diverging from each other, where one is like 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec, whereas the other is like 72 kilometers per second per megaparsec, and their error bars no longer overlap. And that's what's been termed the crisis in cosmology.
So we're not talking about quantum field theory, because I thought that's what we were talking about. Because we talked
We
about.
were, but then you brought up something different.
Well, I mean,
without even
it's right.
realizing it.
It's right here in Quantum Electrodynamics Wikipedia article. In essence, it describes how light and matter interact with the first theory, where full agreement, where quantum mechanics and special relativity is achieved. Right, and then I go to the cosmological constant crisis, and I click on the first link, and it's talking about quantum field theory, Is that something different?
Yeah, I already explained that. Some people have the opinion that the cosmological constant, or lambda, in Einstein's equations should be the same thing as the vacuum energy in quantum field theory. But they haven't provided any evidence that that's actually true, that that is the case. And they are trying to fit observations to calculations to try to get an idea of what the correct path is. I would say most of those people aren't even hard fast in that belief that they're the same thing. They're just, trying to figure out which is the correct path to go down.
So they don't even believe what they're saying. Is that what you're saying?
No, some of them do believe it, but what I'm saying is, right, you're fine and dandy, if that's what you want to do is look for things that support that and just repeat them ad nauseum. But if you go into the actual quantum field theory literature, you're not going to find any of that because there's no evidence for it. You'll find where they try to do these calculations in different ways, and you'll find that none of them have worked out yet because there's no evidence for it.
Okay, so I believe there is a crisis in cosmology, and I believe that over 300 proposed solutions have been written about it. And you're saying it's not really a big deal, and there is no discrepancy between quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity when even Einstein himself said that there was, and even he thought that he was wrong about his constant. But you guys disagree with him. I don't know how you could do that, but you did, and say that no, he was actually right when he thought that he was actually wrong. But I guess I'm just like making all that stuff up.
I got to take off, but I'll post the images of what most people consider the crisis in cosmology. I think there's
Most people.
thing
So it's a poll
going
okay.
on here, right? I think
Hopefully it's a large
conflating
sample group,
terms.
right?
You're conflating the idea of the Hubble constant measurement and the overlap that it has with the actual lambda constant.
Inflating. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll post what I was talking about, and the reader can decide.
I posted two images. They're both the same thing. One is just showing that it's coming from an actual astrophysicist video discussing the idea where she clearly has in quotations what the crisis in cosmology is, and right behind that are the values. Doesn't really get any more clear than that, but
So
gotta go.
your claim was most people. Is there a poll that you want to cite or something? Because this is just like her opinion.
I don't think her opinion is poll related. He's defining what is the crisis of cosmology, man.
Yeah, it's not her opinion. It's the definition that astrophysicists have given to it. You're confusing two different things, one being the measurement of Hubble's constant, and the other being the overlap it has with the lambda constant in Einstein's equations.
Okay, maybe I am, right? But you were talking about quantum electrodynamics, and then right here it talks about the theory where the full agreement between quantum mechanics and special relativity, right? And then if you click on the Harvard link right above that, right, it's talking about, hold on just a second, let me get there. Yeah, it's talking about quantum field theory and gravitational effects. So how am I conflating? Those are the exact same thing, right? I mean, how am I wrong here? I mean, it's possible that what I got here on Wikipedia is incorrect, but I doubt that Harvard's incorrect. So maybe I should look somewhere else for quantum electrodynamics, because right here it's talking about special relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's right. Because that's a part of quantum electrodynamics.
Okay.
But why are you, what you're then combining, what's called the vacuum catastrophe. You're saying that's somehow related to the fact that quantum electrodynamics includes both quantum mechanics and, special relativity.
So is quantum field theory part of quantum electrodynamics? Because right there it says special
Reverse that,
relativity, quantum mechanics.
right? But reverse that, it's
So,
the other way around. But yeah, quantum
so,
electrodynamics is a quantum field theory.
so if I click on quantum field theory in theoretical physics, QFT, is theoretical framework that combines classical field theory and special relativity and quantum mechanics. So how am I conflating? I don't understand. This is all the same thing.
Well, that's the part that's already been established, is that special relativity is a part of quantum field theory, part of quantum electrodynamics. This part's established and agreed on. But then you're conflating that and the vacuum catastrophe, which is the claim that there's a discrepancy between these two. What the value of the vacuum energy is suggested to be in general relativity and what is expected to be in quantum field theory. And what Jace is saying is that the assumption that is what's incorrect about that is the assumption that those two values are the same thing, that they're representing the same thing.
Look, maybe I'm ignorant and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's totally a possibility. But I guess it's up for the reader to decide. I guess it's up to the audience. Right? Because I could very well be wrong. That's, I was using Wikipedia, so that's a possibility. But from what I'm looking at, it's not about the vacuum catastrophe as much as it is about quantum mechanics not agreeing with Einstein's general theory of relativity. So, if I understand that correctly, that's a well-known, established pre-grad thing, common knowledge, like he said earlier. And anybody should be able to, type it in for themselves that quantum field theory or quantum mechanics disagrees with Einstein's gravity. Or maybe change the words up. Special relativity, general relativity.
Special relativity has nothing to do with gravity, Einstein's gravity, or any other type of gravity. And number two is, if you're not talking about the vacuum catastrophe as that disagreement goes, then in what context are you describing that they don't disagree with each other? I mean, that they don't agree.
I meant general relativity because that's where the cosmological concept comes from. So I apologize for misspeaking. What was the second thing you said?
I said what's the disagreement? Because you said it's not the vacuum catastrophe. It's not the vacuum catastrophe, but there's some other disagreement. But
Okay, so once again, I may have misspoke. It is the vacuum catastrophe, and it is a well-known, common knowledge thing that Einstein's gravity, general relativity, his theory of gravity, it doesn't gel with quantum mechanics. This is like a well-established thing. I don't even really know what we're talking about. You guys are like acting like this doesn't exist. This is common knowledge.
It's not really common knowledge. People have said it, and other people have repeated it. But I've heard Jace describe it to me, to you, at least 20 times, and to others. He's saying that there's a fundamental assumption that's being made in that statement, and that most people don't agree that assumption is true. And the assumption is that the vacuum energy, as would be described in general relativity, and what they're describing as the vacuum energy in quantum field theory, they're assuming that these are the same thing. I forget what the other term is, but there's actually two different terms in either case.
Yeah,
they're assuming that these values should be the same value because they're the same thing, and that's just not the case. Well, it's not just not the case. It's just not agreed upon.
You're right. He has made a baseless assertion like 20 times that most people believe what he's saying to be true, even though I can cite like 15 sources like I did last time, including NASA.gov, that is agreeing with what I'm saying. And there's a discrepancy there between theory and observation with 120 orders of magnitude. So if he's got a poll to present, maybe it's not a baseless assertion. Maybe he knows something I don't. I would love to see the poll, right? And hopefully it's a large study group, right, where they got this poll that, J. Ace is correct. And most people do agree with what he's saying. But I haven't seen any poll. All I've heard is that baseless assertion 20 times that most people agree with him and disagree with me. But how could I verify that without a poll? And I get it, it's not your claim. You probably don't have the poll. I'm sure J. Ace is an honorable man and he has a poll. He just didn't have the time in the past 20 conversations to relinquish that data so that I may be informed and enlightened and on the same page.
No, I'm just reading about this right now because I'm trying to find out what the other term is, but there's the vacuum energy, and then there's the this is another term, but they it's being conflated as the same thing, and it could be the case that that's just an assumption, right? Like there's no reason to assume that that the energy, the expansion of the universe, or whatever, the 0 point energy has a gravitational effect.
It should have it, but it doesn't. So yeah,
Hold
the
on,
whole
it should have
lambda
it.
CDM, sorry, just real fast, the whole lambda CDM model could be an assumption. I would agree with that. It could just be an assumption. You're right.
No, I'm saying what you just the whole point of the vacuum catastrophe, that these two values don't agree with each other, is the assumption that those two values are representing the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Is that there's
Right.
no reason that has to be the case.
Right. Maybe the vacuum energy that's part of the vacuum catastrophe, maybe that vacuum energy isn't what's causing the dark energy and the expansion of the universe. That's an assumption. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And if most astrophysicists also agree with that, like I said, maybe there's data I'm not aware of. It's very possible that he's on the inside of some knowledge that I don't have. I would like to see it though. But you can't just tell me to read a book. Like a whole book, that's your source? I mean, come on, you got like a snippet from the book, or I realize that he's not here, and it's kind of not fair for you to have to back up his claim. So, noted.
No, I'm just reading. I'm reading about this right now because I'm reading this. I'm trying to find where the original claim was made. I think I found it. Give me a second.
I do know that I watched a video, and just like it agreed with the Harvard links, although numerous papers have been written about the cosmological constant crisis or problem. In the video, they said 300 proposed solutions they've had 300 papers written about it, and none of those proposed solutions have been accepted because the math doesn't work out, or they have to relinquish some sacred ideas about gravity. And when I read stuff like that, I'm like, sacred? What is sacred in science? Like, there is no sacred cow when it comes to science, but apparently there is.
Often, whenever I find problems like this in science, I was talking to Nate about this the other day about what he said about the singularities inside of a black hole or something, and how it switch around space and time coordinates and this kind of thing. A lot of times when something is somebody makes an assumption about something, or they have a model for something, and the outcome is something that doesn't make much sense, has been shown to, science or experiments have shown it not to be the case. It's more safe to believe that that model, or that that guess or whatever, is just maybe incorrect, or maybe is missing the mark a little bit. And that's probably what's happening here, since that's not that what you're talking about, that those two theories haven't come to that same value. The fact that those two, that they're talking about the same thing, is an assumption, and it's not a part of either model. Like neither general relativity nor quantum field theory, there's no prediction in either of those theories that would lead to the vacuum catastrophe. It's only the trying to assume that the energy they're talking about in either case are the same thing.
Well, I mean, I'll hand it to you. You guys openly admit that you don't know what dark energy is. Hold on.
Wait for Larry to come back, but I don't know if you're still here, SE.
Sorry, give me a second.
All right, go ahead, Larry. Again, I guess I'll wait for. It looks like he disappeared. But anyways, SE, if you're still here, I did, when you and Jace were talking about the electron, the wave particle duality. I know you're very fixed on that silliness. Or what'd you put in the chat? You put hold on. Well, I can't find it, but regardless, are you still here, right, SE?
What you got for us, Kosho?
Well, no, Jace was touching on it, but so many people, they moved it so far from the original thing. But I think it's actually quite simple, because this is like the bare bones principle of quantum mechanics, and what it's not that this is like was wished by somebody or something like that. This is just the observations that we made. Is everybody agrees with a double slit experiment, photons. So if you agree with that, then you see that light does indeed behave, with the properties of waves. That's exactly what it does. They have constructive interference, deconstructive interference, and that's how light will interact with itself. So it's indeed has wave-like properties. There's no denying that. And almost immediately, like in the same decade, when they figured out the photoelectric, the photoelectric effect. And it's not just that they can see that light interacts with matter. They can predict exactly how it's going to interact with matter, and they can vary the wavelength, the frequency, and they can plug that into a simple equation, and they can determine exactly how much energy they're going to impart to the electron based on the wavelength or the frequency. So it's like if you have a whole bunch of light, like really low energy light, or not low energy, a low frequency. You can bombard the atomic structure, as much as you want, and it's not going to impart energy onto the electron, right? But if you can impart a specific amount of energy using a specific frequency, then you can get a specific amount of kinetic energy from the electron. So that tells you that the light that it's not a how do you say that? It's not a continuous energy. It's cut off. There's amounts, right? Like there's quantized amounts of energy that you can split the light up into. So that's what the particle idea comes from, the particle nature of it. And so it has both of these. It exists with both of these natures. It's just a observed fact.
So both. Now Jace was denying that it's both. He says he doesn't agree with that. I don't know if you caught that part.
That's fine. I didn't say that it was both a particle and a wave. I said it has both these properties. This is why it's claimed to that the wave particle duality. It has properties where it behaves as waves do, and it has properties that divide it into quantized chunks of energy. So what are you going to do with that?
But what are you going to do with it? I don't believe it. I call it nonsense. You're the one that believes it. You have to do something with it. Me, I say two things cannot be, one thing cannot be two things. And by saying quanta, it doesn't, by saying an amount, it doesn't make it so. Like when I said cat and dog, somebody took up exception to that and said zebra. But no, you're not saying zebra. You're saying quanta, you're saying amount. You're not naming an animal, you're just saying amount. So by just saying amount doesn't really say anything. What is that? Light is amount?
Oh, there's an amount of light. So let me try
Amount
to
of light. What is light? That is the question. What is light? Not an amount. You can't answer that question by saying an amount, quanta. You just can't do that. What is that? And it's not a straw man. That I think, who was it, Napalm, that was saying it's not a straw man. They're saying quanta. Quanta is an amount. What does that mean? An amount of what?
Oh, I'm trying to find the equation for this one. I'm pretty sure it's E equals H. It's either H over F or H times F, but hold on.
And if it was a napalm, my apologies. I don't remember who it was. I don't want to just throw names out there.
I believe it was.
Okay.
Can't water act like a particle and a wave, right? Like you can have a drop of water that behaves like a singular unit, and then you can also have a wave of water that behaves as a whole thing.
Not really, no. Because when the drop of water hits, right, then it dissipates and it becomes a wave. It's no longer a drop.
Actually,
well, if you got it really, 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 really small.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. But,
See, the claim
my
is
point
that
is one thing cannot be two things. That's my point.
the claim is that the photon is a massless particle, right? But when you read about Professor Shankar, he talks about the double slit experiment and how it, shoots down Newtonian mechanics, right? So Newton thought everything was like a particle. So shoot it down, nail in the coffin. This is the end of Newtonian mechanics. That's what the professor at Yale, chair of physics at Yale, said about Newtonian mechanics in the double slit experiment. And I can post that if you like. I'm sure you guys have seen it, and I'm sure you guys are waiting for me to say that, like, QE is somehow secretly Professor Shankar's. But yeah, I think that it's really important to understand that J. Ace even alluded to that, and then when I asked him about it, he didn't vehemently disagree that that's what he was talking about. So I don't think photon being a particle is exactly what he said, because he said it's not like, what did he say, basketball or orange? What did he say, tennis ball? Yeah, I mean, if anything hits your eye, you know about it, right? Well, they say that, it's massless, so you wouldn't know about it. Well, how do you have like a massless particle? Right? It doesn't make sense.
That's another ridiculous thing. Yeah, exactly. Good point.
So it's not a tennis ball, according to J. Ace. I think that's what he said. He was basically saying it's not an object, right? And that's what the double slit experiment, whatever it's called, that's what it showed, right? That these things aren't particles. Now, Quantum Racer, the man, says that these are particles, but they act like wave. It's a wave function. It's a mathematical description, right? And Witsit says, I can't hand you a wave, right? It's not an object, right? And that's where the crux of this conversation is. I apologize for being so long-winded. Is it a particle or is it a wave?
Well, look, I get the wave function thing because that you can understand that, right? It's not actually a wave. It's single particles going and making as if it's a wave. So it's not actually a wave. So I can understand it's a mathematical probability or whatever they call that. That's understandable, yeah, because it's not actually a wave. It's one particle behaving when bunched together as a wave.
But that's assuming that it's a particle.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of assumptions there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at so much light right now. If those were particles, inundating my eyeballs would feel like, there's smoke in them or something.
How do you
Right?
how
But
do you bunch
because
together a particle? I wasn't understood on that. You
Look,
guys
if
hear
you
me at
press
all?
them,
Or?
they'll tell you a particle is energy. They'll tell you it's not even a particle or a wave. It's just energy.
Yeah, and then
Press that.
when we ask
Yeah.
them what's energy?
Exactly. Exactly. You see what I mean? Round and round in circles.
so when you
Yeah,
read
but
those quotes, oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but that's the whole point. Is they've never explained energy or a field. They've only given these like vague descriptions, and they're not even like can't even like hold them to high level of scrutiny. But in no way, shape, or form have they ever provided an explanation, at least a logical one that doesn't require some sort of a fantastical belief system to support it. So that's the whole point, man.
So when you, sorry, just real fast, when you click on the links and you go to the source, Professor Shankar, and you read the pretext, it says basically that they fire 8 electrons through one slit, they fire some electrons through the other slit, and you would expect to see this, and then you don't actually see that. And he's like saying this is the end of Newtonian mechanics. So I don't know what he meant by that. You would have to ask him.
To me, you know what destroys this quantum business? The entanglement part. And you can kill it with their own theory, within their own model. Everybody knows, right? The speed of light. So to me, that's what kills this. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, where you can manipulate one. First of all, you got to split something in half. That's fantasy number 1. Then send it across the universe, fantasy number 3. Then once you get there, when you look at one, then you see what the other one is. Now that's called an exchange of information. I don't care how you put it. There's no other way to say it. There's no way that one can know what the other one is doing without exchanging information. So to me, that kills quantum.
Who told you that you split something into two?
Well, that's
Well,
the quantum eraser.
No, you don't do that.
Or is it the collapse wave function?
That's what
Basically.
Jay said. You're splitting one photon into 2.
Yeah, in the case of a photon, you would split a photon into 2 different other photons, but that's not the same thing as quantum entanglement when it's involving anything else. You can do that with photons because
when does that
you would
make
have
sense though?
less. What are you talking about?
One photon
It's
is
the
one
same. The
photon.
same amount of energy exists when you split a photon into less. A 2 photons with half the frequency. Same amount of energy. But in the case of another particle, like electrons, for example, you can entangle 2 electrons just by let's say you have like a helium nuclei or helium atom or whatever, the two electrons are going to be entangled as they're going to have opposite spin as one another. And so that's an example of quantum entanglement. There's other ways to. It's any sort of shared property, quantum property. You would entangle these particles like this.
And by spin, they don't actually mean spin.
Sure.
Yeah, it's all bull, man. You're aware of Niels Bohr and Einstein, the fight off? The big.
That a disagreement. Bell's test.
Yeah.
Do tell. Tell me about Niels Bohr and Einstein.
Well, Einstein
that's
didn't
pretty
believe in this theory, and Bohr did, and they were scrapping it out for quite a while. And then one guy came along. Go ahead, Kosho. No, go ahead if you want.
Einstein assumed that there were hidden variables that we just weren't aware, properties that we weren't aware of that were already set, that these particles had, and so he was under the impression, or he was under the assumption that that this is what was occurring, and this is what had the particles entangled, even when they were in the state of superposition, because that's really whenever people are considering entanglement is when it's in a superposition of states, both of the separate particles, and then you find out the state that one of those particles in. If it's entangled with the other one, there should be a corresponding opposite state, right? So it's like if one is spin up, the other one should be spin down, vice versa.
So let me try that in English now. Let me try that in English so people more. I'm sure a lot of people understand, but for the ones that don't, picture a glove being in a position of right hand or left hand, right? It could either be right-handed or left-handed. So they're saying that this glove is in both states. It's a right-hander's mitt and a left-hander's mitt, both at the same time. And once observed, when you open one box, right, the one that's here on Earth, you know that it's a left-handed glove. So then, by default, you know right away that the other one is a left-handed glove. That's in plain English. And that has to happen so far away that it's faster than the speed of light. Then we know by their model, information cannot travel faster than the speed of light. So, yeah.
I'm glad you broke that down because that is one of the most difficult things to comprehend. And I've heard it explained like that before too. So good job.
Yeah, it can be. By their own model, it cannot be because information, and that was Einstein's argument. For once, I agree with him. How could you know what the other glove is if information cannot travel faster than the speed of light and you're so much further away? So there's that. So yeah, once you put it that way, right, you see the absurdity. Hey, is that Rakia? Hey, what's up, Rakia? Long time no see, bro. I don't know if you can talk.
He can talk. He just don't like getting interrupted.
Don't you dare interrupt him. Oh, okay. Can't talk. He's playing a main event. Kick their ass, bro. Kick their ass.
Yeah, I've heard that analogy before, SC, but the problem is that there's not information really being shared in the case of entanglement, right? Because if they're both in superposition, then what are you going to learn? What information can be transferred that way?
Say again, Kosho. Say again. Sorry.
They're both in super. If they both have a superposition, and you're saying like you observe the quantum state of the one that you have, and you immediately determine the quantum state of the one wherever, or now that quantum state is collapsed as well. Like what information can be transferred in this way? You can't transfer information like that. There's no information that's being transferred.
Well, then how do you know what the other glove is?
You know what the state of yours is, and by default, the other. So the thing that does happen is the wave function does collapse for the other quantum state of the other particle. But the fact that it wasn't a superposition, it means it's not interacting with anything. It's not doing anything where you can learn, where you can gain information from the system. There's no information you can gain from learn from doing that. Not in the way you're talking about, at least. Violate.
I don't get you, bro. There's only one information. Either you transmit information or you don't. Either the speed of light exists or it doesn't. So,
right,
I mean,
but that's
on this one, I got to back Einstein. Sorry, Bohr.
That particle that exists somewhere else, it doesn't have any information. There's no information that you're gaining because it doesn't interact with its environment. So there's no information that you can transfer in this way.
So for all you know, that glove is still not hasn't done anything. You don't know what it is. Could still be in any either or state. Could be in the magical state of both. How do you know?
Well, they did Bell's test. Then they won the Nobel Prize for that last year even.
Yeah, wavelength of light coming in and polar and unpolarized. Oh, whoop-de-doo. That really proves a lot. What does that prove?
It shows that the entanglement was still occurring. Like the entanglement occurs. Otherwise it would have been random chance. Like they would have gotten even amount of particles, even amount of states. It's more complicated than just 2 states. Let's just say it's just 2 states. They would have gotten 50% up, 50% down. Right, but they got 5/9, I think. That's correctly, which is the prediction of the quantum state. It's a complicated test. I'm not going to get into it, but it's with a 9. So it's got 3 different directions of axes, that the axes are oriented, and then it's either going to be they're both going to be the same direction or both going to be opposite direction, right? And it's a really complicated probability test. But
it has to do with light polarization, like your sunglasses. You put one this way, one that way. The light goes through. The other one it doesn't. It's not complicated stuff, and it doesn't prove anything.
The test itself, like what you're talking about with the polarization, that's not the complicated part. I'm saying describing why the probability should be either 55% or 50%. It's kind of complicated to describe, but one way to think about it is like if it were random, if they were not entangled, it was random chance. You would expect there to be a 50% chance of having opposite states. Right, but after they look at all the data, because they did the test many times, it's like a probability thing, they get the 55%, which is congruent with the idea that they were entangled.
Well, you can believe that. You can believe Bell's test all you want. To me, all he proved is certain kind of light, a certain kind of polarized light came in more than another, so that means absolutely nothing to me. So if you want to believe that, that means that information can travel faster than light, it's on you, bro.
But I'm saying that that's not the case, and I don't think anyone's saying that's the case. Because like I said, there's no information traveling faster than light. The only thing that's happening is the information is persisting, so that the entanglement persists until the wave function collapses, and when that happens, the other wave function collapses, and it can be measured. But that's not useful in the way you're thinking about transferring information from a long distance, because if something's in a superposition of states, it's not if it's in a quantum state like that, it's not interacting with its environment. So you can draw information and transfer that information, to
So how does it know it
where
collapsed?
you
How
are.
does the other one all the way across the universe know when the other one collapsed? If no
It
information
collapses.
is,
Hey guys, can I get you to watch the video that I just posted? It's a short. It's a YouTube short. So it's a real quick explanation of quantum entanglement. Maybe it'll clarify up the conversation a little bit.
What up, Coach? Talking about entanglement now?
Yeah, Bell's test.
Fun.
Jace, real quick, could you describe why information can't be transferred that way? Because I'm not really expressing it in a way that SE likes.
And transferring information through entanglement?
Right.
Why?
Is he saying it violates the speed of light?
Well, right, there's levels of complexity you can go into why that's wrong, but the simple explanation is that there's no the correlations, right? They're made locally. You have to bring the particles. Typically, when you're entangling particles, it's from a pair creation. So you create two photons, or you create an electron-positron pair, or an electron-electron pair for specific atomic states, right? And they're either symmetrically correlated or anti-symmetrically correlated, but those correlations only correspond to quantum properties like spin or lepton number or baryon number, etc. So there's no information there, right? The correlations are made locally, then you can bring them to across the country, bring one particle to California, one to New York, right? The correlation was still made locally, and there isn't any information in the correlation other than the anti-symmetric or symmetric correlation that you made.
My turn. All right. So what this guy just said is that a lot of people aren't going to understand quantum entanglement. But if you were to take two electrons and quantum entangle them and spin them up and shoot them across the universe, and they're both spinning and they're both quantum entangled, if you take the spin and change the angle of that spin, the one on the other side of the universe is going to, in no time, simultaneously change the direction of its spin. That's what he said. Thanks.
Here. But also there's the problem, right? If I measure the spin, say I've anti-symmetrically correlated the spins in my entanglement, and I measure the spin in California, the person in New York has no clue that I measured the spin of my particle out in California. So, how is information being portrayed to them? They still have to make a measurement on their particle to know any information about it. So everything is still obeying the laws of causality.
Okay, I wasn't really talking about the information part. I was talking about the simultaneous change in spin when you move one across, California, New York, or from here to Alpha Centauri, right? Across the universe, it's going to simultaneously, meaning that it's happening faster than the speed of light. It's happening simultaneously, that it's going to change direction of that spin. So, if you in California were to change the direction of spin, the person in New York would instantly, before you said now, and the Discord server broadcasted that signal, before it got to the person, he would have seen it change before he hears you say now. So faster than the speed of transmission of the light going through the landlines, the fiber optics.
No, because they have to make, the person in New York still has to make a measurement on their particle, and all of that still falls within the laws of causality. There's no right, the correlation, the symmetric and anti-symmetric correlations in the falling into the basis state when the measurements are made, that all, yes, happens and basically instantaneously. But there's nothing about those processes that you can like do anything with faster than the laws of causality dictate, because you have to make measurements to know these things, and all of that still obeys the laws of causality.
So you said no, but yes, when you do make a change, it happens instantly over any distance.
I
So
said
it does
no.
happen.
I said no, that the person in New York would know something before, if you were talking to them on the phone, that they would know something before your message that you measured the particle, got to them. That wouldn't happen, because in order for them to know something, they still have to measure their particle, and that would all obey the laws of causality.
So is it instantaneous action? Yes or no? We're talking about
Yes.
quantum mechanics. Sorry, quantum entanglement. It's instantaneous action. So is instantaneous action at a distance faster than the speed of light?
Yes, the math says, right, the best math that we have right now says that this stuff occurs via the U1 symmetry mechanism, and the basis state rotations happen instantaneously with the measurement devices, right? But there's nothing that we as humans or any other things in the universe can do with that process that happens faster than the laws of causality dictate.
All right. So all that extra stuff you said, cool. But you said yes. So if it does happen faster than the speed of light, instantaneous, then what you said earlier about quantum mechanics and gravity, like it all melds together with your QED theory. Thanks.
What does entanglement have to do with QED and gravity?
Well, didn't Einstein say that nothing can move faster than the speed of light?
Einstein proposed special and general relativity, which posit that the laws of causality are obeyed in the universe, and that the velocity that we give to light in a vacuum is the velocity at which those laws can propagate. So the speed that cause and effect can happen is the speed that light propagates through a vacuum at, is what Einstein said.
Right. So when we're talking about quantum entanglement, right, and those two electrons are I don't know how to say it, entangled, then you manipulate one, the spin direction, and no matter any distance over the universe or space, it's going to instantaneously do the same thing with the other one that's it's attached to. So isn't that like a violation? Right? Because if nothing can move faster than the speed of light, how is this information moving faster than the speed of light?
Well, right. The answer to your question is no, because there's no violation of cause and effect. There's nothing about that process that which you can make a cause happen, or an effect happen before a cause, due to this process being faster than the speed of light in a vacuum. Because as I said before, when you split the particles up and you take your measurement in California, the person in New York has no clue that you've done a measurement. To figure that out, they have to do their own measurement, and that all occurs within the speed of light limit, per se. The laws of causality are all obeyed in that. But even in that explanation, it's very oversimplified of what entanglement really is, because when you're doing actual quantum mechanics, entanglement is all one state. It's not like that you have particles in different states and then you take a measurement and you figure out one thing. The particles are correlated.
So you're saying the causality isn't there and it's not a violation of this or whatever you said. I tried to understand it. But the way I understand it is when you change the direction of spin or you rotate the first one instantaneously in New York, like even before the guy measures it, it changes. So isn't one the cause of the other? When you change the spin in California, doesn't it change the spin in New York? And that is indeed causality?
No, because what is that spin is just the spin. It doesn't do anything. That spin isn't causing anything, right? If, say, somehow the spin could influence like the color that I see on the board, right? So say I'm looking at the board and it's red, but if the spin goes into a down state of some particle that I have with me, then it turns green, right? So in a regular, where the laws of causality are obeyed, right, the spin would have to change first, then the green color would appear. But if this quantum mechanics thing that you're saying is correct, then the green can appear before the spin even changes. So the effect happens before the cause, and you're violating all these basic principles of how reality works, and that's why it doesn't work out like that.
So how do you take two electrons and quantum entangle them? How does that work?
If you're doing two electrons, because they're two of the same particle, right, they're typically anti-symmetrically entangled, and they're done by placing them into the same orbital of an atom. Because when they're in the same orbital of an atom, one has to be spin up, one has to be spin down, so you can anti-symmetrically correlate them that way.
And how do you ship it to California? I mean, from California to New York.
You would need two atoms, obviously, in that case, since now you're complicating things. So if you want to do an experiment with just two particles, usually they use photons or a positron and an electron, right? Particles that can be symmetrically correlated.
Okay, so you got two atoms. How do you ship it to New York?
Without collapsing the wave function.
Yeah. It's not what I do for a living, so I don't know the super specific details, but you could probably, look up the procedures that people have used.
Very carefully.
I thought it was just the case that nobody does this because it's not really something that can be expected to be done in that way. That's just like hypothetically, if you could do that and keep the wave function without collapsing, that's what would occur. But generally, when they do the Bell test, don't they use things that are still exist in a like still have that superposition at the time, right? But technically, it like talking about shipping two things that have quantum state, without collapsing that wave function at this point, isn't it like with the technology we have, that's basically impossible.
Yeah, it's different. Like when you're doing the Bell test, a lot of them are done by using like lasers and polarizers. Like I was saying, a lot of quantum mechanics has been discovered with lasers and polarizers, right? So you don't have to send the particles over these crazy distances. You just have a little setup that you're entangling them over, and it's easy to control the environment to make sure that they stay entangled. But people have done some, probably not over like crazy distances, like the whole entire like New York to California distance, but I know they've done over considerable distances, like distances that would surprise you, like miles, if not kilometers. They've entangled particles. The exact specifics of how they've done that, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's all reported in the research for anyone who's interested.
There's a guy in Australia he works in quantum computing. But yeah, I saw even just the other day that they achieved what was it? I think they achieved entanglement, and it was like across their university. So I don't know how big their university is, but I didn't read the whole article. I just saw a picture. But let me see.
Yeah, any kind of quantum field interaction that you have, like quantum electrodynamics interactions between electrons and positrons and photons and stuff, right? Those can create pairs. You can create photon pairs, you can create electron positron pairs, and at the creation of those pairs, they are entangled. So the task then becomes how to keep them entangled, how to keep them separate, right, from the environment, from having the environment interact and collapse the wave function per se, right? And that's the challenge.
So just like they pull electrons out of the vacuum in pairs, and usually in quantum foam, they kind of collide back into each other and equalize out, and that's why it pops in and out of existence, because they pop in as a pair and then re-collapse and collide again and equalize out, and then that's kind of what's going on there. But it's really interesting because in the Schwinger effect that was most recently proven in like the past year, when they did this, they separated the pairs and they actually stayed in non-virtual state, I guess. Right? Instead of popping in and popping back out, they were actually pulling more electrons out of the system than they were putting in. Because if you're talking about the Casimir effect, you got two plates, right? And that's what this the Schwinger effect is basically. Super lattice made of graphene, and when they did this, they pulled electrons out and they didn't recollide back into each other, so they stayed permanent. So they thought they had a superconductor, but it turns out that it was more of a over unity machine where they were getting more out than they were putting in. Which, if you don't believe in ether, it's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics, conservation of matter and energy.
Oh, well, I don't dispute the observed effect. I will say, is it though? Is it a violation?
Yeah, because if there's nothing there, there's no ether in the vacuum, and they pulled something permanently out of it, that would be creating something out of nothing. But if there's an ether there, a background medium, then they pulled it out of the ether, which would not be a violation of the first law.
Yeah, but right, like Glober's position or my position, right, quantum field theorist position is not that there's nothing there. There's the quantum fields are there. That's what's there.
You call them quantum fields. I call it ether. We can agree to call it X.
No, I actually do agree with you there. And a lot of scientists do call it the ether. But
So
what
what's the
happens
material?
though?
What's the
What
material
happens?
component of that?
What happens though is that in like quantum field theory and the ether that scientists use, right? It's highly specific to very specific properties and effects, and they're much different than what you guys hear that I've heard you ascribe the ether to. That's a much different thing than what the quantum field theory scientists are saying. They say that.
Oh, so now it doesn't mean what we think it means.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but I've heard people
Well,
say
it's the Inigo
like
Montoya fallacy.
you get life force from the ether, and our spirits and bodies are intertwined with the ether, and it's vortexual, quadrupole, and scientists say none of that stuff when they're referring to, like Dirac, when he referred to the ether, he was referring to his spinor Lagrangian field. That's, a fermion of spin 1/2 with lepton number 1 and -1 for positrons, like very specific things that have nothing to do with like vortexual fields and life force and things like that.
Yeah, but it also has
Plus
nothing
ones
to
and
do with
negative ones.
baryonic matter. It has nothing to do with, what you guys call particles. This is something more akin to a background medium that you guys are calling particles, but really it's just like calling a motherboard, right? I guess the person who created the motherboard could have called it the mothership or the monopoly board, right? It's just a naming scheme, right? But really it's not so much of what you call it as to what it is, and what it is it's a background medium. You can call it a field, you can call it particles, you can call it 0-point energy, quantum film.
But
Go ahead.
a field isn't even a thing in their whole understanding. That's the whole problem. Is like it's the resultant of a particle, and that's why each particle has a specific field. But they've never really
That's not
said
true,
what a
though.
field was, rather than the
I
idea
said it
of it.
earlier.
You gave a description, an ambiguous, vague description, not ever
I
referring
gave the
to it
definition.
as being an actual thing in that of
Is
itself,
it
rather than
not
the
clear
result of
when
the
I say?
particles movement.
Go ahead, man. Finish.
And I'm just saying, like you're very ambiguous. Like you're giving a roadmap, as I put it earlier to you, rather than the actuality of its existence upon itself. Like it's the what the particle's doing, right? Rather than the field being separate from the particle.
No, the particles are a portion of the field, and there's different fields, but a general definition of a field can be the thing, right? The existing object that preserves locality and causality in these quantum mechanical interactions, and it can take on vector, spinor, scalar, tensor values.
But there's superpositioning, right? Because I remember what the atom used to look like when I was in like middle school. It looked like a solar system, right? But now you look at the model of the atom and it's more like fields, because there's not an electron in one spot, right? They say the superpositioning is describing the subatomic particles as being moving and stationary and in two places at once. That's more like describing a field than a particle.
Not sure what model you're talking about. I'm familiar with the quantum mechanical model. I mean, yeah, we start, middle schoolers off with simpler models, because like I can't hand a middle schooler the representation of like the hydrogen atom and expect them to be able to solve the second order differential equation to come up with the orbitals. Right, so we have to start with something a bit more simpler for them. But as you progress, you'll get up to the quantum mechanical model. And I don't know what you're talking about. That it's still, but it's not still. That doesn't make any sense.
Are you not aware of superpositioning?
Yeah, we were just talking about it earlier.
Right. So an electron can be at two places at once, right?
An electron can be at two places at once.
What? Speak up.
No, just
Well, isn't that
processing what
dependent
you
upon
said.
its field state at that particular moment?
It's not that it's at two places at once per se. I wouldn't say that's exactly correct.
So what does superpositioning mean? And if you take, an electron and you split it in half, like you said earlier, or, asymmetrically, split it asymmetrically, like, isn't that electron at two places at once if you split it?
To me, superpositioning, right? Every time I've done calculations or experiments involving superpositions, you're taking, right, the wave function is a complex valued function, and you have its vector in the Argand plane or the complex plane, right? And the y-axis or the I-axis and the x-axis correspond to basis states that a measurement device can measure or correlate, right? And so before you measure the object, the vector can be anywhere in the plane, which means it has a percentage of state A and state B. But when you measure the object, the quantum object, it rotates the basis state during the measurement onto that vector. So now the vector is directly on one of, like if you're doing spin, one of the basis states is up, one of the basis states is down. And so now the vector directly corresponds to one of those states. And that's what you measure in the experiment. You'll get either spin up or spin down. But the original vector had a percentage of both, right? But it's not in both states. That's its own state in itself. It's just our measurement devices can only measure spin up or down. So you have to do this measurement process to actually get a result.
So superpositioning. Yeah, the word super means like above, right? So it's just Mario till he takes a mushroom and then he's Super Mario, right? So he's above normal, like Ubermensch, Superman, right? So
No,
position, what is that? No? Super doesn't mean like above?
no, not in this context. The superposition in this context, well, in any context, the word superposition is referring not to above. It's referring to the addition, or the sum of waves. Specifically, the resultant wave you get when you sum up a bunch of superposed waves.
So if you were to take a bunch of measurements across a span of time and connect all those dots, do you think it would draw out a vortexual pattern? Or a double vortexual pattern?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. But I just want to clarify, right, how this relates to superposition. Right, before you measure the particle, it has a state vector that is a percent. It's one state. It's its own state, but that state is a percentage of what your measurement device can measure. Your measurement device can measure spin up or spin down. The particle before you measure it is in a superposed state consisting of a percentage of spin up and a percentage of spin down. You do the measurement process, and that rotates that state vector onto one of the basis vectors of your measurement device, and that's the result you get, be it spin up or spin down. And if you do a whole bunch of measurements like that, those results will correspond to the percentages of the original state vector.
And what geometry does that follow?
Complex numbers, the two-dimensional complex plane.
Which is,
I mean, it's just Euclidean geometry, I guess, if you wanted to categorize
yeah,
it.
but I'm just saying, what shape would that depict?
Right, I don't know. You can have a multitude of states, just of shapes. It just depends on, right, the original state vector of the object that you're measuring and how that rotation occurs with your measurement device. Right, that can draw out any multitude of different shapes.
Uh-huh.
And do these things have polarity?
Well, some particles have, well, they can contribute to polarity. The fields can be polarized.
You're saying it contributes to, or
Yeah, like
or what?
in a water molecule, right? The distribution of electron density contributes to the polarity of the molecule.
So can two objects be at the same place at the same time?
Can two, yes, they can. I'm standing on a spot of the road at the same time the road's existing.
No. No. Like you're standing on top of it, right?
You mean,
You're
can
not like
one object be in two places at the same time? I think is what you're asking.
well no, that's not what I was asking, but go ahead.
I would say I get what you're asking. It's the sensationalized version of superposition. And right, I don't know. I would say it's not entirely wrong, but it's definitely not it's not a useful way to look at superpositioning. Right? If you actually needed to do something practical with the principle of superposition, that's not the way you would approach it.
So it's a good way to think of it, but it's just not practical.
Yeah, it's it's useful, I guess, in some senses to get an idea of what superposition is, but like you said, it's not very practical. That's right. Any time in a classical sense from macroscopic objects, what am I concerned with? I'm concerned with the resultant wave of the superposition. What do all of these added up waves, what are they equal to? Right? That's the practical thing I need to know. And in the quantum sense, what I need to know is the percentages. What percent am I going to get spin up in my measurement, and what percent am I going to get spin down in my measurement? So the aspect of it being, in multiple states at once and all that kind of confusing stuff has no practicality. It's not useful for anything.
Well, you definitely have said some amazing things. It's both spinning up and spinning down at the same time. It's both here and there at the same time. And basically,
Did I say that?
Well, isn't that what superpositioning is? And you just said, based on my number of times I measure it, it's going to measure, this many times it's spinning up, this many times it's spinning down, based on probabilities, right? So it's doing both at the same time, basically. Yeah? And it's everywhere at the same time, which is another fantastic idea. And I'm not saying that it's wrong or anything. I'm just saying that, yeah, these hugely, immensely, mind-boggling ideas, right? Like, you also stated that it's the measuring of that does the work. When we measure it, then the superposition takes shape and becomes what it is. Until then, it could be anything. Just probabilities. And when we measure, the act of measuring now creates form, shape, structure, matter, right? That's pretty fantastic.
Phonetic. I think Schrodinger's cat is kind of a weird thing, right? Because it's pretty obvious. If you put food and water in the box with a cat, it's going to be alive, right? There's no probability of it being dead. It's alive, right? But if you don't put water in there, well, after a week, it's dead, right? There's no probability involved there. So maybe I misunderstand Schrodinger's cat, but
Totally. way off
Yeah, I
base.
think you might. I don't know though. I think you might be right. I think you might be right that you missed me.
No, number one, Schrodinger and Einstein helped them propose this as it was supposed to illustrate the preposterousness of what Bohr and Heisenberg and those guys were saying. Pauly and those guys were saying. But number two, the actual idea was that not that the cat was in a box with food and water, but that it was in a box with a quantum object, a radioactive atom that can be in a superposition. Right, that's what the thought experiment was.
I think. Yeah, I think the radioactive atom, if it decayed, it would release cyanide that would kill the cat. Anyways, it was like
Yeah.
he said, it was a thought experiment that Schrodinger had come up with. I think to identify what seemed like the preposterous about the Copenhagen interpretation
Yes.
of quantum mechanics, and yeah. But also, it breaks down from that's an analogy because it completely breaks down 100% because that atom is not in a quantum state if it's in a box filled with air and detectors and things like that. So I think the air being in there so if there was no air in there, the cat would be dead regardless. So yeah,
Yeah,
the whole thing.
it doesn't take into account decoherence or some other crucial components.
Most of the conversations have been talking about light and quantum light, or frequency experiments. I couldn't help but think about water, though, and Masaru Emoto. I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with that. And the idea, okay, well, is our thoughts causation? Is that cause for what happens to water, the shape of water, the snowflakes? And does this happen when we go to measure it? Or is this also something that we can do at a distance instantaneously? Like, can I think of someone's glass of water here and think about it and affect what shape you're going to see when you freeze it or dry it? What are the limits of these things? Are these things entangled? Are my thoughts entangled across the plate of existence? I like the rice experiment. I think when we can actually quantify something in reality and do an experiment ourselves, it makes such more impact, right? That's how we actually learn, is applying this information. A lot of us don't have the fancy tools to deal with light, but we can do some fun stuff with water. And I just thought about that medium. What do you guys think? Is water displaying quantum realm properties? Like,
I think I think as the water follows a specific geometry of 108 to 3636 at the central portion of those particular atoms that make up that individual molecule, which creates this this perfect geometry, as the Pythagoreans put it. And that perfect geometry is actually a dielectric reflector, which creates type form, which is the genesis and repulsion and attraction of the polarity, which creates that
What'd you say the
that
angle
dipole.
was?
It's 108 36 36, and that's at the most center portion of the nucleus or
The OH bond angle. You're saying it's
yeah
10 what?
108 36 36.
Are you sure about that?
Well, not if you measure it to the outer wall like they're doing, but if you measure at the nexus of each one of those atoms, then that's what it measures to.
What about just like a crystal measurement? Right? You shoot X-rays through the water molecule or the ice crystal lattice, right? And you just measure the angle between the diffraction. So there's no like to the outer wall or any of that kind of stuff. You're just measuring an angle between the atoms.
Okay. Well, anyways, that's what it measures out at. And those numbers are what?
It doesn't measure out to
Or what is it then?
it comes out to be 104.5.
Uh-huh. And that's at the dead center?
Yeah, that's the HOH bond angle, the dihedral angle.
And how are you determining whether or not you're at the center rather than the outer wall, if you will?
Or the example I gave when you're doing it in like a crystallography, right? You're just using the diffraction spots. So you can measure, right, how far away they are from each other, and you get the center by going to the center of that measurement.
Okay. Well, maybe they were off.
Isn't that 6, 30, 30, you said 72, 36, 36? I guess you could also do
108.
Oh yeah, so that's what I meant. That's what I meant. 108, 36, 36, 72 being. The reason I said that is because I thought that was related to like the golden ratio, like golden triangle.
It is. It follows after the divine proportionality found within the geometric expression through all life from micro to macro. This is like what we see in like spiral holography of like a sunflower.
Yeah,
It's
right.
1/5 to the power of -3, which boils down to 0.23608, which basically makes up the incommensurable nature of why we think things are beautiful, or it's this perfect geometry expression. I mean, just to say the golden ratio or the golden number, I mean, like, that's only like touching on it. That's like not even really getting into it completely, but yeah, that's
Are you guys talking?
huh?
My bad. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Dyson.
Jeremy. We haven't heard
Just
from this
wrap it
guy in all
up,
day
mate.
too. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dyson.
I was just saying that's the most perfect geometry in the entire universe, is that right triangle and triplicate. It creates the Pythagorean pentagram, which has been bastardized throughout history. But yeah, we could get in. It would take some time to get into it, but yeah, just that's that.
They've bastardized it for sure. What were you guys talking about earlier with the inner and outer? Are we talking about electron?
We talked about electrons. We talked about photons. We talked about
You're talking about the inner and
magnetic
outer
fields.
part of an electron?
Tons.
So can we
What's that?
affect the shape of water with our minds? Is this real?
Hold on. Whoa. That's an awesome question, but
Dude, my water didn't remember my name.
Well, you can,
Hold
and
on, guys.
that's what's called affecting the structure of water, the qualitative attribute rather than the quantitative.
Hold on.
Structure.
You guys got to remember Jeremy was saying something. He gets real depressed if you don't let him finish. So.
Jeremy, go ahead, bro.
it's fine. Go ahead. Where do you got with this water thing? I like water.
You're wringing out the mop right now with it. Go ahead, bro.
He brought up
I've done the water memory thing so many times, and it's just nonsense. It doesn't work. The only way I can get the ice to crystallize differently than the normal ice structure is to change the pressure that I'm crystallizing it at, or to change the temperature or the rate
Dude,
of
are you
cooling
really hiding underneath
that I use, right? I've given it my all with happy thoughts. I've yelled at it. it just doesn't change how it crystallizes.
You remember in Happy Gilmore when they go to their happy place? Did you try that?
I
Yeah,
have.
maybe
I've
belief
even
plays a
had
part, Jimmy.
students. I've had students try it too.
Maybe it's because it'd be like
Are
a
you a
faith.
professor, J. Ace?
Yeah, I'm an adjunct professor.
Okay, that's good enough. So is the whole college like your safe place? Like your happy space? No free speech?
No, I would say probably I like my apartment the best, but yeah, I don't mind being at the university.
There's a lot of these examples, though, of the water freezing. You heard about the one where they freeze it on a plate, and the water was actually responding with actual intelligence in response. Like, it was actually adapting to what they were saying. Like, it was actually responding. Like, you could like ask a question, and it would actually like create like a portrait in a response to the question.
Well, the one that baffled me, which I'm not necessarily believe in, is the one where they just wrote it down. They didn't even say anything. They just wrote it down, and I was like, because I was thinking, I don't know, maybe there's some kind of power of intention, but I don't know. That seems a bit wacky to me.
What about these?
What you saw, Frodo, for it's in my mind too.
Witsit had posted these. I'm going to post them. This is one that Jeranism did, where he froze water. I believe, I don't know all the details of whether he spoke or whether he wrote something on the cup, but this is basically a cup of water. So that one is.
Oh, sorry.
That one is the more negative one, the one I just posted. And like I said, I'd have to ask Witsit again to get the details because I just saved these photos. But these are ones that Jeranism apparently took himself. So the second one is the positive, loving. Like I said, I don't know the details of exactly what he said to them or whatever, or how he, but that shows the positive and negative. First one's the negative, second one's the positive.
I think you just brought somebody to climax, Drew.
And yeah, the negative one clearly does look more like fractured and broken, whereas the second one looks much more harmonious.
Well, I pray over my food and water, right? When I bring it home and while I'm cooking it and before I eat it. So I don't know if that helps, but I seem to be pretty healthy other than being fat.
James, have you ever tried to freeze it to see the difference?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before, right? But like I'm not talking about like what the ice like looks like looking at it. People have made claims that the actual crystal structure of the ice changes, right? It goes from being like the typical type of ice, I think is ice 8, but they say that it goes from being a different thing. But I can do crystallographs on the ice, and I've done tons of them because we use them as
This guy know
blanks
what?
for protein and nucleic acid crystallographs. Sometimes we use water or ice as blanks. And so I've tried, writing things on the glass
All right,
that
1
I'm
second.
crystallizing it in, or, just giving it my all with happy thoughts or sad thoughts. It always is the same ice 8 unless I change the rate of cooling for the way that I crystallize it, or I change the pressure that it's crystallizing under.
Yeah, but I know you guys hate variables. Did you have like a control?
I have a scientific question. I'm in the water industry, and I
Speak
test a
up,
lot.
Waterman. You're really
Sorry.
low. You got gamer headphones.
I'm in the water industry, and it surprises me sometimes when I read water as an ingredient it's just listed as a single ingredient, yet I'm well aware of the amount of other things that are in water. I'm wondering why they can do that, why they can just call water one thing as an ingredient when clearly it could be, for instance, a salt water or a medicated water, or anything else, whatever. In the case of fluoride, they're just calling it water, yet it's fluoridated water, and that's certainly an ingredient. So it's just interesting to use the term water as if it were one thing, but you don't normally have pure water.
Well, pure in what sense? Like I said, you've got two forms of purity. You've got qualitative versus quantitative purification. And just because you remove all the particulates down to a unmeasurable level doesn't mean that it's, qualitatively pure, meaning the structure's been changed.
Well,
So yeah,
for
you can throw off that measurement of that 108.3636 to, like Jay said, 104 point whatever the fuck, but
that's the
and
that's the deionized, the demineralized measurement. So, right, we do crystallographs, right? We're not just taking like a chemical quantitative analysis of concentrations. We do crystallographs and cryo-EM, where we actually look to see what atoms are present. And, if there's another different type of atom in there, like fluorine or chlorine or sodium, potassium, calcium, etc., those will show up because they're different sizes than oxygen and hydrogen are. So
Isn't
the
that what you're seeing in
crystallograph itself would show
Isn't that
you
what you're
that.
seeing in crystalline setup and crystalline structure change? Wouldn't it be because of the different effects of these things in it when you're getting these changes?
Yeah. So when I was talking before about the pressure and the rate of cooling, I was talking about demineralized and deionized water. So just pure H2O. So just,
Yeah.
hydrogen and
Tell me about
oxygen.
that. Tell me about that in nature.
But we were talking about something specific.
I mean, that water doesn't exist in nature.
Yeah, sure. Water in nature has minerals, it has ions. That there's specific ways that those ions will fit into the lattice structure when you crystallize them that way.
A lot of people don't understand deionized. It's the same thing at the car wash when they have the spot-free wash. And just by removing the trace amounts of magnetic properties left, I think when I do it, I use they call a mixed bed deionizer, anions and cations.
Yeah, you're removing, like, so if I dissolve a bunch of salt, which contains sodium cations, so positive sodium ions, and negative or chlorine anions, right? If I dissolve a bunch of those in water, that's going to be ionized water because there's a bunch of sodium and chlorine ions in the water, which means formal charges, formal electric charges, right? But you can do different processes like the egg drop or distillation, etc., to remove those ions from the water. So you boil the water and it boils at a lower temperature than those ions would, so you get just the oxygen and hydrogen of the water to convert to your distillation flask. Right? So now you have the water without any ions in it. Then you can do other processes to remove the trace minerals and stuff like calcium chloride and carbonates and sulfates and stuff.
Do you think the water hydrogen engine that's just being produced now for the first times, commercially, do you think that could help lead to the end of the age of oil and to unlimited energy?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's great. I support any sorts of, new energy or usable energy, whatever. I'm not necessarily against oil and combustion either. It's a necessary thing for our current society. But I support people who are trying to develop other forms of energy too.
When you say necessary, though, could it be an artificial dependency? I mean, there is the threat of shortage and scarcity and planned obsolescence, and they're doing, weird things now with natural gas. They're saying they're getting rid of it in terms of the products that they make. I heard they're outlawing the gas generator, but I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, it's supposed to be outlawed by 2029. Just in time for the 2030 agenda, the depopulation program of the United Nations.
Seems to me if we get the cars right, we could charge the house.
Seems to me that the poor man's breathing up all the rich man's air.
You're gonna eat that one napalm.
Yeah, that Ouija water was a good story. Asking the water questions. I mean, I wonder what's up with dowsing. People have used dowsing for a long time, but I think that's their electrical energy. I don't think it's the stick. I don't think it's the water either.
I've seen videos on that. People looking to dig a water well, and they use
Yeah, what do you
dowsing
think?
rods,
What do
and
you
they're
think?
able to what do I think?
Yeah, I mean, it seems legit, right? It seems legit.
Yeah, no, it definitely seems legit. I mean, what the explanation behind it is? I mean, I couldn't say, man. I don't
When
know.
are we going to get to talk about the science that's beyond science? When are we going to realize there is theoretical science? And then maybe we can get some advanced curriculum, it just seems like there's so much we don't know and they disregard it because they can't quantify.
I
I
don't
wonder,
think
dude,
so.
Einstein.
Yeah, I mean, theoretical physics is the most commonly known theoretical scientific field. But when I was deciding, I almost did my PhD in theoretical chemistry or theoretical biology. Those are fields on their own. So there's a lot of theoretical fields out there.
You don't think a theory's a fact, do you? You don't think just
What do
because
you mean?
just because I put scientific in front of it, it doesn't change our definition or the result of the subject. I mean,
It doesn't change
it's a word game, right?
Well, it doesn't change the results of an experiment, but it indeed changes the definition. You're using a different term.
When does something become a law? In other words, why is it still a theory if it's proven? Why doesn't it turn into a fact or a law or something else?
Oh man, I think I don't know, you've got it all messed up. Right. So originally you propose a hypothesis, right? Then you test that hypothesis. Now, if you find evidence for the hypothesis, then it can become a theory, right? A theory is the scientific theory is the facts that most
I wouldn't
substantiate
say fact
a
yet.
single hypothesis.
I wouldn't say fact yet because fact isn't going to come up in your description.
Of course it
Don't-
is. A
Well-
theory is a hypothesis that's supported by all the best facts and evidence that are currently
I'm sorry.
available.
You're right. So the theory is supported by fact. That's why I'm confused. Because I think the scientific theory, I've been told, is a matter of fact. But it's not. It's supported by fact.
Yeah, it's just a classification system, right? And what you're doing, and I think you're doing this purposely, is you're trying to take the colloquial usage of theory, where I just have some crazy theory that I just thought of on the spot, right? You're trying to conflate that with the classification system of an idea, a concept, right, that science has, where you go from developing a hypothesis, gathering the facts and the evidence, if present, for the hypothesis, and then when you have all the facts and evidence substantiating one hypothesis becomes a theory. Scientific
So
theory.
the electric universe guys, I think it was Walt Thornhill, came up with a theory that, what was it? Neptune, one of the gas giants, that when the southern pole was pointed away from the sun for like so many decades, when it came back towards around facing us, and we could see it again, because in their model we're closer to the sun, we would see that it's actually hot, even though it was pointed away from the sun, because of the electromagnetic nature of its poles. And sure enough, when it came back around facing us again, it was indeed hot, right? So, according to you guys, that would be supporting the electric universe theory.
I'm bugged by the hyphenization. It's like scientific theory, space-time. Now, I understand space-time's one word and not a hyphenation. Is scientific theory one word as well?
Oh, I don't know, man. I think it's boring to like argue about these definitions.
Jace, do you mind?
I apologize.
It is a qualifier, right? So you're changing it from being.
I was just gonna maybe illuminate what Jace already has, although I doubt I'll be successful. But and that's my fault, not yours. But what I was gonna say is that a scientific theory. I was actually gonna use the same words he used when I describe a scientific theory. It's usually something that is substantiated by facts and evidence. Specifically, it's like a well-rounded series of tests and experiments that come together to build a model, that expresses a theory, and it's usually considered to be a fact because it's based on facts. The way you're thinking of the word theory, it really is science, a hypothesis. So, we understand that if you're using the word theory, because we're speaking colloquially, in science, we're really just talking about hypotheses. That's it. And the theory doesn't graduate and become a law. The theories sometimes have laws included in them, but they're two cousins in the same family, I guess you'd say.
We were taught about Newton's law of gravity, not theory of gravity.
Yeah,
That's right.
A law is usually a quantitative mathematical statement, not always, but usually under a specific set of circumstances or assumptions. When you input XYZ variables, you will get output A, right? That's usually what a law is. It's just a statement of what will happen under very specific conditions or assumptions.
I
You
appreciate
get a
your
law because you get something where you get an effect, but you test for the cause. You just can't have a successful test for the cause of it. That's what a law is. It's just describing the effect. You can't have a theory on it because you don't know the cause. It's just the effect that happens.
No, but for instance, in general theory of relativity, there's a law included in it. The laws is the description, the formula describes what's taking place, or it I don't know if describes the best word, but it tells you what's taking place, and the theory is basically the explanation and model built around it.
Yes, theories have effects, and laws also have effects. The difference is the theory can explain the effect. The law can't. Because in the theory, you went through an experiment, tested the hypothesis. There's no hypothesis for a law. You just have the effect.
I get
All
it,
right,
man.
Coach, you did it, man. So Are we saying that the theory of general relativity is a scientific theory?
Absolutely.
Okay, then what is the
Correct.
evidence? What is the evidence, proof, experimentation, or facts that it's based on?
Reproducible, unreplicatable.
Actually, you got me there. There are no tests that can show general relativity, so you guys win that one. My bad.
Good one.
Wait, no,
Chris.
sorry, I said that wrong. It's the most tested theory in science, so I think it's probably, or at least for cosmology. So I think it's there's a lot of to draw from.
That was a good point in that volley back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I recommend there's a book called Gravitation by Meisner, Wheeler, and Thorne, right? And there's a huge portion of that book is just describing tests of general relativity and the different outcomes and the predictions. And, right, you can read all about it. It's a good resource for that.
And what is special relativity? Since I'm aware of it, I'd be sort of like knowing there's going to be part 2 of this book. What is the difference between relativity and special relativity?
It's right in the name, right? Special relativity refers to a special case, whereas general relativity is just a general. It's the generalized description.
One has infinite reference frames.
Well, and SR is space-time bending.
Yeah. Special relativity, right? It's usually referring to the special case of inertial reference frames or the Minkowski metric.
So, if we can communicate with water, through what properties do you think that's happening? Vibration, not electricity. And I mean, I guess between vibration and electricity, is that the same thing? Would be my question.
I would think that it would be from your heart, the magnetic fields in your heart, or the fields from your heart and your intent affecting the water.
Or potentially the stuff in the water.
Well,
Sure.
I like the Superman idea. It doesn't change until you observe it, right? The observation causes everything. So it's your eyes are shooting laser beams and affecting everything.
Our mind is affecting things. There's a lot of even top high-ranked scientists in mainstream media who would go with this this mind over matter thing, where your thoughts and intentions can have an effect on the real world, matter in the real world. I mean, there's a Nobel Prize winner that did it. One of the head professors at a major university.
All right. The Major General of Science, it said that as well.
I'm affecting the water around me right now, putting hooks through things, man.
Did I tell you guys about my double slit pie experiment? With the question being, yeah, you have these pies, like in the old days of comedy, you could hit somebody in the face with them.
Yeah.
Banana cream pie.
So you set up a small crowd, 3 or 4, 10 people, and you take someone behind a curtain, you hit them in the face with a pie, and since nobody sees it, there's no one to laugh. It's not very funny.
But
and it's very hard.
There's no such thing as single quantas of pi. Come on, man.
Well, the fact is it funny when he gets hit?
What about those little mini pies?
And so what you have to do is pick him up and put someone else in the seat, let him hit them with the pie, then everyone laughs because it's now been observed. Now, what I found is it may not be funny, but it still works. People think it's funny. And when you ran into the one person that didn't think it was funny, I found that person, given the choice of whom to hit with the pie, would think it was funny. So, boy, everything certainly is subjective.
They were interfering with the pie.
So, is it funny? I don't know.
Could be. Well, it's a test worth doing. I'm a fan of that. But I mean, I really would be in favor for doing the test. But what was I gonna say? Pies. You were gonna say something.
Who is the man behind the curtain pulling all the strings?
Yeah, earlier, what were you guys were talking about the inner and outer part of an electron?
Oh yeah.
Were you?
The surface, the walls.
Surface of what? I thought an electron had no. I thought an electron had no volume.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. But it does have energy. Doesn't it have an energy density or what do you call that, Jace? The
density.
Okay.
But it
Charge
has.
density.
Charge density. There you go.
Does it have volume?
What's charge again?
Charge density has a volume, or doesn't it? Well, I mean, because it's got a density.
Yeah, the charge density has a volume. Yes.
And so the electron has a volume.
Well, let's start with: has anybody taken a picture of an electron? Do we have a photograph of an electron?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the standard answer. But
Of course. Where?
yeah,
Who?
the electron is considered a point particle in itself, but the charge density of the electron is not a point. It has a density. It has a volume, and it's basically, as the physicist experimentalist at Nottingham measured, it's basically spherical.
So you weren't talking about the surface or whatever of the electron.
No, I'd say it has like a material.
Your mic is something's wrong with your mic.
Yeah, it's just the wind.
You can look at the electron as like a clown car, where 1,000 clowns, once the car gets to the end of the road, 1,000 clowns hop out, equating to 1 coulomb.
That would be a cool picture.
Coulombs equating to 1 electron.
Real quick, while I got you here, Jace, what are the two things that the atoms are made up of that also have no volume?
Two things that atoms are made up of.
Didn't you tell me an atom was made up of two things before?
Quarks, gluons, and electrons, photons.
I thought there was two of them, two basic building blocks to an atom.
Well, yeah, there's different scales, but you can start at the largest scale where there's a nucleus and then the electrons. Then within the nucleus, there's protons and neutrons. And then within those protons and neutrons, they are consistent of quarks and gluons.
So quarks and gluons are everything in an atom is made up of a quark and a gluon, right?
No, because it also has electrons, and those aren't made of quarks and gluons.
Okay, so we got quarks. Everything in an atom is made up of quarks, gluons, and electrons. So it's three things. Okay, and an electron has no. And what?
Photons, to how the nucleus and the electrons interact, or the quarks and the electrons interact via photons.
So 4 things?
Yep.
You told me before it was only 2 things. I was willing to let 3 slide. Now it's 4. I mean, what's going on?
I'm not sure what you're referring to where I said this, but like I said, I'll clarify now that it's scale dependent. On the largest scale, you could just say it's electrons and the nucleus, but then on a slightly smaller scale, the nucleus consists of protons and neutrons as well. So in that scale, it would be electrons, protons, and neutrons. But then you can go to an even smaller scale where the protons and neutrons consist of quarks and gluons. So at that scale, it'd be quarks, gluons, and electrons. So that would be the complete.
You're fading out. I really wanted to hear that part.
It was just clarifying, right? The clarification is that the summary of it is that at the smallest, most accurate to nature scale, it's quarks, gluons, electrons, and photons.
Do photons have a volume? Do photons have a volume?
No, elementary particles are not. They don't have a volume. They're point particles.
Okay, so none of that
so
stuff.
they
You
don't
just
they don't
none of those
actually.
four things.
That's a concept. There's no
So
such
none
thing
of
as a
those.
Hold on,
point.
guys.
So none of those four things you just mentioned: quarks, gluons, photons, and electrons. They none of those things have. Oh, they all have zero volume.
Yeah, they all have zero volume, but they exist
Right.
at points in space, and then there's interacting surfaces, like electrostatic surfaces, or the quark gluon flux tubes, right? And those do have space. That's why the atoms have a volume.
Yeah. So
There's
all the
no
stuff.
point.
So
Let
all
Jeremy
the
get this
stuff.
point. Yeah.
I'm almost done. So all the stuff that everything that an atom's made out of, and we're all made out of atoms, and stuff on Earth is made out of atoms. And when you get down to the base building blocks of all the stuff that has tons of volume on Earth, it has no volume.
Yeah, the individual particles themselves have no volume, but they're
Every
interacting. The distances at which they interact to form these structures do have a volume. That's why stuff has volume, because they're not just interacting directly on top of each other. There's a distance at which those interactions occur.
Yeah, so the
How
base
can an
building
atom have?
blocks. 2 minutes, Dice, I'll be done. So the base building blocks of all the stuff that everything is made out of on Earth has zero volume. And that makes up all the volume of everything on Earth. I got it.
Yeah, if you want to confuse yourself that way, be my guest.
If you want to
That's pretty
what?
good.
Confuse yourself that way, be my guest, man.
I mean, that's what just happened. Quarks, gluons, photons, and electrons. That is what an atom is made out of, and all of the stuff that it's made out of has zero volume. I got it.
Yeah, but you're just completely neglecting the second fact that they don't interact right on top of each other, as you're trying to presume that like these interactions are occurring right on top of each other, and thus, oh, it just has no volume at all. But how does stuff have volume? Obviously, that doesn't make sense, because you have to consider that these things don't interact right on top of each other. They have a distance at which they interact with each other.
So the things of zero volume. My bad. Yeah, that's my bad. I phrased it wrong. So all of the stuff that we have on Earth is made up of things with no volume interacting with each other at a distance.
Yeah, that's more accurate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Pretty easy.
So these
Is
volumeless.
is an atom
Go ahead.
is an atom 99% empty, Jace?
It's all empty. It's made up of. Did you just hear what we just went through? There's zero volume.
Well, that's
in
what
an
I'm
atom.
saying. Like if it's 99.9% empty space, right? That's what they openly admit. How can it be empty while simultaneously having no volume? Isn't that like a contradiction upon itself?
But who exactly admits that, right? Because for practical purposes, right, you have these interacting surfaces that indeed have volume, right? So I can't stick any other particles within these specified volumes. So it's not just empty space, because if it was, I would be able to just shove some stuff in there, but I can't
Wait,
do that.
so you're saying atoms touch?
No, they interact.
So atoms don't touch, and they're not empty.
Yeah, they interact.
The real fun stuff happens when you break these things in half. I don't know if you guys have seen Oppenheimer, but wow, man, when you actually like slice one of these things in half, whew, magic.
Wait a minute. If I were to hand you a
No
watermelon
spoilers.
and ask you to slice it, wouldn't you need something smaller than a watermelon in order to slice it open? How are you going to slice it open with something bigger? And what is smaller than an atom? Thanks.
You need to use something with zero volume to slice something with zero volume.
Well, because you're
Use a samurai sword, dude. What are you talking about?
you're trying to apply logic of macroscopic objects like watermelons to subatomic objects, really, and the logic just doesn't follow.
Hey, Paul, but what did you say? Did you say you can't slice something with something bigger than it? I don't get that.
Yeah, like if I have a knife, right, and I want to slice open a watermelon, I can't use the knife the size of an I-beam, right? I have to use a knife with a pressure per square inch so low that it's actually lower than the size of the watermelon, right?
Yeah, but you can use a sword or a blade of any size. You can
Right,
use
because
the
it's smaller
viewpoint.
than the size of the watermelon. I can't use a telephone pole to slice open a watermelon, right?
Oh, you're saying the edge of it?
Like if you had
Yeah.
a sword, and it was so friggin' big that the edge was bigger than the watermelon, you can't cut the watermelon.
I got news for you.
Right,
You don't have a sword.
So how do you split open an atom with anything bigger than the atom?
Generally, you don't.
Because atoms aren't. You're not slicing atoms open. That's not what you're doing.
You've been barred the
There's
nucleus.
nothing to slice. They're made up of things with no volume. There's nothing to even
Yeah,
slice. What are you slicing?
You've been barred the nucleus, which is bigger than the neutrons within it, with a neutron from outside of it. That neutron is smaller than the nucleus, and smaller than the atom itself. But,
Much
it's
smaller.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys are saying that, but yeah, a neutron it can easily, break apart. You don't necessarily break it apart by
What's
slicing
the
it. It
shelf
just makes
life
it
of that free
unstable.
neutron?
Yeah,
How
but
do you
it's not
isolate
even.
a neutron? How do you
It's not
isolate it?
even the size of the neutrons. It's the energy. You have to impart enough energy because the binding interactions in the nuclei, the strong nuclear interaction, has a strength at which it's occurring. So when you provide enough energy to overcome the strength of that strong nuclear bond, then the atom will break apart, right? You'll have, if it has 80 protons, right, it'll split into something like 45 protons in one nucleus and
What's the size difference?
35 in the other.
What's the size difference between the neutron and the proton?
It's, I don't know off the top of my head, but it's not much.
He just said they both have zero volume. How can you tell the difference?
No, protons and neutrons don't have zero volume.
No, he was talking about the quarks and all the other subatomic particles. But doesn't a free neutron decay into a proton?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so
after 15, 20 minutes.
17 roughly, but yeah.
Yeah, that's its half-life too, so that's half of your sample.
Right. So why is there a size difference then? If they're virtually the same thing, only different in their expression at that particular moment.
Because there's an energy difference, right? The proton is made up of two up quarks and a down quark, and right, those two up quarks have different mass, right, than a down quark does, and they also have different charge. So both of those two factors provide a different strength of energy in its strong nuclear interactions between each other, right? Whereas the neutron has two down quarks and one up quark. So they're made of different things, which give them different values for their mass and for the energy that the nuclear bonds are occurring at, right? Which ultimately leads to a small mass discrepancy and a small size discrepancy.
So how can something have no spatial volume yet have mass? It seems
Because
like
their interactions have volume, dude. Like, how many times do I have to say that? They're not interacting right on top of each other. They're interacting at angstroms of distance.
And what distance would that be?
The nuclear interactions are happening below an angstrom of distance. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but you could likely Google it and figure that out.
How many nanometers is that? What's the convergence
Far,
there?
far away.
I think 1 angstrom is like 0.1 nanometer.
And how many digits of Armstrongs are we talking here?
The
The weak nuclear interactions. You there, Jace?
yeah. Well, did you weren't hearing me?
No.
Oh, it could be it's raining, so the push to talk button is acting funny. But the strong nuclear interactions between the quarks are occurring at distances smaller than 1 angstrom. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I know it's smaller than an angstrom.
Sounds like I gotta start measuring my feet.
It sounds like you're ready to start measuring Kosho's wiener or something.
Huh.
No, not me, bro.
Come here, Kosho.
So I got a spider bite I'm dealing with.
Put it in the bean.
Bet you somebody at CERN has done that.
Well, that Anatoly dude put his head in the bean by accident and got all sorts of messed up from it.
Bro, so things with no volume interact at a distance, causing that's the cause of volume right there. Like that's how you get volume of mass. Is by things with no volume interacting with each other at a distance.
Yes, because there's a distance, right, between particle A and particle B that they're interacting at, that I can't place another particle C within that distance because the interaction energy in that space, in that volume, is too strong. Thus, I can't place another particle in there, and thus that gives a volume or a distance to the particles in question.
I was looking at the superlattice made of graphene that was 1 atom thick, meaning that it's a 2D object. And I was looking at this going, what is going on here?
No, there's no 2D things. That's not a thing.
Look up the Schwinger effect and look at the superlattice that they're using for the Casimir plates. It's 1 atom thick. So it's an
atoms
actual.
aren't 2D.
If there's 1 layer of atoms, it is a 2D object, according to the article that I read.
Yeah, but in reality, like an atom's not 2D, right? Is it, Jace? They don't consider atoms 2D, right?
No, and I get what Hank or Larry is saying, but yeah, for the most part, you really, when you're talking about like geometry of molecules, you wouldn't consider it 2D. They're 3-dimensional, but I get on the macroscopic scale that Larry's talking about, you can consider it 2D.
Probably got one of those clickbait things, I bet, huh? Jace, all those clickbait science articles.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Just misleading people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I won't say it wrong again.
A lot of them do.
Very misleading, these science, supposedly, I mean, reputable science websites.
Yeah, I was even I was disappointed in my boy Shostak, who couldn't draw the fructose molecules correctly. Like, really couldn't just put the effort in to make them correct.
If he did, people would probably stop eating ketchup.
Yeah, and he's not even a science writer. He's a actual scientist, a biologist, and even he disappointed me in his pop sci article.
How about Hegel? I bet he's a real disgrace then.
I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed.
I know. It's like when my dad was, I did something wrong, and my dad was like, "I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed." That was worse. I'd rather him be mad. But yeah, Hegel, Hegel is Hegel. He made the mistake of, if he had just kept his ideas limited to just the developing embryo and fetus and stuff, I think his stuff would be more accepted nowadays. But he made the mistake of saying that the adult form of the animal also goes through the adult stages of its evolutionary past, and that idea was disproven, and so he lost a lot of credit that way.
Well, he actually drew the fetuses way wrong. He drew them very similar when you look at the actual photographs of the fetuses, which fetus means offspring, right? Let's not demonize them, right? So when you look at the offspring, it shows that they don't look very much alike at all. He was actually convicted of fraud by his own college, but he pretty much single-handedly converted Germany to evolutionism.
Is there any sourcing of where I've never known a college to have legal authority to convict someone? So can we see some?
Well,
I hate demanding sources from people, but just when
yeah,
you
it's
have
just the
some
tactic you're
time,
using. It's just
when
the
you have
tactic.
some time,
But
no,
I'll
when you
recant.
have some
Convict is
time.
Hold on, one at a time, guys. One at a time, please.
Sorry.
Let Jace finish it up. You're next, Larry.
Yeah, when you have some time, I would love, because I've searched really, really hard to find where his college even levied just any kind of punishment on him for these drawings, because he was very specific about what orientation and what circumstances he was making the drawings in, and he wrote, where he didn't have the time and he just drew two of the same, because his reasoning was because they looked the same anyways at that stage, and that was actually shown to be the case later on.
Yeah, I looked it up real fast. I'll pull over. But yeah, obviously, according to your own, words, you're using tactics, making me cite my source. But I'll go ahead and do it because I said earlier that you should not be afraid of citing your source if that's the claim. But I will recant on the convict of fraud.
Well, let's not
I'll just
misrepresent, though, right? I'm not using.
Hold on, let him finish, Jace. Jace, let him finish real quick. You go next, bud.
Yeah, I was trying to recant and say that maybe conviction is the wrong word. So let me try to cite my source.
Yeah, but you were misrepresenting, right? Because I wasn't using that tactic. I purposely clarified, right? When you have time, if you could, give that source to us. I wasn't demanding it on the spot.
Larry swerved over to the side of the road like a nutcase, slammed on the brakes. I could just picture it. Is that what happened, Larry?
No, but I will go ahead and show Ernst Hagel's drawings from 1847. And to quote the guy who kind of started this whole thing, it's really interesting because he said, I know that, it's really expensive to update the textbooks, but after 150 years, you would think that, dang, I can't.
Is this the guy Kent Hovind was on about?
Yeah.
This is the thing Kent Hovind was on. Yeah, I've seen this.
Yeah.
This was, oh, bro. I think that guy did get some kind of fraudulent charges, or maybe not legally, maybe something like within the university system. I don't know, but yeah, I did hear something happen to that guy. It was like fraud. And they kept using them for a long time after they knew they were long time.
Just like Piltdown, man. All right. So I'll recant about his college convicting him of fraud, and I'll just let the viewer look at his drawing of the salamander and compare it to the actual photograph of the salamander and see if he was being honest or not. Maybe he wasn't fraudulent. I'll let the viewer decide.
It's fraudulent that they use them for so long after they knew they weren't right. That is the fraudulent part in my mind. Dude, they come out with new textbooks every fucking year, pretty much. How long were they using them for after they knew they weren't right? It was like decades, wasn't it?
Yeah, I gotta get back to work. I don't have time to sell customers. But yeah, please enjoy
Somebody's
the.
starving right now and their pizza's getting cold.
No, they already got the shit. But yeah, please do check out the drawings, and maybe he's a bad artist, and maybe it wasn't fraudulent at all. Maybe he just wasn't a very talented artist. But I'll let you decide. Check out that salamander, though.
That's cool. Cool stuff, Larry. I always think about the embryos and how similar they look, and especially in four-limbed creatures with a spine, and makes you think about DNA and DNA assignments and how simple programming it sort of is at that point. If you're all starting with one basic thing, and
well, this is.
Go ahead.
This is supposed to be like evidence of evolution, right? And even if it was true, right? Even if his drawings were accurate, how would that be evidence of evolution? It's just a baseless assertion on its face. And then you look at the drawings compared to the photographs, and it's even worse.
How long did it?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
I just love that they call it junk. The DNA they don't understand junk DNA. It just shows you how little we really understand.
How long were they using those photos after they knew they were incorrect? I'm just wondering, does anyone know off the top of your head? Larry, pull over again.
Yeah, I'm pulled over.
Just kidding, bro. Go ahead, get back.
Ernst Haeckel.
People need these pizzas, bro. I got pizza tonight. I got a lot of respect. I used to deliver pizzas. We need these pizzas, bro. This is not time to start slack off, bro. Saturday night.
I got a website here that says, in Haeckel's Embryos, Images, Evolution, and Fraud, published by the University of Chicago Press. So, University of Chicago Press. Dr. Nick Hopewood tells the full story the first time he tracks the drawings and the charges against them from the genesis of the 19th century to the present day. He recaptures the shocking novelty of the pictures that enthralled schoolhood children, outrage, protest. The highlights the remarkable ways these images continue to shape the knowledge as they age. So I'll go ahead and post that. So there's another college accusing him of fraud. So this is just preliminary. I can do better.
They're definitely going to figure out how to regrow fingers and shit when they figure out how to turn DNA back on and off and stuff.
Bro, yeah, no kidding, man. If they knew how to if you could manipulate that DNA and shit or change the code or something, I don't know. But
I'm pretty sure they already know how to do every single thing that you're thinking about they could do. It's just a matter of whether or not it's public,
like regenerator, like what's the thing with the aging thing? Telomeres?
Telomeres, yeah.
Telomeres, yeah. If you could fuck with that, you got it made.
Well, what you could do is perhaps when you're very young, maybe they can take samples of your blood and they can collect the telomeres, and then they can just clone those, replicate those, and feed them to you through intravenous.
Just keep giving me my younger self telomeres so that my body fills up.
Instead of, or you can take, baby blood, whatever.
All right, so here's a website showing that Haeckel's fraudulent embryo drawings are still present in biology textbooks, and it's like here, and they're all like links that you can click that to see that they're so desperate to find evidence that they're still putting it in the textbooks, even though it's been known to be fraudulent for years. So to answer your question, Jeremy, apparently it's still going on.
It's still going on. Holy shit!
I know that's sad, right? I mean, it's one thing
I
if
know
you make
Kent
a
was
mistake,
fighting to
right?
get him changed.
Yeah, he was.
Kent was fighting to get him changed because when that was 20 years ago, though, I was watching his debates.
Yeah, 20 plus years ago in the 90s, he would go to a town and ask to see their textbooks. And he would like pull this out and be like, this has been fraud for a long time.
Yeah. Well, he had like court. I think. I mean, he said he had court cases going and shit.
Well, he went to prison
Can't do
for
this
8 years for taking his own money out of his own bank account because of drug dealing laws that they passed. So, we kind of got our own Bruno, so to speak, political persecution, in my opinion, because I don't know, was Kent Hovind a drug dealer? I don't know. I mean, is that the spirit of the law, or is it the letter of the law that they can use to persecute people? Who knows such things, right?
It's not like he did something crazy and got the whole country hooked on opioids or anything. I mean,
It's not like he's Dr. Grouchy. Like, just take the.
Riggs. What the fuck is a telomere? I mean, that's all over inside your body, though, right? Not just the blood. Where exactly is the telomere inside you right now? If you had to point to one, like, is it like in your bones and your skin? Is it just in your blood? I don't know about telomeres. Does anyone know?
So, I'm sorry, Jace is saying that, that there wasn't any conviction of fraud, but right here's like, cam.ac.uk. Like, can you address the fact that these were fraudulent drawings and they're still in the textbooks, Jace?
That's
Can you
foul.
address
That's
that?
fucked up. He left, but I can't believe they're still using them. It's an outrage. You can update the textbook, dude. They come out with new textbooks every year, don't they? Or often enough. I mean, what the fuck? Using textbook. I mean, this was even known it was fraudulent even before Kent started fighting it. So it must have been before that.
So is this fish to amphibian to mammal? Is that what this is supposedly showing?
No, Hegel is showing that these embryos look similar, and those are gills on their necks, showing that they used to be like fish. Right? That was his claim. That's what he like marched all over Germany, like showing this to people. But actually, those those gills aren't gills at all. They're like the larynx, and they develop into the ear and like different parts of the body, right? Because these are just stages of development, right? And he was saying that this is evidence because they look similar, that this shows there's evidence of evolution here. When actually he was a terrible artist and maybe fraudulent, because when you look at the actual photographs, they look nothing alike. So even if you take his shit, it's not evidence. Like, it's a just so story. Like, throwing bullshit to the wall and see what's going to stick. Yeah, I mean, I just wish that, somebody on the evolution team would say, we've got plenty of evidence for evolution. We don't need to use stuff like Piltdown Man. We don't need to use like, fraudulent Haeckel's drawings. This is the evidence, and provide like better arguments, because this stuff is still present in biology textbooks, and this was like in 2015, this article. So I don't know, like you ain't got a lot of kick it, evolutionists.
So you're saying there's evidence for creation and not evolution?
Is that what I said?
Well, I'm just asking. I didn't say you said it, I asked.
No, I didn't say that. I said this is a terrible argument to use fraudulent drawings. Come up with a better argument.
You just said it wasn't.
I said it wasn't what?
It wasn't evidence for evolution.
No, it's not. It's fraud. Fraud can never be evidence. It's fraud.
Okay, so would like two different size dog breeds be evidence for evolution?
No, that would be selective breeding. Obviously. You think a wolf and a chihuahua are like speciated because of natural selection or some sort of change in allele frequencies? Like, no, they selected cute and cuddly until it couldn't get any cuter. Or it would be a rat. Or, not literally a rat, but like huskies
So could
and
there
wolves,
be
they're not going to
evidence of
survive
evolution?
in Mexico. There could be, yeah. I'd like to see it. Show me.
Okay. Let's I hate hypotheticals, but let's say there's a dog and you're watching this dog give birth to 6 puppies and a kitten. Would that be evidence of evolution?
No, that would be some sort of chimera, kill it with fire type thing. I don't think that would be evidence for evolution.
So what would you like have to see one species turn into another?
Oh man, you really think they're gonna impregnate a monkey with a human being? That'd be just nuts.
I'm just like, what is like? So where I'm just trying to find out where evolution would be.
Speciation does happen, right? You heard of typo negative? Sorry, Rh negative. Have you?
Blood type?
Yeah, Rh negative. So if a woman who's Rh negative gets pregnant with a positive blood male, and that baby is also positive blood, her immune system will attack it and kill the baby. They have to have shots in order to have those babies, right? So could you make the argument that that's speciation? You guys never do. I think it's the best argument for evolution, but you guys never make it. I don't know why. You show these Haeckel drawings like we're supposed to believe this bullshit. But if you want to make an argument for the lizards in California and the Nevada desert branching off to where they can no longer breed, and you want to say that's evolution, okay, make that argument. But stop giving the children fake ass drawings that you know are fraudulent.
I think that would be like evidence of de-evolution, right? Like if you watch the species do something that takes itself out, that would you're going the other way now. You're not getting better, you're getting worse.
That's actually my argument from the beginning, that it's devolution and never evolution, right? Because evolution implies that you're gaining genetic code, and nowhere can we see the gaining of genetic code. Penguins lost their feathers. Ostriches lost their ability to fly. You might have a bacteria that loses the ability to be taken out by antibiotics, right? But this whole theory of, change of allele frequencies over time, allowing, new genetic information. Usually when there's a mutation, it's called cancer, and it's fatal.
So they do all this just because there's a dog and a cat, right? And they're like, oh, well, the dog couldn't have came from the cat, and the cat could have come from the dog, but where did the cat come from if it wasn't the dog?
Oh, I think this goes into their everything comes from nothing idea that they were getting at earlier. I mean, basically, you're going backwards into, everything came from a cell. That cell made a choice to divide into two cells. Those two cells made a choice to divide into, an organism. So yeah. Where did the cell come from? Nothing.
Well, the first humans had to be like male and female, right? And any other theory, I guess, would be a wild hairball theory. But usually, creatures are made, right, when we're talking about this kind of reproduction, with male and female. So when the first human popped out of the first non-human, who did it have sex with?
God.
Yeah, you need you need two humans to birth a human. Just you need two animals to birth the one. You always kind of they always make it seem like it's a 1-for-1. Like we get this one thing, and then the one thing can make the second thing, and then the second thing, then you make the third, and it's like no, you need two to make one. You can't make one from one.
See, what it boils down to is these evolutionists that believe in evolutionism. They won't tell you, right? They don't like to talk about abiogenesis. They always avoid it like the plague, but they're talking about spontaneous generation, right? All the life on Earth came from one life that sprang up out of the rocks. So that means that this common ancestor was the first ancestor, and we're all related to it, right? So technically, we're related to bananas, right? No monkey business. Not joking around here. Like, us and bananas have a common ancestor.
Isn't that a little bit of a rebranding of Christianity? Like the common ancestor between me, you, and the banana would be,